Guess what? Oh, Lord. Hey, guys. What's up? Been a minute. Been a minute. I'm back outside. Come outside quickly, you guys. Come outside. Come outside. We're going to have a nice live today. We're going to have a good live today. By God's grace, we're going to have a good live. I don't know who to play first. Maybe I'll go with Tony first. Yeah, maybe let me go with Tony first, maybe. Because O'Shea is a bit too late today. You guys, when I tell you, when I tell you, I have learned more about football. I have learned more about football since Saturday than I have my entire life. This is crazy. This is really crazy. Get in here, people. Get in here. Hold on. ESPN. Hold on. This has been real. Oh, Lord. Shedeur. This stuff is crazy. You guys, I didn't even know they were having NFL draft picks. I went out of town on Saturday. I took a little trip on Saturday, right? So I'm on social media as I get on the plane and I see the commotion. Like people are just losing their minds because Shedeur, if you got, hopefully you know Shedeur, but if you don't, let me show you this picture real quick. Okay. So this is Shedeur Sanders, right? Hold on. Okay. So people are losing their minds because Shedeur did not get drafted first pick, right? Like the first round, he didn't get drafted. Then the second round, he didn't get drafted. Third round, like people are losing their minds. I'm like, what is going on? Hey, Janet, what's up? And I was like, people are losing their minds. And I'm like, what is going on? Like, why didn't Shedeur get drafted? Like, what is going on, right? So I see the headlines, talking points. And they're like, no, I think it started off with Uncle Shay Shay. And they're like, nah, it's racism because he's Black. They're trying to break his back. And I'm like, what is going on? Like, because he's Black? So I'm getting upset too, huh? I'm getting upset because I'm thinking they're being mean to him because he's Black. Bobbiana, I got my hair cut on Saturday. Okay. So I'm thinking like, oh, because he's Black, they're not trying to pick him. Like, what is going on? They're like, yeah, because that's Deion's son. They're trying to break him, trying to be mean to the Black man. He can't be himself. Hey, Queen. Oh, thank you, my love, right? So I'm like, what's going on, right? And then, cause I was getting in between planes, right? Hey, Gina, I was getting in between the planes. And then I was at the lounge. I was the American, what's it called? American Airlines lounge, right? And then I almost cussed out this white man at the lounge. Ooh, I had to calm down because the man was talking to his friend. He was like, yeah, like Shedeur, they're saying he did horrible in his interviews and that the people they didn't like his attitude. You guys, when I tell you, I felt myself getting possessed. I almost turned around and like, were you there? Were you at the interview? You white people love to lie, Black people. You guys, ooh. Child, because of this whole Carmelo stuff, I have not been feeling myself. I'm like, I cannot stand these people, right? But I was like, Marlene, Marlene, calm down. Calm down, Marlene. The man has the right to feel how he wants to feel. You cannot attack people at the lounge, okay? It is not the place for this. So then I decided to go look into it because I'm like, why they're not picking Shedeur? Because I'm confused, right? You guys. Hey, Kev, let me tell you something, you guys. And you know what I'm saying? Let me tell you something, right? And I know y'all know I love y'all, okay? It was even hard for me to make this video. And I'm not doing this video to hurt anybody's feelings, right? But I really do believe, right? Just like I said about Officer Tatum, right? I don't like grifters. Miss you too, Kevin. I do not like grifters. I don't like people who take advantage of people's emotions. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know I don't like Officer Tatum. I don't like what he does. I don't like what he did. I definitely don't like what he did to Carmelo, right? Because people who play into people's negative emotions, I don't like that. You understand? And I also feel as though when you want to make content and accuse something of being due to racism, you have to understand what that does to Black people, right? Because it's really depressing. It's depressing. It's upsetting. It's unnerving. Like, what the heck? Like, because we're Black again. Okay. So I feel like if you're going to claim that something is racism, you need to really make sure it's racism because it's not fair to take Black people on an emotional roller coaster. It really is not fair. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, everybody has to do their due diligence, right? Even when you hear feedback, and it might not be the feedback that you want to hear, you still have to double check to make sure there's no validity to the feedback that you're receiving. I'll give you a good example. When the Carmelo thing happened, right? Even Marlene, I was confused. I'm not going to say like, oh yeah, automatically I was on the side of Carmelo. No, I was really confused because I was like, why is he sitting there? Right? Oh, he was sitting in the wrong seat. Then somebody stabbed in the heart. And I'm like, whoa, how do we go here so fast like this? Like, this is crazy. Right? So I was a bit confused. My issue was Officer Tatum having an issue with people giving money to Carmelo, because at that time, I did not know if he was innocent or if he actually meant to stab the boy. I didn't know. But I remember that I was okay, Zimmerman raised money. There's a lot of white people who were accused of crimes who raised money. So I felt as though if Black people want to take their money and give it to Carmelo, what is it to you? Okay. Number two, America is a country where you have the right to an attorney. So if Black people want Carmelo to have the best attorney, it doesn't automatically mean they believe he's innocent, but they understand that the court system is rigged. Okay. And the more money you have, the better legal representation you have. Because should his life be completely thrown away? No. Then I thought, okay, let me do a live and see what happened, because I truly wanted to know why he was sitting under their tent, right? And guess what? It's the same Officer Tatum who told me why. He was like, oh, it was raining. So he was sitting there because it was raining. So I was like, okay, but if it's raining, why Carmelo can't sit there? Then I started asking, did he bother people? Did he harass people? Did he steal anything from anybody? Did he take anything? Like, no, he was just sitting there. And I'm like, well, that's racism. Because why a Black boy can't sit next to white people? You understand? Like, you got to really calm down. You understand? So when I started doing my research, I said, hold up, wait a minute. Carmelo's innocent. And I said, if it was me, I would have done the same thing. Especially if you know jiu-jitsu, okay? Okay, Cheryl, especially if you know jiu-jitsu, you're not about to put me in a pretzel, a crucifix, a sweep, submission. You're not touching me, right? Because to this day, these white folks have yet to tell me why Carmelo cannot sit under the tent if it's raining, especially when it's not even your private property. It's the school district property. The tent belongs to the school district, and the tent was bought with taxpayer money. So who are Austin and Hunter to put their to put their hands on Carmelo because he's sitting there under the rain, and nobody has yet to say, oh, Carmelo was doing this, he was doing that, he was doing this. No, you watch the video, you see Hunter say, oh, he was sitting there. So I'm like, so why he can't sit there if it's raining? Like, what is going on? Right? So I'm like, because I feel like, if you want to me, this is how I see it. If you want to have a YouTube channel and you want to have a voice where, okay, jiu-jitsu, oh no, jiu-jitsu, he knows jiu-jitsu, you're not about to put me in a crucifix, okay? And I even said, because it was raining, it's possible that Austin fell on the knife. That's why I said we have to wait until we see his autopsy report to even know if he was intentionally stabbed or he fell on the knife. Because if it's raining and then you got Carmelo wearing cleats and stuff, I can see how it happened. It couldn't have not been intentional, right? But why do people want to have this image of this Black kid who never got in trouble grabbing a knife and like, this is not Game of Thrones. Like, this is not Walking Dead. This is not like Katniss, whatever that book is called, right? This is not Hollywood. So stop having this weird ass imagination. It could have been that he slipped and he fell on the knife, and it's unfortunate, right? But I'm like, why would Carmelo want to hurt this kid? Like, this is so bizarre. Okay. So that's the way I see it. But I just feel like, if you want to have a voice that people respect when there's serious matters going on, you got to take your time before, thinking of living my best life, right? You got to take your time before you speak on stuff. So initially, given the whole Carmelo stuff, white people have not been on my good side lately. So I was really ready to go there because I'm like, why are they doing this to Shedeur? Why are they doing this to Shedeur? And then they say like, oh, it's racism. But then I find out that the number one draft pick is Black. So I'm like, then how is it racist? Because I'm like, I am so confused, right? Because they're making so much noise about Shedeur that a lot of people don't even know that the number one draft pick is Cam. He's Black. And not only is he Black, like he dark skin Black. Okay. So I'm like, how can it be racism? Then you look at the first top 5 picks. 4 out of the top 5 are Black. You know, like, hold on, 2025 NFL draft pick, right? Sorry, you guys. Yeah, like the top 5 are Black. They're Black. Hold on, can I see their faces? Let me see. Let me see if I can show you their faces real quick. You need their pictures, huh? Let me find their pictures for you. Hold on. I will find their pictures for you. Hold on. But they're Black. Black people we have 4 out of 5. So I can't even talk to save my life. I've seen their pictures. Child, where are the pictures? Y'all, I have consumed so much football content. I can actually be what's it called? Oh, I gotta do round 1. Okay. Draft pick round 1. Okay, I gotta be more specific. Okay, that's my fault. Okay, I gotta be very specific. Where can I see their faces? Y'all, but believe me when I tell you, right? Here they are, okay? The top 5, hey Lacey, hey Jay, what's up, Jay? The top 5 are, out of 5, we as Black people, y'all, we got 4. I mean, come on. Like, we run the stuff. Like, we're taking over. Cam, Black. Travis, Black. Abdul, Black. Will, I think is the white boy. Mason, Black. So I said, but how can we say it's racism? Because if we call everything racism, y'all, they're not going to take it seriously anymore. Okay? So I was like, okay, this is a bit confusing, right? So I'm like, what is going on? Right? And you guys, I have to be honest. I really do. Shedeur did not deserve to be in round 1. I truly have to tell y'all, like, as a Christian, especially if we say we're Christian, even me, you guys, there are things I saw at Shedeur's party that I did not like. Okay? Especially for people who claim to be Christians. Christians don't move like that, you guys. We're going to get into it. Because his initial party, because I don't even know why you guys, the way this boy went into like his draft party, you would think he knew for a fact he was going to get drafted. And like, so you didn't know and you did all of this? Like, you spent all this money without even knowing for sure you were getting drafted? Why do you have such arrogance? And then you guys, then I find out he didn't play at the combine. He didn't play. So I'm like, why didn't you play? And then you find out that Cam played at the combine. So I'm like, then why didn't you play at the combine? Then you find out that, hey, Queen, well, yeah, I did. Then you find out that even Mike Vick, you guys, let me tell you something, right? This is going to be a long live. I'm so sorry because people have to understand this, right? Because I've been so consumed by it. Even Jimmy's like, what is going on with my wife, right? But yesterday, Jimmy showed me a video of Mike Vick, right? Mike Vick was a quarterback. You guys, when you see the highlights of Mike Vick and you see the highlights of Shedeur, let me tell you something, right? If Mike, because Mike Vick was a top 1 pick, 2007, right? You guys, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. You guys, it's on his Instagram because he posted on his Instagram, right? Mike Vick was number 1 draft pick of his class. So once you understand what the standard is for number 1, you guys, as Christians, even as Black, as honest people, we have to understand why Shedeur couldn't have been number 1 or he wouldn't have been round 1. It's not possible. Mike Vick, his level of athleticism is out of this world. It is out of this world. Like even me, I was like, oh my gosh, why wasn't I watching football when Mike Vick was playing, you guys? You guys, Mike Vick is a freak of nature. It is unbelievable. It is unbelievable. And I will tell you this because I had to watch Cam. Oh, you guys, because I had to make sure, because you can't just say things just to say things. The amount of videos I consume about Cam Ward, I see it. I truly see it. This boy, just like Mike Vick, even I had yesterday, yesterday, I spent all day yesterday watching Patrick Mahomes, right? Oh my gosh, Maverick. Oh Lord. Sorry, y'all. The baby's here. Oh Lord. You were so quiet until you heard me do my stuff. These kids, they just don't like me. But I'm like, I watched Patrick Mahomes too yesterday. Anyway, let me hold on, you guys. Give me 1 second. Maverick, you're doing too much. Just because you hear my voice, now you want to be a hater. Then you let mommy do what she does best. Okay. Thank you, son. God bless you. You're too much. Okay. You guys, when I tell you, hold on. I watched Patrick Mahomes yesterday. What is this? I watched Patrick Mahomes yesterday. Wow. He's right here. Let me play the video. I'll be right back. Hold on.
And so, me and my family, we've been sitting and we've been perplexed this whole weekend with the Shedeur Sanders situation and how they did them on that there. And see, that's one of the things right there is everybody say, you know, fell in the draft. He fell in the draft. And that's one of the things what we have to be reminded of is that, see, one of the things when we talk about God and we talking about God or what have you, we have to remember that God is, you know, humble. And so we gotta be humble. And what the league was trying to do, they was trying to humble him, because I've seen this interview where his dad said that it's a couple teams he won't let him play for. And you can't do that at the highest level, because it's like it's a blessing to play for any team. Like whatever team you could play on, it could be the Podunk Beavers. You go there because that's a blessing. That's an opportunity. It's like any team is better than Jackson State. Any team is better than Colorado. It's like you going to play and get millions of dollars. You know, Jesus was born in Bethlehem. You know,
that I won't allow him to play for. Whoa. This is my profession. I know what's behind the curtain. We ain't got to get back there for me to understand what's not prominent for my son. I'm not doing it.
And if he doesn't listen to you?
Who? No, you must mean owners, like not my son.
Have you told him privately who you would like for him to play for?
It's not like who I would like for him to play for. It's a couple teams that I won't allow him to play for. Whoa.
When I tell you the stuff I heard Coach Deion say, I was completely taken aback. You know what I mean? I was taken aback, because people can sit here and think, oh, it's cute. He's an involved father. He cares. Oh, my Lord. He cares about his son. But I'm like, this is so unprofessional. And it doesn't sound like a Christian.
This is my profession. I know what's behind the curtain. We ain't got to get back there for me to understand what's not prominent for my son. I'm not doing it.
And if he doesn't listen to you?
Who? No, you must mean owners, like not my son.
Have you told him privately who you would like for him to play for?
It's not like who I would like for him to play for. It's a couple teams that I won't allow him to play for. Whoa. This is.
So hold on. It's Maverick is loud, right? Sorry, you guys, right? But I'm like, this is me, Marlene, right? And I'm gonna tell y'all this, and I don't mean to offend y'all, so hopefully you're not offended. But watching this thing, keeping up with this, and hi, everybody, keeping up with this entire weekend. Honestly, you guys, I think Deion Sanders and his whole Christian act, his entire Instagram page full of Bible quotes and Christian posts, whatever, I think it's a grift. I really think it's a grift. Because this is not how a Christian talks. This is not how a Christian man talks. I think Coach Deion, he truly needs to have a real relationship with God. This is a grift. And my thing is also, when it comes to football, right, the vast majority, not to sound stereotypical, whatever, but the vast majority of players, especially Black players, right, they usually come from poverty. They usually come from a single mom house, you know, like they don't come from a lot. So, you know, for these kids, they will be so happy to play anywhere because they're doing it for the family. You understand? Like they're trying to save themselves. They're trying to save their family. They're trying to save their entire bloodline out of poverty. You understand? So to me, it's like, who are you to say, oh, my son is not going to play here. My son's not going to play over there. Then damn, go start a team for your son. Okay? Go start a team for your son because your son is not any more special than anybody's son. And I'm going to tell you all this too, huh? I am getting sick and tired of these rich black people thinking that they're so special. Their kids are so special. Their kids are more important than other black children. No, they're not. No, they're not. You understand? Because Coach Prime, he don't love his son any more, any less than freaking Cam Ward. His father loves him. The vast majority of these black boys who got drafted, and the vast majority, because I checked, right? They all have a father in their lives, okay? And these fathers do not love their sons any less. He got to stop thinking that because he's Deion Sanders and he gave birth to these kids, that his kids are way more special than anybody else's child, especially anybody else's black. You understand? Hold on, Babo. Shedeur is not any more special than Cam. Shedeur is not any more special than Travis. Shedeur is not any more special than any of these young people who got drafted. When you join, and let me also say this, right? Which was my issue with Hunter and Austin Metcalf, right? It's the lack of sportsmanship. Because I said, if you're 17, almost 18 years old, and your daddy said that you play sports all your life, football, baseball, soccer, and jiu-jitsu, right? At 17, almost 18, I would expect you to know how to display good sportsmanship, right? If another student from a different team, from a different school, has to sit under your tent because it's raining, why can't y'all extend generosity and and be hospitable towards him? What's the problem, right? Is it good sportsmanship to put your hands? Hold on, Maverick. Is it good sportsmanship to put your hands on people? Is it good sportsmanship to tell somebody he has to leave in the rain? And for what reason? When he's not bothering anybody, right? And therefore, I feel as though when you play sports, anybody who's an athlete should always display great humility. Because when you play sports, you always learn that, hey, you know what? I think I'm pretty good. But there's always somebody out there better, right? When you play sports, you can go and say, oh, I think I'm going to win the game. Then you lose the game, right? Or you can go into a tie-breaking match. There's so many things that happen in sports that should always keep a person humble. You understand? To me, playing sports and being an athlete, it should always have you displaying great sportsmanship. And to me, great sportsmanship is humility. Like, I know I'm good, but one thing I will not do is underestimate anybody because I don't know how they train. I don't know how badly they want this. I don't know how much they dreamt about this. You know what I'm saying? Like, you rich, your son is rich. You know what I'm saying? And it's like there are black kids out here who didn't grow up with much. And all they have is football. Shedeur, he's so privileged that he has rap on the side. He's a streamer on the side. This boy has too many extracurricular activities. And I'll play the video later, right? When you compare Shedeur to Cam, I'll show y'all the video. You will understand that Cam, not only God picked him, but I see why God picked him. Because this young man, Cam, for example, like he has a singular focus. Okay? Cam has a singular focus. There is a video where he is training with Shedeur. And Shedeur said, oh, let's go do some rap music. And then Cam was like, I don't want to be a rapper. He said, I want to be known for football. All I do is football. And I'm like, you see this? This is how you know somebody is meant to be great. Because they have a singular focus. Like people never heard of like jack of all trade, master of none. When your attention is distracted all over the place, you're not going to be able to do much. You know what I'm saying? He was like, I don't do rap. I'm not a rapper. Okay, I'm a football player. Shedeur, he plays football. He's a rapper. He's a streamer. He's a lover boy. It's like, son, you're not even that athletic. So how do you have all this extra time to be doing all of this? You don't make no damn sense. Right? Even his body, like there's this like, y'all, when I tell you I consume more football than I care to, but there was like there's some kind of like warm up or like training move that they have to do as QBs. It's like you shake your body up like this, trying to separate your torso from like your shoulders from the rest of your torso, right? And like when you see Cam doing the warm up, like his body just loosens up. And Shedeur, his body is frozen. So I'm like, you haven't practiced enough. You haven't practiced enough. You know what I'm saying? You have not practiced enough. There's even a video where Chad, oh, that idiot, Chad is like, oh, the teams had an issue with his entourage because he carries a lot of people with him. And so Chad is like, oh, that's not a big deal. No, Chad, shut up. We saw how you lost your career bumping head with Evelyn Lozada. So we don't want to hear from you. But my thing is, when you want to be number one, right? Oh, think about it. When you want to be number one, what should your attitude be like? What should your mindset be like? What should your day look like? And also, who should surround you? I'll play the video for you guys later, but I want y'all to keep this in mind. If you're trying to be number one and you're going to have an entourage, I'm expecting your entourage to have your nutritionist, right? Because it's not just how you eat for the game, but it's also how you eat to get your body to recover after the game. I'm expecting you to have multiple trainers. You will have a trainer for your drills. You're going to have a trainer for your strength training. Because when you look at Shedeur, his body is now fully developed, okay? And mind you, I don't even know that much about football, but I can see because when I look at Cam, I look at his entire posterior chain, like his quads, his like the entire leg and the butt. Because I feel like when you're a quarterback, also you got to have a nice butt on you. I guess it helps. I really do. I guess it helps. But your quads have to be developed. You look at Shedeur, you look at his legs. There's a problem. You look at Mike Vick. You look at Mike Vick. You look at Cam. You look at Patrick Mahomes. I also looked at Tom Brady, right? But it's like your quads have to be developed. Even like there's a clip in one of his vlogs where he took his shirt off, and I don't even understand his body composition because I'm like, why does he have so much body fat? Why does he have so much body fat? I will show you guys all of this, right? And I'm like, you see, this is not a young man who is obsessed with football. He's not obsessed. And when you look at Shedeur, you really see somebody who wants to go into football, the NFL, to be a celebrity. Shedeur wants to be a celebrity. He doesn't want to be a football player. He wants to be a celebrity, right? When you look at someone like Cam, you see somebody who probably says to himself, I got to be the best to ever do it. Because he's really serious about football. He is very serious about it. Shedeur wants to be a celebrity. He's like a pink Pilates princess. Even when he works out, you guys, even working out, he wears diamonds. $50,000 worth of diamonds around his neck to work out. I'm like, sir, you're playing football. Why do you have to wear diamonds? Okay. Like, why do you have to wear diamonds to work out? His shoes have diamonds in them. I will show you all the videos. And then I'm going to ask you, is this really how a Christian should hold himself? Is this really how a Christian should walk around? And then you'll see Cam, because he practices with Cam, right? Cam dresses like a regular person to work out. Proper Adidas shirt, Adidas shorts, Adidas shoes. And like, yeah, you're playing football. Why do you have diamonds on? Well, what's going on with this kid? Right? He is weird. He is seriously weird. And people thinking that, oh, that's what it means to be black. Please don't do that. Because don't have the world thinking that this is how black people carry on. No, this is how a spoiled brat carries on. You don't conduct yourself this way. And I also feel as though when you know, I mean, I don't even think he knows. I feel like he also lacks self-awareness because I think Shedeur is incredibly immature. He is incredibly immature and he lacks self-awareness. Because when you have self-awareness, you realize that you are extremely privileged. You are privileged by name, which you didn't even work for because your dad did all the work. You are privileged because your daddy has a lot of money. You also have a lot of money. You grew up super rich, super wealthy. So when you go to these events with other kids who come from regular families, humble beginnings, right? You should know how to fit in. You should know how to fit in. You should know how to go to these places and make it seem like, you know what, I'm just Shedeur. I'm my own person. Whatever my dad has, that's his money. Whatever my dad has done, that's on him. I'm here to build my own way. I'm here to build my own name. I'm here to create my own legacy. You understand? No, he goes everywhere. He calls himself legendary, that he is legendary. I'm like, y'all, this man has never touched the turf in professional league. Okay? The most you've done is play college football, right? But I'm like, if your dad is prime time and you call yourself legendary, how does that even make sense? What have you done for you to call yourself legendary? Make it make sense. So you think you're better than your dad? How are you going to go into the league? How are you going to go into the league and even say that, oh, I'm going to change the game. I'm going to change the culture. I'm legendary. So you watch Patrick Mahomes as a quarterback, and then you said to yourself that, yeah, I'm better than him. Are you actually okay? Are you seriously okay? And then the thing is, even when you study him, when you study Shedeur compared to Patrick Mahomes, for example, right? Patrick, he also played baseball. So he's used to throwing stuff, right? He's just used to throwing balls and stuff like that, right? Because I feel like also to be a great quarterback, I mean, I think a lot of things go into it now. I have a whole list about that. But I do believe that to be a great quarterback, also, your rotator cuffs have to be super developed, right? I really feel like those people, we have to study their rotator cuffs because I do feel like there's a ligament in the back that is extremely developed because the way you throw the ball and the way you can throw the ball, right? It affects your arm. When you study Cam and you see how Cam throws the ball, oh, he's good. Oh, he's really good. And the thing is also like when you listen to people talk about him, like, oh yeah, he takes a lot of risk. You can have a very small window. He will find a way to make that ball fit in there. He can also run the ball, right? But like his arm, like he can just throw the ball in so many different ways. And I'm like, to me, that makes the game exciting. You understand? Because you also got to think about as an owner or as a general manager, right? Because these athletes have to get paid. And how do you pay them? By selling tickets, by selling jerseys, by selling ads and things like that. So when you're a QB, you got to make the game interesting. You got to make the game interesting. Like you got to do things that people had never seen before, right? But it's like Shedeur, when I heard people talk about his game as a quarterback, he's very predictable. He's very safe. This means he's very boring. Okay. You look at Mike Vick, you look at Patrick Mahomes, you look at Tom Brady, and you look at Cam also, the way Cam throws the ball, even the way like his body detaches itself, it's impressive. It truly is impressive. And this is coming from a person who doesn't watch football. But when you see it, you recognize it. And I'm like, that right there is what's going to make a great quarterback. That people are going to want to come to these games. They're going to want to pay for these jerseys. They're going to want to pay all this expensive food that they sell at the stadium. The ad money's going to come in, right? You want somebody that's going to make the game exciting. Because football ain't just football. It's a business of football. And it's also entertainment, right? But the problem with your boy Shedeur, it's like, even Shedeur, when I looked at him, I'm like, I don't see people going crazy want to buy his jerseys. I don't see young people, like even the little kids, oh, I want to be like Shedeur and things like that. The kid is not inspirational. And he thinks being inspirational is adorning himself with diamonds and whatever, like all this jewelry stuff. It's like, no, this gives insecurity. Okay. When you need jewelry and stuff to talk for you, you are insecure. We have seen this with the rappers. And that's why rappers, they always give they always give low-hanging fruits, right? A quarterback, because you're like, oh my gosh, it's racism. Oh my gosh, I'll be quiet. You have to sit down and you really have to ask yourself, right? What makes a great quarterback? On the field, off the field, even the way he expresses himself. If you hear Shedeur speaks, to me, he sounds like he's 15 years old. The boy is not eloquent. He really is not eloquent, which is why I can see why his interviews did not go well. But I'm like, when you play the game also, after the game, you have to sit down with journalists. You got to answer these questions, right? He did his whole combine interview. Do you know the number of times he said, Dad, my dad, do you know who my dad is? And Dad said, and Dad, and Dad, and Dad. I'm like, can this boy talk without talking about his father? This is a grown adult, okay? Can you talk without referring to your dad? Like, who are you without your dad? My dad, do you know who my dad is? And my daddy said, and my dad this, and my dad is like, come on. Seriously? You got to be your own person. You got to be your own person. But I was extremely disappointed that he did not do the combine. I really was. But I also felt like maybe they were hiding stuff because the fact that his dad is his coach, right? The dad is the coach. Oh, thank you, Nikki. The fact that his dad is his coach, his dad has mostly been his coach, is like his college career and things like that. I will tell you this. I can believe that maybe Coach Prime has played certain plays that make his son look good. You understand? Because when you're the coach and you decide the plays, hey, you can pick which plays are going to hide your son's weaknesses. And I do feel like the reason why he didn't want to showcase at the combine because he didn't want people to see his weaknesses. So I feel like what they do, what that family does, they talk a big game. They talk big loud. Hey, bag, they talk a big game. They talk big loud, thinking that some idiot is going to pay for an overpriced product, pay for an overpriced quarterback. But you watch the game, you see how he plays, you see how the other kids play, especially Cam, and you say to yourself, I understand completely why Cam had to go first. And I truly understand why God, he picked Cam. Absolutely. Great decision. And I'm like, this young man, Cam right here, he is going to go far. He's going to do some great things, because when you hire people, at the end of the day, these people, these young people are going to be employees. They're going to work for the NFL. The NFL is not going to work for them. So whether you are an owner, a GM, or a coach, whatever kind of coach you are, you want to work with people, young people that are willing to learn, that are malleable, that can take accountability, that actually want to study the game, okay? And also they surround themselves with people who push them forward. We have seen how this entourage foolishness has gotten so many players in trouble, especially John Morant. Okay, we've seen it with Ja. I feel like Ja, if he didn't have his entourage, many things wouldn't happen to Ja Morant. Okay, because sometimes you can be surrounded by a bunch of idiots. You can be surrounded by a bunch of idiots. You have to surround yourself by people who want you to be successful. And that's why the vast majority of people in your entourage should be people who add to your game. Your nutritionist, whether it's your massage therapist, whether it's your recovery coach, your drill coach, your strength training coach, right? That should be who is in your entourage. That really should be. But it's like, people got to grow up. You got to grow up. But everything is not racism. And also, when you go to the combine and you have to interview with those teams, you gotta take it seriously. It's a job. You are asking for a job. You want to be hired to work on these teams. So if they ask you to do something, you have to do it. If they ask you questions, you have to answer the questions, right? But I really felt like it was truly unchristian-like. It lacked humility, and it was so unprofessional for Coach Deion to say, oh, my son is not going to play here, 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 here. Who are you to say that? Who are you to say that? Because to me, if you're a real Christian man and you're a real Christian father, you say, you know what? I did everything I could to train this boy. God, I leave my son in your hand. And wherever you see fit for him to go, even if it's not my will, I know that you have something good for him there. That's how a Christian man talks. Right? But I think a lot of these Black celebrities too, this whole Christian stuff, it's a grift for these people. It really is a grift. They're not real Christians. They're not real Christians. Because when you're a Christian, whatever God gives you, you say thank you. As they say in Arabic also, alhamdulillah, you take it. Because you know there's people out there who are dying. They will cry. They will do anything in their power to have something, to have this opportunity. You don't say, oh, he will never play there. I'm not going to allow my son. Sir, he's a grown man. Okay? Shedeur is an adult. Okay? Shedeur is an adult. It's not for you to allow. You don't know what God has in store for him. And you don't know more than God what Shedeur needs and what Shedeur doesn't need. And I also feel like maybe a reason why Shedeur did not also play at the combine was because of Coach Prime. Because he wants Shedeur to be just like him. Like when he came in the league with the bravado and the chains and the jewelry, like, I'm like, that is so sick. That is really, really sick. Okay? You got to let this boy be himself. You got to let this young man be himself. Because is he doing all this diamond stuff because he really wants to do it? Or he does it because he wants to impress you, right? Because, I'm going to tell you this, right? And I'm going to play the video again. But for everybody that is praising Coach Deion and thinking it's cute to be this kind of cocky and arrogant, you need to remember, everything in life, it's not about being a public success. Yes, Coach Deion Sanders, Dallas Cowboys, he had a great career. He was incredible. We're not going to take that away from him. But it's like you also have to look at his private life. The man had 2 failed marriages. He has 5 kids by 2 different women. He has 3 failed relationships. Okay. And let's not sit here and act as if his divorces or his ways of being did not play a part in him not having these successful marriages. And we see how it has affected his children. Okay. You look at Junior, you look at the other one that has a baby with Jacquez. Like, why does she have a baby with Jacquez? Okay. You look at Shedeur, you look at Shiloh, even the young one, the one that plays basketball. These kids have been affected by his ways. He is extremely controlling. He is extremely controlling. I think he's a narcissist. I really do believe he's a narcissist. But then again, that will make a lot of sense because most narcissists are attracted to religion. Okay? Most narcissists love religion. You understand? But this is not how you move. This is not how you talk. This is not how you carry yourself when you are a child of God, when you call yourself a Christian. Because to whom much is given, much is required. That family, the Sanders family, they are extremely privileged. You are extremely privileged. You can call Tom Brady. You can have access to so and so and so. Cam, he never had that. Cam had to start from the bottom. His dad had to drive him to so many different like scouting events just to play for pretty much anybody that would give him a chance. And I do feel like when you're a black man, especially when you didn't come from much and you became a millionaire, so your kids are you raising your kids to be children's a millionaire, you have to teach your kids the reality of what it is to make it in football. And you got to tell your son what you got going on is actually abnormal because most people don't grow up rich. Most people don't have their dads coach them through college football. Most kids don't have their daddy pick them to be the quarterback. Okay. Your situation is extremely abnormal. So don't walk around thinking that, oh, I had to work hard to have this. I struggled to have this. Boy, shut up. Okay. He gave you all these things because you were his son. Because I really want to know if Shedeur was not his son, would he have played Shedeur as a quarterback? Would he have even allowed him to be a quarterback if he wasn't his son? Right? Prove me otherwise. Prove me wrong. So there's a lot of nepotism. There's a lot of privilege. There's a lot of foolishness going on. And even that too, before God. Because me, Marlene, I will never forget the way Coach Dion left Jackson State and the way he left those children behind, the way he left those children in the portal. He has done things to people's children too. So we're not going to put him on a pedestal because and they do it all the time. Every time it's rich black people acting a fool, they want to use racism to allow these rich black people to get away with murder. No, this ain't got nothing to do with racism. But God, he sees everything. God sees everything. Coach Dion knows the promises he made to those kids at Jackson State, and he knows how he left those children. Coach Dion knows what he did about this freaking portal. Okay, even when he got to Colorado, allegedly he even had kids leave because he didn't want them. Okay, so you don't never know. You don't know what this man has done behind closed doors. Just because he comes out here and talks about this whole Jesus stuff and he posts about Jesus stuff, you don't know what he has done. But God saw fit. And so if God took his son and he put his son that was all the way at the top and he put his son all the way to 144, you also got to take the moment and ask the Lord, God, why will you allow such a thing? And the Holy Spirit will minister to you. Because there's no way that as a coach, you did right by people's children. There is no way that you did right by these young boys who came to you because you have made these goofy promises and you position yourself as a Christian, as a man of God. If you don't do right by these kids, God ain't going to do right by your son. Like, and that's exactly what Prophet Samuel told Saul. Be very careful, for God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man sows, he shall reap. So my thing is, if you played with the destinies of other black people's children, then I understand why your son came out 144. And for that, no, you guys, and for that, I thank the Lord, because my God makes no mistakes. My God makes no mistake. David said, I was young and now I'm old. Never have I seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging for bread. So if your son had to beg and wait until the fifth round at 144, and now he's dancing because he got picked by a team that you said he would never go to, okay, that says a lot. Because I'm sure the Cleveland Brown is one of those teams that his dad was referring to, that he's not going to let his son go there. He's not going to allow it, right? But we saw when Shedeur got picked at a spot 144, round number 5, you should have seen how he was dancing with joy for a team that if it was first day, right? No, it's not. I don't have hate in me. Y'all got to stop thinking everything is hate. And that's the problem. That is the problem. You see, and this is why even our black celebrities, they always go left, because when they do wrong, y'all don't want to check them. Don't want to check them. If a lot of black people had checked R. Kelly about his behavior, he wouldn't have been in prison today. He wouldn't have been in prison. You understand? It's, oh, he's black. I like him. He got money. So let me just defend his foolishness. You understand? If a lot of black people had held Diddy accountable, Diddy would not be in prison. We have to stop thinking that, oh, if I like somebody, I always have to side for the person. No, you got to tell people the truth, though. Because in loving people, you got to care about their soul. Do black people care about salvation for other black people? Do you care about the soul of another person? Oh, thank you, Shishi. Do you care about the soul of another person? You have to care about somebody's soul. You got to care about somebody's soul. If we're sitting here and we see that Shedeur was meant to be like he was supposed to be round 1 and somewhere in round 1, and then somehow we end up round 5, pick 144, and everybody said, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian. Okay. So what do we do if we're Christians? We go back to God and we say, God, why would you allow this? Because nothing can happen in this world without God's permission, even evil. Evil cannot befall you if God has not agreed for evil to fall on your head. He has to give us consent. So then we say, okay, God, what happened? Because why is Shedeur round 5, 144 pick? What happened? And when you go like this before God, he will start to show you things. That doesn't mean that you're hating. Me, Marlene, I want the very best for Shedeur. But I'm saying this, Shedeur is going to have to separate himself from his dad because Coach Dion is a narcissist. Coach Dion is a narcissist. And as long as you are being raised by a narcissist, you will continue to be gaslit. Because a humble man would have told his son, you go at the combine, you do what your friends do, right? There's so many videos of him training with Cam. So if Cam is doing the combine, why aren't you not doing it? You know, and I remember the combine because I saw videos of him. He was out there with Andrew Reese and them. They were taking pictures and videos. I did not know he wasn't competing. So you go to the combine and you out there like you're a celebrity already, instead of proving that this is what you want. We have Mike Vick doing the combine. We have Tyreek, what's his name? The one who runs really fast, Tyreek, right? He's doing the combine. You have Patrick Mahomes doing the combine. Like you have all these great quarterbacks doing the combine. Why are you not doing it? Why are you not doing it? If Cam is doing the combine, why are you not doing it? Who told you you're better? Who told you you're above? Who told you that? That makes no sense to me. That makes no sense to me. Well, why are you not doing this? And even if you have failures, even if there are weaknesses in your game, right? It's better to be upfront about it. Nobody's expecting you to be honest. No, sorry. Nobody's expecting you to be perfect, right? When I say, oh, Shedeur, you got to go out there and have no mistakes. But what we're saying, Shedeur, let us see how you play. And we also just want to see you take accountability. Like, you know what, coach? I realize that when I throw, sometimes I can work on this and work on that. This is my coach. This is my plan. I work on this like every 2 hours, you know, every day or every other day. That's it. Show me how you're going to fix it. But don't hide it from me. And don't hide it behind this false bravado and this false confidence and all this jewelry. You're not fooling anyone. These people who recruit people or scout people, they have seen it all. They have seen it all. These are the same people who go to combines after combines after combines. So people are not stupid. Even me, I don't play football. I don't even know jack shit about football. But just watching Cam and his body movement and the way his arm releases the ball and watching Shedeur, I could already see Shedeur is not a number 1 pick. He's not even in round 1. Then when you compare him to Mike Vick, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Because if Mike Vick is a standard for what a number 1 draft pick should look like, then Shedeur does not deserve to be in round 1. And anybody not telling that boy that, you hate him. You truly do not like this kid. You don't like him. Because when you love people, you keep it a buck. You tell them, listen, look, and I don't know, even me, Marlon, I'm okay. Shedeur, instead of being a rapper, did you really spend the time and study the greats like in the last 20 years or so? Have you spent every hour that you could watching as many tapes, as many videos as possible of people like Mike Vick, Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, and all these people, right? Because there's no way you study Patrick Mahomes and then you walk around saying you're legendary. How do you make sense? How do you make sense? And on top of that, you only play one sport. You only play football. You only throw the football. When it comes to Patrick Mahomes, he played baseball and he played football. So think about the number of times he has thrown the ball compared to someone like Shedeur, right? Because I think when he throws the ball at baseball, he was going at 90 miles per hour, right? And if I remember correctly, I do believe that his dad, Coach Dion, also played baseball, right? So when you're able to play 2 different sports like this that require you to throw the ball, you are building your rotator cuffs, your arm is getting stronger and things like that. But it's like you're missing out when you're just playing one sport. And you have to be honest with people. Even Chad Ochocinco, Chad was like, oh, I don't believe that he failed his interview, womp. But I'm like, Chad, why even talk about whether you think he did or he did not? Just call Shedeur. Call Shedeur and ask Shedeur, what questions were you asked? right? What team did you actually interview with? And as far as you can remember, what questions were you asked? And how did you answer the questions? But the mere fact that you don't want to call Shedeur and ask him what question he was asked and how he answered the question lets me know even you probably believe that he fumbled those interviews. He didn't do good at his interviews. And I can see that. And it's okay. It's okay. It really is okay to take feedback, right? Like you can't walk around and just smell your own fart and think that you're the shit. You're not. And it's the same thing also with Kanye. Black people have turned Kanye into a monster. And 1, 2, 3, oh, you're a genius. You're a genius. Kanye is a genius. Kanye is a genius, right? So now Kanye thinks he's so, I don't know, he's on this like stratosphere of talent that nobody can tell him anything. And now look at what's happened to Kanye. You got to keep it real with people because you're saving them. That's why you don't give people too much praise and too many compliments and things like that. You're going to damage people. But so many black people, so many gifted black people have been damaged because people always excessively throw praises at these people, even when they're not deserving of praise, but they are deserving of correction. They're deserving of correction. And that's okay. It really is okay. Shedeur has his whole life ahead of him. If he fixes his mindset, he fixes his attitude, he drops all his 300,000 extracurricular activities, and he decides to have a singular focus on football, playing football, understanding football, training for football, his career can be amazing. But to me, you cannot play college football. You've never touched the turf at the NFL level and talk about, oh, I'm legendary, I'm going to change the game. You think you can do better than Patrick Mahomes? And even when Patrick Mahomes was his age, he was already in the league, doing way more than him. You have to humble yourself. Even Kobe Bryant, you never saw Kobe say, oh, I'm going to be better than Michael Jordan. I'm going to go in there and change the game. No, he came up with a whole movement called a Mamba mindset, okay? It's just a mindset. Your dad, you call yourself legendary. So what exactly does that make your dad? The boy is insane. The boy is insane. And the boy wants to be a celebrity. The boy does not want to be a football player. So he got humbled, and it's good for him because when God loves you, he gonna humble you. When God loves you, he's not gonna allow you to prosper in foolishness. When God loves you, he will set you aside and teach you a lesson because God cares about your soul. God cares about your soul. And the sad thing is, unfortunately, we got too many people, like the brother said, that are married to this dunya. We got too many people that are married to materialism. They're married to clout. They're married to this, as opposed to saying, you know what, the whole purpose of playing sports, the entire purpose of being an athlete, right, is to become a better person. Anybody who plays sports, it shouldn't be about being an MVP, how many yards you've thrown, how many rings you have. No. The whole point of being an athlete should be to become a better person. To learn how to lose and to lose graciously, to also learn how to win and to win graciously, to learn to be a leader and to be there for your teammates, to learn to help others who have weaknesses. It's like, you got to be there for your team. And that's what I would expect from a quarterback, is that you really become the father of the entire team. So you got to be somebody that's really calm, cool, collected, and you're also really humble. And also you cannot be distracted because when you're on that field, you decide who gets the ball. So you got to be focused. You got to be focused. We don't need you to be out here doing all kinds of foolishness the night before, the day before, and then when it's time to play the game, your mind is all over the place. You throwing the ball all kinds of places. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. And we got to do this. Like, we truly, truly have to do this. But me, Marlene, I am getting sick and tired of rich black people and their spoiled ass kids thinking that the world owes them everything because my mommy Beyonce, my daddy LeBron James, my daddy Coach Dion. We do not care. We do not care. You're not any more special than nobody else because your daddy happens to be famous, your mama famous, and your people got money. Money don't make the man. Money does not make a person. Okay? Your character does. The work that you do with your two hands, what you actually build for yourself. I'm sick and tired of rich black people. They get on my nerves. So before I play the video, shout out to Carmelo Anthony, free Carmelo. And I saw a video where even Tim Pool, he was like, yeah, Carmelo's going to walk. I'm like, of course he's going to walk. Okay, shout out to Carmelo. If you have not given to Carmelo's what's it called? Give, Go, Send, whatever it's called, Give, Send, Go. Make sure you make your donation to Carmelo Anthony, okay? Thank you. So let me keep playing this video.
And say it's some few cities that's not good enough for my son. Like, he was born in a podunk city, and made that city great. We know of that city because of Jesus. And so we have to have a different humility when we representing Christ.
Exactly.
And we can't be so sure because we don't know the plan of God. We don't know the will of God.
Amen.
So, and Proverbs talk about that, like, hey, you can make a plan, but ultimately God get the final say.
Exactly.
And so if somebody don't call you and say, hey, we drafting you number one, we drafting you for sure first round, then you have to be very mindful and very careful if you're going to do a whole big old party, a big old party with all of these people and things of that nature, because you don't know. So it really just was a life lesson for his whole life, to trust God every step of the way, to be lowly of heart, like the Bible says. Like, it's okay to be confident, but it's a difference between being confident and being arrogant. And it's a very fine line. And so what they wanted to show him is that it's not that you're not talented, it's that we are worried about you coming in.
Hey, you see
this? Hold on, you guys. So listen, Mavi, stop, right? What you mean? What happened? What happened? How? What happened? What? You see what I mean? So like me, when I saw this, sorry, you guys, are you here? You see me? When I saw this too, I'm like, the chains, the diamonds, the party. I'm so confused. I'm like, was he guaranteed a spot for you? I mean, like, did they guarantee you? Like, did you have a team call you and say, okay, like for sure, we're picking you, right? Because I'm like, I don't understand how anybody, even his dad, okay, he didn't get picked. He got picked like really, really late. I don't understand how even his dad would allow him to have such a party like this, right? Look at this. If you didn't know any better, you would think this boy had just signed with Young Money, Cash Money, and he was releasing like his first, like his freshman album under Cash Money. I'm like, what is going on? Are you a rapper? Or are you a football player? Make it make sense. And my thing is, I will say it again. When you throw such a lavish party like this, did somebody call you and confirm to you that you are definitely going round one? No, nobody called. Nobody confirmed. Like, I mean, the level of arrogance of these people is astounding. Okay, so nobody called you. No team called you. Nobody called you. No, nobody called. Nobody guaranteed that family anything. Like, see the level of delusion of the Sanders. See how delusional they are. Nobody called them. And the dad, and you would think Coach Prime, who talks about Jesus every day on his Instagram, would say, you know what, son? We have a saying in French that says, like, you don't sell the skin of the bear until you've killed the bear, right? Meaning that before you boast about a thing, make sure you have it secured. Yes, Maggie, hold on. Right? But if it's not secure, why are you rejoicing as if you already killed the bear? The bear ain't killed. He's alive. And he's about to maul your ass. I'll give you a good story, right? A quick story. One time I was like, last year, right? My son, Tracher, my oldest, he had a test. He had a geometry exam because he was taking geometry honors, right? And so, Denise, are you actually okay? Are you actually sane, Denise? You sound insane. Are you actually sane? Don't get blocked, sis. Do not get blocked. Did you hear me say it was racism? Did you hear me say it was racism? Did you even read the title? Shedeur Sanders versus Kim Ward. Everything ain't racism. If we say we're Christians, let's be about it. Did you even read the title? Did you even take the time to come here and actually listen? Or because you see Black people, you assume we know what you know what we're talking about. And you assume that I must think that, everything is racism. Don't be a racist now, right? You don't know me, sis. So calm down. You come into a live, take time to actually listen. Take time to actually listen. You think every Black person wakes up and centers you white people? I don't center you people. And therefore, that's why I said it's not racism. Thank you. Not once did I even talk about you white folks. I'm talking about God and being a Christian. Okay, thank you. I'm like, what the heck? Not once did I say it was racism. But to me, it's like, oh yeah, so here's Tracher, right? He got to go take a test. He had a geometry honors test. And his dad and we asked him, Trey, did you actually study? He's like, yes, mommy, I studied. I'm like, are you sure? My son said, yes. I said, okay, son, because you seem quite happy. And I told him, I said, when I was growing up, because in French for Pepe, like for granddad, we say Pepe, right? I was like, Pepe told me, don't sell the skin of the bear until you've killed the bear. He's like, no, mommy, I studied. You guys, let me tell you something. The boy, when he took the test, do you know what grade he got on the test? My son came home, y'all. The boy had a 56. When I tell you I busted out laughing. Oh, okay, Denise. All right, that's okay, good. Thank you, Kevin. Okay, Kevin's my translator. Okay, you understand me, right? My son came home with a 56 out of 100. You guys, because I guess he had to get a sign or something. I don't know. When I saw that geometry exam, the way I laughed. Oh, baby. I laughed. I was like, you see, Trey, mommy told you, right? Don't sell the skin of the bear until you've killed the bear. So then Jimmy said, it feels like the bear mauled you. I said, ooh, that boy got his ass whooped. Oh, yes, Kevin. Got his ass whooped. I'm like, let me see. Then I'm like, this confidence, this cockiness, right? You didn't study right. You didn't study. Right. So then that's when I started getting involved in his coursework and I started helping him with his math stuff with it. Right. I think he went back, he got like an 87 or whatever. Right. But that's the lesson he had to learn because he was overconfident and he went to the test, got a 56. Right. I also told you, like, he applied to this one school. It's called Thomas Jefferson here. Right. So it's a big school of like science and stuff. And he didn't get in. My mom was sad. Both of his grandmothers were sad. His daddy was sad. He was sad. I'm like, why y'all sad? Has he earned it? Because the kids who got in there, his friends like Inky, the other kids who got in there, right? 7th grade year, like 7th grade, they applied pressure. 8th grade, they applied pressure. My son was not applying pressure to 7th grade. So I'm like, how you gonna get in there? How you gonna get in? You gotta earn it. You gotta want this bad enough. I was the only one. I wasn't sad. I actually thought it was funny. I'm like, y'all think life is easy. You want something, you're gonna have to apply yourself. You want something, you're going to have to be consumed by it. Math ain't no joke. Like, you can't just say, I did a little bit of a math exercise. I did a little 5 problems. So therefore, I should have an A. Maverick. You're making my life difficult. Sorry, you guys. You see how hard it is to do a live with this baby? Right? You want something, you're going to have to want it bad enough. And the boy didn't even understand, like, he didn't even know what studying for a math exam or even studying for math, period, looked like. Remember? And if you guys remember, like, I'm sure Kevin remembers, right? When it was 8th grade year, and I told Trey, I'm like, okay, you got to work hard. What did he say? He was like, oh, mommy, and no grade worth stressing about because it's just the 8th grade and colleges don't look at your transcript because it's middle school. Y'all remember that live, right? I'm like, okay, that's one perspective. But what about the fact that because colleges don't look at that, you should use your 8th grade year as practice for what freshman year is going to be like? You understand? Right? Because the boy didn't understand. And I thought it was quite funny. And for me, that's what you do as a parent, is that no matter how cocky your child think he is or how great we sure did stop that mess. And we all talked to Trey, like, no, you can't have this mindset. And we said to him, there's another 8th grader out there that wants this more than you do. And he's preparing more than you are, right? Like, no matter how your kids want to be like, oh, no, I got this. I'm like, child, let me tell you something. There's somebody out there who wants it more than you. There's somebody out there who wants it more than you. Okay? There's somebody who wants to eat your flesh. And I think Shedeur, he doesn't understand that. Because he grew up rich and he grew up extremely sheltered and he grew up extremely protected. Shedeur don't understand. Like, when you go to the league, right, and you go with these other black boys, some who grew up in the hood, some who grew up middle class, some who grew up blue collar, and they didn't have this privilege. Their daddy is not famous, and they see you on Instagram, they see you on TikTok, they see you on Twitch. Out here with your pretty hair, your nice skin, your jewelry, your fancy clothes, your goofy ass daddy, they gonna eat your flesh. They want your flesh. They waiting for your ass. They are waiting for that ass. And that's why you don't even walk around saying, oh, I'm legendary, because when you do that, you are putting a target on your back. You are putting a target on your back. People got to be very careful. And people that have money you got to be very mindful how you raise your children. You got to tell your kids not to brag too much, because you do all this like this with your rich ass self, right? With your nice little hair, your nice shoes, your nice veneers, right? These kids that grew up out the mud, they wait for your ass. They gonna eat your flesh. They gonna eat your flesh. When you show up on that turf, they gonna eat your flesh. They gonna want your daddy to see how they gonna beat your ass. Don't do it, boo-boo. That's why when you smart and you got some wisdom about your ass, like, you know what? Let me not do it. Let me not put a target on my back. Talk about, oh, I'm legendary. Little rich boy. Because when you go out there, when you go on that, I call it the gulags, right? The turf, the whole football field, I call it the gulag. When you show up on that gulag in your jersey in the NFL, your daddy ain't your coach. Your daddy can't protect you. It's like going to jail. It's like going to prison. Okay? It's like your yard. It's like going to the yard. You ain't got no protection. Your daddy and nobody out here. Your daddy had his time. You here by yourself. Even Shiloh not going to be next to you. Travis ain't going to be next to you. It's just you, boy. It's like that scene in, like, remember the scene in Lion King? Do y'all remember the scene in Lion King when the hyenas pulled up on Simba? It was at that moment he realized he was an orphan. Because it's amazing when you're the Lion King and you got Mufasa holding you, and the Rakiki blessing you. Yeah. But what happened when Mufasa died? What happened when Mufasa died? It took a long time for Simba to know how to fight. It's a real thing. But there are people out here who watch your videos. There are people out here who watch your Instagram. There are people out here who watch your freaking streams, your Twitch, your whatever you call it. Right? And that life you got, that sweet life you got, that sheltered life you got. Ooh, baby, they want to eat your flesh. And they will eat your flesh. They're going to tackle you so damn hard. You're not going to know what hit you. You people are crazy. People are truly, truly crazy. You are crazy. Imagine somebody who gets to eat everything he wants to the point that he even throws food away. And he goes and compete with somebody who only eats once a day or who eats once every 3 days. You had never seen a hungry person before. And that's the problem with these rich ass kids. They really think they're working hard. No, you're not working hard. Your life is made easy because everything you have, you didn't go get it. It was given to you. You don't know what working hard is. I'm like, I listen to Shedeur. I said, this boy, he don't understand how privileged he is. He don't understand. He thinks it's a normal thing for your daddy to be your football coach in college. It's normal to have Tom Brady's number. It's normal to practice with Tom Brady. It is not normal. These things are called privileges. You are a privileged little boy. You are a privileged little boy. All your friends, they got these regular chains. All your friends have these regular Jesus chains, very simple, very modest, very demure, right? No, he got to wear $1 million around his neck. Ooh, okay. And if everybody knows the Bible, that's the kind of BS Joseph was on that caused his brother to sell him into slavery. Don't test people there. Do not test people. Because jealousy is real, envy is real, and the desire for your peers to humble your ass, it is a real thing. When we read the Bible, we saw exactly what happened the moment Jacob gave Joseph an extra garment that looked so special. And from that very moment, his brothers decided he had to die. You got to be very mindful. But it's like there's something about Black people always trying to trigger other Black people that don't have as much as they do. Right? Remember growing up too, you used to have DJ Envy on the radio. For some reason, he liked to go around the hood, driving his Bentley, his Rolls Royce, his Maybach, his jewelry. And one day they touched that boy. They touched him. They robbed him. I guess they also beat his ass. From that moment on, he stopped doing that foolishness. Why don't you go drive your luxury vehicles around rich white people? Why don't you go do all your flaunting and flexing around other people that have just as much money as you? No. They like to go around poor Black people and do the very most around poor Black people because they want people to be envious of them. Keep playing these stupid ass games. Keep playing these stupid ass games. And that's why I said, to me, Marlene, I'm looking at Coach Dion sideways because I'm like, if he was a real Christian, a real man of God with a real relationship in the Lord, you would have told Shedeur, pipe it down now. Pipe it down. Pipe it down. Because if you want to go in that league and be successful, you need everybody to respect you. And the best way you're going to get these people to respect you is for you to not come off pretentious. Not even just with the owners, the GM, your coaches, but even your peers, the fellow players. You want your fellow players to feel as though they can relate to you. No, oh, here comes Shedeur what's the Sanders, right? Here comes Shedeur Sanders. Here comes the prima donna. Here comes the jewelry store. This is ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. And I'm also getting sick and tired of so many Black parents thinking that they have to raise their children to wear expensive clothes, expensive shoes, expensive this, everything's so expensive, but the child can't read. The child can't do the math. The child can't even speak properly. It's wasting money on clothes instead of investing the money and getting your children tutors, okay? Then kids need tutors to read. They need tutors to know how to write. They need tutors to do their math homework. It is enough. It's enough. We are in 2025. The vast majority of Black people need to decolonize their mind and separate themselves from the love of white people's trinkets. And it was, y'all see, I will play this whole video too. The mere fact that he also bought this piece from a Palestinian, because he looked like DJ Khaled, okay? So definitely Palestinian or Arab. Once again, Black people make money to give their money to other communities. Black people make money to give their money away to other communities. Why aren't you even buying your jewelry pieces from a Black person? No, he got to go buy his jewelry from an Arab. Make it make sense. It's enough. Then it was the Louis Vuitton this. So I'm like, Jesus Christ. The lack of financial literacy to me was astounding, because we all know NFL money is not like MLB money. Yes, Kevin, it's some fat ass Palestinian. You would think he was DJ Khaled's twin. Okay. You know them fat ass twins from Alice in Wonderland? That's exactly what he looked like. I'm like, you see? I'm like, y'all out here shouting and crying for this kid to make it to the league. For what? He's not even going to use this money for anything meaningful. He's not even going to use his money for anything strategic. He's not even going to spend his money with his own community. No, he about to be out here giving his money to all kinds of Arabs, all kinds of, you know what I mean? No. It's too much. It is really, really too much. And then I'm also going to talk about Shensia. There's this Jamaican rapper girl. She was there too. And this girl, you guys, she has made a video where she was actually twerking and having intercourse with the devil. Okay. She was having sex with Satan in her video. And I think that's who he's dating right now. And that's who he's smashing right now. So I'm like, so the night before your draft, you out here smashing these Jezebels. You out here smashing these Delilahs. You're out here having intercourse with a young lady who made a video where she's having sex with Satan, and you thought you was going to have favor? These people are crazy, y'all. These people are truly, truly insane. The name of God is not a joke. The name of God, the name of the Almighty God, it is not a joke. When you call on the name of God, you need to have fear in your heart. You need to have a reverence for the name of God, the creator of the universe, okay? You got to have reverence for the name of God. Shensia was there, Janet. I'm like, this girl don't even know if she's bisexual. She's a lesbian. We don't even know what she is. But one thing I do know is that she made a video where she was having intercourse with the devil. And people were so disgusted by that video. I'm like, this girl is cursed. She is absolutely cursed. And mind you, that's who he's dating now. Now you go back to Cam and you see his girlfriend. She's Black. She's very pretty. And I think she wears her hair because her hair is long. She's very, very pretty, right? You go and you see Cam's girlfriend, very pretty, very demure, very calm. Does look like a Christian from what I see, right? Meanwhile, this boy out here, and even his daddy, the so-called Christian. Oh, I'm not going to allow my son to play for these teams. But you will allow your son to have sex with a young lady who has had sex with the devil in her music video? These people are grifters. They are a bunch of grifters. They're no different than the Jakes family. Go sit down somewhere. This is crazy. Hold on. Let me play the video. Hold on.
And thinking that you are the owner of the team and thinking that we're going to change our entire culture and change everything that we've been doing for 30 plus years, 50 plus years, however long, for you. Like, you are a player. We have a thing called a trading block. So you may come in, you may only be here 6 months, you may be here 12 months. Like, we will trade you. And we're not changing anything for you. This is a multi-billion-dollar organization, and you are only a multi-millionaire. You're not a multi-billionaire. And so we're not going to change our entire system for you. And so that's what they were showing, is that you're not bigger than the program. And they had a concerted effort of all the owners, because you got to realize these owners, they in business, they in bed together, they making billions together, so they got each other back. So every owner, they got a group chat with all the owners. Every owner got every other owner phone number or somebody on that team, and that's how they network. I only needed half a tank. That took $52. That's crazy. That's crazy. And so they wanted to show, like, hey, pipe down, playboy, pipe down. We need you to come in here with humility. And you see what the example they did. They took and they had the boy. They took and they had the boy who went number one. He had on a necklace like mine. No diamonds. He equally as confident.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on. So I got to deal with Maverick and do this at the same time. I apologize too, right? And let me also say this too. You know, this humility thing, it's not even just for the GMs, the owners, and your coaches, you guys. When I tell you, you know, and the thing is, when you consider how much contact is involved, which is very different than basketball, even baseball, but when you consider how much physical contact is involved in football, especially if you play the role of a quarterback, right? You need your other players to want to protect you. You understand, right? You need other players to want to protect you. Thank you, New Buzz, right? Because let's say I'm the quarterback, Kevin over here, Jenna right here, New Balls right here, they're right there. If everybody think I'm an arrogant son of a prick, when that play stop out, let her get hit. She's talking all this shit, right? Because when you're a QB, because the thing is, when you have the ball, I don't even know football, but I don't even know why people are doing this. When you are the quarterback, you can only hold the ball for so long before somebody tackles your ass, okay? You either going to throw this ball or you're going to run with the ball. You understand? So my thing is, you want the other players to want to protect you. You want them to protect you. You want them to use their bodies to create a wall around you, so you have time to decide, where am I going to throw the ball, or am I going to run this ball? But if you're a complete jerk, you're a complete asshole, you think, oh, you're so rich, let this fucker get hit. They're going to let you get hit. And all it takes is one injury. It could be your career, or it could be your entire season. This stuff is so real. I don't even know why we're doing this. I don't even know why we're doing this. And this is why, if you love Shedeur, you will say to Shedeur, you want your teammates, right, to see a friend in you, to see a brother in you, to see someone they can relate to. Like, even though you grew up with money, Maverick, be quiet. Like, even though you grew up with money, right, you want to be like, yeah, I know Shedeur grew up rich, but when I spend time with Shedeur, I can't even tell he grew up rich, because it feels like I've always known Shedeur. Right? And that's why you got to teach your children how to be relatable, given every circumstance and given every platform. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if you're raised rich, you should know how to act with rich people. But when you're around middle-class people too, you should know how to make conversation with middle-class people. When you're around people that don't have much, you should also know how to be chill. Right? And that's why I feel like, because that's how I grew up too, right? My parents always made sure that I would spend like summers with different parts of my family, especially family that didn't have as much money as us, right? Because my parents didn't want me to be stuck up like, ooh, ooh, I don't do that. Ooh, I don't eat that. Ooh, my gosh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like, it was never a mystery to me that we were doing really well as people, but I always spent summers with other families. You understand? Like, I even had, because since I'm West African, like, I even have family members, you guys, who didn't even have a traditional toilet. Listen to me, okay? I would go spend the summers with family members that didn't even have a traditional toilet, y'all. Like, you actually had to squat. Like, you had to squat to poop. What the freak? Okay? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. When I lived in Burkina Faso too, like, because, once again, very privileged, but like the school, I went to a French school, a French private school, right? But like, they would always have things like over the weekends, like where we have to go to the village. And you will see how like some poor people, Burkina Faso, how they live. Like we would sleep in huts, y'all. Listen, these people, they had us humbled. They had us humbled. And like the vast majority of parents will sign up for that. Even though we went to these fancy schools, our parents had these luxury German cars, y'all. We was outside in the village getting our ass torn up by mosquitoes. Do you know how evil West African mosquitoes can be? Right? You understand? But it's like this stuff, even for me, I feel like that's why I can be friends with pretty much anybody. I can make friends with pretty much anyone because I've been outside and I have learned to talk like no matter what level I'm on, like no matter what level a person is, I will find a way to talk to that person, speak to that person, and they will understand me, right? You understand? Like, it's cool. Like, I don't know. Like, that's just how you have to be in life. And this is how you find great success. And in French, we call that having sagacity. You got to have some kind of sagacity about you, or you can also say like finesse and things like that, but you have to know how to finesse, right? You got to know how to make all kinds of people, different kinds of people from various walks of life, say something they like about you. You don't want to walk around so ostentatious and so entitled and so arrogant. It is a major turn off. And when time gets real, they're not going to want to help you because they feel as though you show off too much, you brag too much. So go call your daddy down. And all it takes is one injury. Your career is over. All it takes is somebody rushing you too hard and pow, you're done. Your teammates have to want to fight for you. Your teammates have to want to die for you. You understand? And even that too, I'm going to say this too. One thing also I didn't like or I don't like about the Sanders family, because I think it's a grift. I think this whole Christian thing is a grift. And if you watch the videos, you will quickly understand that Shedeur, he's the favorite. When these parents divorce, I feel like this is what happened. Like, I mean, he's had multiple divorces, Maverick. But I do feel like when these parents divorce, right, it became like a tug of war over the children. What's wrong with this kid? I feel like when the parents divorced, it became a tug of war over the kids. Deion Sanders picked Shedeur, the mama picked the daughter, and Shiloh, he got stuck in between. Because when Shiloh got drafted, they barely celebrated. They spent like, hold on, Maverick, they spent like 4 to 5 days on Shedeur. But when it came to Shiloh and him getting drafted, you guys, it was not more than 5 minutes. And I'm like, that too, I don't like, even from Shedeur, because the entire time, Shiloh, who's the little brother, kept encouraging him, motivating him, hyping him up. And I'm like, you're the bigger brother, and your brother gets drafted, and you barely even spend 2 minutes with him? You don't dance the way he danced for you? You don't cheer for him the way he cheered for you? I didn't like that. I did not like that. And the fact that none of the parents corrected that, problematic. Extremely problematic. But let me play the video. Hold on. Let me play the video. Hold on.
As Shedeur, he equally as confident, he equally as confident, equally as cocky, but he knew how to play the game. He knew how to play the game, and sometimes you gotta just learn how to play the game, and you got to know what to say, when to say it, how to say it, why to say it. And so he knew how to play the game, and he knew how to, do what he needed to do. And it's just wisdom. It's not about tuck and tail. It's just about wisdom. You gotta know you could be a king by birth and nobody knows it. They don't know it. But you gotta know how to talk to kings. You gotta know how to talk to peasants. You gotta know how to talk to queens. You got to know that in every situation requires a different side of you. And it's just a lesson. And it's a lesson I have to learn myself. Like what Shedeur went through, I went through that, still going through it in Hollywood just because of arrogance and just not knowing. And it ain't even about arrogance sometimes, because sometimes they will try you like a baser. They will try you like a baser. That's a crackhead for those y'all don't know. And you gotta stand on business and let them know, bro, you're not gonna manipulate me. So it's not about being weak. It's just about knowing when you have to show your teeth and when you don't, like when and what and how. And so that's all it is. It's just one of those things. And then Dion, he's very, very talented, so his talent gave him a lot of room to do what he does. But what our younger generation, like my son, got to know, you not me. Like, you haven't put in the work that I put in. You haven't made the money that I've made. So you got to remain humble. And even when you become it, you stand on my shoulder to be humble. It's always better to be more powerful than you show. And I tell pro athletes that I mentor, never let your hair be louder than your game. Never let your chains be louder than your game. Never let your tattoos be louder than your game. Let your game be the loudest thing connected to your name. Don't let nothing else outshine or be bigger or better or bolder than your game. And that's one of the things that, with Shedeur, he is very, very talented, but his talk game is equal or greater. His chain game is equal or greater. And so they looking and they like, okay, can his ego fit through the doors? Can he be talked to? He's been under his dad his entire life. Will he listen to anybody other than his dad? Because we haven't seen him take orders from anybody but his dad as an adult male. So, and when you taking orders from somebody who has reared you, raised you, trained you, that's totally different. Somebody who fed you and clothed you, it's totally different. Now you got to go take orders from strange white man, strange black man. Like, you don't know these people. They not Hall of Famers. And you looking at them and you like, bro, why should I listen to you? My dad is a Hall of Famer, bro. I was raised by a Hall of Famer. Like, shut up. What are you talking about? Like, get out of my face. And that's what his energy gives off. And that's just being honest, just being real. And I know as black people, we all supposed to, just, not say what we really see and not tell the truth for the sake of money or connections. But I'm just giving you a very real perspective. And this is what we got to teach our sons. And I tell my son all the time, I say, you want to build online, you got to think about how that's going to position you, because something going to come with it. I remember I did an interview with Hollywood, and the lady, she asked me in her own way, it was a white woman. She said, do people tend to like you? Like, she was saying, like, you're a jerk. Like, do people like you? And in that interview, I was speaking very arrogantly and cocky, but it was because I felt inadequate. It was because I really felt insecure. It was because I didn't feel worthy. I didn't feel ready. And that is a truth and a transparency that 99.9% of people will never say. 99.9% of people will never say, I'm scared to death. I'm fearful. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I'm ready. And they'll just, put on the diamonds, put on the smile, put on the laugh, put on the tough talk, but really, really deep down, be unsure. Really deep down, be hurting, be scared, be insecure. And so you have to really get to know yourself, and you got to teach your children to get to know themselves. And really, and I have learned, it's always to be overlooked. It's always better to be overlooked. It's always better to be humble. It's always better to be underestimated. It's always better for people to look and wonder and not know who you are, what you can do, and for them to find out. It's always better. And we got to understand that. Like, let your talent speak. Your mouth really ain't got to say nothing. Let your talent speak. And if you do that, ain't nothing else got to be said. Like, okay, see how y'all, hey, for whatever reason, I'm a fifth rounder.
And you know what? Sorry, guys. I had to go to Old Maverick. Sorry. But one thing also my dad always told me, it's better to under promise and over deliver. Okay. Because there was a part where when Tony was talking, but I couldn't talk because Maverick was loud. But there was a part where he said, when people have known you for only being coached by your dad, right? And yeah, Dion, that's Coach Prime, whatever. That's Prime Sanders. And that is a Hall of Famer. How are we to know that you can take coaching from other people? And you know what, though? It's not even Shedeur only. Today, we see the same thing happening in the classroom where a lot of children do not respect their teachers, right? Because maybe they come from a richer household or their parents have more money, right? You have these kids who come to school in the J's, like everything is always so fresh, so expensive, right? And they don't listen to anybody. Oh, my mom has money. My dad has money. So they're in class, they don't listen. Meanwhile, and many times, many of these so-called rich kids are the dumbest kids. They are the dumbest kids. They have the most horrible penmanship. They have the worst math scores. They can't read. They stutter horribly, right? Because all the parents do is teach these kids how to look good on the outside. But there's no character building activity. There's no real hard work. There's no real academic competence, right? And it's a shameful thing. It's a shameful thing. And I told you guys a story about one of my friends. Like, we went to school, middle school and high school, right? Remember I told you, like, he came to our school, he transferred over, and every day was like a fashion show. I mean, like, the boy was so drippy, everything always matching, the hat, the shoes, the clothes, every single day, the chain, right? Because his mom treated him like a Ken doll, but he had the worst grades. So she was taking him out shopping and buying this thing, but she was never requiring, let's say his name was Matthew, right? She was never requiring for Matthew to also bring good grades home. Like, you have to earn this, because in real life, you're going to have to earn the money to go buy the nice stuff. And what did I tell you? One day he saw me, he's screaming, Marlene. I turned around like, what the heck? Why do you look like this? Right? Because he looked like he'd been through it. Life had been hard. I'm like, damn, he looks older than me now, because he was in and out of jail. Because he started stealing from his mother. Because she never put any kind of humility, working skills, hard work, ethics, character, none of that. So he was accustomed to the nice clothes without being accustomed to the hard work it takes to get the nice clothes and the nice shoes and the chain and the this. So when he didn't have money, he started robbing his own mother. Now, I think she's wrong for calling the police on him, because she made him this way. She made him this way, you know? She made him this way. Like, even this weekend when I was getting my hair done, right? So I'm talking to these mothers, you know, Black women, I'm talking to these mothers, they got boys. And I was like, you know, if you're having a hard time raising your son, and if he's not picking up his stuff and he's slamming doors, he doesn't clean up after himself, right? When are you going to be honest with yourself and say, you know what, I can't do this? And you need to tell him he's going to go to a military academy. Y'all should have heard these Black women. Oh my gosh, that sounds so hard. That sounds so traumatizing. Oh my goodness. I'm like, what the heck? What are we talking about? I'm like, do you know how many millions of people are currently in the Army right now? Right? I'm like, have you ever seen a man in his like Air Force uniform, his Navy uniform, his Marine uniform, his, I don't know what, military uniform, and said to yourself, wow, he looks good. I like how he's presenting. I like how he carries himself. I'm like, military academies are needed. They don't go in there and torture your sons, but boys need structure. Boys need discipline. Boys need other men to encourage them and motivate them, maybe also threaten them to do right. You understand? But no, take him out shopping, get his hair done, get his hair braided. You know, like, I'm like, what are you teaching this young little boy? They raise these boys like they're girls. They raise these boys like they're girls. They have a fetish for shoes. They got a fetish for jewelry. They got a fetish for getting their hair done. They got a fetish for the soft life. They got a fetish for talking back. Like, they're highly emotionalized, feminized men, okay? It's very bizarre, right? But we see the same problem today in the classroom, where it's like these young children are not listening to the teachers. They don't respect the authority of the teachers. And the parents encourage that. And then they wonder why their kids are not successful. Then they wonder why their kids have issues with the law, right? Because you cannot have it so that when you raise your kids, when you rear up your kids, you only teach your kids to only listen to you. You are harming your kids, right? Yes, your kids should listen to you, but you're not the only person that your child should listen to. There are people out there who know more than you. Just because you're a parent don't mean you know it all. Okay? And just because you're a parent doesn't make you the wisest. Just because you're a parent does not make you the most intelligent. There are a lot of dumbass parents out here. Because having sex makes you a parent. You can have sex, get pregnant, boom, boom, you're a parent. It's not like you got to go to school and get a PhD in order to qualify for the activities that make one a parent, right? Having sex can make anybody a parent. It's never that serious. But what is serious is teaching your children to listen to the right kind of authority, because I'm not always going to be there. But there are other people who know more than me. When it comes to sports, it comes to this, you have to listen to other people. And what we find is that children that are coachable, children that actually do listen, children that can take advice are usually the kids that are incredibly successful. They are the kids that most teachers do not mind writing a recommendation letter for. There are plenty of kids, when it comes time to apply for college or it comes time to apply for a scholarship, the teachers do not want to write these recommendation letters because they don't like your damn kid. Your child is disrespectful. Your child is lazy. So nobody wants to write a recommendation letter, right? You see, me in my tenure, especially like as a math student, for example, I never had a problem with any professor writing me, a letter, like, like a sponsorship letter or whatever letter. I never had a problem. I could ask anybody in the department. Why? Because I made it my business to have as many professors as possible to like me, to see that I work hard, to respect me in the math department. So when I needed any kind of recommendation letter, oh yeah, they're going to write it. They're going to write it, right? It's a real thing. It's a real thing. I even had one professor, Dr. Sapperstone. He's still alive, but hopefully if he's not, he rests in peace, right? But Dr. Sapperstone, he used to teach differential equations. I used to be so afraid of him. I said, oh, hell no. He's about to mess up my GPA. So I did everything in my power to avoid Dr. Sapperstone. But one year, Dr. Sapperstone, he became the chair of the math department. So from that moment, I'm okay. I ain't gonna take his class though, but because he's now the chair of our department, every time I see Dr. Sapp, I'm gonna say hi to him out of deference, out of respect, right? Hey, Dr. Sapp, now I run for my life, okay? Because I'm not taking differential equation with you, even though I think I ended up taking differential equations with him, right? But the thing is, one year I get an email from student accounts, and they're like, "Oh, Marlene, you got nominated for a scholarship. It was like $7,500, something like that." I'm like, "What the heck?" So I thought it was a different professor who had nominated me. They're like, "No, it's Dr. Sapperstone." I was like, "What?" Right? And I realized, like, even little things like saying hi or, greeting your chair, your professors, your elders, right? Just these acts, like these small acts of respect and deference, you never know how that can touch somebody. You never know how that can affect somebody. But there's a real problem today in America is that so many young people think that it's acceptable to be disrespectful to elders, be disrespectful to their bosses, disrespectful to their teachers, right? These kids are so poorly trained because they have parents who practice this goofy ass gentle parenting. They have parents who encourage them to be rebellious, disrespectful, argumentative, right? And even though the child is dumb, right? Because a lot of parents, and I will say this, right? I have noticed that a lot of parents tend to glamorize, or how can I say this? Like, yeah, they really do. They oversell themselves on the idea of who their kid is. Like, you'll have a parent thinking, "Oh, my child is such a great reader." No, your child can't read. Okay. "Oh, my child is so good at this." No, your child really isn't. Right? Just because you say things to yourself or you have sold yourself these narratives about your kids, it doesn't make it true. Doesn't make it true, right? And their narrative because these parents barely study with their kids. They barely look at report cards. They barely email the teacher. So how exactly, if you have the least amount of contact possible with people who are teaching your child, how can you really, really have a great picture or great understanding of where your child actually ranks academically? You are insane. You are truly insane. And you see it all the time. And and that's why I'm making my business to not be that kind of parent. You understand? I don't want to do that because you don't want to be a delusional parent, because when you are delusional, you will sabotage your children. Because if you believe that your child is an A student, when in reality your child is a C student, it's it's toxic. It is toxic. And that's why today you have so many parents who are so okay with, "Oh, I don't want my child to have homework. I don't want my child to be stressed. I don't want my child to study hard." Oh, your child needs to. Your child is behind. And that's why no matter what Trump does with his goofy ass tariffs, it is written, China will take over. You understand? Because Asian people, they're not delusional. Okay. Asian people, they're like, you know what? Maybe I should do one more problem. Maybe I should read 2 more pages, right? They always want to do a little bit more just to be sure, because it's not a cocky people. You know what I'm saying? They're not an arrogant people. They are very smart, but yet they always underestimate how smart they are. So therefore, they're always over-prepared. Whereas like over here, people always oversell their talent and abilities, when in reality, they're not even that good. And you see it. Look at all the software engineers today, right? How come our software engineers can't keep up with the Chinese? Because over here in America, people always think they're so much better and so much bigger than what they truly are. Like, you're not who you think you are, right? But you live in a bubble that insulates you from reality. And so you think that your bubble is reality. It is not reality. It's a fictitious environment. You got to come out of that. But we see the same problems in school. To the same problem in schools. And that's why the kids who need the most help, many times they don't get the help because the parents are extremely delusional. They don't think their child needs more reading. Don't think their child needs to do more problem. Don't think their child should stay after school with the teacher, right? There's so many kids who should stay after school with the teacher to get the extra help. Because let's be so for real. When that child comes home, you're not going to help the child. How many parents hate doing homework with their kids? How many parents hate doing math with their children? How many parents hate reading with their kids? And yet when a teacher reaches out and says, well, I think the child should do 30 more minutes or 15 more. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, they can't do that. They're so stressed out. And this is why we have young people who graduate high school and they can't read. This is why we have 18-year-olds who graduate high school and they can't even do basic math. Okay. And this is the future of America. This is the future workforce of America. So many young people today are completely disrespectful of their elders, of tradition, like structure and order. And like, you know what? Even though I think I'm good, I should always know that there's somebody out there that's better. Even these old people that they look so old. Yeah, sure. But you don't know when they were your age, what exactly they were able to do. Right. But so many people will look at a person's body. Oh, that person's old. That person has a cane. That person's their head is covered with gray hairs. So I can't learn much from that person. But little do you know that when they were your age, they were far superior than you. Okay. And this is the problem. You see the same thing with the WNBA. You'll see girls like, hey, Ruva, you'll see girls like Angel Reese saying things like, oh, 75,000, like that does nothing for me. That can't even pay my rent. You understand? Always being so disrespectful. Thank you. Never being appreciative, right? But imagine in America, $75,000, that's some people's yearly salary. That is some people even aspire to make $75,000. So for you to sit there and to say, $75,000, like, that's nothing for me. That can't even pay my rent. And people encourage this behavior because I guess somehow it's to prove he's good. What exactly does that prove anyways? What are you trying to do? Right? The lack of humility. And I'm sure Lisa Leslie or Cheryl Swoops, when they were playing in WNBA, they were not making that kind of money. They're probably never making $50,000. But they never spoke like this. And I don't believe that you're better than Lisa Leslie. I don't believe that you're better than Cheryl Swoops, right? It's just an age difference. But to see so many people today, so many young people today think it's okay to talk crap about money, think it's okay to make fun of people who work 9 to 5, and thinking it's okay to be disrespectful of people who seem to have less than them, it is utterly disgusting. It is utterly disgusting. And I don't even know who raises these young people, but you got to do better. You got to do better. Because 75,000, if it's such an inconsequential amount for you, then quit the league. Quit, right? If you think $75,000 a year is straight up rubbish, it's nothing to you, it's irrelevant. All you use it for is to go shopping at Sephora, then quit. Go somewhere else. But no, she's not gonna quit though. So shut up. Shut the hell up. And it's so disgusting. It is so disgusting. Even the NBA, we have seen players like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, or even like what's his name, Dr. J. Like there were so many great basketball players, right? They play for the fun of it. They were never making all this money. We even saw Uncle, like, what's his name? Oh my gosh, Uncle Junior, he passed away recently, right? The most he ever made was $300,000, right? Today, you have young people signing contracts, 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. I'm like, why are they even getting paid all this money? Because where is the value? Where is the value? Look at Zion Williams. Like, where is the value? You know what I'm saying? Even committing to his weight, he can't do. Always impregnating a bunch of 304s. His life is a hot ass mess. And they're giving him a $200 million contract. But is he truly a $200 million player? No. They're throwing money at these young people. And in all honesty, Marlene, I don't even see where the value is. Where is the value? Where is the value? Right? Where is the value? And I cannot wait. Ooh, you guys, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for the day when sports, like when leagues like the WNBA or the NFL, when they start to truly open up to the world and they start to bring people from different countries to play the sport. Because too many people are arrogant. Too many people are arrogant. You understand? And I feel like that's the same thing also that probably led to all these jobs being moved to China. Right? Oh, we're too good for this. What am I going to do with a factory job? I don't want this money. That's beneath me. That's beneath me, right? And so what? The Chinese said, okay, we'll do it. We will do it. If it's beneath you, that's fine. We'll do it. Right? And like I say, somebody else's trash becomes somebody else's treasure. You fast forward 30, 40 years. Look at what these Chinese have done with these so-called factory jobs that the American people did not want. You understand? When you talk down on someone, or you talk down on a job or a position or your salary, don't worry about it. There is somebody out there who will take it. And there is somebody out there who's going to enjoy this even more. Like, I know, like right now with the NFL, they're opening camps throughout Africa to recruit a lot of African players to play football, because all they need to know is to understand the game. Right? But a day will come where when it comes to drafting people, it will not just be drafting people here in America. It's the draft, the NFL draft is going to be open to the entire world. It's going to be open to the entire continent of Africa. And good luck with that. Because what you think is too little money, there is somebody out there for them that's just the right amount of money. Matter of fact, it might even be too much. And they'll be so grateful to come here and do whatever it takes. It's a real thing. You have to show gratitude. And you always have to be appreciative that there's not only somebody willing to hire you, but there is somebody willing to pay you. Okay, imagine that. You get paid to play a sport. You get paid to do something you actually enjoy and you actually have fun doing, and you get to be famous while doing it. There are a bunch of people out here who work jobs they hate. They work this job because they have to. They work this job because every day there's a bill that has to be paid. You are extremely privileged to work a job that you actually enjoy, to work a job where you get to have fun, to work a job where you get to be famous. And that should never be too far off from your brain. Like, you know what? Let me get myself in order. Let me get myself together. And let me always remember to lead a life, yeah, that is full of gratitude, you know? Because it could have been somebody else. Just because you made the draft, or just because you make the NFL, you make the NBA, or you make the WNBA, it doesn't mean you were the best player. You're the best player they heard of at that time. There are a lot of people that are better than you. They just don't have the opportunity to get in front of these scouts, get it together, right? But people really walk around like, oh, my shit don't stink. I'm the best that ever did it. No, you're the best that you know of to ever do it, right? Because if everybody that truly wanted to have a chance was given a chance in front of these scouts and these recruit people and these GMs, most likely you wouldn't have made it. You wouldn't have made it. And the same way today, so many of these jobs are going to be replaced by automation. They're going to be replaced by robots, people and AI and things like that. People need to learn to be really grateful to have a job. People need to learn to be really grateful that when you wake up every 2 weeks, you know that there's a check, there's something to hit your account, direct deposit. You need to be very, very grateful that you're able to make a living that allows you to put a roof over your head, okay? But to me, it is incredibly disgusting to hear people always be so ungrateful, It's disgusting to me. And this is not being, I'm confident. It's not being confident. It's being insecure. And also it shows that you're not raised right and you lack manners. Because no matter what, when you have the right foundation and you have parents who raised you right, No matter what, even somebody giving you a bottle of water, you got to be grateful because that's one bottle you didn't have. Somebody opens a door for you. You got to be grateful. Somebody gives you a compliment. You got to say thank you, right? But people think it's a cute thing to walk out here with these bad attitudes, their nose up in the air, treating money like it's water. They have no respect for money. You see them on social media. They treat money like it grows on trees. They have no respect. And most importantly, they don't even understand that in this game, whether it's basketball, football, baseball, an injury is always one game away. Okay? You are always one game away from an injury that can change your entire career. Growing up, we saw the number of games that Grant Hill had to miss because he was always injured. He barely played. He was always injured. You are always one injury away. You just never know. You could be just fine doing a whole TikTok. Then you go play a game tomorrow and something happens, some kind of weird freak accident happens, your career is over. And people will forget about you. Don't ever let the Instagram comments gas you up. Don't ever let Instagram, TikTok, YouTube comments gas you up. People only like you as long as you're relevant, right? As long as they see you on TV, they don't care about you. The day you are no longer visible, the day they bent your ass out, the way you disappear from the game, unless you were like an iconic, like I'm talking like a freak of an athlete, they will forget about you. They will forget about you. So when they say in the comments, oh, F these people, be yourself, be cocky, yeah, right. Half of these people, when they go to work, they have their head bent down and they have their tails tucked in between their legs. People love to encourage other people to go to their workplace and act a fool when they go to their workplace and they're incredibly submissive. They are incredibly submissive. But they're in the comment section always giving bad advice to other people. Yeah, go to your job and cuss people out. Go to your job and be braggadocious. Go to your job and act and tell the GM you're going to change his culture. Go to your job and tell the owner of the team who's a billionaire that you know more than he does. These people are idiotic. They are truly, truly idiotic. And that's why you have to be very careful who you take advice from. You gotta be very careful who you take advice from, because when it comes to the comment section, it's always a bunch of people telling you to do stuff that they will never, ever, ever do at their job. They tell you to go fight people when they will never fight any co-workers at their job. Saw the same thing with Monique Samuels and what that girl's name, Candace, on Real Housewives of Potomac. I'm like, would you ever go to your job and put your hand on your co-worker? No. But you're sitting here telling Monique to do that. Don't even know how much she makes. She could be making $500,000, $600,000, right? You have no idea how much she makes. But you're telling this woman that's also a mother, yeah, ruin your career, ruin your paycheck, jeopardize this big ass paycheck that I can't give you, right? So you can go put your hands on Candace just because I don't like Candace, right? And now Monique is gone from the show. Are they supporting Monique? Are they buying her essential oils? Are they doing anything for her? Of course not. Of course not. Because they only like you as long as you're on TV. They only like you as long as you're a trending topic. The vast majority of people, their support for you is superfluous. Their support for you is vacuous, right? They only support you because that is the cool thing to do. They're not really there for you. You can have millions of subs, millions of followers. Maybe if you're lucky, only 1,000 of those people really, really care about you. Only 1,000 of the people really, really want to hear what you have to say. And they truly want what's best for you. And you got to be very careful surrounding yourself with people who tell you, oh, you never do wrong. You're always in the right. Everybody that doesn't like what you do is hating on you. Everybody that criticizes you is a hater. Be very careful of people like that. Their lips are full of flattery, but their hearts are full of hatred for you. Because a real friend will say, friend, you know what? I know you might not want to hear this, but if everybody keeps saying it, there has to be some truth to it, right? And if you admit that and you start working on that, you will only be better for it. Because everybody can be crazy. Everybody cannot be crazy. Everybody cannot be a hater of you. Like, and my thing is also, what is there to hate on, to be so serious? Like, what is there to hate on, right? When you have people like Patrick Mahomes out here, what does Shedeur have that people have to hate on? Like, let's be so for real. Like, let's be so for real. Right? Not everybody in life measures success through how many diamonds you have on your chain, how many bracelets you're wearing, how many carats you have on. Not everybody measures success that way. Right? And secure people do. And I've come to realize that we have a lot of insecure people out here who always feel as though you need a bag, you need a chain, you need this, and that to be important. When you are a real Christian, and that's why I make sure to always say, I'm a Christian. I am not a secular person. I am not a heathen. I am not a pagan. I am a Christian. When you are a Christian, your real garment of glory, right, is God's covering over your life. Okay? Diamonds don't make you glow. Okay? Fancy cars don't make you glow. Whatever's out here that these white people sell doesn't really matter. The biggest covering you need, the biggest glow up you need, the biggest protection you need is God's covering over your life. Okay? You can be somebody who takes the bus versus somebody who drives a Lamborghini, right? But you, the one who takes the bus, God watches over you. God protects you, right? You might take the bus, but come to find out, you have the most beautiful life ever. And the person who drives the Lambo, the world will say, oh, look, they're so successful. God loves that person. Because people always think that if you are adorned with a bunch of material stuff, it means that you have God's favor over your life. No, okay? Definitely, maybe you have the devil's favor. I don't know, right? But we don't measure God's favor over anybody's life based on what car a person drives, how many square footage is their home, this, and that. No, because a covenant with God, it starts in the heart. You understand? Right? There are plenty of favored people who don't have fancy cars. There are plenty of favored people who don't live in mansions. There are plenty of people who are favored by God, right? And they have very simple, regular lives. But when they call out to God, when they cry out to the Lord, he always shows up. He always brings provision. He always delivers them, right? So to me, I will say this because I'm a Christian, is that anybody who truly calls themselves a disciple of Jesus Christ, if you really call yourself a Christian, somebody who lives their lives to follow, to model themselves after the teachings of Jesus Christ, then you understand gold, diamond, shoes, all these things that even the devil said to Jesus, right? If you commit to me, I will give you those things. And what did Jesus say? No. Right? Because what matters most to us is to live from the bread that comes from God, the word of God. What we seek is to be pleasing unto the Lord. And the Bible says that you bring your bodies as a living sacrifice unto the Lord. The Bible says that in all your ways, acknowledge God. But also, what do? You understand that no matter how many plans I have made, it is the plans of the Lord that will work out in my life. And I will go with the plans of God because whatever God has in store for me will always be way better than whatever I have in store for myself. And so we surrender ourselves to the will of God. And we understand that the glory, like when you even boast when you boast in anything that you have, you always give God the glory because all glory goes back to God. Even the ability to wake up in the morning, it goes to God. The ability to go and play football and not be injured, it goes back to God. The ability to get drafted, it goes back to God. Everything we have to boast in the Lord. Okay? It's so funny because this weekend, I don't even know how this happened, but I was looking for like the definitions of some words in Arabic. And so I encountered this brother, like I'm gonna play this video, but I encountered this one brother. His name is Dr. Omar Suleiman. And so he was teaching the meaning of subhanallah, right? It's like it's kind of like saying like all praises go to God. You guys, it is so beautiful. It was just so beautiful. It truly had me in tears, you guys. This is me, Marlene, a Christian, listening to a Muslim brother like break down this one praise that you say when it comes to God, right? And I was in tears. I truly was in tears. And I'm like, it is so crazy to me because how is it possible? I'm not trying to be funny, but it's like, hold on. How is it possible? What's the channel called, you guys? I don't even know what it's called. But I'm like, how is it possible that I can be a Christian and I'm listening? I guess he's an imam. I mean, he's some kind of teacher, right? I'm listening to this Muslim brother like break down this praise of God. And I'm like, I'm sitting here in tears. And I'm like, and all of this because we have fallen so far away as Christians from what it truly means. Hold on, you guys, hold on. From what it truly means to be called of God. What does it really mean to be a Christian? Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Here it is. Y'all, it's so pretty. Hold on. Listen.
Tasbih. The worship of the angels is tasbih, the declaration of the glory and perfection of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Subhanallah, all glory, all perfection belongs to Allah.
Amen.
And anything that is of imperfection or deficiency cannot be attributed to him.
Mm-hmm.
The angels are actually called al-musabbihun, those that constantly glorify Allah. Allah says about them, yusabbihun al-layla wal-nahar la yafturun, that they glorify Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala night and day, and they never become tired of doing so. I want you.
You see that? And I'm like, to me, that's exactly like what the Bible says. What the Bible says, let the praises of the Lord continuously be on your lips. So why are you bragging about yourself for? Why? Like, Christians should not be bragging. And I'm only saying that because Coach Dion said he's a Christian, right? If Coach Dion was out here like Uncle Shay or Chad, I wouldn't really care because they never professed to be a Christian. But when you see Coach Dion, when you follow him on Instagram, Jesus this, God this, the Bible this, Psalm this, you go on his page, it's a mural of like a bunch of like Bible verses. So if you say that to me, then I'm gonna hold you to a certain standard. And therefore I say that if you are a Christian, all glory goes back to God. And we as Christians, we boast in nothing because you understand everything I have is because of God. And like Job told his wife, the same way God gave to me today, he can take it away tomorrow. Matter of fact, he might even take it away by 3 p.m. today. And even with that, I will continue to praise the Lord. Even David said, although you have slayed me, I will continue to praise you. Right? Because we don't wait for God to make us feel good, to like us. And this is what a lot of these Christians now, they think that being a Christian, you do whatever you want, then you just ask for forgiveness. You can even go and murder, then you ask for forgiveness. You can go and steal from your brother, then you can ask for forgiveness. You can intentionally lie and mislead people, and then you ask for forgiveness. I mean, it is utter basura. Like, it's just trash, right? But a child of God, not even just a Christian, a child of God should know everything I have it because God saw fit to give it to me. So let me not be caught any day or any minute, even taking pride or saying, oh, I did this for I didn't do nothing. Whatever I have, because God gave it to me. Right? Whatever I do that people find to be impressive or, admirable, I'm glad, but you also got to give grace to God. I remember one time when I went to school back at college, right? I went to get my transcript. And so this black man, he was, it's funny thing because he had a Muslim name, but whatever. But he printed my transcript, right? And then he looked at my transcript and he said, wow, you have a very high GPA. You worked really hard. I'm like, no, God did it. And he was like, but why are you giving credit to God? You did the work. I said, sir, I did the work, but who put it in my mind, right? Who put the revelation of math in my head? Who put the revelation of numbers in my head? Who even took my feet and walked my little feet to the math department and said, you know what, I want to change my major? Because when I first went to college, my major was finance and accounting because I didn't think I could be a math major. Like, are you crazy? I thought math was so hard, because I started from the bottom. And that's why I relate to Cam a whole lot. Because if we started from the bottom with so many insecurities, with so much self-doubt and so much confusion, I had more confusion in my head than even I had confidence in my heart. You understand? But all of that, glory, it goes to God. You know what I'm saying? And my success and my failures, everything that's ever happened to me, I said, God, you saw fit for that to happen for me because who knows who I would have been? Who knows? Because the most important thing to God is your soul. People sit here worried about the draft, who got picked, who didn't get picked. Is it racism, not racism? And I don't hear anybody say, but what about Shedeur's soul? What about the soul of Shedeur? This life is not just about going to the NFL and making money and bagging all kinds of girls and having sex with girls that sleep with the devil in their music videos, right? But if we say that we are Christians and therefore we look at Shedeur as a Christian nephew, as a Christian son or whatever, right? We should also say, in whatever Shedeur does, it not only does the glory have to go back to God, but the soul of Shedeur matters. The soul of Shiloh matters because this earth, everything out here will pass. Everything will pass. But one day we're going to die and we're going to have to give an account before God. This stuff is real, y'all. Death is real. God is real. Judgment day is real. Fear the Lord. The Bible says fear God while you still have time to fear God. Let me keep playing my video. This video is beautiful. This video is so beautiful.
You to imagine for a moment what the Prophet ﷺ said about the heavens above, that there is not a single handspan of the heavens except that there is an angel that has been created to do nothing but glorify Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and declare his perfection constantly.
Subhanallah.
Sometimes we get a little bit of a sneak peek into the elaboration of that declaration of Allah's glory and perfection. The Prophet ﷺ described to us those that bear the throne of Allah as being of the most mighty angels.
Sure.
And what is it that those angels say? According to one narration, 4 of them say, Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdik, laka alhamdu ala hilmika ba'da ilmik. That all glory and perfection belongs to you, O Allah. You have all praise for your forbearance despite your knowledge. Meaning you still show forbearance and forgiveness despite knowing all things. Subhanallah. The other 4 angels respond and they say, Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdik, laka alhamdu ala afwika ba'da qudratik. How perfect and glorified are you, O Allah. To you belongs all praise for your forgiveness despite your power. How
Guys, I was like, Arabic is, how do you remember all this? Child, I don't think I could ever learn Arabic. It's too much. Woo, it's too much.
perfect is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that despite his knowledge of all things and despite his power over all things, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala deals with his creation with forgiveness despite not needing them. And you see that on the day of judgment, that those same angels, when they see the scales being set up, al-mawazin, and the scales are set up for who? They're set up for us as human beings. But when the angels see those scales set up, they would say, Subhanaka ma abadnaka haqqa ibadatik. How perfect are you? We did not worship you as much as you deserve to be worshipped.
You guys, this part right here, y'all, it touched me. It really did. How perfect are you? We did not worship you as much as you deserve to be worshipped. You understand? And I'm like, this is real, y'all. Because I'm telling you, when this whole thing happened, even me, I was getting upset. Like, you know what? This got to be like, is this racism? I was getting ready, y'all. I was getting ready to go crazy. But I said, in all things, Marlene, you got to give it back to God. You got to ask God the question, why did this happen the way that it happened? You understand? There is a passage in the book of Proverbs, right, where hold on, God hides things. Hold on, and it's the job of kings to find these things. Hold on, let me see. Let me find this proverb for you. Let me see if I can find the proverb. There is yes, there you go. There you go. It's Proverb 25 verse 2, which states, it is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of king is to search out a matter, right? Which means when things happen that bring confusion unto you, you know, it's normal to want to react because you're a human being. But as a Christian, yes, I'll say it again. As a Christian, right, your spiritual nature has to take over your earthly nature, which is to then go back to God and say, but why did this happen this way? Right? Why wasn't he in the first round? Like, why it had to be round 5 and pick 144? And I'm like, the Lord, he will start to reveal things to you, right? But we have, I mean, if you're a Christian, if you're not, I'm not talking to you. But if you're a Christian, you'll have to make it a habit of yours, right? To have whatever concern you have, whatever brings you concern, anxiety, stress, I don't know. You got to have the habit of taking it back to God and asking God, why did this work out this way? Understand? He might tell you right away. He might not tell you right away. He might tell you later. And also, he might give you an answer you don't like. You have to be open to that too, right? But ultimately, if your job is to be pleasing unto the Lord, it's not that you agree with every decision that God makes, but in your human nature, right? I guess like in your humble nature, you recognize that if God made that decision, then he made the right one. Today, I might not understand it. Matter of fact, I might not even like it. But it's not for me to like. It's for me to obey. Hello? Which I think even today, these so-called Christians out here, they even struggle with obedience, right? We have a lot of rebellious and subordinate Christians They're not even real Christian, but whatever. Okay? This is utter foolishness. Your job is not to like what God has decided. Your job is to submit to what God has decided to do. Hello? Obedience is greater than sacrifice. There you go. Right? So you bring it back to God and you ask God for vision and clarity, which is what I think he did for me. And so when I saw everything that I saw, what he allowed me to see, I was like, well, I can understand why I had to go this way. Because at the end of the day, while people are sitting here worried about draft and this and this and that, me, Marlene, I will say this. The most important thing to me, Marlene, is the soul of Shedeur. It's his soul. It's his soul. So if God got to take him as the 300 pick and throw him somewhere in the gulags of Siberia to make him into the man he needs it to be, the same way he had David out there in the wilderness, David was not in the house because David is a bastard, right? David's father had Jesse. Jesse had an affair with David's mom, so he didn't want to see David. I'm sure the wife also didn't want to see David. So they had David's house in the wilderness. The boy was raised outside because nobody wanted to see him. You understand, right? It's the same thing with the prodigal son. He had to go out there in the wilderness to appreciate what it's like to be born of a wealthy family. But our Lord, he makes no mistakes because nobody can sit here, even Coach Dion, he cannot sit here and say that he loves Shedeur more than than God loves Shedeur. He gonna sit down somewhere. Even me, I love my kids, but I know my God loves my kids even more than me. He designed these people. He chose their birthday. He even chose the hour, the minute, the second that the head started to crown. What the heck? What the heck? There will be moments as I raise my kids that I will drop the ball, of course. Even if I don't mean to drop the ball, I'm sure I will have blind spots and I will have biases. But God, he will watch over my kids like an eagle. Nothing will escape him because as you're born, even as you're conceived in your mother's womb, you have an angel that is assigned to you. Hello? 24-hour security from the time you're conceived until the day God calls your number. No parent can ever sit here and say, oh, I love my child more than God loves my child. You are insane and you're a heretic. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. The most important thing in all of this is Shiloh's soul, is Shedeur's soul. May these young men truly grow to be men that God can say, these are my son. And in these boys, I take pleasure. That's the most important thing. That if God can look at you and say, I take pride in you, I take pleasure in you, I am proud of who you have become, and I am proud that you are the son that I designed for you to be. As parents, that's why I say that Coach Dion was completely out of line, especially if he claims that he's a Christian, because as parents, we are not the owners of our children, but we are the steward of these children that belong to God. Our children belong to God. We have a job to raise them in the way that God sees fit, in the way that honors the Most High. But ultimately, they belong to him. And he will see fit and he will do with these kids as he sees fit. And when he does what he does, we are not going to be, oh my God, why are you doing it to my son? Why my son? No, you will say, God, I trust you. The same way that Mary trusted that God was going to do what he had to do with Jesus. But he said, and even when she meets Archangel Gabriel, he said that you will name this boy Emmanuel. We like to call him Jesus, right? But when the angel meets Mary, he doesn't say, oh, his name is Jesus Christ. He said his name shall be Emmanuel. He even said the same thing to Joseph, that you will name this boy Emmanuel, which means God is with you. The Lord is with us. So yes, there are things that happen in Jesus's life that are really scary. I'm sure the whole getting captured and going in front of the pontiff, going to the cross, it is extremely traumatic. Because but where is God? Where is God? For he said that he will always be with my son. Where is God? But God was there. It looked awful. It looked like it just looked so awful. Like you're all by yourself. Where is God? Why is he not answering us? Why is he not doing what he said he would do, which is the Lord will be with you? But it doesn't stop right there, right? Go to bed, wake up. Go to bed, wake up some more. Go to bed, wake up. Now it's the third day. Now look outside. And when Mary Magdalene walks down towards the tomb, she sees a man walking towards her. And she said, Lord, Lord, have you seen my master? And he's like, oh, you don't recognize me, right? We don't measure God's faithfulness solely on the pain of the trial, solely on the pain or the discomfort or even like the embarrassment of the trial, but we measure God's love and we measure God's commitment to us because of how we overcome that, right? Because God is not against us. God is for us. So if you set your goal over here and God said, no, I'm going to put you over here. You say, wow. Well, maybe I needed to be humbled because I placed myself too high. And the Bible even talks about that when you go to a party, do not rush to sit yourself at the VIP section for fear of being asked to move and being embarrassed. But instead, go sit amongst the regular people that when the people come and get you in front of people, say, oh no, you're sitting in the wrong seat. You belong in the VIP section, that the people will be like, oh my gosh, who is that person? Who is that person? Right? We are asked by God to cover ourselves with humility. Just like soldiers in the army, and you get like your deployment papers, and wherever God deploys you, you take your paperwork and you go. And you trust that the Lord shall be your portion, and you will not lack anything. Because the most important thing in all things is your soul. Hello, someone. Okay? The most important thing in everything, it is your soul, which is why I do believe that people who play sports should not be arrogant, should not be braggadocious, should not be this, because to me, playing sports is really a place where you learn that there's always somebody better, there's always somebody faster, there's always somebody stronger. Just when you thought you were going to win the game, you lose the game. When you thought you was not going to win the game, somehow you win the game, right? That's what the game of sports is. So anybody who plays sports should definitely showcase that. And that to me is part of displaying good sportsmanship, is that I'm humble. I know I'm good, but I know there's somebody's better. I know I can win this game, but I also know you can't accommodate anything that can happen in this world. So I would love to win it, but I could also lose it, right? Just like I think I have a good team, they also have a good team, right? That needs to be your mindset. You don't underestimate people. You don't like you're pretty reasonable about what you think you can do, but you also do not underestimate people because you just never know. You just never know. And because you don't know, you calm down. Because you're not God. You just never know. Hey, I think I'm a good player, but I'm not gonna sit and act as if he's not a good player too, even a better player. Right? It's a real thing. It really is a real thing. Hold on, you guys. Hold on.
And when we get to Jannah, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, and we are with those angels, tasbih becomes to us like breathing, as the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said. Da'wahum fiha subhanaka Allahumma. And Allah tells us in the Quran that our call in paradise is how perfect are you, O Allah, glorified are you. So let's talk about this dhikr and what exactly it means. Subhanallah. Tasbih is first and foremost, as the scholars mention, tanzih. It is to remove every form of imperfection and deficiency from being attributed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And it is only for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You cannot do tasbih of any other entity, not even in proportion. There's only glory that belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Allah Azza wa Jal informs us that everyone and everything glorifies Him in some way. So it's removing all attributions of imperfection and then declaring His perfection constantly. First and foremost, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala declares His own perfection. You find the surahs in the Quran that are al-musabbihat, where Allah Azza wa Jal says, sabbaha lillah, yusabbihu lillah, that all of these things glorify Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And when He Himself says, subhanalladhi asra bi'abdihi, all glory be to the one who took His servant from al-Masjid al-Haram in Mecca to Jerusalem and then to the highest heavens. You see the angels constantly being in a state of tasbih. You see the prophets like Musa alayhi salam saying, Subhanaka tubtu ilayk, all glory belongs to you. I have admitted my sins to you. And when Musa alayhi salam asks Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for his brother Harun to be a prophet with him, he says, Kay nusabbihaka kathira, so that we can declare your perfection together, so that we can glorify you together. And then on top of that, Allah says that everything in the heavens and the earth, the heavens and the earth themselves, and everything in between, that which is known and that which is not known, that which is seen and that which is not seen, all of it, tusabbihu lahu They are all in a state of glorification. وَلَكِنْ لَا تَفْقَهُونَ تَسْبِيحَهُم, but you are unable to understand or comprehend their tasbih. So imagine when you are on the prayer mat, when you are making sujood, when you're prostrating and you're putting your head on the ground and you're saying, Subhana Rabbi al-A'la, Subhana Rabbi al-A'la, Subhana Rabbi al-A'la. How perfect is my Lord the Most High. How perfect is my Lord the Most High. How perfect is my Lord the Most High. The ground that you are putting your head on, the angels that are taking up that praise, the Lord that is listening to you, are all in a state of declaring Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's perfection. And look at the beauty of this as well, that you say, Subhana Rabbi, how perfect is my Lord. And of the benefits of that is that as much as you're distancing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala from any form of imperfection, you're not distancing him from you because he has brought you near. So you're allowed to say, my Lord, Subhana Rabbi al-Azim, Subhana Rabbi al-A'la. And so this is a beautiful way in which we understand Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in our religion, how we understand God. That as
even like look at Imam, because Nafisa says he's an Imam. Okay. So Brother Umar, he's an Imam. His name is Umar Suleiman, right? But look at him how he's dressed also. Very chill. Compare that to Jamal Bryant. Compare that to Sarah Jakes. Compare that to, and this is the thing, I'm telling you, especially so-called Black Christians, it's too much idolatry. I have to say it. It's too much idolatry. You see Brother Suleiman right here, Imam Suleiman right here, chill. He's dressed very nice. I'm sure he smells good. Everything is nice, but it's like, it's still humble. You don't feel like it's too hard to approach him or like, I don't know, I'm scared to talk to him. I'm scared to ask him questions. Very, very chill. And when he talks, everything that comes out of his mouth is, we have to love God. We have to praise God. We have to honor God. We have to wake up, you think about God. You live your life, think about God. Over here, you're going to be a business owner. You're going to have a car. You deserve the #1 draft pick. You see this? See this? Look, and that's why you realize there's too much paganism, there's too much heathen behavior in Christianity today, especially Black Christianity, which is why it's too much tomfoolery. It's just way too much. It's just way too much. But just because you seem accessible, it doesn't make a punk out of you. Okay? Because once again, your real flex should be in the Lord. And y'all want y'all to remember this, because when we see how Shedeur even did his draft party, I'm going to ask you, if you saw this draft party, if you didn't know no better, if you would think that was a Christian family. Because me, when I saw the draft party, I was utterly shocked. For people who claim to be Christians, a father who claims to be a Christian, a father who's always posting about God, Jesus, the Bible, I was so shocked. Not saying don't have a good time, but at least if you're going to start the party should always start with a prayer, right? That if we convene ourselves, because it's years, right? It took years to get to this moment. And as we start the day, as we start the night, and we await for this draft, let us first start by saying, God, thank you for getting us to this moment. God, thank you for making sure that Shiloh, Shedeur, they played and nobody got injured, right? That no scandal came, nobody got arrested. It was no foolishness, right? Thank you, Father God. Thank you that we're even able to have a house where we can have this moment. Thank you, and thank you. And the grandma was there, because his grandmother was there, right? Coach Dion, his mother was there too. Thank you for grandma for being here, for you to have given her long life that she may see this day, because she saw it for her son. Now she's about to see it for 2 of her grandsons. Only you, God. Only you. There was no opening prayer. There was no thanking God. Y'all, there was not even a single gospel song being played in the background. And I repeat, I am saying these things because Coach Dion said he a Christian. If he never came outside and said, hey, Marlene, you and I, we share the same faith, I would not have these standards for him. But for somebody who posts as much about God as he does, I expected to see something different. It's not until day number 5 that they started putting out Proverbs, Proverbs 3, verses 5 to 6. And I said, but why didn't you do this the first day? Why didn't you go into your draft party putting God first and putting Proverbs, what's it called? Proverbs 3 verses 5 through 6 in the first place. No, because they thought they was going to make it without God. And I say, you see, this is what Prophet Saul told, this is what Samuel told Saul. Be very careful that God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man sows, he shall reap. Right? You are either with God or you're not with God. Don't play these games. Because otherwise it's a grift. It is a grift. And this is where Jesus said that in the last days that people will come up to him and say, oh, in your name we rebuked the demons. In your name we casted out this. In your name we did. He's like, no, get away from me, you agent or you worker of iniquity. Because to me, it is completely unacceptable for a Christian family to celebrate such a big moment and for that moment to not start with prayer. For that moment to not be consecrated to the Lord, for that moment to not be dedicated to God. We praise God first. We give him all the glory. And then we can party if we want to within moderation, right? But we must always conduct ourselves, especially at our highest moment, as if not just God, the angels, God, the Elohim, they're all in the room with us. And let's not God find us in the way that is not pleasing to him, because this draft pick, it means a lot to us. No, you guys shouldn't see over here who out here twerking on the devil. Why is she here? Why is she here? Don't even know if this girl came in here with her goofy ass curse and now she done messed it up for us. Okay? You got to be very careful of who you allow in your surrounding. But what business do you have with unbelievers? What business do you have with a woman who is bold enough to have sex with Satan on camera? And I will play the video, you guys. I will play the video. But y'all should have seen it anyways, because it was such a scandalous, like even on for Jamaican people, it was a scandal. Like for the Shade Room, it was a scandal. So many people that were not okay with her video. Like, what are you doing? Right? How can you be having sex with the devil? Why is she here? Like, why is she here? Okay? So that's that. But I just feel like moving forward, anybody who says they're a Christian, they're going to have to be held to Christian standards. Plain blank, period. You don't have to be a Christian. But stop using the name of Jesus to grift and to position yourself in the eyes of the community for people to see you in a light that you are not. You will be exposed. You'll be exposed. I'm getting sick and tired of this. You will be exposed. Stop using God's name in vain. Stop using Jesus at the cross, the sacrifice of the cross in vain for your foolishness. Because if you are truly sold out for God, there are certain things that will never, ever happen in your house. And your children will also know, my mom don't play about this. My dad does not play about this. As for me and my Lord, my house, we shall serve the Lord. And what does that look like to serve the Lord? But if you didn't know any better and you saw Shedeur's draft party, you would never think that you were looking at a family that is spearheaded by a so-called Christian man. Where is the God in this? Where is the Jesus in this? In this whole draft party, where have you people even made room for the Holy Spirit? And so on the fifth day, when they finally decided to acknowledge God, that's when he got picked, you guys. And you'll see it for yourself. Okay, if you haven't seen it already, the draft day, it's all about money. Money, money, money. Dollar signs everywhere. Like the boy got the dollar sign on his neck, on his clothes, on his shoes. I mean, you name it. I'm like, what are we doing? Like, you're worshiping Mammon? And they make the color green for the color of money. Idolatry. Too many Black people worship money. It's truly disturbing. It is truly, truly disturbing. Too many Black people worship money. It is disturbing. Okay? Money is not a God, but unfortunately, some people are turning money into a little God. It's mammon. And Jesus was clear. You cannot worship two masters, because one you will love, the other you will resent. You have a choice to make. You're either a follower of Christ or you are a follower of money. Okay? Then they waited until like day 5 to finally say Proverbs 3. What's it called? Proverbs 3, verse 5, verse 6. And guess what? The day he officially claimed God, that's the day he got picked. Everything happens for a reason. But if you put God in second place, third place, fourth place, fifth place, don't get mad when he puts your goals and your ambition also in fifth place. Those same things you want from God, you better make sure that you put God at the same rank. Oh, if I want to I want to go to an Ivy League school, whatever. Okay, you better put God above this Ivy League desire of yours, right? Oh, I want to make this, whatever. You better make sure that you put God above that. God always comes first. God is not a second option, a third option, a oopsie daisy. No, no. Because he will handle your dreams and desires the same way you handle him. People have to learn. As a Christian, I will never stop saying this. People have to learn to put respect on the name of the Almighty God. Christians have done such a disgusting job bastardizing the name of Jesus. Christians have done such a disgusting job bastardizing the cross that today, even wearing the cross, it has turned into an aesthetic, right? An accessory. People just wear the cross just to wear the cross with no deference that on that cross, he was slain for our sins. He was completely innocent and he was murdered for our sins. It is not a joke. It's not a fashion statement. It's not a jewelry piece. It is a testament of our faith that Jesus was dragged like an innocent person for sins he did not commit. And they put him up there butt naked and they put a crown of thorns on his head and they pierced his side and they made fun of him and said, oh, here goes the King of the Jews. And they said, since your daddy is God, why don't you find a way to leave this cross? It's not a joke. It's just too many lukewarm Christians out here. It's getting disgusting. It truly is getting disgusting. And if you're not willing to stand for your faith, if you're not willing to fight for your faith, and if you're not willing to make people uncomfortable as you stand up for the sacrifice of Jesus Christ at the cross, then what is your purpose? How dare you call yourself a Christian if you don't have the courage to call evil, evil, and what is praiseworthy, praiseworthy? This is insanity. It is insanity. But for me, I'm saying this, I'm being so for real. It is so crazy how I can listen to so-called Christian pastors and I feel like throwing up. Everything in my soul is triggered because I know these people are a bunch of unrepenting souls. But then I meet Brother Suleiman, who's an imam. Okay, and all my life I was so, when it comes to Islam, they don't respect Jesus, Isa, right? They don't respect Isa. Right? They don't see Isa as a Messiah. Yeah, sure, maybe. Right? But my thing is, I'm sitting here and I listen to Imam Suleiman and the way he talks about God made me want to get on my knees and praise God. More so than so-called Christians, especially Black Christians. Pastors who are co-signing abortions. Pastors who are allowing politics in the church. Pastors who are allowing the idolatry of secular culture, of celebrities in the church. Utter garbage. Utter garbage. And it could be, like I told y'all, that maybe Islam is going to save the world. I don't know. But there's something to be said about seeing what a true worshiper of the all-living God looks like. Because it's true. If somebody loves God and they sit down with you and they're telling you to worship everything but God, it's a problem. I'm a Christian. He's a Muslim. But this brother has said, this imam has said, when you wake up in the morning, you thank God. You go to sleep, you thank God. You understand that anything in this world that is not perfect, you don't attribute that to God. You give it back to the devil. Because you live a life where your sole purpose is to praise the Lord. You got to praise God. Got to praise God. Rabbi, how wonderful are you? How wonderful is your name? How wonderful are your plans for my life? How wonderful are the children that you have given me? How wonderful, like even your bed sheet. You have to say, Rabbi, oh my gosh, my bed sheet is so amazing. Thank you for giving me the money to buy this bed. This is unbelievable, right? Because we have to live a life where we are constantly living to praise the Most High. Because without God, we are nothing. We are nothing at all. And you walk around in this secular white people ran society where they believe that money is to be worshipped. It is a lie from the devil. Right? So what we learn is we have to wake up every day and our minds have to be on God. Because this life, it's a race. And you don't want to start great and finish horribly. Like I will say, TD Jakes, okay? Even if you have a horrible start in your life, you want to have a great ending of your life by being somebody that not only lives for God and honors God, but ultimately may God say, you are my child. The way you have changed, the way you have transformed, the way you listen to me, the way you obey me, the way I find pleasure in your ways. We have to live a life where God says, I take pleasure in the way I see Kevin live his life. I take pleasure in the way I see Marlene live her life. I take pleasure in the way I see Janet lives her life. I take pleasure in the way I see Nafisa living her life. I take pleasure in the way that I see Kui live her life. I take pleasure in the way that I see Ruva live her life. You gotta get to the finish line the day God calls your number, hopefully before then, but the day he does, where God says, good job, you faithful servant, because the way you have lived this life, I am proud of you, right? I have played a video of Muhammad Ali, the greatest to ever do it. If somebody is legendary, that is Muhammad Ali, because you heard him say, the Viet Cong didn't do nothing to me. These people never hurt me. And he said, you can't even go to war with another man unless Allah himself tells you to go to war. And God has not told me to go to war and kill these innocent people. And it cost them so much. They took everything from him, but he remained steadfast in the Lord. Now, I don't know how it says in the Quran, but in the Bible, it says, after having done everything there is to do, still stand therefore. You understand? He did everything. They took everything. And Muhammad Ali, he stood still. He did not waver in his faith. And you have heard him say, when I played the video, where Muhammad Ali say, if your faith does not cost you anything, then how do you know that you're a Muslim? And it's so true. If you believing in God doesn't cost you anything, then how exactly can you say or convince me that you are a Christian, that you're a Muslim, or that you're a Hebrew? Your faith in God, it cost you something. We saw the same thing with Daniel. His faith in God cost him to be thrown in the fire pit. He survived. His faith in God cost him to be thrown in the lion's den. He survived. Okay? Every coup that was waged against Daniel, he conquered. He triumphed. Victory was his. Why? Because Daniel lived for God. And even though everything starts off as like he's a teenager. He's a teenager. Until he's an elderly person. And God always made so that Daniel prevailed. He really didn't have to fear anything. Because God always had his back. And that's when you realize, even the Bible says, do not put your trust in your money. Hold on, let me find this verse. Imam, I'll be right back. Hold on. Hold on. Do not put your trust in what? Hold on. In chariots. How does it go? There you go. There you go. There you go. Y'all should know this, right? Right? So this is Psalm 20, verse 7, right? Everybody should know this one. Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we trust in the name of our Lord God, right? The Bible tells you that. Don't put your trust in things. Don't put your trust in people. Don't put your trust in your money. Don't put your trust in your chains and your whatever you think you have or your number of followers. Your trust is in the Most High God. And that's why those who are called by his name and those who walk according to his purpose have nothing to show off. Matter of fact, don't even like the stuff that attracts too much attention. Because if it attracts too much attention, then it takes attention away from God. You understand? And that's why most Christians that are real Christians, or most Muslims that are real Muslims, or Hebrews that are real Muslim Hebrews, not going to be walking around with like stacks of diamonds and all this foolishness. Because it takes away from who is truly deserving of attention. It is not me. It is God. It is God. You understand? I'm not going to walk around with a bunch of jewelry on me. I have nothing to prove to you. But when you look at me and you say, wow, I like this about Marlene, I want you to be, but I know this is God. It's the God that's in her. In the words of Mary, it's the God in me, right? It's the God in me. And that's what you want people to see radiating out of you, right? But when you got to go hide behind the diamonds and the jewelry and the this, and we see it with the rappers. And where do they go? Where they end up? Nowhere. They end up broke, destitute, in prison, you name it, right? Because all that stuff is nothing but foolishness. It's nothing but made in China. These are knockoffs. People adorn themselves with pieces of rock, diamonds, and none but some rocks that they get in South Africa, okay? It's some rocks. Back in the day, these little African kids used to play with that stuff until white people decided to start doing all this crazy marketing and this crazy ass scarcity to bamboozle people to believe that these things are worth all this hype. No, they're not. No, they're not. We sit here go crazy over some foolishness. Imagine what the streets of heaven look like. You think out here we have diamonds and emeralds and rubies, child back. Just imagine what the streets of heaven look like. Just imagine what the throne of God looks like. The mere fact that even Moses could not even see him, because that's just how radiating he is. It's so frightening. He told Moses, I am so pure. If you see me, you will die. You're like, what the freak? What is this? Who are you? But he allowed Moses to only stay in his shadow, you guys. When Moses came down, that's why, what's his name? Is it Michelangelo? Right? I think it's Michelangelo who made a statue of David. And the statue of David, which I guess has played a part in like, the hatred against Jews, is that he made it seem like Moses had some kind of horns coming out, because the people said that when Moses came down with the tablets, because he had spent so much time just basking in the presence of God, the man looked like a lion. Like they was such a, like, I don't know if it's a horror, halo, I don't know what you call it, but he looks like he was covered in fire. So therefore they said Moses looked like a lion, like a roaring lion. I'm like, what the heck? Right? But even Moses did not get to see God. He just got to like bask in the I guess the shade of God or whatever it's called. And when he came out, nobody could look at him in the face. God is frightening, y'all. That's why I think like that's why sometimes I understand like some people, they're not real Christian because they don't get it. They really don't get it. They do. And I think also most people don't even read the Bible. I already told you that. Most people don't read the Bible. Because if they really read the Bible, they would not be doing the foolishness they do. And if they really read the Bible, they would even tell another brother, another sister, when they see them go left, like, be careful, don't lose your soul now. Right? But they said the man you could not look at Moses in the face because the radiance of it all, it was burning. Nobody could look at Moses in the face. Just imagine, just his shadow alone. Now imagine the day you died, if you're by God's grace, you make it to heaven. Try if you can to conjecture like what it is to even like stand, not I want to say in his presence, but just to know that he's somewhere in the vicinity somewhere. It has to be astounding. And therefore we understand, because the way the Imam is describing it, we also have that in the Bible, especially when we go into Leviticus. Because in the book of Leviticus, right, Moses makes it clear to describe the heavenlies, because it's like there's like levels to the heavenlies, right? So in the book of Leviticus, Moses makes it clear to describe what the heavenlies look like. Because I really do not think, that's my personal opinion, that even when we die, we're going to see him. I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I think we'll die and we'll go to some kind of heaven, but I don't even think he's there. But we will feel his presence there. But I don't think we'll ever get to see him. I don't think that even like in eternity we'll ever get to see him. I don't think so. But the cherubims, when you get to like when he used like as the, you know, like he talks about the veil, like in Leviticus, like they talk about the veil and the different rooms, right? Like, there are different rooms. It's like every room describes a different part of the heavenlies, right? And the part where God is allegedly, that the throne of God is like he's just surrounded by these cherubims. They're like the baby angels, I guess. And all they do all day, 24/7 for eternity, is just sing the praises of God. But then you understand why they do, because he's just so magnificent. You can, like, I just feel like if you see God, if you were ever able to see God, it's just so amazing. You can't help but to just give him compliments. That's just how beautiful he is. Like, oh my God, like, you're so beautiful. You're so handsome. You're so powerful. You're so good. You cannot help yourself. You know, when I was in New Orleans, right? When I was in New Orleans and when Archangel Michael appeared to me, even me in my house, I was traumatized. I said, oh my gosh, this is the day I'm going to die. And this is what I say, I'm like, more and more Christians should have angelic visitations. Like, these angels need to show y'all their faces. Because once more people actually start to see angels, like bam, bam, people gonna get their act right. Because people have never seen him. They have never seen him. And you can always tell who has never seen an angel. You can always tell. Because the day you see an angel face to face looking at you, like when I remember, like when I saw, when Archangel Michael gave me the grace to see his face, you guys, when I tell you, it felt like fire in his eyes. It was like everything in there was just burning. You could tell, it's like, wow, like when he looked at me, you guys, this stuff was real on everything I love. When he looked at me and I looked into his eyes, he looked into my eyes. I said, oh crap, I'm dying today. Everything in there was just burning. It's like fire. Like you can just look into his eyes and you can tell that this stuff right here, the fire in there, it gotta be like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,000 degrees Fahrenheit. There is no way. It's a consuming fire. And you can tell that these angels, they don't play about foolishness. They don't play about sin. And that's why when you see people carry on, even these pastors who get on the altar and do their foolishness, you recognize that these people have never had an angelic visitation. The day Archangel Michael comes into your life and he stares at you in the eyes, you're going to get your life in order. And when I tell you, it will remove the foolishness out of your heart. The things that used to drive you crazy, the things that you used to cry about, I want this, gone, just gone. And you get to a point where you understand this life ain't no joke. This angel, he came to me, I think at least like 2 or 3 times. The first time he came, he showed me his face. It was just his face. You guys, the eyes, everything in there, burning. I don't even know how to describe it. And I'm like, this is it. This is the day I'm going to die. This is the day I am going to die. Like they just came to get me. The second time he showed up, he picked me up. You guys, this thing is real. He picked me up and he put a sword in my hand. And when I tell you that sword was so heavy, and at that time I didn't understand it because remember too, that season of my life, it wasn't really the best. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? The man, I don't know. He just picked me up. And I see myself standing there. That sword was so long, like it was a long sword. It's not even like a regular size. No. It's like triple, quadruple, quintuple X type of sword. XXXXL, right? The sword is super long. And then he held my hand. So like I'm holding the sword like this, and he's also holding my hands as I hold the sword. And I was like, what is going on? It is not until later I would realize that what he gave me, it's not just, the word of God, but he gave me the power to speak without fear. This stuff is real, you guys. It is very real. Dying is real. Judgment Day is real. God is real. The devil is real. Being held accountable for your sins, it is real. These angels walking by you and writing down everything you do, your sins, your good deeds, your whatever, it is very real. Do not let this world out here, this secular foolishness deceive you that, all I have to do is apologize. Just pursue money, chase money. A lot of people, be very, 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 very careful. Because everything you do is been written. Everything you say has been written. Be very careful because on Judgment Day, you will have to answer for these things. And I say this, do not be deceived by this world, but you better have conviction in the word of God. If everything else fails in your life, don't you ever allow your submission to the word of God to fail. If everything fails in your mind, don't you ever allow your heart or your mind to fail you so bad that you turn your back against God. You understand? Even if your body fails, let's say you have stage 5 cancer, stage 8 cancer, I don't know. Your cancer could be so far gone that when you look at your body, all you see is bones and flesh. But even that too, do not let your situation fool you or fail you, that you will say, God is not real. So therefore I will just curse him and do whatever, and I'm going to die. You better not. Because in everything that you do, everything that you go through, good or bad, high or lows, or in between, you must always say, God is good. God has been good to me. God continues to be good to me. And as long as I live, I will never have to doubt that God will continue to be good to me. You understand me, right? You have to know this, and you have to believe in it. And your life, it has to showcase that. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who meets you should say there is something different about this person. It's not your jewelry, it's not your weave, it's not your makeup, it's not your foolishness, okay? But it's in you. It is the God that lives in you, that anytime somebody encounters you, that they say there is something special about this person. I don't know what it is, but there's something different. And they mean that in a good way about this person, right? Let God's favor do the talking. Let God's favor over your life do the boasting. Let your love that you have for God, let your submission that you have for God be the thing that opens all the doors for you, that makes your way flat. You understand? That keeps your foot from falling, or from you stepping over yourself. You understand me, right? Everything you do, you have to give God the glory. Everything you do, you have to give God the glory. Never, ever, ever get out of your bed without even taking a minute to say, God, thank you for waking me up this morning, right? Thank you for putting balance in my feet. Thank you for putting sanity in my head. Thank you for me even waking up and I don't have depression. Thank you for me waking up this morning and I'm not even afraid to live. Thank you. And then you go about your day. When you come back at night, you say, God, thank you for bringing me home, because you didn't have to, because there are a lot of people who didn't make it home. And for that, Father God, I want to thank you. And thank you also for the sleep that I'm about to have, because there are a lot of people who are also troubled in their sleep. But I know that you will allow me to have a peaceful night, a sweet night with good dreams. And when I wake up tomorrow, I trust that you will wake me up, that I can praise you one more time. You understand me, right? This is how your life has to be when you call yourself not just a Christian, but a believer in God, a child of God. That everything I do is that God will find pleasure in what I have done. That he will say, you know what? I think it's worth protecting her. I think it's worth extending her days. I think it's worth hearing her out when she prays. I think it's worth answering her prayers. I think it's worth giving her these miracles that she's asked for. Because every day when I see this child of mine, she don't ask me for much. She doesn't boast. She doesn't do this and that. Every day I wake up, everything I see her waking up, the first thing that comes out of her mouth is, God, thank you. I love you. Before she goes to sleep, Father God, thank you. I love you. Nothing more, nothing less. She's just so content with what I have given her. And that, I'm telling y'all, this is the real key of freedom. Over here, they try to make us as consumers as much as possible, but you're not really free, because what you need is God. When you allow God to fill that hole in your soul, in you, right, you will never need anything else. Everything else is a bonus, but it's not a need, right? Because you have God on the inside of you. And I hope that with all the videos that I do, I really do hope that, I don't know how long I'm gonna keep making videos, but whenever I can make a video, I'll try to make a video. But I really do hope that for as long as you live, every day that you live, that you will make it your business to honor God with your life. That you will make it your business to honor God with your lips. That you will make it your business that every single testimony that you give, that God is always at the center of all your testimonies. That when you boast, that you boast in the Lord, right? That you never boast in yourself. That you never boast in your intelligence, your this, your that. You know what? Because, hey, I could wake up tomorrow and be crazy. I have lived a life. I've lived a season of my life where I saw my own brain shutting down on me. It's very sad. Very, very sad. I was living and I could really see my brain shutting down on me. And trust me, I have a beautiful brain. So it's quite sad. But I thank God he kept my brain. Understand? I've told y'all this all the time. I said, I had a season in my life. I made lots of money. Unfortunately, I'm not in a season when I make as much money now, but it's okay. Right? But either way, it was all a good experience, right? Because every season of your life, you have to be open to whatever God has in store for you. People will say things like, oh, why would God do this to me? And I would say, why would he not do it to you? Who are you that you don't think that you should have some kind of suffering here for me, right? So if God chose me for this, it's cool, right? It would have been nice if you chose me for something else, but it's okay. Because ultimately, God doesn't make any mistakes. And the sooner we learn to submit to the will of God, the easier everything is, the sooner you learn your lessons and you move on. And then he brings you to another chapter of your life, right? And whatever that comes with, But I just come to realize, like, the sooner you accept the lesson, the sooner you accept the position, and you do so with grace, and you do so with a humble spirit, right? He will take you to the next level. He will take you to the next level, right? As long as God holds your hands, it doesn't matter where he takes you, you will find success, right? Because even as Christians, we should also know that we don't walk by our sight, but we walk by faith, right? And faith is what is the hope, is the evidence of things hoped for. The substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen, right? So we go. And we know that no matter where we go, God will make a way, right? When Abraham and Lot separated, Lot took the green side, he took the green pastures, and Abraham stayed in the desert. But nonetheless, in the desert, Abraham found success, right? So did Isaac, so did Jacob, right? In the prison, unfortunately, it's not a great place to be, especially when somebody lies on you. But in the prison too, Joseph found success in the prison, even though he was wrongfully incarcerated. Right? But I really wish that people understand that your story, it doesn't start nor does it end at the lowest moment of your life, right? But I do believe that when you feel like you're at your lowest, this is probably when you will have the best opportunity to be as intimate as you have ever been with God. Isolation is good for the soul. It really is good. Sometimes being by yourself, away from the noise, or away from also a parent that's quite a narcissist, right, will enable you to get closer to God, who is your real father. And then he will tell you, and he will mold you, and he will shape you. And whatever kind of tool he's trying to mold you into, like he said, he's the potter, right? Whatever kind of thing he's trying to mold you into, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful. Whatever God is trying to mold you into in this season, it is going to be beautiful. Your daddy might not want this for you. Your mama might not want this for you, but it doesn't matter what they want, because the master creator is God. And if God says, I'm going to take my child and I'm going to mold my child this way, that's exactly what's going to happen. And anybody who speaks against that, haram, you're committing a sin. Okay, you are committing a sin. Let me play my brother a little bit. Let me play the imam a little bit more. Hold on. Where's my video? I don't even know. Oh, right here. Right there, right? Let's go.
As free as Allah is from all imperfections, he has not freed himself from his imperfect creation, and he calls us back to him. So when do we use this dhikr on a daily basis? Number one, you find it most frequently in the Quran when something unbefitting is ascribed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَقَالُوا اتَّخَذَ الرَّحْمَنُ وَلَدًا. They say that the most merciful has taken a son. Subhana, how can we accept such a thing? Or when you see something that only Allah can do, something that is entirely under his control and under his power. And so you see the lightning, you see things that demonstrate his power, and you say, Subhanallah, Subhanallah, because you understand that you are unable to do those things and unable to control the fate of those things. So freeing him from imperfection, declaring his perfection, looking at the things that he does with his might. And then when you yourself try to honor him, subhanahu wa ta'ala, when you fall short with all of those things for his sake, then you go back and you say, Subhanallah. So in tawbah, in your repentance, Subhanak is part of your repentance. How perfect are you? Let not my imperfections come in between me and you. When you are bearing the insults or the hardships that come with doing the work of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah says, وَاصْبِرْ عَلَى مَا يَقُولُونَ وَسَبِّحْ بِحَمْدِ رَبِّكَ. That be patient with that which they say about you. وَسَبِّحْ, and glorify, declare the perfection of your Lord. And Allah Azza wa Jalla says, and when you finish, فَسَبِّحْ بِحَمْدِ رَبِّكَ وَاسْتَغْفِرْهُ. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives you victory, then increase in your tasbih, increase in your declaration of his perfection, and seek forgiveness for your own imperfections. And that's why our mother Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha says that towards the end of the life of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he suddenly increased in his tasbih in particular. And when she asked him why, he said it was in direct response to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saying, فَسَبِّحْ بِحَمْدِ رَبِّكَ وَاسْتَغْفِرْهُ. Now, when it comes to our daily usage of this as well in terms of frequency, Allah actually specifies in the Quran, وَاذْكُرْ رَبَّكَ كَثِيرًا وَسَبِّحْ بِالْعَشِيِّ وَالْإِبْكَارِ. So remember your Lord frequently, but وَسَبِّحْ in particular, declare Allah's perfection in the morning and in the evening. And so it is frequent in our morning remembrance, frequent in our evening remembrance. And then after the salah, of course, it is one of the phrases that we say 33 times. And then throughout the day, the Prophet ﷺ said, would any one of you be able to do 1,000 good deeds a day?
No.
And we said, how is that possible, Ya Rasulullah? He said, ﷺ, that if a person says Subhanallah 100 times a day, then that is equal to 1,000 good deeds or the removal of 1,000 sins. Abu Hurairah radiallahu ta'ala anhu, who was one of the narrators of the virtue of tasbih, used to do tasbih 12,000 times a day. So you could see how the companions understood this. And by the way, this is when it comes to normal times. Imagine in Ramadan, where one tasbih is worth 1,000, as Zuhri rahimahullah narrates, or in the best days of dhikr, which are the days of the Hijjah. So on a normal day, Abu Hurairah radiallahu ta'ala anhu would say Subhanallah, Subhanallah, Subhanallah 12,000 times a day. Then you see a hadith that mentions some of the extrapolation. So for example, Subhanallahi wa bihamdihi. All glory belongs to Allah and with His praise. So you match up His tanzih, removing all imperfections, with His thanking, tahmeed, with praising Him subhanahu wa ta'ala. And he said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that whoever says Subhanallahi wa bihamdihi 100 times a day, that erases your sins, even if your sins are like the foam of the sea. In another narration, he said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, whoever says Subhanallahi al-azimi wa bihamdihi, and of course this is a shortened version of Subhanallahi wa bihamdihi, Subhanallah al-azim, that if you say it even one time, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would plant for you a palm tree in Jannah. So just by saying Subhanallah 100 times, and if you increase that to Subhanallahi wa bihamdihi, or Subhanallah al-azimi wa bihamdihi, or Subhanallahi wa bihamdihi, Subhanallah al-azim, you're planting trees in Jannah, you're removing your sins, even if they're like the foam of the sea, and you're having thousands of good deeds written for you, and thousands of sins that are erased.
See, okay, so you see, like what he's saying here, I think, because he said, like, if you say Subhanallah that many times, and like your sins are erased. I think for us, it's like where we say the blood of Jesus erases your sins, but I understand what the man is trying to say. I know it's Prophet Muhammad, I don't know which prophet that is, but I get what he's trying to say here is that, you know, like in Philippians 4, what is that, Philippians 4, right? Philippians 4 verse 8, is that what it is? Okay. Right? You see how it goes right here. Finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about such things. But what could be all these things? God. Okay. This is just a way of saying, like, focus your mind on God, like obsess over God, which is what I am assuming this prophet was trying to say, is that throughout your day, consistently, continually have your mind on God, which you understand, like it makes a lot of sense too, because if you're focused on God throughout the day, it's going to keep you from sinning. It's going to keep you from trying to steal somebody's money. It's going to keep you from anger. It's going to keep your mouth from saying things you should not be saying. It's going to keep you from wanting to have sex with somebody that's not your wife. It's going to keep you off some weird website, right? Because that's the thing. If you live your life and you're always thinking about God, throughout your day, you're thinking about God, it will remove sin away from you. So if you're not sinning because you're always thinking about God, you're more likely to, you're definitely going to please God, but you're more likely to release blessings over your life. You're more likely to loosen up things that you've been praying for, right? Because the one who departs from sin, the one who stays away from sin, the one who lives far away from sin, that person can guarantee that there are many good things that will come into their lives. I'm like, it makes perfect sense to me, right? Because can a person really say subhanallah 100 times a day or 12,000 times a day? No. But what you can really do throughout the day is to intentionally keep your mind on things that pertain to God. And if your mind daily and every day is focused on the things that pertain to God, you are less likely to go do some foolishness because you're thinking about God. So you're not going to be, oh, how do I steal? How do I, even eating food, right? Even like people who have problem with weight loss too. If you're focusing on the things of God, then guess what? It most likely will change how you look at your nutrition. Do I really want to buy this bag of candy? Do I really want to eat all this by myself? Do I really? Because you're thinking about God. So when your mind is focused on the things of God, even when it comes down to your nutrition, you're more likely to eat better. Right? When you're always thinking about the things of God, you're more likely to want to clean your house. You're more likely to want to fold your laundry. You are more likely to want to live an organized life. You're like, you know what? Does my house look like the house of a Christian? Does my room look like the room of a believer? If somebody came in here right now and they saw all these clothes all over, I don't know, you're going to start cleaning up. Does that make sense? So I'm like, to me, what he's saying, I don't know what part of the Quran or the Hadith, whatever it is, but I'm like, to me, it really gives Philippians 4, verse 8. Finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if anything is excellent and praiseworthy, so you realize that all these things could only be God. The only entity that can be true, noble, right, pure, lovely, admirable, excellent, and praiseworthy is God. Think about such things, which are the attributes of God. And the more you think about these things, kind of like manifestation, the more you are going to want to be like that. The more you're going to want to live like that. The more you're going to want to embody those things, right? So it makes sense. You have to train your mind to think about the things of the Lord. And when you have trained your mind to think about the things of the Lord, not only, even if your path is narrow, your feet will not fail you. Hopefully you understand me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's subhanAllah. Like it's a beautiful thing. I'm like, to me, it made perfect sense. I'm like, when I tell you this man made me want to go read my Bible, I'm like, oh my God, this is so beautiful. I love Imam Suleiman. I love him. I've watched like 20 videos. Oh my gosh. Oh my Lord. Unbelievable.
He said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam as well, كلمتان خفيفتان على اللسان ثقيلتان في الميزان حبيبتان إلى الرحمن سبحان الله وبحمده سبحان الله العظيم. Two phrases that you say. They're so light on the tongue. They are so heavy on the scale. They are so beloved to Ar-Rahman, to the most merciful. Subhanallah wa bihamdihi, subhanallah al-azim. So they fill your scale as well. And they take so little from your day, from your time, from your tongue. And then finally, dear brothers and sisters, the hadith of Juwayriyah radiallahu ta'ala anha, where Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam found her remembering Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala during the day for hours. And then the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam came back to her and he said that I have said a phrase that if you say it, it is equal to all of those hours. Subhanallah wa bihamdih, adada khalqih, wa rida nafsih, wa zinata arshih, wa midada kalimati. So let's break this down. Subhanallah wa bihamdihi. How perfect is Allah and all praise is due to Him. Adada khalqih. In accordance with however many of His creation He has created. So how much of the creation of Allah exists, has existed, will exist? Imagine a tasbih for each and every single one of the creation of Allah. Wa rida nafsihi. And in accordance with that which is pleasing to Him. Wa zinata arshihi. And in accordance with the weight of His throne. Wa midada kalimati. And the ink that records the words of praise of Him subhanahu wa ta'ala. Think about how weighty this dhikr is and engage yourself in it day and night. Subhanallah wa bihamdihi, adada khalqihi, wa rida nafsihi, wa zinata arshihi, wa midada kalimati. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us amongst those who praise Him day and night, who declare His perfection day and night, and forgive us for our shortcomings. Allahumma ameen.
This was so beautiful. Okay. So ultimately, I play this to tell y'all, let me tell you this, right? We as Christians, we have a responsibility, right? To be worshipers of God. Not even Christians, like Anybody who calls himself a true believer in God, the all supreme, the almighty, right? Anybody who calls himself a believer in God, a child of God, you have a responsibility, right, to praise God. And what the Imam Suleiman said that is so touching too, don't you ever die and say, I should have praised God more. I wish I would have taken more time to praise God, right? Don't live this life regretting that you could have praised God more, okay? All glory belongs to God. And I think even me too, like I'm telling you, he really touched me. Like, was it like Saturday or Sunday? Was it Sunday when I started watching his videos? He made me cry, man, because I'm like, you know what? Even me, Marlene, I will be even more intentional in making sure that I praise God. You know, I need to praise God more throughout the day. I really do. I need to praise God more throughout the day. I need to give God more glory throughout the day. I need to give God more. I don't know what can I give him? I don't know, but I definitely need to give him more praise though throughout the day because he deserves that. God truly, truly deserves that. And I do feel like, you know, like when there was a passage in the book of Acts, hold on, where Peter said, gold and silver. There you go. Right. Okay, so it's Acts 3, verse 6 through 16. Let me read that to you, okay? So here, okay, there you go. Let me make myself, let me just be, okay? Then Peter said, silver and gold I have none, but such I give thee. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, rise and walk. He took him by the right hand and he lifted him up. And immediately his feet and ankle bones received strength. And he leaping up stood and walked and entered into the temple, walking and leaping and praising God. Okay. And all the people saw him walking and praising God. And they knew that he was which sat for alms at the beautiful gate of the temple. And they were filled with wonder and amazement that which had happened unto him. And that was the lame man, which was healed, held Peter and John. All the people ran together unto them in the porch that is so called Solomon's, greatly wondering. Okay. Hold on. Oh, I hate this. And when Peter saw it, he answered unto the people, ye men of Israel, why marvel ye at this? And why look ye so earnestly on us, as though by our own power or holiness we had made this man to walk? The God of Abraham and of Isaac and of Jacob, the God of our fathers, had glorified his son Jesus, whom he delivered up and denied him in the presence of Pilate when he was determined to let him go, right? But ultimately, what happened, right? There was a man who, if you read the entire chapter, if you read this entire chapter, Act 3, right? The man had walked up to Peter. I mean, he crawled to Peter, I guess, because he's a lame person, and he had asked for money. So Peter said, I don't have any money. Okay? He said, silver and gold, I have none. But what I have is my faith. Get up and walk. You understand? And this is why I repeat, if you're a real Christian, you don't boast in chariot and horses and jewelry and name tags and diamond and chains and all that kind of foolishness, okay? Because our faith is not built on things. It's not built on material things. These things are for the birds, feed it to the migrants, okay? Our faith is built on the power of the living God. And that power of the living God that we serve is a power that can make a lame person walk. It can make a blind man see. It can make somebody who has cancer be cancer-free if God sees fit. You understand? So to call yourself a Christian and to hide or to build yourself up in diamonds and shoes and clothes and designer, right? You're a clown. You're not a real Christian, right? Because none of these things could ever compare to the mighty power of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, the healing power of the blood of Jesus, okay? The power even of God the Almighty. Make it make sense. Would you rather have somebody who can buy you a bracelet? Or would you rather have somebody that if you had a real pressing matter, you had a real burning desire, if you had a real unanswered prayer that could say, what is your prayer? What would you like for God to do for you? And the person says, oh my gosh, Marlene, I've been trying to conceive a baby for the past 10 years and I can't get pregnant. And the person says, okay, in the next 3 months, you shall be pregnant. Which one do you prefer? Would you rather have money, jewelry, or would you rather have the power of conception in your womb? And not just that, when you go and get pregnant in the next 3 months, you won't just have one baby, you'll have twins. Hello, somebody. right? You see, this is why the other brother said, you got to divorce this dunya. You got to divorce yourself from this matrix. It is a damn scam. Okay? Materialism, material things, they will never make you happy. They will never be a true answer to what your soul truly, truly desires. You understand? What your soul really needs, money can't buy. You understand? Money can only buy you things that the body wants. But we know to live a life that solely focuses on satisfying the body is a life wasted. Okay? What you really need as a human being is the things that your soul craves. And what your soul craves, money can't buy it. You can ask the celebrities, you can ask the people who go into drug addiction and porn addiction and whatever you name it, trying to satisfy their soul. They're never satisfied. I feel like the more they engage in that stuff, the emptier they become, the more hollow they become, right? Because they're never satisfied. They always go for more. And then one day they end up in prison or they end up getting sued. You name it. And sometimes it's both. Look at Uncle Shay Shay. There's something broken in his soul. And instead of seeking out to God, because I'm sure his grandmother told him about God, he'd rather use his money to buy stuff to satisfy his flesh. And now he's getting sued for $50 million. Right? What your soul needs and what your soul craves, money can't buy it for you. Only God can give that to you. And for God to give that to you, you also got to prove yourself worthy of God's friendship. And that takes work. It takes work. It takes patience. And most importantly, it takes humility. Because he doesn't have to give it to you. Right? Doesn't have to give it to you. So you got to show God that whatever he gives me and whenever he sees fit to give it to me, I'm going to be a good steward of whatever God gives me. And if God so help me, I'll even be a great steward. We just never know. Just never know. So let's go back over here, y'all.
All right. We'll see. We'll see. Time will tell. And then you go in the lab and you work and just stop talking. Stop talking about who you is, what you gonna do, how you finna change the culture. And so Shedeur said something that was a big siren. It was a big red flag. And I watched the clip, and he said, if you don't want your culture to change, your organization to change, then don't bring me. And when somebody got a multi-billion-dollar culture, when somebody running a multi-billion-dollar organization, that's the last thing they want to hear, that a kid finna come in and think he finna change things. And even though he means for the better, you talking to billionaires.
And you see, and even that too, I feel like that too is his dad. That's his dad. Does Shedeur even believe the stuff he says? Or he feels like he has to allow his dad to live vicariously through him? That makes no sense. You're like 23. You're going to change the culture of what exactly? If you don't stop. And he says these things and his dad does not correct him, which really lets me believe that his dad encourages him to talk like this. His dad encourages him to talk like this. So I'm like, then how exactly is Coach Dion a Christian? How are you a Christian? You allow your son to carry on like this and to talk to people like this, billionaires, people who have done this way before he was born. The league was there before you. You will be part of the league. And once you leave the league, it is still going to exist. It is still going to exist. And I mean football. I don't even play football. Don't even know anything about football. But just yesterday, when I saw the videos that I saw with Patrick Mahomes, right? I'm like, listen, it is not possible that you have players like Patrick Mahomes in the league as quarterbacks. And you're saying that you're going to do what exactly? He's 23, Shedeur's 23. When Patrick was 24, what was he doing again with his career? When he was 22 years old, where was he in his career? When he was 23 years old, where was he in his career? And was he talking the way you're talking? Completely out of order. It's out of order. Hold on, guys.
And you talking to white billionaires. They're not trying to hear a young black man say he finna come in and change everything. Even though he talking about for the better, they're not giving the benefit of the doubt. That's not how they looking at it. They looking at it like, huh? What we talking about, bro? What we talking about, bro? So that's what we had right there, and that was a huge lesson for. It was, and it was like the breaking the buck. Like, it was a lesson for every black man in America. Like, the lesson is like, what their lesson was, you're not bigger than the organization. You're not bigger than the system. What our lesson, what we have to realize is the spook by the door. Meaning, don't announce your moves. Don't announce your intentions.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just like the Bible tells us how we should win souls. Be wise as a serpent, but harmless as a dove. So you don't mean any harm. You're not fixing to harm the organization.
Right.
You're not finna do anything wrong to the organization. So you harmless as a dove. You're not going to do anything bad, but you have to take and realize, like, if you wise as a serpent, that means you're not announcing your moves. How does a serpent, and that's talking about winning souls, but
you see, and if you notice also, it's a thing nowadays with people announcing everything on social media. They announce stuff before they even have it. They announce stuff before they sign the contract. I said the same thing about Uncle Shannon. I said, if you know that you have $100 million contract on the line, why even announce it? Why not go and sign the contract first? And once everything is secure, everything is signed, everything is in order, then you let people know, hey, by the way, I signed a $100 million contract. Another thing too, why do people even have to know? Right? People have a thing out here nowadays about attracting evil eyes unto their lives. I don't know, right? They buy a car, let everybody know. They have a contract to build a home. They have to let anybody know. What if you run out of money as you're building this house? You know, people think everybody that's on social media wants you to win. And my thing is, even if they write positive comments, oh my gosh, I'm so happy for you, Marlene. Oh my goodness. Just because somebody wrote, I'm happy for you, doesn't mean they're happy for you. Okay? No, they just love to boast, Queen. It's so crazy. Uncle Shay Shay, he announced he had a $100 million contract on Monday. By Tuesday, he getting sued for $50 million. I'm like, this is insanity. Why do you people always announce your move? And I also feel like it's a black thing too, huh? Black people always let people know what they're doing, what they feel, what they're about to do, who they're about to boycott, who they're about to give a scholarship to. It's like, why don't y'all just do it? And then when it's ready, you tell the people. No, seriously. Like, do you see Asian people doing any of this? You know, he told the people on Monday he was going to have a $100 million contract. By Tuesday, there's a lawsuit for $50 million. Why do people even know these things? Why? Why can't you just go sign the contract, start the business? Do you even have to tell people? Of course, they do. I don't know what's wrong with these people. They just like to attract evil eyes. It's like they don't want peace. They truly, truly do not want peace. Like, there's so many people like this. They sign on a lot. They buy land and they just sign a deal with the builder to build the house. They got to show people, oh, we're about to build a house. What if you run out of money? What if you get sick? What if something happens? Keep your mouth shut. You just never know. People get pregnant, not even 3 weeks pregnant. They already want to share with people. You could have a miscarriage. Keep your mouth shut. What is wrong with keeping your mouth shut? People are so desperate to boast for external validation. Oh, look at me. Look at me. Look at what I'm working on. Look at what I got going on. And then bad things happen, and then they wonder why. Everybody on social media does not mean you well. My God. Even in your friend group, not everybody that you think is a friend actually means you well. It is okay to keep certain things to yourself. It is okay to keep certain things to yourself. And even if you have those things, it's okay to also keep once you have it to yourself. And it's okay to have stuff and never even tell people. Why do people need to know? Why do people need to know how many dollars you're signing for? How is that anybody's business? But they have a thing about trying to trigger jealousy and envy out of a people. People are evil. The evil eye is real. A lot of people having negative thoughts about you can truly affect you. You know, you got to be very, very careful. You got to be very careful. Even Jesus, like when he was a baby, his mom took him and his dad. They fled into Egypt. Even David ran from his own son. You have to know how to hide. You got to know how to protect yourself. You got to know everything is not worth sharing. Because a lot of people are going to get jealous. A lot of people are going to get triggered. A lot of people are going to wish you harm. You know what I'm saying? So many people are struggling nowadays. You know, you don't see like the Vietnamese people, when you go to get your nails done, they always dress poor. They always dress like they just got off the boat. They dress as if they go shop at the thrift store. But so many of these Vietnamese people who do nails are so rich. They are so rich, but they dress so poor because they need you to believe that they're doing worse than you. So that way you don't complain too much. You pay the price and you give a tip. You know, but I think there's something about blackness that people who are black feel as though people have to see me as the one. Why? Why? Because we're so insecure. We are truly insecure. Insecure people always want external validation. You have to learn to love yourself. And you have to learn to be confident within yourself. And you have to learn to get to a place in your life where you are just satisfied knowing that God knows I'm a good person. That's it. But always trying to attract people, it never ends well. And I don't even know how many more Black people have to be destroyed by this boasting spirit for people to understand. Keep your mouth shut. Don't talk about something unless everything is signed, the money has been transferred over to your account, and there's no way for these people to get anything back. Even a testimony. Oh, I got to share my testimony. I got to tell people what God has done for me. No, not really. Every testimony don't have to be shared. And sometimes you need to even ask God, do I have the permission to share this publicly? Certain things, it's okay to keep certain things to yourself. As long as God knows that you are grateful, that you appreciate what he has done for you, he doesn't need you to tell everybody what he has done for you, because not everybody is good. Not everybody means you well. And also not everybody loves God. You can come outside and say, oh, look at what God has done for me. But wicked people are, no, there's no way. She had to have done witchcraft. She had to have done some kind of scam, wump, because they will refuse to give God the credit. So even when it's even a church testimony, a testimony of faith, there are certain things you still have to keep to yourself, because not everybody means you well. But I'm telling you, you can go look it up for yourself. Uncle Shannon, it's like he announced the deal on Monday for $100 million. On Tuesday, he was getting sued. $50 million in less than 24 hours. Because some people just can't hear good news. And we gotta be more mature. We gotta realize that, right? Sometimes you get engaged. There's some people you shouldn't tell because they're gonna find a way to mess this up. You get married also, like the first few years of marriage, just keep your mouth shut. You get pregnant, be quiet. Not everybody needs to hear what God is doing for you. They're not good people. I don't know how many times we have to say this. And this is why also being humble, it gonna save you. Because guess what? Humble people don't talk a lot. Humble people don't talk too much. Every word that comes out of their mouth is counted. So they say exactly what they have to say, nothing more, nothing less. Right? But braggadocious people, they will expose their entire lives, their entire family, their entire this. People are too comfortable oversharing on social media. It's out of order. It's out of order. You got to keep certain things to yourself. And that's why I felt like even if Coach Dion felt as though he didn't want Shedeur to play for certain teams, right? He should have kept his mouth shut. You know what you know. You don't have to say it. Like, you know what? Playing football at a professional level, no matter where you go, it's an incredible blessing, because we know every year there are thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of young people who are fighting for these spots. So if anybody sees that my son is a worthy player, all I can say is glory to God. Boom. That's all you have to say. But in your heart of heart, you know that there are certain teams you don't want them to go to, but do you have to say it? Do you have to say it? Right? It's like same thing. If you go and you interview for a job, and you could interview for a job, it might not be the job that you really want, but hey, you're at the interview, make the recruiter believe, oh, this is the job I've always wanted. I would love this. Because ultimately, even if in your heart of heart, you know that you don't want to work for that company, having an offer letter from that company can help you and have it give you leverage when you negotiate with the company that you really want to work for. You got to think, boo-boo. That's why I say Coach Dion is a narcissist. He needs help. He has control issues. And not just that, he's not a wise person. So this whole Christian stuff, it's a grift, right? You in this life, you will have to interview with companies, with schools, with all kinds of people you don't like. But you have to make them believe that you want to go there, right? So that once you get an offer letter, you can then say to the company that you really want to work to, well, hey, look at that. Kevin Inc. is offering me $150,000 for this position. Do you have something better? Because if not, I'm going to have to say hi to Kevin. Hey, Kevin. It's the business world, right? You can't just be out here telling people how you feel, how you think, what you will do, what you won't do. What? In 2025, Coach Dion is a clown. He is a clown. Like when I saw these videos, I could not believe the things that were coming out of his mouth. I'm like, where is the wisdom? Your entire head. Where is he? Hold on. I got him somewhere, huh? Look at this. His head is full of gray hairs. His beard is full of gray hairs, but ain't got no damn wisdom. When you have as much gray hairs and you have lost as many toes to diabetes as he has, you should know that in this life, everything I think is not worth saying. Right? And you should already know there are people out there who probably don't like us because we're Sanders. There are probably people who don't, probably don't think my son is that great because I was the coach. Maybe they think I covered for him and things like that. So you got to see that coming and you got to be ready for that. And you say, yo, you know what? You only have 32 teams. Y'all think about this. The NFL, it seems to me, only has 32 different teams. For how many players? Think about how many schools do we have that have a mass, like that have a very professional collegiate program for football? I don't know, the NCAA, how many football teams do they have? But I'm like, there are more college teams than you have professional teams. And those teams, they only need but so many players for how many people? Right? So just that alone, a mature person full of gray hair, beard full of gray hair, and you lost way more toes to diabetes than I care to count, right? You would say something like, you know what? Listen, playing football at a professional level is always an honor. Doesn't matter where you go. It matters the game, the spirit, the team, the coach. You know what I mean? You should know how to talk. You should know how to say these things. So any team that thinks highly of my son and that wants my son to come, they want that Sanders brand to come, it will always be a blessing. And all praise and all glory go back to God because we work hard for this moment. So I look forward for the offers. I look forward to the teams. I look forward to Shedeur meeting these great coaches and entering with these great teams. And I do think that they will see what I see in my son, is that this young man is a hard worker. He's patient. He's kind. He's humble. He takes care of his teammates. Boom. Now, in your heart of heart, if you say, well, I don't like this team, I don't have to know it. Nobody has to know it. But that just shows the ego of Deion Sanders. He has a problem. And that's why I will say it again. If you love Shedeur, if you love Shiloh, you don't want these boys to copy after their dad. That man had 3 failed relationships, 2 failed marriages, 2 divorces. We saw one on TV. It was horrible. It was horrible. Okay, we see his daughters out here. The fact that you got the daughter of Deion Sanders having a baby by Jacquez, unbelievably embarrassing. So what does that tell you? This man has such a ginormous ego, and that ego has caused lots of harm to his children. And that's why you don't want his sons to replicate in his ways, because it is not enough to be a great football player. We need you to be a wholesome person. I need you to be a private success just as much as you're going to be a public success. I need you to understand that whenever you show up places, you're not the biggest thing since sliced bread. Calm down. Because you got to know how to be great on the field, and you also got to know how to be great as a husband and be great as a father. You got to know how to balance all of this. But to me, Marlene, when I saw the things that were coming out of Coach Prime's mouth, I could not believe it. I said, what kind of Christian talks like this? And when I heard Tony Gaskins, I could believe it, because so far from what I have seen of Tony, him and I usually agree. Because if you take a Christian perspective, if we all take a Christian perspective, how can we not agree with Tony? You got to humble yourself. And you got to recognize that even in this league where you're going into, this is a professional league. It is not a collegiate league. It is professional. And they got some real professionals in there. And you have so much to learn, because whatever you thought you were doing in college, and not even just that, the fact that he played for Colorado means that he was stuck in a certain division. He didn't get to play against like Miami and all these crazy teams. I don't think they got to play Virginia Tech or whatever, right? They got stuck in their division. So in your division, you got to experience a certain reality. Good for you. But that does not compare to being a professional player, being in the league, and actually having to train with grown-ass men, with grown-ass warriors. You have so much to learn from your coaches, from your teammates, from watching tapes of other people. You have so much to learn, right? And I'm even going to take it back to Beyonce. Before Beyonce got to headline Coachella, you will see videos of Beyonce in the crowd like everybody else. And nobody knew she was Beyonce, and nobody knew she would become the Beyonce. But even Beyonce, she has made herself a student of her music, of the industry, to get to where she is today. You didn't see Beyonce at 16, 17, or even in her 20s talking about, oh, I'm legendary. I'm better than Diana Ross. I am better than Shaka Khan. I am better than Whoopty Wump Wump. I am better than Whitney Houston. I got a better voice than Mariah Carey. Do you hear yourself? Are you okay? Are you truly okay? Imagine being a singer, and when you know that Whitney Houston is alive, Mariah Carey is alive, Celine Dion is alive, and you go into the music industry and you say, oh, I'm legendary. I'm legendary. I'm better than the trilogy. I am better than the trilogy. When we all know that the trilogy is Mariah, Celine Dion, and of course, Whitney Houston. Okay? You got to humble yourself. Right? And when they tell you to come out here and do, what's it called? How they call those things, right? Where you do a performance for like Michael Jackson, or you do a performance for Patti LaBelle, or you do a performance for, I don't know, whoever you honor, whenever you honor the great, it's a pleasure for you. Doing an Aretha Franklin song, it's an honor for you because you understand, or even Dionne Warwick, it's an honor for you because these are the OGs. These are people who paved the way for you. Are you actually okay? A tribute, exactly. You insane? And we can count. We can count on two hands. Beyonce has done many tributes to a lot of people, because you got to respect your elders, and you got to respect people who have done this before you. Now today, Beyonce is an icon of her own rights, but even to this day, you're not going to hear Beyonce say, well, I'm bigger than Diana Ross. Are you crazy? Are you actually crazy? That this is insanity. But I personally could not believe the things that were coming out of his father's mouth, especially for someone who claims to be a Christian. Completely disappointed. Completely. This is insane.
At the same time, you can utilize that in other aspects of life. Like that wisdom will apply to other aspects of life. A serpent doesn't bark like a dog. You bit by a serpent before you even knew it was there. But it's as harmless as a dove. So you there, but you're not biting.
Mm-hmm.
So harmless as a dove, but wise as a serpent. That's what the Bible tells us. So we have to remember that, like, wise as a serpent is you know how to move. You don't announce your movements. You don't bark your movements. It's already done. It's already made before anybody know. And then harmless as a dove, meaning you only have good intentions. You only coming to change the organization for the good, change the company, the business, the church for the good. You only coming to do good. But if you tell people before hey, I'm coming in here to change everything. I'm coming in here to do this, to do that. They're gonna look and be like, hold on, play, hold on, play. Y'all gotta forgive me. Do nothing right no more, man. It is crazy how people be. Why is my radio on the Spanish channel? I don't speak Spanish. But it's because the men who wash my car speak Spanish. And then they telling me they don't touch the radio. And so I'm finna tell his behind, I'm finna send him a voice note right now and let him know my radio on the Spanish channel. Radio shouldn't be on no Spanish channel. Cause y'all but battery company cost me $600. And then he gonna tell me that they ain't touched that. I'm about to tell us, but hey, this Tony Gas and God bless you. Hey, get a lesson from everything. Get a lesson from everything. No matter how you feel from it, it is what it is. It does what it does. Mm-hmm. So you got to get a lesson from it. And no matter how you feel, you got to get out your pride. You got to get out your ego. Got to do that. You got to learn how to move. You got to learn how to move, because if you're not malleable, like water, be water, my friend. Like Bruce Lee said, if you ain't like water, it's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you greatly. So you got to be careful. Be careful. Keep your eyes open. Keep your ears open. You got to learn how to move, how to do this thing. And so what they did with Shedeur, they broke the buck. They broke the buck. And even though he went the fifth round, he danced like he was a first rounder. He was so relieved. He was dancing like a first rounder. He was so relieved. Other guys, when they went later than they thought. They really ain't show a lot of emotion. They weren't happy. But he really, but then we're going to see on his interviews how his tone is. We're going to see. And I'm telling you, if he go in there, he arrogant and he vindictive and he don't take the right approach, they're going to trade him within 2 seasons. They're going to get him up out of there because it's billions of dollars on the line and money run the world. Like, they don't care nothing about, like, ain't nobody that talented. Like, ain't nobody that talented to where they finna let you do and say whatever you want to do. They will get rid of you. And so if you want to be a light, you got to know how to do it right. You got to know what to say, when to say, how to say, because it's more so about, a lot of times it's more so about personality than it is about talent. People wonder why Tim Tebow went first round. It's because of his personality. It's because of his character. And he had enough talent to still make you think he could get the job done. When they found out he couldn't get the job done, they got rid of him. They were like, oh, okay, this worked for college. This don't work for the NFL. So we know you love Jesus and all that, but hey, this about that money, we found to let you go. You know, you can proclaim the Lord as a broadcaster, but the NFL ain't for you. Sorry. The same thing with talent. That talent come in there, but if you toxic and your teammates don't like you, or you bucking the system, or you back talking the folks, or you disrespectful or whatever, they'll be like, we gotta let you go. But hey, this Tony Gas.
And the thing is, and my thing is also, it makes sense to me. It really does, because when you play, you guys think about these people. Think about the amount of time they spend together, from training, like off-season practice, during the season practice, the away games, being on the bus together, being on these private planes together, having to be in these hotels together. Like, these people spend more time with each other than they actually spend with their own families. Now imagine having someone that's just a little pest. Everybody is going to go insane, and they might actually jump his ass. It's a real thing. So I'm like, why are people acting brand new? As if you don't know that when you go to the workplace, all it takes is one person to ruin the workplace for everybody else. Okay? Nobody likes toxic people. Nobody wants to walk around and work with entitled people, Nepo babies, and all that foolishness. No. They want to make sure you got a good attitude, you get the work done, and you don't think that you're above anybody else. If everybody got to pick up the trash, you'll pick up the trash too. If people got to vacuum, you'll vacuum as well. Okay? People don't want the drama. They don't want these soft princess or these soft prince from their daddy. Nobody wants that. It's off-putting. It's it is gross. It is truly, truly gross. It is so gross. It's really gross. Because Marlene, even me, if I was a coach, I'm not putting up with somebody. Every other word is my daddy this, my daddy that, My daddy this. My daddy. My dad. Do you know who my dad is? You know, oh Lord Jesus. Okay. This is utterly ridiculous. We saw the same thing with Diddy and his son, Prince and Justin. Completely, it's too much. And you see, ever since their daddy got arrested, do they even know how to work? Do they even know how to pay the bills? What are they up to? Because they didn't spoil these boys, right? Justin out here getting cars for $170,000, can't even make his payments. Why do you have a $170,000 car? You're not your father. Not your father. You see? And I wonder how these boys are keeping up now that their daddy's in prison or in jail, wherever he is. And is he ever going to come out of prison? Probably not. And did he raise his sons to be self-sufficient? Probably not. But when he was out here and he had all the money, they were living their lives as the sons of Diddy. Do you know who my daddy is? Do you know who my daddy is? It is off-putting, especially for young boys. Girls doing that, I can kind of see it. But when you're a young man, no, it's embarrassing. Be your own man. Forge your own path. Have your own money. Have your own discipline, your own structure. Go out there and make it happen for yourself. It's embarrassing. My daddy, do you know who my daddy is? That is crazy. Now let's move on to this one. Let me show you this one. Hold on, let's watch this one.
O'Shea Duke Jackson back at it again with another episode of Celebrity Junk. I've been seeing so many black men of Shedeur Sanders, and I want to make the case because I know that some of you brothers is get a little bit emotional, get a little angry, and that shows concern. And I want you to know, as a brother from the historic African American community, I was rooting for Shedeur Sanders. I am still rooting for him as an OG. I feel like I'm an elder now, and I will tell him, like my grandma told me when I was coming up, just keep on keeping on. All right. But I think that a lot of you black men out there and some of you black women out there got life messed up. Okay. And I want to educate you, brothers and sisters, on how life really works, especially when you want to work in somebody else's business or company. First of all, I want to address the Cormani McClain situation. Cormani McClain, he was a 5-star recruit from the same city Deion Sanders is from, which is Lakeland, Florida. Okay. He was ranked number 3 by some scouting recruiting classes, and ESPN had him number. They said he was talented with an NFL ready drive. Okay, he was supposed to go to the University of Miami, and then he went to Deion. This is right after Travis Hunter came to Jackson State the year prior. So what did Cormani McClain do? He had an attitude. He wasn't showing up for workout sessions. He was doing what he wanted to do. He wasn't playing time. And you know what y'all said? Oh, yeah, Prime, you need to go ahead on and get rid of him. These little young punks got an attitude. That's what y'all was saying. Cormani McClain took his ass to the University of Florida.
The problem. It's telling these young people way too often, way too early, oh, you're going to make it to the NFL. Oh, you a star. Oh, you a generational talent. You see, I'm going to find a video where the brother said, when you praise people too much, you're hurting the person. And it's so funny how, even when you see with Cam, you'll see, because Cam, a lot of people didn't see it for him. So he wasn't playing football, receiving all kinds of compliments. Oh, you're going to make it. Oh, you're a great star. Oh, you're this. He kept getting no. So, he's like, what? You know what I'm saying? So he had to be humble because nobody really saw it for him, right? It's the same thing also with Patrick Mahomes. I think Patrick Mahomes also, people didn't really see it for him in football. They probably saw it more for him in baseball. So when that happens, people are not always giving you praises. Oh my gosh, you're so good. Oh my gosh, you're going to make it in the league. Oh my gosh, you're going to go to the pros. You praise people, especially young people, too early. You will damage these young people. Okay? Sometimes it's just not healthy because they can't cope with that. It's just too much. It's just really too much. When you allow people to I want to say like second guess themselves, but when you allow people to be like, you know what, hey, maybe I still have a lot to learn. Maybe there's more to work on. Maybe I need to do this right. It keeps people humble. It keeps them hungry. It keeps them nimble. And because of that, they're more likely to make it into the league. I remember back in high school, we had this one friend, right? let's say his name was Sam, okay? But Sam, people used to gas him up that, oh, he's gonna play college football. Oh, basketball. He's gonna make it to the NBA. Right? And he used to eat that stuff up, you guys. He used to eat it up. So what happened was he focused so much on playing basketball that he didn't really focus on his schoolwork. But the thing he forgot is that even to play at a collegiate level, you got to have a minimum GPA. So it doesn't matter how much of a spectacular talent you have. But I think at that point, like you had to have like 2.5 or 3.0 GPA. The boy was in the ones. He was in the ones. And I remember back in high school seeing how dangerous it is for people to always tell you, oh yeah, you're gonna make it to the, you're gonna play college football, basketball, then you're gonna make it to the NBA. No, because somebody should have said, yeah, I mean, I can see it for you, but you know, it could also not happen. So make sure your grades are good. Make sure you have at least a basic GPA to make it into college, right? Because you gotta have some GPA. So guess what? He never made it because he didn't have the GPA. So he had to go to Inova Community College. Good luck with that one. Okay? But there's something treacherous about always overpraising young people and telling them, oh, you're a generational talent. Oh, you're going to make it to the pros. Oh, you're going to be rich. Oh, you're the best I've ever seen. Wump. Because now he's like, well, shoot, I don't have to go to practice. I don't have to be humble. And guess what? Travis Hunter came and took his spot. And that, I'm like, and to me, I feel like this should serve all of us. This thing right here is not just about Shedeur or this young man. It's for all of us. Don't ever drink your own Kool-Aid. Don't ever hype your old child. And that's the fable of the tortoise and the hare, because the tortoise was like, oh, I'm fast. I'm so good. So what happened? He took a break. He took a nap. He went to sleep. He overslept. And by the time he woke up, the tortoise caught up to the hare and won the race. Right? You understand? That's why sometimes it's good to not overpraise and, over compliment young people. It's good to keep them humble. Like, yeah, you played a good game, but there's always room for improvement. Or there's like, yeah, you're good, but hell, there's another guy out there. He's worse than you. He's stronger than you. Because then it gives you the motivation. Okay, I got to improve my game. I got to study more. I got to do more. Because now hey, you know what? I'm not as good as I think I am. Oh, you're the best. Oh, you got generational talent. Oh, you remind me of a young Mike Vick. One. And all you're doing is you're going to sabotage this young man. Exactly. Because you don't build up his ego and you haven't built up his work ethic. Because if you're 16, 17, or even 18, and people are already telling you, oh, you remind me of a young Mike Vick. You remind me of a young Tom Brady. Womp. You're doing more harm than good. Right? You played a good game, but there's always room for improvement. Right? Yeah, I think you can make it to the NFL, but it's going to take hard work. And whatever you think you're bringing is not enough. Like, what you mean? Oh, well, it's not enough. Right? This is how you have to talk to young people. You're like, oh, yes, my son, you're the smartest, you're the best, you're the fastest, you're the whatever. Child, your child ain't going to make it. Because you're building the ego. And that ego is why the child going to think, oh, I'm uncoachable. I know it all. I've made it. I've arrived. Even think about this, right? You might not want to realize this, but it could also be the fact that Beyonce had to wait for Aaliyah. She had to wait for Britney Spears. She had to wait for Jessica Simpson. She had to wait for Christina Aguilera. All these girls had to have their moments before Beyonce could have her moment. So maybe all of that too, it drove her like, nah. Now, even Kelly Rowland, she had to wait for Kelly too. So you had to wait for 5 other girls to have their moment before it was your moment. So guess what? When it's finally your moment, you ain't about to let up. You're not about to let up because you know how long you had to wait in the trenches for it to finally be your moment. But it had to be Aaliyah, Britney Spears, Christina, Jessica Simpson, and even your own Destiny Child member, Kelly Rowland, with her song with Nelly. They had over 1 billion, 2 billion streams, right? So think about delayed gratification. It forges your spirit. And it makes you a worker, because we don't need a diva. right? We need somebody that says, I can always do more. I can always run faster. I can always throw better. I can study my plays better. I can do da-da-da. This is what we need. And we need that even so from a quarterback. But if you already have a quarterback that's 23 years old and they'll, I know it all. I don't even have to throw at the combine. I don't have to, baby, where we going to go with that? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. And I'm not going to hire that. And that's why even sometimes you'll see a lot of companies too. They're not going to go hire the students from Harvard and MIT or whatever, because then people are too cocky. They're too arrogant. Oh, I went to an Ivy League, therefore I know everything. Nah, they will hire someone that went to a regular college or regular university, but they want that thing bad. Like they want to win. They want to work hard. They didn't go to a fancy Ivy League. Like, what the freak is this? But what they know is hard work. They know accountability. They know that they show up before everybody. They leave after everybody. There you go. That's a winner, right? Because attitude is everything. Your drive is everything. Your willingness to learn, to be coached, to be patient, and even to serve other people is like, yes, you got greatness in you, right? But if you start telling young people, 14, 15, oh yeah, I see you in the NFL. They're ahead and become too big. It can't even fit through the door. You got to be very mindful giving unduly praises to young people. It's horrible. It's truly, truly horrible. Even with social media, so many young people at such a young age having millions of followers. Nothing good ever comes out of that. Look at Jojo Siwa. Okay? Look at Jojo Siwa. Nothing good comes out of that because they're too young for all this praise. They're just too young for that. It is not healthy. It is not healthy. It's not normal for a 17-year-old, an 18-year-old, or 20-year-old to have 5 million followers and everybody kissing your ass every single day. It is not healthy. It's diabolical. It is diabolical, right? And that's why also I love Stoicism. Maybe I'll play the video real quick. But there's one thing that you learn when you study Stoicism is that Marcus Aurelius, when he became emperor, I guess, of Rome, he used to have a person walk behind him that would say, you're just human. You're just human. You're just human. Because he didn't want the whole, I don't know, like being an emperor, like he didn't want that to he didn't want it to let it get to his head. You know, because Marcus Aurelius is one of the founding fathers of Stoicism, right? So he had a person walking with him every day, all day, reminding him, you're just a human being. You are just a human being. You are just a human being. Like, you know what? You're right. I'm just a human being. Let me calm down real quick. Not a superhero, not a god, you're not invincible, you're not impervious to making mistakes. You need to humble yourself. You're just human. So to see somebody as powerful as Marcus Aurelius trying to live a life where every day he was reminded that he was nothing more than a mere mortal, and because of that, he better watch out and lay low. Okay? You're like, but damn, so what about me? I need to also humble myself. But it's so many people gassing people up. Even right now, look at how they're all crying for Shedeur. Like, he's such a spoiled brat. Oh my God, Shedeur. As if, even if he didn't make it to the league, he would still be rich. They're crying for a rich-ass little kid whose daddy's super rich because he didn't get to go in the first round. Oh my gosh, how will he live? Because rich people's children are not supposed to experience disappointment. Can you imagine? This is what they do out here. So it's like first people complain against racism because white privilege. But then black people will turn around and fight for black privilege of rich people's children. You make no damn sense. You make no sense. Because whether he had made it in the league or not, he was going to be okay. Now, the other kids whose family is like poor or middle class or blue collar, who truly need to make it into the league, right? And they did not make it to the league. Those are the kids we should cry for. Because they were hoping for their big break. Right? Shedeur is going to be extra money for the family, but it's not going to change their life. Like, they're already rich. But we have to be very careful fighting for the privileges of already extremely privileged rich black kids. Go somewhere with that. It's extremely gross. It is gross. One more time, make sure you give money to Carmelo. Okay? It's crazy. But this is not what you want to do. Do not overpraise young people. It is excessively harmful. You can affirm a child. You can give a child confidence without making a child too cocky. Okay? You should always let your child know, no matter how good you think you are, there's always somebody out there that wants it more than you. So don't fumble. Don't do it. Okay? Okay. There you go. Hold on.
Florida. Because why? Nobody is bigger than the program. I watched y'all say that none of y'all condemn Deion Sanders for how Cormani McClain felt he was bigger than the program. They shipped his silly ass over to Florida, and the rest is history. And again, I'm hoping that the young brother gets it together, and I believe he will be. He had to learn the hard way. Now, in the case of Shedeur Sanders, who handled things wrong in the draft process, nobody argues his talent or his commitment to play quarterback. But see, the difference with professionalism, okay? Now, let me give this to you because you guys are going to say, well, there are other quarterbacks out there that are cocky. Yeah, Cam Ward said, whoever don't draft me, you'll regret it. I had a homeboy named Ontario Smith, came right out of Strawberry Manors. I grew up with the guy. He know me. Ask him. He got drafted in the 4th round, I believe, in the 2002 NFL draft, 2003, and he wrote on the side of his head, SOD, still at the draft. So this is not uncommon for players to feel slighted when they are not drafted. But do you know what Cam Ward did? He interviewed with every team, and there was a consensus that he was a leader and a team player. And when he was asked to do something, he fulfilled what they asked to do. Now, here comes the other argument from some of you black people out here. You black men, oh, well, they're trying to buck break them. It's racism. Okay, I'm a pro-black. Okay, I'm a pro-black. So I understand that there is racism, especially at quarterbacks in the NFL. We know that, okay? But now, hold on one second. I want to talk about the quarterbacks, the black quarterbacks that have been drafted number 1 or number 2 in just the last few years, okay? We can start with Cam Newton, 2011 NFL draft, round 1, pick number 1. Cam Newton is nobody's punk, all right? We can go with Robert Griffin, the 3rd, 2012. He went number 2 to the Redskins. E.J. Manuel, 2013. Round 1, pick number 16 to the Bills. Teddy Bridgewater, round 1, pick 32 to the Vikings. 2014. Jameis Winston, 2015. Number 1 pick overall. Number 1, Deshaun Watson, 2017. Round 1, pick 12. Patrick Mahomes, 2017. Round 1, pick 10. Lamar Jackson, 2018. Round 1, pick.
Please notice all these round 1, pick 1s, whatever, but all these black boys who got picked number 1. Please notice how they dressed. Notice how they dressed. I'm being for real, y'all. I'm going to play it again. I'm going to start from the top. Notice how they dressed. Notice that the vast majority of them, they were actually at the event. Like, they didn't make their own event. They went to the NFL event, and they sat there like everybody else with mom and dad waiting for their numbers to be called. I will play this again. Notice how all these black boys are dressed. And because people are making some, they're just mad because he got a dad in his life. The vast majority of these boys had their dads in their life. Patrick Mahomes, even though, Uncle Patrick needs to stop drinking so much because, that's a problem. But, you know what I mean? Patrick Mahomes is dad's in his life. Cam is dad's in his life. A lot of these kids, a lot of these boys, a lot of these black boys, their fathers are in their lives. And their fathers are not going from platform to platform, from TV show to TV show, talking about, my son's not going to play here. My son's not going to play over here. Wumpty wump wump. Their dads are not doing that. They are involved fathers. It's one thing to be involved. It's another thing to be controlling. Okay, no, Kevin, it's a real thing. Because like I said, initially they almost got me because I thought it was racism. So I was getting ready. Because since this Carmelo thing, that white people have not been on my good side lately. Okay. So I was for real ready for this foolishness, right? But then I said, hold on, let me do my research and let me also ask God, like, why is it playing out like this? And then the Holy Spirit did open my eyes and I started seeing things. I said, no. If Coach Deion said he's a Christian, the way he went about handling all of this, completely unchristian-like. And that needs to be said. But I'm going to play it again from number 1. I'm going to start over, right? I want y'all to see how these young black men are dressed. You understand? And once again, you understand that these people are coming to work. They're not coming to be celebrities. Then we're going to see your nephew, Shedeur. We're going to see it, right? But even that too, to me, it shows a certain level of seriousness. It shows who's coming to be part of a team and who wants to come and be the Beyonce of the group. This ain't Destiny's Child, boo. Okay? This is not Destiny's Child. Because every one of your teammates is qualified. But the only reason why you would feel this way, because you think the fact that your dad is Dion, that you're better than other people. And that right there, I don't like that. That's out of order. Because he's not better than anybody. And the fact that the league is majority black, I think it's like 80%, 85% black, you are no better than any of these black children who are there. Whether they have a father, don't have a father, whether they were raised by a single mom or not, whether they were raised rich, middle class, blue collar, or poor, Shedeur is better than nobody. And if his father didn't teach him that, well, that's his fault. You are privileged, but your privilege doesn't make you better because you didn't choose your family, okay? You could have been born on the other side of the track. But God saw fit for you to have a rich father. That's it. But that's not something that you work for. So you cannot take pride in your daddy's money. Okay? So that's where I also draw the line. Because this obsession with racism sometimes, it makes it so that we say it's permissible for a certain class of black people to be disrespectful to a certain class of black people. And that I am not okay with that. Just because you're black and you come from a rich family, it doesn't mean that you get to look down on other black people. You're out of line because you're not better than anybody. You're not better than anybody. Mike Vick was raised out there in Bad News, Virginia, okay, by a single mom in a horrible neighborhood. But Shedeur is not better, and he definitely ain't. I mean, he's sure not. Because money can't buy you skill, and your daddy's money cannot buy you talent. So go sit down somewhere. You got to humble yourself. Everybody brings something to the table. But you are no better than like me. Shedeur, his behavior, if he was my son, he would have been spanked. I don't like foolishness like this. I never want my sons to go out there and say, oh, do you know who my mother is? Do you know who my daddy is? Did I ask you to say that? Foolishness. Do not use my name for foolishness. Okay? Don't use my name to flex on other people. You are out your mind. And I can see why Job was so stressed out with his kids that he always used to give offerings for his kids, because these kids are crazy. They are truly crazy. But my thing is, we're going to go back. I must start over. Watch every single number one. If we have time, I might even play a video of Patrick Mahomes. When I tell you, Patrick is so chill. That boy is so damn chill. You'll look at Shedeur like, why so much noise like this? And like they say, empty barrels make the most noise. Empty barrels make the most noise. You guys, you will see it for yourself. You will see it for yourself. Let me play this over. Hold on. Where did we start again? Right here, right? And also, even though, Cam, for some reason, Cam has chosen to be the heathen in charge of the congregation, even though his father is a bishop. His father is married. His mom and dad are married. They've always been married. For some reason, he has decided to be the heathen in charge of the congregation, right? But even Cam's father was involved. Cam was raised in the word of God. He knows better. He just chooses not to do better because this boy is crazy. But I'm going to pray for him. Another idiot, but whatever. But let's start. Let me start the video.
Or number two in just the last few years, okay? We can start with Cam Newton.
Okay, look at Cam. Look at how he dressed. And once again, I repeat, and like Dion, Cam's parents are married. His daddy did not divorce his mama, okay? His daddy did not have 2 failed marriages and 3 failed relationships and 5 or 6 kids by 2 different women, all right? The bishop is still married to his wife. That's Cam's mother. His parents are married. He just chooses to be a heathen. This dude, I hope one day I can see him and pray for him. Okay, but look at Cam. Look how he's dressed up and look how he showed up. Okay, that's number one. Let's keep going.
2011 NFL draft, round 1, pick number 1. Cam Newton is nobody's punk. All right, we can go with Robert Griffin.
Okay, look at Rob. Y'all need to see the people now. Look at Rob too, right? Look how he dressed. Okay, let's keep going, you guys. Let's keep going.
The third, 2012. He went number 2 to the Redskins. E.J. Manuel, 2013. Round 1, pick number 16 to the Bills. Teddy Bridgewater.
Look at Teddy. Look how he's dressed. Do you see jewelry anywhere? Do you see all kinds of flashiness anywhere? No. Let's keep going.
Round 1, pick 32 to the Vikings. 2014. Jameis Winston. 2015. Number 1 pick overall. Number 1, Deshaun Watson.
Look at Deshaun Watson. Do you see jewelry here? Do you like what do you see, y'all? You see, these are young men, and it looks like they coming to play football. We know they're going to be rich. We know this. Like, nobody's not stupid. But if you're #1 draft pick, right? These people going to have so much money. It's not even funny. We know they're going to buy the Lambos and the Maybachs and the whatever. Child, buy me one, please, okay? But they still look like this is a job. This is a career. This is about being a professional. I'm coming to work. I ain't coming here to be famous or to look like I just signed to new money, young money, cash money. This don't make no sense, right? So that's Watson, right? Let's keep going. Deshaun's kind of cute. Let's go.
In 2017, round 1, pick 12. Patrick Mahomes. 2000.
Look at Patrick. Look at that. Look at that. And that's even when he won, though. Let me see where he was when he got drafted. Hold on. I can't even type to save myself. Hold on. Okay. So here's his picture. Okay. This is what he looked like when he got drafted. Can I make this bigger? I don't know. Okay. So here's Patrick Mahomes. I think he got drafted number 10. Hey, Bruno. Here's what he looked like the night that he got drafted. Make sure you see it, y'all. Everybody's wearing a suit. If you notice, the vast majority of these black boys, the night of them getting drafted, he didn't make it #1, but he was number 10, I think. But he was still round 1, number 10, okay? But the night that these young black boys got drafted, these are all #1, whatever, round 1 quarterbacks, whatever, right? Look at all these black boys. Every single one of them is wearing a suit. They're wearing a dress shirt. They're wearing a tie. Do you see this for yourself? Okay? Do you see this? Okay, let's keep going, you guys. Let's keep going. Because like this one, he's older than this one. That was not draft night. But let's keep going.
2017, round 1, pick 10. Lamar Jackson. 2018.
Lamar Jackson. What is he wearing also? A suit. Okay? A suit, a dress shirt, and a tie. A little bracelet. But it's like it's cute. It's not ostentatious. Really, really cute. He's a cutie pie. Let's keep going.
Round 1, pick 32. Dwayne Haskins, rest in peace. 2019.
Dwayne Haskins. Let me see what he wore that night. Let's see what he wore. These people are crazy. Okay, he just wore a t-shirt. Okay. He just wore a t-shirt. He had the hat on, a little chain. Okay, but it's still very modest, though. Still very modest. He passed away. Okay. Very chill. You see? Very chill. Okay, let's keep going. Why would he passed away? How?
Round 1, pick 15, Kyler Murray.
Okay, here's Kyler. A suit, pink. I like it. Cute. It's cute. Okay, another cutie pie. Right? A suit, a dress shirt, and a tie. I don't see any visible jewelry, but maybe he had a watch on. Okay. This once again looks like somebody who's coming into work. He's coming into work. Professional. It is a job. It's not a rap concert. Let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going.
Pick number 1 overall pick. Okay. Justin Fields. Round 1, pick 11. Trey Lance.
Let me see Justin Fields. Let me see what he looked like. Hold on. Okay. He wore a suit also. He wore this suit. Okay. So he wore a red suit. Okay. Okay, Justin. Super cute. I like it. Okay. So Justin also wore a suit. Okay. Let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going.
2021, round 1, pick 3.
Trey also wore a suit. So you see, there's a decorum. All right. Let's keep going.
Anthony Richardson.
Anthony also, he wore a suit, a little bit of ice, but it's not ostentatious. It's cute. It's cute. I like it. It's well done. There's a lot of taste to it. I like it. So he's also wearing a suit. Let's go.
Straddling lately, 2023, round 1, pick number 4. CJ Stroud, 2023, round 1.
CJ also wearing a suit. Okay, a little bit more drip, but it's not that bad. Yeah, the bracelet, the chain, super cute. They're still wearing a suit. I like it. Okay.
Pick number 2, Bryce Young, 2023, round 1, pick 1. So let's look at it. 2023 NFL draft. Bryce Young go.
No, I like this double lapel stuff. That's cute. Look at that. That's cute. I like the little touch. That's really, really cute. Little chain, a little rose gold thingy. No, okay, it's cute. It's cute. I like it, but it's nothing crazy. Like it's well done. It has lots of taste to it. Another suit. Okay, wearing a suit. There you go.
Goes number 1. C.J. Stroud goes number 2. Anthony Richardson goes number 4. 3 black quarterbacks taken in the first 4 picks. Michael Penix last year, 2024, round 1 pick number 8. Jaden Daniels, 2024, round 1 pick number 2. Caleb Williams, 2024, round 1 pick number 1. And then Cam Ward this year in this draft, round 1 pick number 1.
And if you didn't see this, here is Cam also. Let me show you what he looked like. Very simple. Very, very chill. If I can show you his outfit. Yeah. Let me show you what he had on. What is this? Why does it look like this? Okay, it's kind of weird, but you can kind of see it real quickly, okay? This is what he had on. Very chill, small chain, nothing too crazy, you know? Cute, simple. All right, let's go back here. Okay, let's go.
So what you is not going to tell me racist. You're not going to tell me it's racist. It's bug breaking because all these guys got attitudes. All these guys got swag. All of them. You got to have swag to play quarterback. But you know what they did? They all interviewed great. They interviewed with every NFL team. Even if they knew they wasn't going to go to that team, they interviewed well with them. What did Shedeur do? The opposite. Because Shedeur Sanders wanted to do whatever he felt like doing. And because you love Deion, because you love Shedeur, y'all want to say it's racism or butt breaking. They don't want the black man to be himself. No, you can be yourself in your own business.
And without being an asshole. Being yourself doesn't mean you gotta be an asshole. Like, see, here's your boy. Easy, here he is. This dude is crazy. He is really crazy. He's really crazy. His daddy needs to go buy a team. And that way because dad can do whatever he wants with him on that team. You are crazy.
Okay? You want to be yourself? Start your own business. Yeah. Start your own brand. And he got his own brand. Too bad his brand ain't playing football. And we can even go back past that. Vince Young went 2006 NFL draft, round 1, pick 3. Jamarcus Russell, 2007 NFL round 1, pick 1. Okay? These are guys who have been selected all black. Ain't no buck breaking here. It's that they did what they were told. But Shedeur Sanders, when Brian DeBall asked him to go up to the whiteboard and explain coverages, he wasn't ready, had an attitude because he's soft. Like so many young black men out here. Why?
Did you hear this? Why didn't I tell him about this? He said, what? Who asked him to go to the board?
And the ball asked him to go.
Hold on, you guys. Let's look this up. Brian, what? What's his name? The ball and Shedeur. Oh, Brian the Ball. What's his name? You guys, sorry. Oh, well. We gotta look this up. So a coach asked him to go up there and explain what a coverage was, and he chose not to do it. He had an attitude. Yeah, these boys, like Coach Deion, there's something off with the way he raised these boys. I'm so sorry. Hold on. There's something off.
Go up to the whiteboard and explain coverages. He wasn't ready, had an attitude because he's soft. Like so many young black men out here, YN soft. Want to do what you want to do and expect to get results soft. I don't come from that era. I come from the era where somebody tell you to do something and they have authority over you. You get your ass up there and you do it.
You guys, hold on. Let's come over here real quick. What happened? Hold on. What is this?
Shedeur Sanders. There was a report from Todd McShay.
Okay, hold on, you guys. Can y'all see this? Hold on, you guys. We're going to get to the bottom of this. An NFL assistant coach on Shedeur Sanders. The worst formal interview I've ever been in my life. He's so entitled. He takes unnecessary sacks. He never plays on time. He has a horrible body language. He blames teammates. But the biggest thing is he's not that good. No, he's definitely not that athletic.
that you had a meeting that did not go very well?
Yeah, I'd say we had good meetings with all the guys. Y'all are just afraid of the confidence. He has not said anything negative.
Torpedoed himself. His attitude off the field at the combine, his dad didn't help him either. You know, he was on podcast talking about, this is my son.
Now that the draft is over, Shedeur Sanders is firmly a Cleveland Brown, and the Pittsburgh Steelers have no idea if their quarterback is somewhere in a dark room doing ayahuasca. It's time to kind of review what was.
We're going to get into it. We're going to look at that later. We're going to look at that. I'm going to find it. We're going to get into that. Hold on.
You need the job. You need the opportunity. Everything ain't racism in Black America. Everything ain't the white man want to buck break you. That's the excuse for every time a black man don't want to do what he's supposed to do to get his ass in the position he need to be. We all got to play that game. I'm here in Uganda, okay? When I want to do things here, I got to humble myself in the private sector. I gotta do what people are asking me to do. It don't matter what I did in YouTube or I'm an American citizen or I got this. It doesn't matter. I do what I'm supposed to do to win the job, period. But with y'all, because it's Deion's son, I love Deion. See, the thing is, Deion.
I will show you. I'm going to show you his combine interview. I didn't like it. When I tell you, you need to, when we watch his combine interview, you're going to take a piece of paper and you're going to count the number of times he said dad. You're like, sir, how old are you? My dad, my daddy, my dad, my daddy, my daddy, my dad. I'm like, what is going on here? And so it also goes to show to me that Coach Deion, even if, let's say he trained him right for the game, he did not prepare him for his like interpersonal skills, like how to go about the interviews, like how do you actually interview? Because let's even assume he's the greatest to ever do it since Mike Vick. But my thing is, was he also coached to know how to properly do interviews? Because it's a real thing. You know, everybody has to do it for a job. If you want to go do your MBA, if you want to go to med school and things like that, you know, you have to know how to interview and you have to know how to interview professionally. And I'm telling you this, when you hear Shedeur speaks, you will think he's 15 years old. I don't like how he talks. To me, it's incredibly disappointing. I'm like, you have to be way more eloquent than that. Because when you play football at professional level, especially if you are the main quarterback, after every game, you're going to have to sit there for a press conference and answer all these goofy ass questions. Okay. So we have to make sure that you know how to talk. You got to be a great speaker. So is he even taking classes in that? Did his dad hire anybody for him to have these mock interviews? Did anybody prepare him for mock interviews? I don't think so. Because I think this family walks around thinking, oh, we're the Sanders. We're the Sanders. We're the Sanders. Nope. It's a job. It's a job employment thing. You're going to have to interview like everybody else. Yeah, you're going to have to go through the process like everybody else. And if somebody asks you to go to the whiteboard and talk about what coverage is, oh, of course, coach, no problem. Let me do it. You know? But it's like, it's crazy to me. Yeah, they really do. Because to me, I am so shocked that he didn't perform at the combine. I'm like, why would you not do it? If Cam is doing it, if you know that you and Cam are competing, because they used to talk about that, like you would see their banter and they would talk about who's going to be quarterback, who's going to get picked in the round one, who's going to pick number one. So my thing is like, if Cam is interviewing, you're like, let me do it too, though. Like, what? You're not about to outshine me, you fool. But to be that cocky that you see Cam out there on the field and you're not like, you know what? Let me do this also. You crazy. How can you be this arrogant? Yes, he does not speak well. He doesn't speak well. And I'm like, when you are a quarterback, you're going to have to take so many questions. So it's really, really important for you to work on your speaking skills. I don't know why people don't take public speaking seriously, but it's incredibly serious. You have to learn how to be a great communicator on the field and off the field, because whether it's basketball, whether it's baseball, whether it's football, hockey, I don't care. Every time the game is over, they don't ask you questions. And we have even seen players get suspended or fined because of how they handle their post-game interview with the press. Like they will fine you $250,000, $50,000, $100,000. It is a real thing, right? So public speaking skills, they matter a whole lot. And my question to Coach Deion is, did you hire any like fake interviewers to do some mock-up interviews with what's his name, with Shedeur? You know, because we really need to know. That's why I said Chad was getting on my nerve, because I'm like, Chad, instead of sitting here opining on, oh no, I don't think he bombed his interview, why don't you call your nephew and say, nephew, what questions were you asked? And how did you answer those questions? Just ask him. But I'm sure you don't want to, because you knew he came off extremely arrogant. And I think when it's like Stephen A. Smith, Chad Ochocinco, or even Uncle Shay Shay, they all kissing ass to the daddy. These people are seriously afraid of his father. Like, they're so afraid of his father. Like, they're a bunch of liars. And I feel like Stephen A., he talked about Bronny. You saw LeBron James walked up to him like he about to beat him. I'm like, sir, your son is a grown-ass man, and he's sexually active, right? If you're a grown man, you having sex, you can stand up for yourself. If Bronny has an issue with the way Stephen A. Smith is covering him, he can go talk to him directly. They keep emasculating their sons in public. Like, I'm like, that's worse than Stephen A. talking about your son, right? Bronny is a player like anybody else in the NBA. He doesn't need his daddy to go stand up for him. That's a big-ass man who's sexually active. Go sit down somewhere, right? But I'm like, Stephen A., I can see why there's no incentive for Stephen A. to keep it honest with these parents, because these fathers have such fragile egos, and they treat their sons like these golden eggs that nobody can ever criticize. Like, you only have to give my son a compliment. Like, get out of here with that. If you don't want your kids to be criticized, then keep your goofy ass sons at home. And they can be out there chasing behind some white girls or some Latinas. What do we care? Right? But you cannot have your sons in a man's sport and be like, oh, but you can only talk about my son if you say nice things. Ain't nobody give a fuck. If they think your son is basic, then he's basic. Go sit down somewhere. It is annoying. And you got to prepare your son for that. If he was not ready for that, you should have let Bronny in college. That's it. It's that simple. It really is that simple. You're going to let these boys be men, or they're not going to be men. And then you can keep them in your house, give them all the money they need so they can run behind these white girls and bring you some biracial children. Like, what the heck? Like, what is this? This is insanity. This is really crazy.
John can't save his son's ass. So he's supposed to be disrespectful to the people that want to give him a job. And it must be evident because all the teams passed on him. Even black coaches like Mike Tomlin didn't want to take him, and they needed a quarterback because Shedeur is a problem. That's what it is. He's a problem. And nobody in any corporate sector or any business wants to deal with a problem. And if they're going to deal with a problem, your talent got to be better than your problem. And we're going to be honest here. Shedeur Sanders is a good quarterback. He is not a great quarterback. This is not Michael Vick we're talking about here, okay? He's not Jaden Daniels. He's not Caleb Williams. He don't have extreme arm talent. He's not that guy. He's not.
And I don't know. I'm going to try to see if I can play some of Mike Vick's videos so you guys can see what we're talking about, you guys. Mike Vick, iconic. Seriously iconic. I'm like, I regret that I was not into football when he was playing. What? Wow. And I'm like, once you see Mike Vick and you see that round one, pick one, that becomes a standard for you. Like, oh wow, so this is what round one, pick one should look like. This is what it should give. It's not Shedeur. It is not Shedeur. And if his daddy even told him that, his daddy hates him. If Coach Dion looked into Shedeur's eye and he told that boy, yeah, you deserve to be round one, pick one, he hates that boy. He hates him. It's one thing to compliment your kids. It's a whole different thing to lie to your children, because there's no way that Coach Prime doesn't know what a round one, pick one quarterback looks like. He needs to stop playing with me. Okay, even me, I don't know much about football, but just what I saw in the past 4 days alone, I'm like, if Mike Vick is the standard for what round one, pick one should look like, that is not Shedeur standards. And it's okay. It's okay. Stop lying to him. Do not lie to this boy, because you're not helping him. Then he gonna walk around thinking that somebody stole something from him. Back. Your father lied to you. And maybe you also lied to yourself, because there's no way you have money for all this jewelry, but you don't have money to get all the tapes you need to study Mike Vick to know what a number one, round one, pick one looks like. Stop playing with me. You didn't want this bad enough. Please.
Of Terrell Owens as a quarterback. I know Terrell Owens played wide receiver. We can deal with your problems if you Terrell Owens, and even Terrell Owens ain't coming in the league like that. He's not Aaron Rodgers. You got your NFL draft things legendary. Legendary doing what? You ain't played a game in the NFL. Your daddy is legendary. You not a legendary. Even Arch Manning who his uncle is Peyton Manning. His uncle is Eli Manning. What do you see him acting like over at Texas? Not like that. Lamar Jackson don't even have that attitude now. He's a 3-time league MVP. So how has Shedeur got a better attitude than Lamar Jackson, somebody he's not even on the same level or planet with as a player?
You see? So he walks around with this necklace. You got, that's his brand, y'all. That's his brand. He walks around with this chain that says legendary. There's dollar signs all over him. Like when they had the party, it was like sign that said legendary all over the place. And I'm like, what exactly is legendary about you? Like, are you okay? And my thing is, even in respect to your father's career, I think it's incredibly offensive for you to call yourself legendary. Because if you're legendary, then what does that make your dad? You are crazy. You are truly, truly crazy. And even the fact that his dad didn't say, you know what, son, find something else. Maybe the seed of greatness. I don't know. Like find another thing. But legendary, calm down now, okay? Go play 10 years, play 15 years. Win some trophies, like win some MVPs, right? Win some championship. And then you can start calling yourself legendary. But why would Coach Deion even allow this 20-year-old boy or 23-year-old boy to walk out here saying he's legendary when his daddy been his coach? His daddy has made him a quarterback. His daddy gave him his whole football career. Like, are you actually okay? These people are mentally ill. Yeah, he deaf because his dad makes him feel entitled. Because once again, I will never stop saying it. If Coach Deion claims to be a Christian, how can you allow your son to walk out here saying, oh, I'm legendary. I'm legendary. He has a chain that says legendary. His clothes say he's legendary. His shoes say he's legendary. On the turf, they actually had the whole spray paint that says legendary. The whole tent had legendary all over the place. I'm like, what the freak? What have you done? And are you really sure that if you go into this league, you're going to be better than Patrick Mahomes? Are you serious? Even Patrick Mahomes, when he had to play against Tom Brady, Tom Brady humbled him. Even I was like, you know what, Patrick, it's okay. It's Tom Brady, boo-boo. It's Tom Brady. You did the best you could. Hey. Okay, because just when you think you're great, you are reminded that there's somebody greater, right? You're the baddest QB on the turf until your OG steps in there. You understand? But I'm like, when Patrick Mahomes, when they played against the Buccaneers, what's it called? The whatever Tom Brady's experiment was, right? But my thing is, you understand why it was a lot harder. Because think about how much experience Tom Brady has. Okay. So my thing is, you're 23 years old. You have yet to touch the turf, and you out here, oh, I'm legendary. I'm legendary. Do you really think that you can go in your first season? No, but that's the Patriots. But after that, when he came back, when Giselle said don't do football, and he came back and he went, he got what's the black guy's name, child? The one who's crazy. What's the one? He's really good, but he's really crazy. Child, I forgot his name. AB. Antonio Brown, right? There you go, right? The Buccaneers. Remember, he came back and he assembled this team of Avengers, whatever it was, right? So Patrick Mahomes, they played against him. The Chiefs, they played against him, right? But I'm like, it's okay. It really is okay. Okay. But my thing is, if you're Shedeur, do you really say these things like this? Are you sure that your first season going into the league that you are going to, no, it's Antonio Brown. Are you sure that your first season, you're going to outdo Patrick Mahomes? Because right now he's the standard, right? He really is the standard. And I'm not even just that, even Cam. Are you sure that your first season, you're going to be better than Cam Ward? I don't think so. So who, legendary where? Okay. This is utter madness. And like I said, even his dad should have been like, son, listen, you might think you're legendary, but you're going to have to prove that. You're going to have to earn it. And most importantly, it's better for the people to say, wow, Shedeur Sanders was a legendary football player. That shouldn't even come out of your mouth. You understand? It should be the people who say that. And we have seen the same behavior with Kanye. Oh, I'm a genius. 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 Oh, be quiet. Right? Kanye's out here calling himself a genius. If you hear Kanye the way he talks about himself, you would think like, oh my gosh, like he's made the most revolutionary music known to men. No, his entire catalog could disappear tomorrow, and we will still have great music. You're not Mozart, you're not Beethoven, you're not even Duke Ellington. Go sit down somewhere, okay? Go sit down somewhere. But I'm like, in life, sometimes it's not sometimes, many times, it is better for you to let the work speak for itself. And then you let the people say, Shedeur was a legendary football player. Like when you get to a point in your life, by God's grace, if you make it to the NFL, you make it to the Hall of Fame, right? Let the people say that. You don't say it. It's extremely gauche. It is extremely gauche. It's extremely gauche. Even when it came to Beyonce not getting album of the year, whatever that is, right? Did you see her walk up there and demanding it? No, Jay-Z did it. And she looked at him like, child, you're crazy. Okay? You have to let the work speak for you. Let the work speak for you. But how can someone who has not even been drafted in the league yet tell us he's legendary? Are you okay? You are so legendary, but you didn't play at the combine. The math is not mathing. If you believe that you're that great, you should have played at the combine. But you didn't because you were scared of something. And I feel like the people called you and your daddy out on your bluff. They sure did. Like, stop playing with us. This is crazy.
Because you earn what you get in this life. That's how you get it, by doing something right. Actually, he's a 2-time MVP. So you're not going to go into a billionaire's corporation. Let's get this over with, guys. Have your funky ass attitude and expect somebody going to draft you. Because billionaires got egos too. And again, for those of you who don't know own the business, you don't want no employee in your business and they're not doing what they're supposed to do. You're not going to want that. You're not going to want that. Let's just be honest, family. And Shedeur messed up. Nobody hating on the guy. It's too many black men out here with that attitude, and then you wonder why a lot of black men ain't successful. I hate to say it, man, but a lot of black men got this attitude. Oh, they bug breaking me. Hey, ain't nobody hating on you. You hating on yourself. Then when you don't get to where you're supposed to be, it's the white man's fault. Ain't the white man's fault. He asked you to go do something. Why didn't you do it? The Detroit Lions, for an example, the Detroit Lions have an African-American general manager who went to a black college, North Carolina A&T, by the name of Brad Holmes. Want to know what? Brad Holmes didn't draft him either, okay? We have current NFL head coaches in the league right now. Mike Tomlin said no. Todd Bowles said no. D'Amico Ryan said no. Raheem Morris said no. Aaron Glenn said no. So it wasn't that. 5 African-American head coaches said no. Want to know who said yes? The black general manager, Andrew Berry, gave his ass a chance for the Cleveland Browns, and that's after he took Dylan Gabriel above him, okay? So only a black man could put up with this. And he took a white guy ahead of him. So what's y'all excuse? Bottom line, in this world, you got to do what you're told when you need the opportunity. You ain't always...
How can people come outside and say it's racism if even black coaches don't want to deal with him? Black people have to stop doing this. And that's what I mean. I'm the type, I'm always very careful, because if you to me, calling something racist or racism, if you have to go to court, you better make sure that you can defend your arguments, because if you don't, you can get sued for defamation, okay? You got to be very, very careful accusing people of being racist or people of practicing racism. You need to be very, very sure. You know, because it's not okay to mislead black people too. If something is not racist, don't call it racist. And also, if you start calling everything racist, when something really racist does happen, like Carmelo Anthony situation, right? People are not going to take you seriously and think, oh, you're just defending him because he's black. We got to stop doing this. You know, like the Carmelo situation, to me, that's real racism, because I'm still confused why he couldn't sit there. I'm confused. But in this instance, it is where the racism is weird. Like, where is the racism? That's number one. Number two, if the vast majority of black coaches didn't even want to deal with him, how can it be racist? How can it be racist? Why is it so hard to say, hey, you know what? Coach Prime, it's possible that you spoiled this kid, right? It is possible that Shedeur is spoiled. Why is it so hard to hold Coach Prime accountable? Because people like to worship black people with money. People, like, if you're a black celebrity, nothing you do is ever wrong until it's utterly disgusting. Even with this whole Diddy stuff, right? People had to wait to see a video of Diddy walking up that girl's head, shoving her and kicking her, to be like, oh my gosh, like, okay, I guess now I believe it. You got to stop doing this. People got to really stop doing this. Why is it so inconceivable that Coach Dion has raised a son that is a brat? Why is that so impossible to believe? Right? And why is it so hard for people to say, you know what, Coach, for as much as we support you, are you sure you did everything possible for Shedeur to be like in round one, even if it's not pick number one? Are you sure that you did everything possible to make sure that not only he's a great player, right, a great technical player, but he has great personable skills, that when he interviews greatly? Why don't we look at Coach Dion before we start accusing everybody of being a racist? That's just crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? That is crazy. But even me, the stuff I saw from Saturday until today, you guys, even Marlene, I wouldn't have picked Shedeur. I don't care how athletic he is. This is too much. I'm not dealing with this. I am not dealing with this. I don't want this crap. There's this young black boy who's a football player, you guys. He has a Honda Accord. Hold on. Let me see if I can find him. What's his name? Is that a Honda or is it a Toyota? No, he's black. Or is it a Honda Accord? Y'all, I saw it on social media. Brown, is that him? AJ Brown, right? Hold on. He drives a Honda Accord. You see this? Y'all, this young man signed a $100 million contract. He drives a Honda Accord. Okay.
Man. Last week, we learned he likes to read the motivational book on the sidelines. Today, we learned he likes to drive a Honda Accord. Get you point A to point B, nothing too fancy. This is how he pulled up to their playoff game today against the Rams. He's got the books in hand, the Honda Accord. Where it really was all business today. Looks like he's going into a business meeting. Now he's going into an NFL playoff game. Also smart because there's bad weather in the forecast. Snow on the roads. You leave the nice cars in the garage on days like this. Because of the weather, it turned into the Saquon Barkley show. The Eagles didn't need to throw the ball much because Saquon was just busting off big runs. Jalen Hurts was playing injured. The Eagles didn't need to pass the ball much, but they're advancing to play the Commanders next round. Shout out to AJ Brown, man. The way he made that book fly off the shelves, Honda better be ready. The Accord might be the best-selling car this week. AJ Brown just keeps getting more and more relatable for the common man. Last week, we learned he likes to read the motivational book on the sidelines. Today, we learned he likes to drive a Honda Accord.
Do you see this? Right? And that's why to me, right, you not only have to study the game, but you also got to study where the culture is right now in the NFL. And I also feel like anybody with a little bit of sense will understand. Ever since COVID happened, ever since we've been in quarantine, ever since we have came out of quarantine, if you guys notice, right, celebrities, they're not selling like that anymore. Concert tickets are not selling like that anymore. People don't even care about celebs anymore. All this flashy stuff, like it's not like in 2016 where people were really obsessed with money and flashy stuff and celebrities. Like ever since we came out of quarantine, people have more of a taste for relatable content. That's why TikTok does better than Instagram, right? People want to see more vlogs. People want to see more cooking videos, more cleaning videos. People are trying to do everything to stay away from consumerism and things like that. So I'm like, you not only have to be a student of the game, right? Okay. What's it called? Not only do you have to be a student of the game, but you also got to have this like the self-awareness to understand where the culture is right now with other athletes, right? How are they showing up to the games? How are they dressing? What are people saying about this? But even me, I will tell you this. When I saw AJ Brown pull up on a Honda Accord, when I'm like, and people are like, oh yeah, he signed like $100 million contract or $200 million contract. I'm like, is it not refreshing to see a young man that could go out there and buy a $500,000 car, a $300,000 car, $1 million car, drive a $30,000 car, and driving home the message that the car don't make the man makes the car because he is AJ Brown. Okay, the car don't make him. He can even go to practice in the bus. He can walk to practice. He's still gonna deliver, right? How many professional athletes? Let's even talk about Terrell Owens, right? T.O. lost $80 million. He lost $80 million. Who remembers when he used to have a show? Was it on VH1? Like he had a TV show. He had a show, right? A reality TV show. And he was living large in Miami, right? And remember when he went on the Wendy Williams show and he said that he lost $80 million. And then he also had to sleep on a mattress. He had to sleep on an air mattress. You're like, how can Terrell Owens sleep on an air mattress? What happened to your money? $80 million just gone. Poor investments, poor money management, wasting money all up and down Miami. We have watched so many videos of Chad Ochocinco telling us that his jewelry was fake because he's like, yeah, I'm already rich. I'm famous. I'm a professional athlete. Who will ever second guess that my jewelry is not real? So he said, yeah, he used to buy his cubic zirconia from Clears. He used to buy his jewelry was fake, right? Listen, sir, Dolphin, if you want, you can stay here or you can be banned. I don't have time for this. You have to know how to conduct yourself. People are too grown. Okay, so either you act your age or you act your wage. You pick one. Pick one. But if you want to do this, I will ban you. I don't have time for this. Okay, you have to know how to conduct yourself. A lot of y'all have to know how to conduct yourselves. You're so freaking immature, and that is the problem. You gotta know how to conduct yourself. Trolling is not cute. You have something pertinent to say it. But if you don't have anything relevant to add because you're a super fan of Shedeur, this is not the right line for you. So you decide, right? You can stay or you can go. I can do it for you. Anyways, let me go back to what I was saying, right? You got to be more mindful. And I do feel as though nowadays, when people look at their favorite people, especially in the world of sports, right? Even here, there's this guy that's really famous too. His name is Sebum. He's like Mr. Olympia, Christopher, right? He's Canadian. Also an Aquarius. We have the same birthday, right? But it's like, even when I look at him too, Sebum, Mr. Olympia, he won Mr. Olympia like 6 times or whatever. Chris is incredibly chill. He is so chill, but we all know he's rich as fuck. Like, come on. We see his house. We see his kitchen. All I have to do is see your kitchen, right? But you look at Chris Bumstead, like he is so chill, even though he has won Mr. Olympia 6 times, right? So it's like, let the career talk for you. And also not just that, young people today, they also they gravitate more towards people that are relatable. Right? Do you want your fans to look at you every single day and to be like, oh, well, I can afford this. I can afford that. I can afford this. I can afford that. No, because there's more to life than the car you drive. There's more to life than the jewelry that you wear. Because like I said, when you are a professional athlete also, hopefully by God's grace, you'll get to a place where you can be an inspiration for all the young people that look up to you. And it's more important for them to learn about, to learn life lessons from you, to learn wisdom from you than to sit there and be obsessed about cars they will never be able to afford. And even if they can afford it, do they even need those cars? No, they don't. Another one that I really love too is Chris Ronaldo. Chris has 300, 600 million followers on freaking Instagram, right? But you look at Chris Ronaldo too. You don't see cars everywhere. Hold on, let me see if I can find him. Where is he at? Where is he? Hold on. Okay, here's Chris. Let me show you Chris's page real quick, okay? Okay, 600. This is insanity. How can you have so many followers? This is madness. But you see, Chris has 652 million followers. This insanity, right? But you look at his page, y'all, everything is about soccer. Everything on his page is about soccer. Soccer, 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 soccer. He lives, he breathes, he eats soccer and his family, right? Do you know how much money this man has? But you wouldn't see it. You understand? And that makes it so much easier for more and more young people, for more people, old, young, you name it, to want to tap into your movement because it's relatable. We all know this man is rich AF. Some of us will never even see this kind of money in our life. But who cares, right? But you look at Chris Ronaldo, you learn from him life lessons, how to conduct yourself, how to be a professional, how to be about the game, how to have singular focus on the game, right? And how everybody can say, you know what? If Chris can do it, maybe I can work harder. Maybe I can work harder. Maybe I can wake up in the morning and go run. That's what you should do as an athlete. Every athlete should aspire to motivate people to be the best version of themselves. Because every man, especially if you're a man and you're an athlete, your goal should also be to inspire these young men. First of all, money don't make a man, right? Cars don't make a man. If you got to use money, cars, and jewelry to get people to like you, to get girls to like you, you an incel, like you some weird ass simp, okay? Because every man should know how to have charisma, how to have self-esteem, self-worth, how to be the kind of person when you walk into a room, you know how to get people's attention without jewelry, without showing your car knob, your car fob, whatever you call it, right? You want people to respect you because of the hard work you put in. That has to be the gift that you give your followers, okay? Because not everybody is going to be rich, but people don't need to be rich. That's crazy. But what everybody needs to have, especially what young men need to have, is focus, consistency, hard work. Let your yes be yes, let your no be no. If you made a commitment that you're going to show up and work out, when you come outside and you work out, you give it all you got and you leave it on the floor. Does that make sense? That's it. That's it. That's how you have to position yourself. And I'm like, the vast majority of players, the vast majority of athletes who are really, really good at what they do, people do not follow these people because of the cars they drive, how many girls they can have sex with, and one thing, one. People follow these people because these are really, really inspirational people who are telling you, stop waiting to have this, and that, but you have to work with what you have, and you got to maximize what you have. And as a man, you affirm yourself, but what you do with your hands. Make something useful of your life. Okay, make something useful of your time. Stop wasting your time strolling and doing this, and that. Okay, someone like her not good a person. Attends, je comprends pas bien. Can you like maybe write it in Creole, maybe, because I don't understand what you wrote. But if what you're trying to say, if what you're trying to reduce what I'm saying to, you're not a good person because you wear a chain. This kind of like dishonest intelligentsia, I don't deal with, right? That's bad faith, right? That's just making an argument in bad faith. So maybe if you type your comment in Creole, you'll make more sense and maybe you'll show more good intellectual faith. But it's truly asinine to type a comment to imply that what I'm saying is, oh, if you wear a gold chain, automatically you're a bad person. Are you actually okay? Or are you still taking ESL? Sac passe? Right? Make it make sense. Right? What in the Port-au-Prince the foolishness is going on, right? Who would ever say that, right? But if it's not the fact that you are willfully ignorant, like you choose to be ignorant, it's not that hard, right? It's not that hard. Anybody can wear a chain, but should you be defined by your chain? Should your chain game be louder than your actual game? No. Right? If people hire you to be a quarterback, should you walk around like you're a damn rapper who just signed to Young Money, Cash Money, New Money? No, that is ridiculous. Especially when you have players that are way better than you, that are way richer than you, that have way more accolades than you, that have thrown way more yards than you, and they don't even do this much. Okay? You got to humble yourself. Make it make sense. It's like if you go into a room that is full of billionaires, and if you want to start flashing your old mouse PK, you are insane. Because while you flashing your watch, they can start flashing their private jets. There's levels to this shit. There's levels to it. And the fact that you don't even have the spatial awareness to understand that there's level to shit, right? And when you step into a room, make sure that there's not somebody in there that's wealthier than you. Because whatever you can brag on, God forbid, there's somebody in there that can brag bigger than you. Now you look a whole fool. And that's why as a man, you don't use jewelry and cars and bags to impress people. Because there's always another man that got way more than you. Makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Or should I say in Creole for you, right? Hopefully it makes sense. That's some female shit. This is what girls do. Girls, they go around and they impress each other. Who got a big ass? Who got big titties? Who got the longest nails? Who got the longest weave? And that's some feminine ass behavior. That's some feminine ass behavior. If I see a bunch of guys sitting here comparing each other, oh, who got the biggest chain? Who got the biggest watch? Who got the biggest? That is some feminine ass behavior. So tell me you were raised by a woman without telling me you didn't have your daddy growing up. That is not some male ass behavior. Right? Because if you are walking into your masculine energy, you're not going to hide behind jewelry to define your manhood. That is some weak ass shit. It is incredibly weak. And if nobody ever told you that is some weak shit, well, I'm the first one going to be to tell you. And I'm glad to have that honor. right? Because as a man, what should define you and what you take pride in is not what you can buy, but it's what you can do. It's what you can build. It's what you can create. It's the legacy that you leave behind. And it has nothing to do with jewelry. Criminals buy jewelry. Drug dealers buy jewelry. There's all kinds of reprobates out here who can buy jewelry. But how many men can say, I built this with my own 2 hands and I did it with integrity? Never stealing from nobody, never lying from nobody, right? Because you might not be a billionaire, but you might sit next to a billionaire. And just by your work ethic alone, the billionaire man gonna have respect for you because he's like, you remind me of myself. But imagine you step into a room and you want to start bragging about your shoes, start bragging about your old mouse Piguet, or you want to start bragging about all this foolishness. And the man says to you, you see that plane right there? I got 5 of those. Now what you gonna say? What you gonna say? And that's why people that's why what's his name? What's that man's name again? O'Shea is saying that's why a lot of black boys today, a lot of black men today, they're not successful because you just don't have the wisdom to know how to talk and how to conduct yourself when you enter rooms with men that are way more successful than you. You want to start flossing in front of a person that's a billionaire. You want to tell a billionaire how to run his business when you barely have $100,000 cash in your checking account. Are you actually insane? And maybe you are insane, right? You have to know how to talk around to everybody. But when you are surrounded by billionaires, if anything, you should talk less and listen more because they have accomplished way more than you. Everything you buy that you're, oh, look, I take so much pride in my little watch. They bought this shit like decades ago. They give that shit to their freaking, like, their maids and shit, okay? They give that to the gardeners, right? We have to stop. We truly, truly, truly have to stop. And I think the problem is the vast majority of black people are so insecure. They are so insecure that black people don't know how to take space in any space without relying on the trinkets of white people. I need something from white people to feel like I'm somebody important because you don't know how to find confidence within based on the work that you have done for yourself to get yourself from point A to point Z. You don't know how to do it. So the vast majority of black people always have to hold on or hearken to some white person's trinket, a car, jewelry, this and that. Let me go find a Palestinian to give my money to. Let me go find a Vietnamese to make me some grills. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Why can't you just show up as yourself, dress as yourself, like in the most, I guess, like the most humble forms of yourself, and know that you are still worthy of accolade. You are still worthy of praise. You are still worthy of success. Why do you think that you have to go take all of your money and give your money to some fat ass Palestinian to give you a big ass chain that probably gonna give you like neck pain to make you feel like you've arrived? Why don't you believe in yourself? Like, why don't you believe in yourself? That is crazy to me. That is crazy to me. But we have seen it all. We have seen the cars. We have seen the bags. We have seen the rollies waving side to side, whatever, you name it, right? Only for Biggie Small to die super broke. We have seen it all. We are tired of flex culture. We want people who are financially literate. We want to see black entertainers, black athletes, black whatever, who are financially literate. We need to have successful black people who free black people from the necessity of always spending all their money and wearing all their money. You can save your money, you know. You can invest your money. You don't always have to look like everything you have in the bank you're wearing right then and there on your body. It is okay. And that's why when you look around most ethnic group in America, black people are the least likely to save and the more likely to spend all their money as soon as they get their money. We have to learn delayed gratification. We have to learn to invest. We have to learn, hey, if some people think I'm not rich, it's okay. If some people think I'm not balling like that, it is okay, right? You don't have to always buy stuff to impress other people. Why are black people so obsessed with external validation? We walk around with names, a bunch of weird ass white people that don't even like us all over our bodies. Dior, Gucci, Louis, you name it, a bunch of weird ass European names. People who don't even care for you, right? We spend more of our money with these Europeans than these Europeans spend the black community. Right? All we do is buy clothes and shoes and bag and jewelry. Meanwhile, our schools are failing. Our streets are failing. Community is failing. But we're happy as long as I can wear a white man's name all over my body. We have to do better. People seriously have to decolonize their minds. We have to decolonize our mind. Okay. But I'm like, I don't get it either. Complain about how the NFL treat them. Don't say I'm trying to own. How can they own any team, bro? How can we own anything? I remember one time, Killer Mike did a documentary. He was like, Black people, the money hits the bank account like on payday. It's gone within 5 minutes. And then he said, when it comes to other communities, the money turns 7 times in the community before it actually leaves the community, right? So for me also, when I sat here and I saw Shedeur's party, the fact that the fat Palestinian man came in there to sell him jewelry, I'm like, okay, why do you even need that? That's number one. Number two, you could not buy your jewelry from a Black jeweler. You have to go give your money to a Palestinian, right? Look at hip hop, from Jacob the jeweler to the Vietnamese guy that makes all the grills. I've got the Iceman, right? The Vietnamese guy. You also have Lorraine Schwartz. So if it's not the Vietnamese, it's the Jew people. If it's not the Jewish people, it's the Arab people. But why don't even Black people buy their jewelry from other Black designers? Unbelievable. Then he had to go get this whole Louis Vuitton trunk. I'm like, okay, that's like 10, 20 grand. But I'm like, what Black designer are you even wearing? Even his party, I was like, okay, did you have any caterers that were actually Black at your party? So why are we cheering for Black people to make it and to make money just so they can spend their money with white people, Palestinians, and also go marry white women? I don't get this. There was not a single Black designer on Shedeur. There was not. I'm like, was the party, like even the food? Did they even go out their way to cater the food from a Black caterer? Did they even buy the cake from a Black caterer? Most likely not. Most likely not. And this kind of treason is always permissible because Black people are so damn insecure. They're like, oh, we hate white people, but we're going to go buy stuff from white people to show them that we hate them. You are so insensible. You are just so immature. Like, people got to grow up, right? At least if you're going to buy the jewelry, buy it from a Black designer. If you're going to buy a bag or a purse, buy it from a Black designer. If you're going to have your shoes be custom made, let a Black artist custom make your shoes. If you're going to have a big party, let the caterer, let the party planners be Black people. So, okay, at least I get it. We are cheering him to make money that he can start sponsoring Black businesses. But of course not. They're just crying and begging Shedeur to make it just so he can spend his money with other communities and most likely marry a white woman. And then one day the white girl gonna divorce him and take all his money back to the white community. It's like I don't know how you stop this foolishness. Like, it's so crazy to me, right? But you don't need to wear a bunch of jewelry to be successful, because to me you're hiding. You're hiding. And we have seen this with the rappers. And we have seen how they've all gone poor and broke. We have seen this for football players. And many of them, too, have gone broke. So what we're trying to see nowadays, 2025 and moving forward, we want to see young Black men who are put in position of making a lot of money. And they're also taking the opportunity to be financially literate. They are saving their money. They're being frugal. And when they wear designer, they make an intentional effort to wear Black designers. They make an intentional effort to spend their money in the Black community because it's Black people who support them, right? But no, they come for the Black rage that Black people will go and put pressure on these white people. And then when they get their check, all the money goes to white people or people who at least look white. So what's the point of supporting these people again? I'm like, what happened? No, like, that's crazy. And I'm gonna show you guys the Palestinian guy. Let me go find him. Hold on. Let me show you right here. You see? A Palestinian. You see this? A Palestinian. So that's why, like me, Marlene, I am very, 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 very reluctant to go off, lose my mind behind some black celebrities, like rich black people, because the vast majority of those people are disloyal. They're full of treason, and they do not spend their money in the black community. So I'm very, very, very reluctant to fight for these people. Okay, I am seriously reluctant. But here's the Palestinian. Okay, here's the man. So I'm like, he could not get a black jeweler. So let's keep watching this.
We know it's gonna be good today. It's gonna be a blessed day. Yeah. In God's name, man. That's all we gotta worry about.
I told you he looked like DJ Khaled. I'm like, he has to be Palestinian. He looks like DJ Khaled.
As long as we have faith in God, everything's gonna happen. You sure? You'll see. Everybody, we're gonna make everybody believe us today.
Oh, for sure.
Take your diamonds, man.
Yeah, man. Just came out here to support the brother, man. Our brother.
All Arabs. These are Arabs. These are Arabs. You see? And so these Arabs know, let's go find these insecure Negroes and let's tell them this crap. And who even knows if these diamonds are even real? I don't know where did these Palestinians even have access to real diamonds? I don't know. I don't know. You tell me. But how do we even know that this is real? They could be selling a bunch of rubbish because they know these black people are insecure. These black boys are insecure. As soon as they think they're about to make some money, they will spend their advances. They will spend their money before they even sit down with a financial plan of, okay, like, where should I put this money first? And then whatever is left over, I'm going to use that money to splurge on jewelry and foolishness. No, they splurge first. And if by God's grace, if something is left over, maybe they'll think about investing their money. But why not go to a black jeweler who has black employees, who has a black wife, and who has black children that he takes to private school? Why not? No, full of Arabs. Watch.
You know, yeah. It's something that he worked hard for, you know, his whole entire life, and you know, the day's finally here, man. And we're just, you know, praying for the best, and everything's gonna come together. Okay.
Hold on, you guys. Here, and this is the Christian family, y'all. Not a single pastor in sight, but a bunch of Arabs selling overpriced, tacky ass jewelry. Right? Hold on. Wait until he gets ready. Wait until they get ready. Wait until they get ready. I'm like, this is some foolishness. Utter foolishness. There you go. Designers. You see? That's it. And I'm like, white people are racist, but they can't live without white people. They cannot live without the trinkets of white people. But there, you see? There you go. There you go. And how much money you think he gave these Arabs? But when you see issues happening in the black community, do you see Arabs give money to black people? Have you ever seen Arabs shop with black people? Of course not. Of course not. Yeah, exactly. They move individually, then cry racism when it goes left, and they want the black community outraged. They were moving on that anyways. Exactly. How much money do you think Shedeur even gave to Carmelo's GoFundMe? Probably zero. They put clothes on the floor. I'm like, why are your clothes on the floor like this? Like, what is this? Idolatry. Idolatry. Okay, then why? Okay, then so if they have never proved that they would change their ways, then why were you so butthurt in the beginning? I don't get it. You need to ask yourself that question. Okay? Me, I don't care if they change their ways or they don't change their ways. My thing is ultimately, I am not crying for Shedeur, and I think being picked round 5, pick 144, he got exactly what he deserved. I don't feel bad for him. Money sign everywhere. Money, 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 money. I'm like, what is going on here? Yeah, now look at him, right? Look at all the jewelry. Look at the Palestinian.
Look at that. Hold up.
And all this money is being spent. This young man hasn't even signed his contract yet. He hasn't been drafted. Doesn't know if he's going anywhere. He don't have no contract. He is spending money, maybe money he has or money he thinks he's gonna have. You see, you're butthurt because your statement don't make no sense. First, you come out saying this, right? You came out saying this. Now you're saying this. It's like you're all over the place. So you're all over the place. I've never asked any celebrity to change their behavior. I could care less. I'm not trying to be famous. He obviously wanted to go round 1. He didn't. So my point is, don't sit here and cry racism because you need to look at your behavior. For me, Marley, where I stand, Cam Ward got selected, and I'm extremely happy that he went round 1, pick 1. He deserves it. Absolutely. He deserves me. I'm extremely happy. My boy Cam made it. My boy Cam made it. I am happy. Right? I'm extremely happy. For me, Shedeur, he got exactly what he deserves. Because for somebody whose family claims to be Christians and not a single pastor in sight and not a single Bible in sight, okay, no problem. Okay, then no problem. No problem. If you came in late, I take it back. No problem. Je m'excuse. That's no problem. Okay. That's no problem. If you came in late, that's okay. No problem. But my point is, because when you came in and you said, oh, as if I'm trying to say that if you wear a chain, automatically you're a bad person, or you cannot be a good role model. I really didn't like that. Because to me, it's like, what are we even doing? Like, that's crazy, right? You can have a chain, you can have some nice jewelry. What I was talking about is the obsession with these things. Do not be obsessed. Everything you do in moderation. And also, if you say that you're Christian, your family claims to be Christian, your dad said he's a Christian, and every day we wake up, there's like on a single day, you can have about 3 to 4 different posts about Coach Dion giving you these Bible verses, right? I would expect this to look completely different. Seriously, instead of having Palestinian jewelers, we should have had a black pastors, like a bishop or the deacons be here to pray. There should have been some Bibles and maybe a donation to a shelter or to some black family in need. Like maybe you give away some shoes to I don't know, like, something charitable, right? But I'm like, once again, people have not even got selected. They're not drafted, don't even have a contract, don't even know if they're going to have a contract, don't even know if you're going to make money. And look at how much money is being spent in a single day on utter foolishness. So my thing is, once again, because these rich black people always love to weaponize racism and black rage for black people to go out there and fight their goofy ass battles, right? Why would I fight for you? Why? Even your jeweler is Palestinian. And you prioritize giving your money to Palestinians and white people before even giving it to your own people. And I will say this, I wonder if whoever catered the party, whoever was responsible for the party was even black. I want to know. Because it's enough already. Like, it truly is enough of weaponizing black people, weaponizing black rage, and weaponizing racism when y'all some selfish ass, self-absorbed people who love to give your money to foreigners. I got time for that.
Ooh, that's crazy.
Look at this.
Look at that.
Okay.
That's crazy. Yep. Hold up.
You ready, Coach?
Almost 2 seconds.
So which way you gotta go shoot at?
That's crazy.
Yes. The only thing with that light, you think the jury?
Not really.
No. You can turn around. Yeah, turn.
That's insane, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you guys an honest question, because this is a custom piece, right? So they had to place the order. They had to place the order before we got there, right? Because this is already made. That's a custom piece. How can you go and commission such a ostentatious piece to be made when you have not been drafted yet? How does that even work? Okay. Do you know you're going to be drafted for sure? No, of course not. He's a Sanders, right? Has any team told you you're going to be drafted for sure? Oh, hell no. And my thing is, when you place this custom order, then you should make sure you give it your all when you go for your interviews. Because I don't know, is this like what, 100,000, 200,000, $500,000? I don't even know how much this costs. Way more than I have in the bank, right? But my point is, if I'm going to go commission such an expensive piece, you guys, I'm going to make sure that not only I show up at the combine, I give it my all, and I'm going to do everything right for my interviews, you guys, because I paid for this expensive piece. I'm not about to be embarrassed. No, the boy commissioned this piece. He pays all the money for this piece, goes to the combine. He don't practice. Okay, goes to his interviews. They ask him to go to the whiteboard and talk about coverage. He throws a tantrum. Is he actually serious? But when you're not drafted yet, you don't have a team, you don't have a contract, you don't even know how much you're going to make. Why are you commissioning such expensive custom pieces? And when I saw this, I was like, if this is how he's going into the league, this is how he handles money, and this is how he deals with money, this boy gonna be broke. And I even looked up his dad. Coach Dion allegedly is only worth $35 million. Now, do I have 35 mil? Hell no. But at the same time, I didn't have all this exposure. So for his dad to have been famous like since like the early 80s or whatever, and we're in 2025 and Coach Dion is only worth 35 million, his father was not good with money. He was not good with money. There is no reason why Coach Prime is not worth at least $100 million. $35 million, there are TikTokers who are worth that much. There are people on TikTok who are worth that much money. So for Coach Prime to only be worth 35 million, I will show you if you want to see it, but Coach Prime is only worth 35 million. His net worth is estimated to be around 35 million. That is not a lot of money. And I'm like, young, and then most likely that money is coming from Colorado. Like, it's probably coming from his coaching job, which lets me know that Deion Sanders was horrible with money. And it makes sense. 2 failed divorces, bunch of kids, who, and then an expensive, very flashy lifestyle. Like, of course the money's gone. And if it was not for this coaching gig in Colorado, only God knows how much this man will have in the bank. But my thing is, if this is how Shedeur handles money, if this is how Shedeur prioritizes his spending, this boy is not going to do well. Yeah, I looked it up. I looked it up yesterday. Hold on. I looked it up yesterday. I was so shocked. Well, I guess now they're saying 150. Okay, good. I was like, what the heck? Because what I saw yesterday was saying 100. It was saying 35 mil. And I was like, 35 million? Okay, so that's good. Okay, they're saying 150. Okay. Because what I saw yesterday was saying 35 million. I'm like, 35 million? How is that even possible? Like, this is crazy. Okay, good. Oh, thank you, Jesus. I was like, 35 million. But my thing is, if you are already going to the league, prioritizing jewelry, custom pieces, bunch of watches, and bunch of this, but you see, though, my point is, Zach, even that, for you to even say it's lucky is still sad, because they should be worth more. Because we spend too much money. Even during COVID, I don't know if you were keeping up with COVID, right? The vast majority of celebrities that had to sell their homes, that were going broke, that had to move out of California, and this, and that, it was Black people. It was Black people. Because we just spend too much money to impress people. And even before, I talked about Adam Sandler, but you probably didn't watch my video because, I think it's like your first time being here, right? But I've spoken about Adam Sandler. Sure, hold on. Let me see if I can show y'all real quick. Right? I have spoken about Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler, he is worth $400 million. 400. Every time you see Adam Sandler, he looks like he's homeless. Okay? He always looks like he's homeless, right? Because there's something to be said about white celebrities, like when they make money or when they become successful, their community does not put pressure on them to wipe out their bank account and to wear all this designer crap. Exactly. Thank you, my love. Merci. You know what I'm saying? Adam Sandler, 400 million. That man looks like he shops at the Salvation Army. Why? Because in their community, white community, they just care about the fact that he's funny. That's all they care about. He's a funny man. They're not looking for him to be the fashion, like the Vogue person of the year. They don't care about that, right? But it's like we as Black people, we put unnecessary financial pressure on our Black celebrities to wipe out their bank accounts to prove to us that they're successful. And we're toxic as hell. And we have to stop doing this. Because too many of our celebrities are going broke. They're going poor behind foolishness. But like the entire COVID, like the whole COVID stuff, because first it was COVID, so people couldn't work, they couldn't travel, they couldn't do movies, whatever. Then there was the Hollywood strike where more Black celebrities could not work. So every day you wake up, who's selling a house? It's a Black person. Who's filing for bankruptcy? It's a Black person. Who's crying for money? It's a Black person. Because we have a truly, truly unhealthy relationship with money. And even Kanye said it. He was like, we'll spend our money before we even get paid. And he was like, yeah, even me, I spent my money at Jacob and I'll do it again because I had to go on 106 in Park. And I'm like, my Lord, we have to stop doing this. You know what I'm saying? And even we as Black people, like Black people who support Black artists, Black entertainers, Black athletes and stuff like that, we have to stop requiring our people to always spend all their money to show to us they're successful. We have to stop. It's incredibly toxic. And we are causing people to financially harm themselves. We got to stop doing this. Like if Shedeur wears this freaking thing around his neck, or if he doesn't, people who love him are going to love him regardless. They're going to love him regardless. We have to know this. Like, stop thinking that you have to buy Black people's support. Like, you got to come out here and press him. Look at Lil' Kim. Lil' Kim went broke. All this money, jewelry, weave, bleaching cream, plastic surgery, the money is gone. Mary J. Blige, the money is gone. Weave, clothes, knee-high boots, designer this. So many of our people are broke. Lil Wayne had to go sell his masters. The money is gone. Then he had to go sell. He sold Drake's masters. He sold Nicki Minaj's masters for just $100 million because he was that broke. Where is the money? Where's the money? Like the money just always leaves us. Like where is our money? Why are we so bad? We're such horrible stewards of money. We have to stop doing this. Like we truly have it's the bleaching cream. There is no way that Lil' Kim could not pay her house $4 million. She spent that money in weaves. She has spent that money before. Lil' Kim has had this money before. Clothes, shoes, makeup, jewelry, designer this, designer that, luxury hotels. Like the day Mary J had to sit there with Wendy Williams and talk about they had to put a foreclosure thing on her freaking door. I'm like, this is so embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. Where is the money? Where is the money? Right? MC Hammer, he lost $100 million. The money gone. Evander Holyfield, he lost all his money. All the money's gone. He went and bought some crazy house, like a $90 million. I'm like, Uncle Evander, you don't need to live in a house like this. You grew up poor. Why do you need to live in a $90 million house? What's wrong with living in a $3 million house? I'm just so confused. Evander Holyfield, all the money is gone. It's just gone. Even Mike Tyson, the money was gone. At one point, Mike Tyson was like, that was like in the 90s. He was worth $100 million. So maybe adjusted for inflation, he was probably worth like 300 or 400 million. The money is gone, you guys. Mike Tyson was out here living in a regular house. I mean, not to be offensive, but I'm like, you know what I'm saying? You're Mike Tyson. Why are you here? I don't want you to be my next door neighbor. If it was not for that fight with Logan Paul, no, with Jake Paul, where would he have gotten $20 million from? Now they're saying that even, what's your boy's name? Floyd Mayweather. Allegedly, there are rumors going around that Floyd may also be headed for bankruptcy. Jesus Christ. Like, what the freak is wrong with these people? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, what is wrong with, we need to normalize living under your means. We have to start normalizing this, right? Does a person really need to have 20 cars when you only have one pair of legs? You can only drive one car at a time, maybe 2 cars or 3 cars at most. Do you need to have an entire dealership at your house of foreign cars? This is pure madness. It is madness and it's maddening. But when you see the house, like, I remember because what's his name? A-Rod. A-Rod had a money show, right? A-Rod had a money show. So on the money show, he was trying to help Uncle Evander Holyfield get his money right. And they talk about the house. You guys, the house was like $90 million. And I'm like, Uncle, why would you buy this house? It's not even just a mortgage, you guys. Imagine your water bill when you live in a house that costs $90 million. Who gonna cut all this grass? Like, this is ridiculous. And then your property taxes. This is a money pit. This is a money pit. What is wrong with having a regular house that costs like even $3 million, even let's say even $10 million, right? Why you can't live in a $10 million house? Why do you have to live in a $90 million house? How is this sustainable? But we just make horrible money to say we're so damn immature. Like, we are just so immature and we're so insecure. And the sad thing about Black people, I will say it, like, we only live for the moment. As if we don't have to plan for retirement. As if we don't have to plan for injuries. As if, and you know, when you're that rich, people that are rich like that, they don't pay Social Security taxes. They don't pay into Medicare, Medicaid. Because you make so much money, the government is trusting you to plan your retirement, to plan your health care for retirement, to plan for this, and that. Okay? Yeah, he came out darker, right? Does that make sense? So it's like you can't just live for today. What about when you're 45 and your body has been through so much? Because football is so physical. Like, it requires so much out of your body. So this money that you're making right now, that's the money that's meant to hold you out when you get older. And you got to go see a chiropractor. You got to have a particular kind of nurse. You got to have this kind of medication. You got to have this. You got to have that. We have to learn to prioritize financial planning. We truly have to learn delayed gratification. We have to learn to invest our money as much as possible. And whether you are a rich Black person to a poor, regular Black person, we all need to learn the word budget. There you go. There you go. We all need to learn to live on a budget. All of us. How much you're going to spend on shoes and clothes, and you need to have a monthly budget. And when the money is going, it's going. That's it. That's it. We have to stop. Like, we truly need to stop. We have to stop. We cannot keep living like this. Okay? We just can't. And it triggers me to no end when I keep seeing Black people, especially successful Black people, keep making the same mistakes we have seen before and over. And they have ruined so many Black people. We saw Black Rob in the hospital. He couldn't even pay for his medication. We see so many Black people who used to be so rich and be waving the rollies from side to side. And today they can't even afford to go to the freaking CVS and buy themselves one bottle of Claritin. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. We have to learn to respect money. We have to learn to respect money. And we have to learn to be good stewards, if not great stewards of money. I'm not saying don't look nice, but do everything in moderation. Especially when you have not gotten drafted yet, you don't have a contract, don't even know where you're going. So you got to ease into this stuff, right? Get you something nice to celebrate the moment. But do we have to go and order this massive ass $500,000 custom piece when you don't even know if you're going to be drafted yet? And then when people say this young man is cocky and arrogant, oh my gosh, they're being racist. No, they're not being racist. How can you commission something so massive? Hold on, you guys. Let me find it for you right. Hold on. Where is it? You guys, where's my video, y'all? Okay. How can you go and commission something so massive when nobody has told you that for sure, you're going to get drafted? This is how much you're going to make. One. Don't even know. You see this? And that's what we say. This boy is incredibly cocky. This young man is not prudent. This young man is not wise. Because now that we're all sitting here, you guys, if we don't know that we have successfully acquired a contract, would I go and commission a $500,000 piece? Only to be selected in the 5th round at position 144? Hell no. Hell no. I'm going to do what everybody else before me did. I'm going to get me a nice suit, a nice shirt, and a tie. And that's it. And pray for the best. Now, if you get chosen and then you have your contract and you sign your contract and then the money start coming into your bank account, then you want to go buy this piece, that makes more sense to me because you secured the contract. You haven't secured anything. You haven't even practiced as much as possible to make sure that you can comfortably answer your interview questions. But you go and you commission a custom piece with a $sign on it. Are you actually okay? And I hope every young person learns from this, right? Whether you are going into the league or not. It's the same thing like coming out of college, right? Just because you came out of college, you have a brand new credit card and you think you might get a job. don't you dare spend the money on that credit card. Because just because you think you're going to get a job is very different than actually having a job offer, signing the contract, and starting the job. You don't spend money you don't have. You see this? So he's saying the price of that necklace might be more than his yearly salary after being drafted so late. Now imagine this. What if he did this and his father was not Deion Sanders, you guys? He would have to sleep in the streets. Y'all see this? And this is why people are telling you this young man is immature and he's irresponsible. And he's not even ready to be a man yet. Because you go and you invest all this money. You pretty much throw this money into this custom piece, right? Without even being sure where you're going, how much they're going to pay you for. You spend this money. But you guys, imagine if his daddy was not Deion Sanders and he had a regular family and he was using his NIL money for this. Now, how you going to pay to move down to Cleveland? Because you got to move your stuff there. You got to move your stuff there. You got to find an apartment. You got to find a place to stay. You got to pay your first month's deposit. You pay first month deposit. You pay deposit, right? And then you pay your first month, right? And whatever they ask for. Then you got to pay to, hey, Ms. V, you got to go pay to get the water installed. You got to go pay for your, if you want cable, the internet. Think about all the little stuff you have to pay when you have to move to a new city. It might cost you $20,000, $30,000. To just move all your stuff to a new city, get your apartment, get you some furniture, put some things in the fridge, whatever. It might cost you $30,000. So if his daddy was not Deion Sanders, what would he look like right now? You got this big old chain that you spent all your money. Now you don't even have money for the move. You don't even have money for your apartment. Don't even have money to buy you a couch because you put all the money, all your NIL money in your chain. Stupidity. This is utter stupidity. Okay? This is utter stupidity. And that's how you know he walks around like a spoiled brat. So I can just waste my money on foolishness, and no matter what, daddy is going to give me a safety net. Because right now, let's say he spent all his NIL money on this ring, right? On this piece right here. If it takes $50,000, $20,000, $30,000, even $100,000 to move, who do you think is going to pay for that? His dad. And people want a man who thinks like that to be their quarterback. People are actually crazy. People are really crazy. If you have a son that's actually ready to be his own person, that's actually wise, like, you know what? Let me save my NIL money because I don't know where I'm going to be drafted, how much they're going to pay me. And I also need to know how much, wherever I have to go, I need to make sure I have enough money for the move. Because you got to move there. Exactly, Ms. V. You got to move there. You gotta move there. You gotta get the apartment. They gotta run a credit check, right? Most young people who don't have rich parents, they need to have good credit. Oh yes, let's get into it. You need to have good credit because if you get an apartment, you get a house, they're gonna run your credit. You gotta have at least a 630, like at least a 630 or above, right? Then they're gonna ask you for the deposit and the first month's rent, and they might, if you have a pet or you have dogs, you're going to have to pay extra because you have a pet. Now you got to call the water people. They might ask for a deposit if you don't have good credit, right? Then you're going to have to get the cable people or the internet people. If you also don't have good credit, they're going to ask for a deposit and then whatever the installation cost is going to be. Then you got to call the power company. And if you don't have good credit, they're also going to ask you for a deposit. Y'all see how this adds up, right? Right? This is before you even get to even enjoy your new abode. Look at how much money you got to spend, right? Then you got to go grocery shopping. Then you might have to go buy your cleaning products, your detergent, your soap. You know that you always got to buy more stuff because you got to live there now. So when it's all said and done, how much have we spent just to move to this new city and get us going in this new city, right? Then what also if you don't have a car, if you need a new car, that's gas, that's this, that's that, right? You know what I'm saying? So you see, and that just shows you this is not a young man that is mindful, that is forward thinking, and that is prudent. So he's not fit to be anybody's quarterback. Because these are the kind of thinking that you got to do when you're a QB and you're holding this ball and you're looking, oh, where do I throw the ball? Where do I throw the ball? You can't even take care of your own business. If you can't trust a man with money, what you going to trust him with? Your life, your team, You people are crazy. People are crazy. People are seriously crazy. This is like this right here, Marlene. Me, Marlene. Anybody who shows me they don't have respect for money, I stay away from people like that. You scare me. You scare me. You understand? You scare me. And me, I commend all my young people who love to save. I love me a young person that loves to save money. Oh, I sure do love that. I commend all my young people who are in their early 20s, their mid 20s, and they got great credit score. Congratulations. You know what I'm saying? I commend my young people who pay all their bills on their own because they know my mama can't help me, my daddy can't help me. You know, and these are the young people that I want to fight for. Shedeur is a spoiled brat. Nobody in their right mind will do such a thing. Nobody in their right mind will go and commission a $500,000 piece without a contract in your hand. Where is your contract? No, don't have a contract. You know what I'm saying? But there are a lot of 22-year-olds who know how to manage money, Thomas. Oh, yes, yes, yes. There are a lot of 22-year-olds who know how to manage money. There are a lot of 22-year-olds who have their stuff in order. Trust me. Right? Because at a very, very early age, they understand nobody's going to take care of me. Nobody's going to bail me out. He's lucky his dad is prom, or he'll be having the couch surf like Brock Purdy. Yes. So he still has the mind of, oh, my daddy got my back. My daddy. So he's not ready to be a man yet. And that's why a prudent young man will go and say, you know what, let me go buy myself a little nice tux. Maybe you spend like $500 to $1,000. I mean, it's a special occasion. Why not do something a little special? Do something, even $5,000 on the whole tux, like the entire suit with the shirt and the shoes. I don't even mind that. $5,000 is a very big night. Even 10 grand, I can let you do it. But just one custom piece alone is $500,000. When you haven't even signed the contract, you don't even know if you're going to get drafted. But because you think, oh, my last name is Sanders, who the hell not going to draft me? You are crazy as hell. You are crazy as hell. I will say it again. You are insane. You are truly insane. He's insane. Y'all keep watching.
This too? No, that's fine.
My brother Shedeur told me he wanted to.
You see? And I told you, this dude, he's Arab. He's Arab. So imagine how much money he gave this Arab. This is insanity.
Two-piece, a chain that nobody had. And, you know, he wanted the legendary charm. So we designed something for him. Hopefully he's going to like it. He hasn't seen it yet.
Yeah.
It's going to be the first time they see it. And let's see how he likes it. Let's go.
Y'all, I hope y'all understand. This is someone who has not been drafted yet. Oh, when I saw this, I couldn't believe it. This is the kind of stuff you do after you got drafted, after you got the team of your dream to pick you and things like that. You have a contract. I'm like, yeah, that's a really nice contract. This is the kind of stuff you do after, not before. This is the before. This is the before. And I was like, what is going on?
From the table or
You can look at it. Okay.
Oh my God. You hear that? That don't sound cheap. This is ridiculous.
He said this is ridiculous. So he knows it's ridiculous. Ms. V, this is insanity. Even he said this is ridiculous. I'm glad you realize it's ridiculous. This is so ridiculous, right? You see? But once again, this is all about being privileged, because no matter the poor financial choices you make, you have a daddy to bail you out. And I will say this to y'all again. If we were all out here on the football team, would we want Shedeur to be our quarterback? For me, it's a no. I don't know how much he paid. I don't know. It could be 100,000. It could be, I don't know how much these pieces cost, right? But for them to make a home delivery, it definitely had to be over 100,000. Because they flew out to give this to him. Right? So he had to fly there, do the whole custom piece, whatever, right? They had to size it up. Then they flew to the party to hand deliver this piece to him. So I refuse to believe that it's not any, like it has to be above 100,000. Right? But this is someone who has no contract. He also chose not to play at the combine. I want you guys to understand that this person is extremely childish. You don't play at the combine. You don't give it your all at your interviews, but you're out here commissioning these expensive pieces to be hand delivered to you the night of the draft. Are you actually okay? This is insanity.
Yes. Good Lord. Yeah, you gotta put it on. And we got all the bracelets. This ring on. Where finger I put it? There we go.
I just feel like even when you wear something like this, you're going to need Advil for the rest of the night, because there's no way your neck is not going to start hurting and it's not going to start triggering migraines. Like, this is too freaking heavy. So he ordered the piece, the jewel, like the necklace piece, right, with the big chain. Then he ordered some rings. Then he ordered some bracelets. There is no way he did not spend near $500,000 with this Palestinian man. There's no way. There is no way. Like, seriously, there is no way, you guys. Like, this is a lot. Look at all the jewelry they brought. I'm like, his purchase had to be at least $500,000, if not more. And once again, this is a family where the daddy says we are Christians. And I'm asking you, especially if you're not a Christian, that's fine. But if you identify as a Christian, do you find this behavior, right, to be matching of Christian behavior? This is out of order. This is out of order. This is not how a Christian person should be acting. This is not even what a Christian father should be allowing in his house. What are we doing? And then a big sign of money like this. Do you worship money? What is going on? You know what I'm saying? And the thing I will say before I stop playing the video, one thing I also find very disappointing is that fathers who've had to work hard, like they grew up poor, they truly had to have so much drive and they worked really hard, didn't miss practice, gave it their all, and they become super, super rich. I find it very unfortunate when they teach their kids, especially their sons, they teach their sons how to spend money before teaching their sons how to make money. And you know, when I was younger and we heard of things like, we heard of people like Bill Gates and all these rich ass people say like, oh, when I die, I'm not giving my kids any money. I used to be so revolted. Like, what do you mean? How are you not going to give your kids any money? You know what I mean? Like, I used to be one of those like super revolted. But I need to say this today. I apologize to those people, because as I've gotten older, I understand why these parents say that. I don't think they're not going to give their kids any money, but I think you don't want your children to become so out of touch that they think, oh, my dad's a billionaire, my mom's a billionaire. You know, I don't have to try hard in school. I don't have to try over here. You know, when you tell your kids early on, listen, I ain't giving you ish. I think then they're going to start taking homework seriously. They're going to take school seriously. They're going to take money seriously. They're not going to play. Even though I do believe that their parents are going to leave them something, but I understand why the parents say that. Because you don't want to raise no entitled ass kid who's just waiting for you to die to take your money. Because what if they actually do kill you? Okay? You got to teach your kids how to make the money first. But the problem is too many parents teach their kids how to spend the money without teaching the child how to make the money. Teach the son how to make the money. Then you teach the son how to spend money like you. But you cannot be the son of a multimillionaire and spend money as if you're a multimillionaire when you've never even made your first million by yourself. Hello. That could also be a point, right? It's like I said, I'm starting to think that the sick look he had on his face during the draft had to be a thing about how he's going to pay for that. Why would you put yourself in this predicament? Because if they did a payment plan, or if he took his NIL money, like he went to the bank and he took that money out, and then you get drafted round 5, the 144 pick, you guys, even me, I'm like, can I return all this? But the problem is, it's all custom. So unless they pick every single diamond apart, I don't see how you could even return any of this. Which is why, once again, I said what I said when you first came in, Sack. I said, which is like, y'all need to chill on all this jewelry stuff. Make it about the sport. Make it about soccer. Make it about football. Make it about basketball. Look at AJ Brown and how he's out here driving a Honda Accord because he don't want no pressure. He does not want any pressure. You're not about to make me waste my money. And even, you know, the fact with AJ also, let me say this, right? Let me also say this about AJ and his car, okay? Let me say this also about AJ and his car. If you're a young man and you know you got a $90 million contract and you drive a Honda Accord, it repels all the gold diggers. Because now if a girl comes into your life and she don't mind getting that Honda Accord, you know she loved you for you. You understand? Because when you're young like this and you make all this money and you have all this buzz around you, the vast majority of girls that you attract do not care for you. They care about the money. They're not here for you. And the day you can't play no more or the day you get injured, she's going to ask for divorce, take the kids and leave. Right? So I also find it's very prudent when you're rich to live poor. So that way, whoever loves you, you know they love you for you because there's nothing fancy over here, boo-boo. Ain't nothing fancy because there's too many gold diggers. There's too many opportunists. So you want to show people I live a regular life. I live a regular life. So if you're going to love me, you're going to have to love riding a Honda. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you are going to be able, at least to the best of your abilities, to surround yourself with people who really care for you. And God forbid, if you ever get injured or you can never play, they will stay by your side. They will give you massages. They'll pray for you. They'll make you food. They'll be by your side because it was never about the money. It's about you. But when you move around like Shedeur does, you are going to attract people like problem people. You're going to attract opportunists, people who want to exploit you, girls who only care about you for your money. They don't give a fuck about you. These girls will never pray for you. They will never ask God to cover you. They will never ask God to keep you safe in the game. They don't care because it's all about the money. And is that really what you want? Imagine how lonely it has to be when you sit somewhere full of people and you realize the vast majority of these assholes are only here because of how much money I have, or they're only here because of my daddy's last name. Right? That has to be the most empty feeling ever. Like, I would feel so sad. Like, damn, like, do they like me for me? No. And so when you parade around with all this jewelry and all this foolishness, right? You're not even giving real people the chance to get to you because you are going to be surrounded by a bunch of fake ass people. There'll be a bunch of fake ass people. Because that's what happens when you show people how much you have. You wear all your jewelry. You're always so flamboyant. You're so flashy. You attract fake ass people, dangerous ass people, skimming ass people, lying ass people, because they're coming next to you because of what they see. Oh, I see the diamond. I see this. I see that. I see. So they're coming next to you for themselves. They don't care about you. And tomorrow you get hurt, they're going to find somebody else to exploit. You understand? So I also feel like when you're young also, you want to tone it down because you want to make sure that the people who are next to you are there because they truly want to be with you. They truly believe in you. And if tomorrow you were to lose it all, it will be like nothing happened because it was never about that. It's about you. You need to have real friends and you need to have real love. You got to stay away from the fake ones. But if all you do is walk around clanking, oh, look at me. Look at how much money I have. Look at how much money I have. Look, my daddy's Deion Sanders. Look at me. I'm a rich, goofy boy. Okay. You see? Okay. Because y'all, I'm telling you, it is very easy to spend all your money. You know, you might be like, oh, Marlene, how can somebody spend $20 million? How can somebody spend 50? It's quite easy. If you buy a car that's already $500,000, you live in a house that's $4 million, and you got to pay taxes, then the vacation, then the clothes, then the shopping sprees, then the account. It is easy to blow through money, y'all. Money is hard to make, but money is incredibly hard. It's incredibly easy to spend. So if you're surrounded by an entourage of 10 people plus a goofy ass girlfriend, and all they do is ask for money, don't nobody make money, nobody tries to replace the money, nobody wants to start any businesses, right? You're going to go broke. You're going to go broke because you're taking care of all these grown ass people. No. And that's why, in the words of Whitney Houston, you've got to lay low. And you try as much as possible not to be flashy, because you have to be able to tell the fakes from the real ones. And so the less you show off your clink, 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 right? The more you're likely to attract people who really care for you. You got to think. You really got to think. But you surround yourself by a bunch of lazy ass, greedy ass opportunists, right? They will have you going broke. Goofy ass entourage. They will have you going broke. And this is not what you want. You know? Because it don't take much. A Lambo, $500,000. Then you want to go get the latest Maybach, $400,000. We already spent $1 million. 2 cars, it can cost you $1 million. The house, $4 million, right? And that's if you even pay it out cash. But what about if you do the whole mortgage thing? Then you got the property taxes, you got the maintenance, then you're gonna have to go get a chef, a cleaner, a maid, a this, a that. You guys, money can go like this. F around and find out. If you're not careful, if somebody really lets you, you can really spend $1 million a month, because you'll find ways. It's like, oh, somebody of your stature has to live here. Somebody that makes this money got to live in this neighborhood. Then you got to drive this car. Then you got to wear these kinds of clothes. Then you got to go to these parties. Then you got to order the champagne. Then you got to order bottle service. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. You also want to find friends who say, you know what? Maybe we can cook at home today. Okay. You want friends that say, how about we go to Costco? Y'all, let's go to Costco. Let's buy some groceries and grill. Okay. You want to get you a girlfriend or a fiance that knows how to cook. Like, boo-boo, we ain't got to go to Nobu today. Okay. Matter of fact, we've been outside for too many times. Let me cook a little bit. Okay. You want frugal people around you. We're not saying that y'all will never go have fun and enjoy the vacation, but we're saying you want to surround yourself with frugal people, okay? You want a girlfriend that still knows how to use the damn coupons. She knows how to find a good deal. I said what I said, okay? You want to find you some guy friends also who know how to wash cars, who know how to get on the roof and clean the roof. They can clean the pool. Because if we can do it ourselves, we're going to do it, right? But no, instead, you have people coming on to get you to give them a luxury life that they can't even give themselves. Y'all some grown-ass men. Go get you a job. Go work. Okay? What you mean I'm talking to the wrong person? You probably came in late. You understand? So who is Shedeur? Shedeur is a nobody. Y'all need to stop gassing him up. Okay? I'm 40 years old. I was a child when Mike Tyson was probably the richest black man in the world. I don't know how old you are, because some of you young people, you think if it's not in your frontal lobe, it doesn't matter, right? I'm 40 years old. I was born in 1985. Okay. When I was a kid, I used to think Mike Tyson was a prince, because I was like, man, he lives in a castle. Right? When we were children, I do believe maybe at that time, Mike Tyson was probably the richest black man in the world, because he was worth $100 million. That's like in the early 90s, like maybe early, like mid 80s, $100 million. Things you had never heard of before. No, we're all somebody, but at the same time, at the end of the day, we're all a bunch of nobodies too. Don't gas yourself up. And the money gone, right? I don't know how old you are, but when I was a child too, MC Hammer was worth $100 million, too legit to quit, but he sure did went broke. $100 million. And that's like, adjust that for inflation. It's probably like $400, $500 million today. But everybody remembers too, MC Hammer used to have the craziest entourage, like so many people. And when they asked him, where did the money go? He's like, oh, cars. Because he thought the money would never end, right? I was a child too. Damon Dash had Rockefeller, y'all, okay? Rockefeller is the rock, baby, right? What happened to Dame? What happened to Dame and the money, right? We were young. Russell Simmons was probably one of the wealthiest black men ever with Def Jam, Baby Fat Farm. He almost went broke. He said if it was not for DMX, Def Jam was headed towards bankruptcy. But we all remember growing up seeing Russell at the fashion shows on the private jets. One thing, one. You would think money, like these people are like they're just made of money. Okay. No. Yeah, whatever. Uncle Coach can do a lot of things, but the math ain't mathing. Okay. So I'm not the one that's out here buying 500,000 pieces. Okay, when I ain't got no damn contract. So once again, it goes to show you, Coach Dion, he has one measure for the kids that he coaches, but in his personal home, he lets these children run amok. Right? So he's a grifter. You are proving my point. Because if you're telling us that Coach Dion has people coming to talk to the people, to the players about financial literacy, then please explain to us, how is the math mathing? Explain that to us, right? If you're saying Coach Dion has people come in there and teach these young men about financial literacy, then why is his son spending $500,000 on jewelry before even having a contract? So it's a grift. So everything Coach Dion does is for the public, but it privately in his home, he does something different with his sons, right? Because we all have eyes. We're all sitting here, right? Right? Well, okay then. Obviously, you're not older than me because you sound foolish. You don't make any sense. If you're saying the father teaches the people financial literacy, but why are we sitting here and we are witnessing financial illiteracy, right? So it means he has one measure for the players, but when it comes to his children, he has no control. It's given Eli in the Bible. Okay? So you make no sense. It doesn't matter. You think, so what, $6 million is life-changing money? You sound so damn crazy. So you think when you make $6 million, you get to keep all that money, but you're older than me? You're a child. You sound insane. You think if you make $6 million with NIH money, you think all that money goes into the bank? You're so crazy. You are really crazy. Do you know about taxes? Even more crazy. Have you ever heard of Uncle Sam? You sound insane. You think if you make $6 million, you get to keep all the $6 million. Is that what you think? But yet you claim to be older than me. You're a fool. You are a foolish person. And you might want to be quiet because you are also showing us that you are quite financially illiterate, right? Just because you make $6 million in NIH money doesn't mean that you get to keep all the $6 million. You have to pay Uncle Sam. And if he's not, if Shedeur is not set up as an LLC, if Shedeur is not set up as an S Corp or a C Corp, right? He probably paid half of that into IRS. And that's if he actually paid it. Because it could come out next year that he owes money to the IRS. Because I'm not even going to assume he's paying his taxes because the boy is quite foolish. Right? But if you don't know, if you live in America and you're a U.S. citizen or you have a green card and you don't know that when you make money, you don't bring all the money home, there's a person called Uncle Sam that needs to get paid, that's insanity. This is insanity. So I don't even think that Shedeur is set up as an LLC. I think he takes money as a person, right? So most likely he paid half of that money to the IRS. That's $3 million, assuming he paid it, but maybe he didn't even pay it. Because most likely his dad will pay that for him, right? So you're left with $3 million. You think $3 million is life-changing money? Never been nowhere. And like you see, like it really does not take exact. They're so damn, like people are just so remedial. $6 million getting taxed. So maybe he's leaving with like 2.5 or 3 million. Okay. And just this one video alone, he probably already spent $500,000. If this is how he goes around spending money, this boy, I wouldn't be surprised if he's broke. $2 million is not life-changing money. Okay? People like, seriously, okay, the $2.5 million is not life-changing money. It's money, but it's not life-changing money. It's not the money that's going to hold you until you retire and things like that. It's not life-changing money. And if you're the type to go and buy custom jewelry pieces where you have to have it all, the chain, the medallion, the chain, the bracelet, the rings, whatever. At this rate, you can spend $2 million in one day. You sound crazy. Did you see this chain? You sound insane. And that's not the only thing he's spending his money on. What about food? What about cars? What about trips? What about girlfriends? You think $2.5 million is life-changing money. Some of you people are so unambitious. Like, you lack ambition. You really do. How do you know what he has? I see what he's doing right here. And I'm like, this right here is giving financial illiteracy. So it goes to show his dad is fake. And I've said it before, his dad's a grifter. Because if his daddy really cared about financial literacy, he would not be doing this. And not just that, like I said earlier, he would have waited until he got drafted, signed the contract, and then wait for the money to hit your account. Then you buy the jewelry. Okay? I don't think you saw the chains. Did you see the chains? And you still think that's financial literacy? You're like, yeah, that's a great investment. And you're older than me? How tragic. How tragic. I can only imagine your credit score. I can only imagine your credit score. So you saw all of this and you said to yourself, yes, that's a financial investment. You saw him giving all his money to these Palestinians and you said, yes, that's a great financial investment. I can only imagine what your credit score looks like. And if you're older than me, I really do pity. No, I pity you. Of course I'm putting words in your mouth because you sound crazy. You sound crazy. Because there's no, if you saw this and you saw the calamity, this is a financial calamity, right? Even Sakba, when he came in, we didn't quite agree. But I think the more he got to listen to me, now we have one mind, one accord. And even we both agree, this is ridiculous. Okay? Shedeur does not need any of this. Well, we're not even saying Shedeur can get himself something nice. Like, I'm not a nice chain, a nice ring, a nice bracelet. Of course, it's a big deal. But does he have to spend $500,000 to $600 million with these Palestinians when you don't even have a contract? And so you say you saw this and then, oh, that shows financial literacy? You are insane. Like, you are truly crazy. I can only imagine what your credit score looks like. You are insane. You are truly insane. Oh, but he made $6 million with NIH money. Duh. And he also paid taxes. Nobody gets to make money and keep all the money. We all have to pay taxes. And when you make that kind of money too, oh, they're definitely going to find you. What? No, just say you're embarrassed. Just say that right now you are embarrassed because your logic was not giving logic. And it's okay. Take the L and carry that in grace. I'm not going to charge you $500,000 for it. I'm not going to make a chain out of it. So carry your L in grace, right? So you need to apologize. Like, you know what, you guys, I made a mistake because you came off too hot. And that's the problem. Like, yeah, you came off too hot. Y'all got to stop thinking that when people do not agree with Shedeur and his choices, automatically we are wishing harm on Shedeur. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I think even me, anybody who listens to me, the stuff I am asking Shedeur to do, it makes a lot of sense. You don't need to spend $500,000 on chains and bracelets and all this foolishness. It's better for you to go buy an NVIDIA stock, however you call these goofy ass stocks, right? It's better for you to wait for the next IPO and put that kind of money into the stock market or even go buy Bitcoins, right? That makes more sense. But this big ass chain, where can you even wear this chain to? Because wherever you wear this chain, you're going to have bodyguards. This is not safe. You can't wear this outside because half the people try to rob you. If they're not even trying to kill you. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Lexi. It's a silk press, bro. You know what I mean? Exactly like Ms. V said. What can you do with this? Like, this is so crazy. You can't even wear this in public, you guys. You will never feel safe. I will never wear this in public. I'm not about to get robbed or killed. So everywhere you wear this chain, you will need bodyguards. Now imagine if you got to wear this chain to the stadium. Do you know how many people are in the stadium? Do you know how many people have access to the locker room? Now imagine having to leave your chain in the locker room to go actually play the game. Your mind cannot even be at peace. I'm not wearing this foolishness. And if you remember that one time there was a video of what's that goofy man, Charleston White, and Charleston White was saying that people should go out there and rob Shedeur. Let me see if I can find the video. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the video. Hold on. Oh, you guys, I gotta go turn on the oven for the food. Give me a second. Do you remember that video? You see, there was a video where Charleston White was going out here telling people to rob Shedeur, to rob Shiloh. I mean, it was insane. I'm like, what is wrong with this weirdo? What is wrong with this weirdo? Where can I find this video? You guys, I'm sure you remember the video. But he was telling people, rob them little ninjas, rob them, pull up on them, womp. I'm like, what is wrong with this man? What a weirdo, right? But my thing is too, though, we have to be honest. When people know that you have chains like that around you, you are opening yourself up to a robbery. We have seen Cash Doll get robbed in broad daylight. People went in there, took her Birkins. I mean, they're real. I don't know. But nonetheless, though, Cash Doll got robbed in broad daylight. Every day we see celebrities get robbed because people know what they have in their homes. People know the kind of bags they have, the kind of jewelry they have, and this, and that. Even me, a piece like that would even scare me. Okay? It would even scare me. Yeah, but even, you see what I'm trying to say? You know you got to travel bodyguard. For what? Over a chain? I'm not wearing this goofy shit. I don't even have to wear this. I don't want to have bodyguards so you can't go anywhere because you want to wear a chain. This is not safe. How many people do we know that are celebrities when they went on vacation? I think it happened to a football player recently. When he was on vacation, he saw his security cameras. People were just knocking his windows to get into the house to rob him. It is very unsafe to even carry this stuff. First of all, it's unsafe. It's very unsafe to show people you have this kind of stuff, right? It is very unsafe to have this stuff in your house. It's very unsafe to have this in your family house where everybody lives because you just never know. You just never know. But like I said, there is something about this generation and attracting the evil eye. There is something about this generation and attracting demons. There's something about this generation and always boasting and showing off everything. And they never think about their own safety, your family safety, the integrity of your home. People out here have nothing to lose. People out here are crazy, right? But a piece like this, because it's a lot. He got so many pieces. The fact that people are seeing this, and not even just that, you know where they live. They have a very, very distinct house. There are people out here who ain't got shit to lose. But there was a video of last year, or like maybe the year before that, where Charleston White was out here telling people to rob these kids. He said, rob them little ninjas, rob them, rob them, rob them. I'm like, what is wrong with Charleston White? This dude is so disgusting. Hey, Babo, what's up? You know what I'm saying? Like you just never know. You know? Like Travis Hunter not even blowing his breath like this. But he also know he ain't got a safety net to be exactly. And that's why people are saying Shedeur is giving a spoiled brat. Because if you didn't have your father and his money and his last name to give you a safety net, would you be moving like this as a young man? And the answer is no, he would not. And that's why people also do not respect him, right? Oh, oui, j'aime bien. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Miss V, this is out of order. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we have to be honest. And I will say it again. If you want what's best for Shedeur, you are going to have to give Shedeur mature advice. Y'all going to have to do it. Otherwise, y'all going to get embarrassed. Y'all get embarrassed because y'all keep wanting to spoil these black children. Okay. But if something bad happens, don't start crying on the internet. When you love people, you hold them accountable. When you love your children, you love your nephews. You have a strict line for your nephews. Because I'm like, you put this on the internet. Let me see how many views this video got. Let me see how many views it got. Hold on. You see, almost 500,000 views. We're at 419,000 views, right? You see this? So almost 500,000 people have seen this, right? They have seen this chain. They know it's at the house. They know he has it. Do you people think this is a safe move? Okay, no problem. It's insanity. You know what I'm saying? We have seen people get hurt behind these chains. We have seen people get robbed behind these chains. We have seen people get pew, pew, pew behind these chains. My question is it prudent in 2025 to advertise all of this jewelry and the fact that it's at your house when you have such a distinct house? You know what I'm saying? This is not safe, y'all. This is just not safe. And there are people out here that don't have nothing to lose. People got to stop attracting the evil eye. I will never stop saying it. You can get yourself something small, something cute, go about your day. I'm not against gifting yourself something to celebrate this big moment, right? You worked so hard to get here. But my thing is, do we have to be so brazen with this? And then to put it all across social media. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Huh. Me, Marlene, I am really scared. Travis Kelce, Austin Mahomes. You see, Travis Kelce and Austin Mahomes got robbed. You see, people are getting robbed. Okay, Kim K got robbed in France. Y'all, this is dangerous business. But hey, you don't have to listen to me. Keep gassing up this boy because you want to kiss his ass because his daddy's rich. Don't treat him the way you would treat someone that you love, and actually give him advice that's going to give him a long life and keep him away from trouble and the evil eye. There are a lot of people out here who are evil. There are a lot of people out here who are seriously evil. They are truly evil. There are people out here who know where celebrities live, and they have nothing to fear. They have nothing to lose. We have seen, what's the young rapper, the light-skinned one, who got shot at the waffles and chicken place, right? The father took his son. He told his son to go in there and to PNB Rock. Is that his name? What's that boy's name, right? The young light-skinned rapper, right? He was eating chicken and waffles. And what happened? His girlfriend put their location on her story. So that's how they knew they were there. Because once again, in the age of social media, these young people don't know, eat your food. And then once you leave the restaurant, then you can say, hey, by the way, I was there. But while you're there, is it prudent to let people know, oh, look at me, I'm here about to eat? The dad took his son. He told the son to go in there. He shot the boy. He took the jewelry off of him and he walked out the store. He walked out the restaurant. Right? It's not how he got killed. So I don't understand people. When it also came, when it also came to what's Dior? Dior. What's Pop Smoke? There you go, right? Didn't Pop Smoke not shop at Saks Fifth Avenue that day? Did he not shop at 6th Avenue? He went to Saks Fifth Avenue. Then he got back to his Airbnb. And once again, these young people and their obsession with attracting the evil eye, right? If I'm lying, tell me. If I am lying, tell me. Did he not go shop at Saks Fifth Avenue peacefully? Nobody knew, right? Okay. He decided to come on social media because he just couldn't help it. He had to show off what he bought from Saks Fifth. But what he forgot was his address was on there because it was a special order for him. So on his Instagram story, when he was doing all this flexing culture foolishness, he accidentally showed his address. Right? There you go. He was taking a shower, was he not? And he had a girl in the bed with her goofy ass. Then even screamed to try to tell him. When he came out the shower, did the young boy not shoot him dead? And did the young man not steal his watch? Right? They could have stole the watch without killing him. There are people out here that have nothing to lose. I repeat, there are people out here that have nothing to lose. In the past 5 years alone, how many young Black men have we seen get killed behind a chain, murdered behind a watch, get robbed behind a chain? You name it. You tell me. So when you come in here, what's your name again? Who is this person? So when you come in here and you tell me that, oh, Coach Dion is teaching them financial literacy and wump, I say I don't really believe that crap because he probably does it for the camera. Because there's a thing about Coach Dion, because I think he's a narcissist and he enjoys being in front of the camera, right? But obviously in his household, he does something completely different because it's not even just a matter of teaching these young people financial literacy. It's a matter of also teaching these young people how to be safe, how to be prudent, how you don't want to show everything on social media, because look at how many young people got killed. There are people out here that have nothing to lose. I'm going to keep looking for the video, but I'm sure you remember the video where Charleston White was telling people to rob Shedeur and to rob Shiloh. Right? So you have to be careful. You got to be careful. There are so many evil people out here. And the sad part is they usually have your complexion. The sad part is they usually have your complexion. And that's why you don't go around triggering people. And you are very selective of what you show people, because people can't envy what they don't see. People cannot envy what they don't see. Everything ain't for social media. Everything is not for public consumption, right? So we also got to start being a bit more sensible. We truly do. As always.
Yeah. Definitely. That's crazy. Yeah. That's different.
All big emeralds in here. Marquise in here, 2 carats each. Stone. All 25 pointers.
It is crazy.
You like it?
It's legendary. The ice. We got the tennis right
bracelet.
there.
That's the new bracelet also. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what? And I'm not even trying to be mean, you guys. I ain't even trying to be mean. I ain't trying to be funny. And I'm not trying to say anything bad about the Palestinian brother, right? Shout out to Gaza. Okay. But you know, sometimes even your own jeweler can sell you out. You know what I mean? Sometimes your own jeweler can sell you out. People are nasty, y'all. People are evil as hell. I don't even think sometimes people properly understand how wicked and wretched some people can be. Sometimes your own jeweler, he can sell you the pieces. He will come there, deliver the pieces to you. Then he will send robbers to your house because he wants the money and he wants the jewelry back. You know what I mean? There are some wicked, wretched people in this world. You need to be very careful. Like even the people you do business with are capable of sending thieves and robbers behind you. Be very careful. Okay. Child, we don't even know forehead. We out here just guessing. But the thing is, he ordered everything. He did the necklace, the piece, the watch, the bracelet, the rings. So I think maybe he spent like $500,000. Because it's a lot of ice. It's very heavy, right? So it's like you just never know. Like sometimes your own jeweler can set you up. If friends can set other friends up, what's to say about a jeweler? Do you know this person? Do you know who he is? Do you even know how he got to even start his jewelry business? Do you even know he started his money? Do you even know if he started his jewelry business with crime money, drug money, or pimping money, sex culture money? You don't even know. But your own jeweler can set you up. Take your money, make your pieces, come to your house, deliver the pieces to you. But the whole time he's walking in your house, he's looking at how many rooms you have. How do you get in here? Da, 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 da. People come into your house and they're taking pictures of your house. Y'all need to be very careful, y'all. Because you young people today, you're so gullible. You're so damn trusting, right? But this man coming to your house, first he knows the address. He know how to get here. He probably noticed where the security is, where the cameras are. This is the foyer. You go this way, you go that way. That's where his room is. Da, da, da. You thinking, oh, he's just out here, just bring my jewelry. The whole time he taking mental pictures. And the thing is, he's not by himself. He brought somebody else. So while this person's out here dressing you up, where's this person? What's his partner doing? What they doing? right? And that's why even sometimes with these people, it's better you meet them somewhere, you take your pieces and you go home. They shouldn't even know where you live because you just never know. You just never know. As you can tell, I don't trust people. I really don't. Because people are really evil. That happened to my dad. The people renting from him set him up. They shot him in the leg, you see? And they got the rent money back. People ain't shit. I don't even know how to say it. People are truly evil. But your own jeweler can set you up. Your own jeweler can set you up. You know what I'm saying? Your own jeweler could put a special tag in your jewelry. Y'all need to fear people. Y'all need to have proper fear for people. Because like you see how big that piece is, even the chain. You can put an air tag in there. You didn't see him make it. You don't know how he made it. He could have a tag in there. And he could track the jewelry. He can track the jewelry. You have to be very careful with people. You have to be very, very careful with people. People are not good, you guys. People are just not good. You have to be careful. You got to be careful. But sometimes people are so consumed with, oh, look at the jewelry. Look at the People become so trusting. Oh, yeah, come to my house. Oh, yeah, you can bring somebody else to my house. Don't even know if they're recording your house. If they're looking at your doors, your this, your that, your cameras. You have no idea what these people have in the back of their heads. You got to be very careful. Got to be very careful. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna just go smalls.
I'll be fixing everything with the left hand now. So people can just see it. Yeah, that's kind of wild. The ring got all 75-point emeralds. So.
I gotta see the bit in the mirror.
Next, all right, we got you next. But today's Shedeur.
No, you never, brought out.
No, we could. No, we could. Not today. But next time.
I won't do my people like that.
I was gonna bring you something, but you told me not to.
No, I feel it.
Hey man, don't not throwing me underneath the bus, bro. No. But I was like, yo, you don't want to bring nothing for Buck? He was like, nah.
Yeah.
That's it right there.
That's how I gotta be. That's how I gotta be.
And this is somebody who hasn't even been drafted yet. You guys, when I saw this, the way I held my head, I'm like, this is so embarrassing. This is just so embarrassing. You know what I mean? This was so embarrassing. So you gotta be mindful. You really have to be mindful.
You ain't gotta, you ain't gotta do it, but you gotta get out of my house. Okay? You can't stay here. I stayed at my house because I wanted to go to medical school, family. I stayed there until I was literally 34 years old. You might laugh if you want. I got money now. I could not bring a woman in my house to spend the night that I was not married to. And I don't
know if you guys saw. Let me see if I can show you because I saw it. Hold on. Shedeur and Shinsia, because she was there. Let me see. There you go. She was right there. Here she is, right? You see the chain, right? She was there at his party. Now let me show you Shinsia and her her video with the devil. Hold on. Let me show you if I can show you her video with the devil. Hold on. I think it's this one. She's out here having sex. Okay. Look at this. Hold on. Let me see if I can show you right here. Hold on. Okay. So this is her. Let me see. Hold on. These people are crazy. This is her. Okay. This is her, y'all. Dressed like the devil or Satan. I don't know. And I guess she's in hell and she's having sex with this degenerate soul in hell. And I guess she's taking his soul. I don't even know what the hell she's doing, you guys. That video was so damn demonic. Because I can't show you everything, because it is YouTube. But you see, here she is. Here she is crawling. Hold on. All right, here she is, right? Looking like the devil. So she's having sex in hell. And I guess she's Satan. Child, I don't even know what goes on in this video, y'all. It is just so bizarre. Once again, This is Coach Dion, who says he's a Christian. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian father. My kids are Christian, and we're doing this for God. What kind of Christian father will allow his son to, I don't know if he's dating her or even having sex with such a young woman? This is a reprobate. And not just that, this young lady, to me, she's obviously cursed. You know, when I first discovered Shinsia, it was one of her songs where she's like, I don't know if she's a lesbian or something. Let me show you, right? She wakes up in bed with a woman. Let me show you. Hold on. You have to see this. Okay. This is insanity. Okay. Let me show you the okay. This is her. Okay. Hold on. This is how I was introduced to her. Okay. So I guess like my first video that I saw of her, it was called Blessed. It was a collab with Tiger, right? So in the video starts off, she's a lesbian. Okay, she's having sex with a woman. This girl has so many demons in her, it's out of pocket. Okay, she wakes up after she had sex with this girl, right? And then she claims that she's blessed. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. Where is it? She makes out with the girl. Like, you know, that reprobate, disgusting behavior, right? Okay, bunch of foolishness. This is her also. Hold on. Where is she? Right here. Okay, this is her with Tiger. Hold on. Okay, you see? You see this? There you go. Right, these insecure little thotties, you know, they sell themselves for cheap. She's so desperate to come out of Jamaica, she'll do anything for a visa. Okay, them kind of people. So this is how I was introduced to her. Then when she tried to cross over to the American scene, this is what she did, where she's Satan and she's having sex in hell. And I guess when she sleeps with these men and she takes away their soul, then she's out here doing weird stuff with a snake. Yo, this stuff is just so diabolical. It is just so weird. It is really, really weird. She's a weirdo. She really is a weirdo. Okay? A real weirdo. Thank you, Sakpase. He could have found a gospel singer to come through. There you go. Okay? All right. So then when I was looking up, because I was keeping up with the stuff over the weekend, they're like, yeah, Shinsia was there. And I'm like, so this is who he's having sex with, right? And you wonder why. Yes, I will go there because I'm a Christian and I believe in spiritual matters. The same way Samson, he slept with Delilah, who was a prostitute, and she took his favor and his life was ruined. Yes, because not every poom poom is a blessed poom poom. Okay, you have some girls out here, their poom poom is cursed. And so when you go in there as a man and you put your eggplant in there, they're gonna take away your energy. They're gonna take away your favor because these are not blessed people. These are not blessed poom poom. Okay, this girl is extremely bizarre. She is extremely bizarre. And once again, we have Coach Dion, who claims to be a Christian. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. The Lord this, the Bible this. Then why do you allow this in your house? Why do you allow your son to bring such a woman into your house? Why do you allow your son to have sexual affairs with a woman who mocks the Lord? And who takes pleasure playing the devil, and I guess she's having sex with the man, and she takes away their power. This is just weird. It's just weird. You see, furthermore, while you understand, while you understand why, he also probably didn't have favor. You go and you look at Cam Ward. Let me show you his girlfriend. And mind you, I even think he didn't even invite the girlfriend to the show. Nyla, let's discover. I also feel like he didn't invite her to the draft party because he really wanted to be about his family, right? Okay, but here's the girlfriend. Okay, so here's Kim's girlfriend, really cute. Okay, but you see, Layla, she's not out here doing foolishness. She's not out here twerking on the devil. Okay, she's an athlete. Okay, and it's funny how when you have a dark-skinned boy who dates a dark-skinned woman, he's the #1 draft pick, round 1. They don't talk about that, huh? But they sure do love to tell you that black boys don't date black girls. Wumpty wump wump, wumpty wump wump wump. Bunch of BS, right? That's why I tell you, me, Marlene, I don't listen to the negativity, okay? Because people just like to focus on the foolishness. Cam Ward is the #1 all-around draft pick, round 1. His girlfriend is just dark-skinned like he dark-skinned. They both dark-skinned, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's funny how nobody talked about that. Okay. It is funny how nobody talked about that, right? Because they only want to focus on the foolishness. All right. There you go. But here is Nayla London. Okay. London. Okay. Hey, Nayla. What's up? How you doing, girl? Okay. Nice to meet you, boo. Let me see if she has an Instagram. Let me see if they tagged her over here. Let me see. Did they tag her? Okay. Oh, her account is private. Good for you, boo. Keep your privacy. I don't mind that. Okay. But otherwise, here she. Okay, here's a video of them. Okay, let me see if I can play it. Okay, I guess this is them. Okay. You see? See this? They sure don't love to talk about that. Right? So we got a number one pick, round one, draft number one, pick number one, dark skin, and the girlfriend is dark skin. There you go. There you go. Okay. But they don't like to talk about that because there's only the bad stories about the black men and then the snow bunnies, right? But the girlfriend is dark skin. Really cute. God bless her. Okay. Exactly. Exactly. I don't listen to these crazy people. I don't listen to these unhinged women. They love to lie. Okay. Yeah, she's super cute. All right. You see this? Now, do you also see why? If God had to choose between Cam and Shedeur, he went with Cam. Right? Which one of these two has a better relationship or a holier union, right? This right here. This right here. You cannot be out here having sex and doing all kinds of foolishness, especially with girls who, I don't know if they're lesbian, they bisexual, they're the devil, they have sex with the devil, I don't know, and expect God to show up for you. No. That's not how it goes. And that's why I said that family, their whole Christian stuff, it's a grift. These are not real Christians. They are not real Christians. Because if you're a real Christian, we will see it by your fruits. Right? This is a wholesome, cute little couple right here. And if tomorrow they get married, we're not going to be surprised because they look like the type to get married. Right? So if Cam said to you, I'm a Christian, versus Shedeur said to you, I'm a Christian, yeah, I'm going to believe Cam. Thank you very much. Yes. Right? Yes. There you go. Get into it. They're super cute. Because I saw they're really, really cute. Oh, black men don't like dark-skinned women. The black men don't like, oh, shut up. Okay, be quiet. Okay, there you go. All right. The girlfriend is dark-skinned. And not just that, she got a nose like the rest of us. There you go. No Botox, no whatever, no rhinoplasty. Okay, she blackity black, y'all. Okay, there you go. Right? There is a reason why God picked this boy to go number one. Okay. And there's a reason why God let the boy go he let Shedeur go to round 5, pick 144. This is not acceptable behavior. Okay. Let me see if I can play this one. Because I don't have time to go find the whole video and stuff like that. Let me see.
Night. Now, was this just some friendly support?
Okay. So look at this. Let me see if I can replay this for y'all. Okay. You see? Of all the girls, and I also believe she's older than him, right? How old is Shinsia? Let me see. How old is Shinsia? Is that her name? Okay, so she's 28 years old, right? Okay. She is 28 years old, right? And she's a Libra. Oh, October 1st. Okay, Libra. So she's 28 years old. Shedeur is 23 years old. Why is she there? Yeah, why are you there? I'm like, even Angel Reese, you couldn't date Angel Reese? Even she's a little crazy, but my point is she's your age, okay? How old is Angel Reese? 22 years old. There you go. That makes more sense. Angel 22 and you're 23. Why don't you date Angel? No, he can't do that because he has sexual perversion. You guys know. Let me tell you something, right? God will not be mocked in this, right? But you guys shouldn't see her. She's 28 years old. She has a 9-year-old son. One day she's a lesbian, then she's a bisexual, then she dresses like Satan, and then she has sex in hell, and she snatches the soul of men. Why do you want to attach yourself to this dark energy? For what reason? Okay, for what reason? What can this girl do for you? Right? If it's not the fact that your boy Shedeur has sexual demon, he's a sexual deviant, right? Why does a man whose father claimed to be a Christian, what does he want with this? What energy can she bring into your life? Where can she take your career? And mind you, is she done messing with London on the Track? Like, what happened to London on the Track? Like, where is he? Right? Yeah, she's so weird. Like, she's such a weirdo. She's such a weirdo. But ultimately, she is not a believer. She's not a woman of faith. She's not a woman who's going to come in here, pray for you, usher in favor. I don't even think, she don't even know God. So once again, why would Coach Dion allow this to happen? And he's the pastor and he's a Christian. This makes no sense to me, because as a father too, when you not only, he gives financial literacy, okay, sure, but as a father too, should he not teach his son to stay away from women that bring trouble, to stay away from a woman that doesn't know God, that does not confess Jesus as the Lord, her Savior? Should you not encourage your sons to not have unhealthy sexual relations with women who are cursed because they can take your favor? You know, it was so disgusting to me. I'm like, this is not Christian behavior. Exactly. She said, call them out, Marlene. Some of these men like these wild women because sex is their only priority, not their family and responsibility, and also not even God. You know what I'm saying? Right? So I'm like, why is she not with London on the Track? Why are you here with your old ass? Why is she here? Is her visa about to expire? Does she fear being deported? I will call Tom Homan and have her removed expeditiously from the American territory. Why are you here? Because to me, it will make more sense. Even though I do feel like Angel, she has a lot she needs to work on her personality. She can be a little too much sometimes. But nonetheless, though, she's 22 years old. I got time for her ass, okay? But it will make more sense for me to see Shedeur with Angel. Because when they were at the combine, I don't know if you guys saw them at the combine, but when they were at the combine, it does seem like she's interested in Shedeur, right? So he was completely ignoring her. But then I found out that he's out here having sex with Shansia. Are you insane? Are you truly insane? And you wonder why you lost your draft pick? You wonder why you fell so many spots? Well, there you go. Because you went and had sex with a woman who mocks the Lord. She thinks it's cute to promote the devil. She thinks it's cute to dress like Satan. And I guess she's having sex in hell, and then she snatches the soul of these men that she had sex with. Well, she snatched your draft pick. Foolishness. And I don't even feel like when you're about to go for a draft pick like that, the entire week, matter of fact, the entire month, you should practice sexual abstinence. You should practice sexual abstinence. You should stay away from sex as far as possible. Anything that pertains to sin, you need to stay away from that. Because God forbid you go in the wrong poom-poom and the poom-poom is cursed. And now your opportunities are getting snatched away from you. Because you see, like, even when you listen to the people, because I mean, I get it. You know, out here in the secular world, like, people are not spiritual. They're like, because he fell. Like, initially, he was meant to be like round one, and then he just keeps falling and falling and falling. So they try to explain that through like reason. Oh, the interviews didn't go well. Oh, people think he's cocky. People think he's arrogant. Oh, they don't like his dad. Oh, the skill set is just not there. But you know what, Marlene, I also looked at it spiritually, is that if you go around and you have sex with cursed people, you have sex with people who mock the Lord, they will take away your energy. They're going to destroy they're going to destroy your favor, you know, because this young lady does not have favor over her life. Okay, she's been in America for over like 5 years trying to cross over. Even the devil won't even let her cross over. Okay, imagine that. You do the whole lesbian thing, the whole bisexual thing. You dress like a demon, you twerk, you do all this nasty stuff. And even the devil doesn't even want to let you cross over. Damn. Okay, she doesn't even have favor with the devil. So why is she here? Why is she here? And why are you entertaining her? And why are you having sex with her? Well, you want to be Samson? You let her be your Delilah? Well, this is what you get. You see? Exactly. Like you gotta have discipline. Like you gotta have discipline. You cannot be mocking God. If you say you're a Christian and you give your whole draft thing to the Lord, you gotta stay out the way. And you definitely have to stay away from people who make a mockery of God. This is not a joke, y'all. You see, but you look at Cam and his cute little girlfriend out here. Are they doing anything to provoke God? Are they doing anything to make fun of God? Are they doing anything to ridicule God or to glorify the devil or to glorify dark energy? No. Everything about these two young people, it's very light. It is very light. He plays sport, she plays sport. And maybe she's about the same age. Let me see how old she is. I don't see her age, but they're probably about the same age because she's still playing college. Like she's still playing college volleyball, right? So most likely they're about the same age. So that makes more sense. You know what I'm saying? Kim that played football and his mom is a high school basketball coach. Raised right and focused on securing the contract. Dion's parenting leaves much to be desired. There's something wrong, Lonnie. There's something wrong. Something is very bizarre. Because even I, Marlene, if I see this girl, I'm like, oh hell no, she can come in here. She made fun of God. She promotes the devil. She dressed as Satan. You're not coming to my house. You out your mind. Listen, do your demonic stuff somewhere else. You're not coming in here. Okay, and you're not bringing your bad energy on my son's special day. You're not bringing this in here. But then you guys, I hope you can see, right, that there is a spiritual layer. Who the Cam's girlfriend, Nayla Landon. That's her name. But me, because I told you I did my research. When I saw all of this, I'm like, yeah, it makes sense what God would pick. Would pick Cam. Right? And it's like, and even those two, I can see them getting married. I really can. I can see them getting married. I think we all can. Okay. We can see them get married. Super cute, super chocolate. They're going to have these cute little chocolate babies. Right? I can. So I was like, no, God made the right call. He knows what the heck he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Because I'm like, what is this? You see this? Oh, he could have had he could have any girlfriend, a quiet girlfriend, a Christian girlfriend, a calm girlfriend, a respect. No, he wants somebody that has more sexual experience than him. He wants somebody for a big booty. He wants somebody that's out there in the streets. He wants somebody that's been passed around the industry. This young man has sexual demons. At 23 years old, I wouldn't even be surprised if he has a porn addiction. I would not be surprised. Right? And even Shiloh is not around this foolishness. Exactly. Like, no. Okay. This is insanity. But if you say you are a Christian, she never should have been allowed in the house. You make fun of God, you ain't coming here. And your son should even know to never associate with any woman that can make fun of. Text that to me, Lacey, text it to me. Your son should also know to never pursue any woman who has no respect for God. Today she'll sleep with a man. Tomorrow she'll sleep with a woman. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow, she'll sleep with an animal. What do I know? Right? What do I know? But as a father too, especially a Christian father, the fact that you don't teach your son about sexual discipline and being very, very careful where you put your eggplant and who you put your eggplant, that is crazy. The fact that you don't even vet a young woman spiritually. Okay, do you believe in Jesus? Show me how you believe in Jesus, okay? because I got too much to lose. I cannot mess with a woman that has mocked God in her past and has yet to repent from that. You are insane. You are truly insane. So when I saw this, you guys, I was like, well. Okay. Well. I'm like, she has no favor. She has absolutely no favor. Nobody cares about her music. Nobody wants to work with her. She's like, there's nothing about her that's actually successful. So why are you there? If it's not the fact that she is sexually promiscuous. You know what I'm saying? You want someone that has sexual demons, right? You want somebody that has sexual demons. All right, so Lacey brought us this. So let's look. Oh my gosh, this is a hot mess, okay? Lacey gave me this. So here is Nayla's page, right? She's 6 feet. She's tall. Go ahead, boo-boo. Okay. Good for her. But they didn't put her age, though. She went to a Catholic high school. You see? There you go. Okay. You see? This is what we want. We want young ladies that we can be proud of. So she was a sophomore in 2020, a junior in 2021, a senior. She was a 22. Yeah, she's probably 25. Yeah. She's 24. You see? Look at her. Even look at her face. Very sweet, very innocent. Look at this. So cute. What a cutie. No, none of this, like this Jezebel, deviant look. She's 24. Yeah. Okay, she's 24. You see this? Let me get out. Look at her. Y'all look at her a little better. Okay. Yeah, she's very tall. You see? This is what you should encourage your sons to go after. Young ladies with a clean past. Young ladies that went to Catholic school. Young ladies they're athletes. They work hard. They went to college. They're educated. They stay out the way. They're not out here being promiscuous, sexually confused, sexually fluid, do all this weird stuff. Like, this is crazy. Girls who can even walk outside with no makeup on and still be pretty. Okay? They don't have these devilish eyes. Like they're scheming for something dark and nefarious. Like, what is this? So yes, you guys, when I saw this, I was like, you know what? Oh, she's a Pisces. Well, then you know that she loves the idea of being in love. Okay. But I'm like, this is foolishness. This is utter foolishness. This is crazy. Y'all should scroll down. Where y'all seeing this? I can't see it. But anyways, y'all saw her birthday, so that's good, right? But Nayla, good for you, bro. I like you a lot. Okay, so I feel like, to me also, if Cam knows how to go for a black woman, not just because she's black, but like, yeah, she's black. I do like that. She's dark skinned. She's traditional. She's naturally pretty. She's an athlete. So the fact that he's not even looking for the girls with the BBLs and the girls with the weaves, the out here looking like transgender people, like you know what I'm saying, like a trans woman stuff, right? I truly love that. Last paragraph on her bio. Where'd y'all see this? Oh, she was born in Chicago. Oh, March 5th, 2001. There you go. Okay, here's her birthday. All right. So he knows how to pick a woman. He knows how to pick a woman for his career. So he's not into the foolishness. And therefore, I like that too. I really do, you guys. I really do. You know? But you look at Shedeur, he really thinks he's a rapper. Oh, it's the ice, it's the drip. He got to have a baddie, even if she's older and used up. Okay, got to have a baddie, got to have the BBL, the weaves, the wigs. You guys, I am so done with this. And I definitely do not want to see this from any young man who calls himself a Christian. Exactly. You know what I mean? Even in the words of Nicki Minaj, never trust a big butt and a smile worth the Ronnie. Okay? We all know this. Make it make sense. If you're called to go to the higher dimension, like you're called to have a great career, especially for a quarterback, because most quarterbacks are family people, like they're usually married with kids, right? You want a young man who knows how to pick a wife. You see, when I tell y'all, even the small decisions, like they're not even small, but life decisions that you make outside the court, they speak volume about your character. Right? Once again, if we are coaches, You have a young player who has a traditional girlfriend, who's very demure, very modest, like naturally pretty, versus a quarterback who wants to run behind the BBL and the trans look. Which quarterback you gonna pick? Right? Which quarterback are you going to pick? Exactly. It's maturity. Which quarterback are you going to pick? Okay? You have a quarterback who has a normal looking girlfriend. Like, okay, that's a human being. That's an actual woman. I can actually tell that she was born a woman. Yes, I can. Okay? I can tell that she was born a girl. Right? I'm not confused. Right? There's no BBLs. There's no lipo. Bunch of weave with the baby hairs like this. These long ass nails like claws. Okay? None of that. That's a regular human being. That's also an athlete. So she's also going to have the mindset to help him with the game. She's going to be more understanding. She's going to be more about the family business because she's part of that too. She comes from that world. You understand me? Or would you rather have a QB who thinks he's a rapper out here buying ice every single day and every girlfriend or every girl he dates look like she wants to be, I don't know, like doing the next stripper video or she works like she does OnlyFans? I don't have time for this foolishness. Okay, Kevin said a man who's into the trans woman look, I'm not even interested. You know what I mean? Because then you're going to have scandals. You're going to have scandals. You're going to have scandals, paternity scandals. He assaulted me scandals, did that scandals. We don't have time for this, y'all. Don't nobody want a goofy ass PR crisis because a man don't know how to pick a woman and he don't know how to keep his stuff in his pants and only go home to one serious God ordained woman. You know what? The Cardi B has a trans look where everything is so fake. The nails are fake. The hair is fake. The nose is fake. Everything is fake. There's nothing real. Everything is fake. That's the trans look. There's nothing that actually even looks natural. You can't even be like, oh, that's an actual woman. Everything looks so fake. You can't even tell if it's a natural woman or if it's a trans woman. That's the trans look. When you overdo it with the wigs, you overdo it with the baby hairs, you overdo it with the makeup, okay? You know what I'm saying? You overdo it with the BBLs, you overdo it with the fake belly, the weird belly button, the fake flat tummy. It just looks weird. You don't even look natural anymore, right? Make natural women great again. That's what we want, okay? So my thing is, when you look at Nayla, you can tell that's a natural woman. She was born a woman. When you look at Shinsea, I don't even know what I'm looking at. The veneers, it's the fake, it's the Botox, the fake lips, the veneer, the inches and inches, the miles and miles of weave, the fake boob, the BBL, everything is fake. It's just, the whole thing is fake. It is fake. It is so fake. We don't want that look. And the young man that is attracted to that kind of look, I believe that not only do you have sexual demons, but most likely you have a porn addiction. You are addicted to pornography. Because why are you attracted to this? Especially she's older than you. So I know you want her to do stuff to you that most girls your age don't even know how to do or they've never even heard of. You are a pervert. You are a sexual pervert. He's a little perv. Yeah, on top of that too. And sometimes they also leak. So why does he want all of that? When he could just, even Angel Reese is very pretty. She can be annoying sometimes, but she's very pretty. Okay. Let me show you. Hold on. Angel Reese and Shedeur. Hold on. She can be annoying, but she's really cute. You see? Right? Why don't you go with Angel Reese? No, he wants a pervert. He wants a sex pervert. He wants a whole pervert. Like something is wrong with this kid. Something is wrong with this kid. Like something is really wrong with this kid. This is weird. How can she be natural? She is not natural. What part of her? Sorry. What part of her is natural? Where? What is natural here? You can see it right there. What's natural? There's nothing natural about this chick. What's natural about her? What part? Where is she? Hold on. She right here. What's natural about her? Child, please. They go get these things put into their bodies and then they gain a little bit of weight so that way you can think they're natural. What's natural about her? Please. No, whatever. And I'm natural about this girl. Anyways, right? My thing is, even though Angel can be a lot, she's a Taurus, so they can be a little stubborn sometimes. It does get aggy. But my thing is, though, I would rather see you with Angel Reese than Shensia. Because they were at the combine together. And he was completely ignoring her. He was really, really ignoring her. Come to find out, what you want is Shensia. Are you actually okay? Is this boy okay? Let me see.
Women that we got.
Why you not playing?
Women that we got.
Why you not playing?
See, even she was confused. Like, why are you not playing? You see? Why are you not playing at the combine? You see? Once again, instead of having a girlfriend that understands the game, understand what you got to do. No, of course he doesn't want that.
Women that we got.
Why you not playing?
Yeah, I'm here in spirit.
What? In spirit?
Yes, bro.
You see, everybody's confused. Why are you not playing? You see, they asked him, like, why are you not playing at the combine? Oh, I'm here in spirit. Because he thinks he's a celebrity. Right? But imagine also, even though Angel, sometimes she does get on my nerve, but then I have to also be fair. I'm 40, she's 22. But my thing is, having a girlfriend also that plays a competitive sport that's also in the league, I just feel like that's going to also help your mindset and it's going to help you be focused on your game. It's going to also make you want to be competitive. What can Shensia do for you? She's a bum. She's not even successful in her own career. What is going on with these people? Right? So no. He chose to ignore her. He was walking around. This is the combine, you guys. He's out here like he acting like he's too cool for school. He's so this, he's so that. So then when I saw that he was sitting there with Shensia, I was really confused. Like, why is she here? Why is she here? Why would you not give Angel a chance and you out here messing with Shensia? Like, what is going on? Is that her right here? Hold on. Y'all gotta watch this because I'm always outside, so I know everything.
What the fuck I say? Don't tell me I don't be knowing my shit. Oh my God. Hey, you feel horrible right now. You're so big. Yeah. Yeah.
See, this is what he wants to be known for. I think this boy wants to be a rapper. I really think he wants to be a rapper. But that's my little side note. Let's go back to this video.
I don't know how much financial stuff I done did for my mom the last decade. I still can't do it. Want to know why? It's her house. It's her rules. I'm 44 and can't do that now. That's the respect. And a lot of black men forgot about respect. You want to do whatever you want to do. You don't own no NFL team, and your daddy can't save you. Some of y'all mamas have been saving y'all ass. Your whole life they've been saving you. Thinking you could just tell everybody what you want to tell everybody, and then when you come up short, you want to blame racism and white supremacy. Everything. There is that, but this.
Oh, how did I miss his birthday? Ooh. Oh, how did I miss his? Okay, he gonna be silly. Oh, he gonna be silly. Thank Kevin Gates. Oh my gosh. Okay, it makes a lot of sense. Okay, my little brother was born February 8th. Okay, they're gonna be some silly people. Okay. Oh, he's an airhead. Oh yes. Oh no. Do not pick him as your #1 draft. Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Oh no. Don't do it. Man, I should have seen his birthday. And I'd be like, you know what? Don't do it. No. Aquarius, we are very unserious people. And like I told you, we struggle with consistency. Do not pick us as #1. Don't do it. Do not do it. Oh no. Okay, it's making sense. Okay, it is. I get it. I get what he acts like this. Okay, never mind. It makes sense. No.
Ain't that? He gotta humble himself and know, yes, you cost yourself $30 million. You did it to yourself. Your daddy did it to yourself. Yeah. Y'all all did it to yourself. Shut your ass up and go out there and do better next time. End of story. I'm from the old school. And those of you brothers over 40 and 50, and you know how life truly works, that's how it works. It's a young dude mistake. It's a YN mistake. He messed up. His dad gassed him up. They overestimated what their son was, retiring his jersey and all that. Now you ain't that valuable in the real world. You know that now. Shut up and get the plan. That's all that's about. Ain't nobody.
His dad also retired his jersey. And I'm like, what? His dad retired his jersey like he's the greatest to ever do it. I'm like, are you kidding me? Have they even retired Cordell Stewart's jersey in Colorado yet? Probably not. I'm like, who is he? His dad has gassed him up so badly. You know what, low-key, high-key, he reminds me of my younger brother. Like, I get it. I really do get it. Because an Aquarius son tied to a narcissistic parent, it gives the worst outcome possible. It gives the worst. I'm like, Dion is a narc. He's a narcissist. And that's the worst thing you can have when you're an Aquarius. That's the worst kind of parent you can have as an Aquarius. It's awful. This is awful.
It's no hate. He messed up. Because if you want to blame them, blame all the general managers that knew he could play but don't want to deal with him. That's a price he had to pay. Don't use racism, because I already hit you with the facts of how many black quarterbacks already went in the NFL draft before him that went number one. Now, what that class is done, go cry in the comments. Peace.
He's a rapper. Yeah, he's a rapper. Now, look at this one. I want to show y'all this video, right? He's a rapper. And then he asked Cam to go rap. Cam is like, I'm not a rapper. I don't want to rap. What the heck? I'm like, you are crazy. He's like, I'm not doing this. I'm not a rapper. But look at this, you guys. Look. Let me show you this one part. I watched all these videos, y'all, because I had to do my research. Hold on. There's this one exercise they did. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. I should have written all the timestamps. Yeah, where is it? Let me see. Is it right here?
I don't care what they say. You do though. You ain't been crucified yet. Your time is coming.
He's been crucified. Who has crucified you? You spoiled brat. He has manufactured oppression. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. You don't see that. Hold on.
Quit on my team when I did it. And you did. You just said you're going to quit. Yeah, his time coming. Everybody got crucified already. They was crucifying me. First, who was it? It was Shot. No, who was you? It was me. Then it went to Shiloh. Then it went to Travis.
Then it went to me.
Then it went to you. It went to you. It was me, Shiloh, you, then Travis. You're next, bro. That's cool. I'm ready for it.
No, they crucified him.
Now, you guys, please take a moment, right? Please. Oh, he's a narcissist. Absolutely. Please notice. Do you see what he's wearing to work out? Y'all need to pay attention to this stuff, right? Do you see what your boy Cam is wearing to work out, right? He's wearing a Canes. Canes, that's the team. That's the Miami team, right? They're called the Canes, right? Okay, cool. Adidas. You see what he's wearing to work out? Okay, let's start over. Pay close attention, y'all. Let me take this off the screen. You see? Top is Adidas. The shorts are Adidas, right? And low chain, because they came to play football. They're here to work out. Now look at your boy, Shedeur the Princess.
They crucified him.
They crucified me during the game. They at least wait till after the game so you can see it.
It's time for Daryl to get crucified.
Yeah.
Your boy Chad. The jewelry, the diamonds. He's wearing Galerie de Parlement. I think like maybe his shirt is like $600 or $1,000. I'm like, we're here to play football. Why is he so extra?
Quit. Yeah, his time coming.
Why is he so extra? Why is this boy so extra like this? Right? People say, come outside and let's play. Right? You see? 200. So these teachers are what, like $200, $300, right? To come work out. Who does stuff like this? This dude is crazy. $350. Y'all see this? $350, $350, $295, $295. Is this guy actually okay? Right? Somebody say, Shedeur, let's practice. He got to come wearing almost like $1,000 outfit, and his jewelry's about like what, $20,000 to do what? He's an iced up prince. I mean, this is insanity. This is insanity. I'm like, to come outside and sweat. This is excessive. No, he's a princess. He really is. You guys, it's football. This is not a fashion show. It reminds me of like parents who dress babies in designer clothes. For what? They're going to poop. Like, I'm like, do you know I buy Mavericks clothes from Walmart? Right? I buy my baby's clothes from Walmart. I bought him some clothes yesterday from Walmart. They're like $8. I got this one pajama set for $2, whatever, right? Why would you ever go and spend even an outfit that's $20? That's excessive to me. First of all, they grow up really fast. They pee in there, they poop in there, they throw up in there, they spill milk all over them. These clothes are just for them to not be naked. Okay, I'm just being kind, okay? I don't want my son to be around here naked, right? But these are just, they grow so fast. Why would you dress a baby in designer clothes? They're only going to wear that outfit for like 2 weeks. That's it. So my thing is, if somebody is calling you, no, he's insane. He really is insane. I'm like, why are you wearing Galerie Département to come work out? Like, it is never that serious. Look at him over here, you guys. For what reason? I was like, is he really wearing Galerie Département to just come outside and just train? It's never that serious, you guys. This is insanity. This is just madness. This is just madness. So the t-shirt, we already know, is $300. Okay. What about the shorts? What about the shoes? Only God knows. What about the jewelry? Meanwhile, Cam came to work out. He's wearing all Adidas. And he probably wearing the stuff that he got from the team because it seems like Adidas is their sponsor for the football team in Miami, right? Regular stuff. He's wearing regular clothes because we're here to play football. There's no paparazzi. There's nothing. But no, Shedeur has to be a princess. This is insanity. This is truly, truly insanity. This is insanity.
Everybody got crucified already.
They was crucifying me.
First, who was it? It was who was you? It was me. Then it went to Shiloh. Then it went to Travis.
Then it went to me.
Then it went to you. No, it went to you. It went to you. It was me, Shiloh, you, then Travis. You're next, bro.
That's cool. I'm ready for it.
No, they crucified him.
They crucified me during the game. They at least wait after the game so you can see it.
It's time for Daryl to get crucified.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, it's his fault. He's the coach.
It is.
I tell you.
They write nice articles about him during the game.
You get all the love, but no hate, Daryl.
He is right here. Hold on.
Quitter. Nah, bro.
Call it what you want.
You're a quitter. I'm legendary.
That's cool. You can be legendary.
Listen to this part. Listen to this beat.
They know it's big. They know it's just like I told Joe.
He don't know what that pressure like. Tell first.
I'm real. I'm generational.
Nah.
This is how you know. Even someone like Cam, he's going to retire from the league. He's going to have a lot of money. Meanwhile, I'm telling you guys, you get older, you are no longer impressed by people who quickly depart from their money. Like, be as cheap as possible. But I'm like, you see, hey, Shayla, I'm telling you, Cam, he going to be the top to retire, and he still going to have so much of his money left. Because if he already has it, why would I buy it? Like, if the schools give me a free outfit, why am I going to go pay for a new outfit? Like, for what reason? Right? You want to save as much money as possible. Like, you want to wear your clothes as much as possible. And also, you don't need to wear designer clothes and a whole lot of jewelry to go practice football. It is never that serious. Like, I'm like, Shedeur is such a princess. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Bro, that's weird. He don't know what that pressure like. Tell first.
I'm real. I'm generational.
Nah, bro. That's weird.
I'm generational.
That's weird. Quarterback coach got favoritism.
I don't blame
you know what it is? It's because you start training with him earlier.
Because I'm generational, man.
No, bro. You let another word describe you, bro.
Nah, I am the word that describes you.
Nah, you generational. I'm legendary.
That's cool. You can be legendary. Legendary, get their ass.
We'll start doing it in like 5 minutes. Generational is once every 100 years. You could be generation. You could be generation.
you're not
No
doing
Super
the right
Bowl.
drill, man.
Pause the separation.
Yo, what his name in the paper, coach?
I already told them. Let me play it again. You need to really watch this part. When they practice, you need to see how Cam separates his body. Look at how his body moves. Like when he goes like this and he throws it, look at how his body separates itself. Then look at your princess. Look at how stiff your princess is. Look at the body. I'm gonna do this for y'all one more time. Pay close attention. And he told me, he's like, man, the separation. Because he's not separating his body properly. That's why we're saying he's not a number one pick, okay? Look carefully. Hold on, it happens here. Okay.
He don't know what that pressure like. Top first. I'm real. I'm general.
Look at how he throws. Okay. Look at how he throws that thing. Notice his body, like his top, like his shoulders, they go like this, and then he throws it, right? Pay close attention to that. It really, really matters. And then when you look at Shedeur, you need to look at his body when he does it. Okay? But this is somebody who thinks he should have been round one. Stop playing with me. You are crazy. Look.
Nah, bro. That's weird. I'm generational. That's weird. Quarterback coach got favorite.
Look, because he goes so fast. It's so natural for him. Hold on. Let me slow it down. Look.
That's weird. I'm generational. That's weird. Quarterback coach got.
You see how he locks his hip like this and then he does this? Look carefully. He does it really fast.
Top first. I'm real. I'm generational. Nah, bro. That's weird.
Boom. You see? Boom, boom. You see like that? Okay. Look.
I'm generational. That's weird. Quarterback coach got favoritism. I don't blame. You know what it is? It's because you start training with him earlier.
Did y'all notice that? So like you do something with your hips and then you bring your shoulders afterwards, okay? Hopefully you've seen it. Let me do it again. Hold on. Because you have to see it because Shedeur is very stiff. Hold on.
I'm generational. That's weird. Quarterback coach got.
Lock your hips and then you release your shoulders, okay? Lock your hips, then you release your shoulders. Look.
Favoritism. I don't blame. You know what it is? It's because you start training with him earlier. Because I'm generational, man. No, bro.
I look at this.
You let another word describe you, bro. Nah, I am the word that describes you. Nah, you generational, I'm legendary. That's cool. You can be legendary. Man. Legendary, get their ass. We'll start going in like 5 minutes. Generational is once every 100 years. You could be generation. You could be generation.
And look what he tells them. Look.
You're not doing the right drill, man. Pause the separation.
He said, pause the separation, right? Ciao. It really matters because then if you see his combine, hold on, you guys. I watched it all. Give me a second. I have all the videos because I watched it all. And the man said it because I noticed that. Hold on. I have his combine. I think I have the timestamp. Because I'm playing for this. Okay. Look at his combine. Hold on. Let me show you real quick.
Rocket to Restrepo right there. That's and I.
Hands. And when you look at Cam deliver, you do see the exchange, the ability to turn to and do all those things. It just leads you to believe that the RPO game, he can just terrorize people doing that at the next level.
Yeah, I also find that, we've done, you guys and I, we've done these pro days for, almost 10 years now. And I think it's also really interesting to note like the different atmospheres, the different environments that you go through as we get Cam starting to.
Nice crisp.
Oh, nice out right there.
Yeah, that was just a little warm-up session early on. There was no focus on the feet. Now you can see a concerted effort. He is crisp with what he's doing.
Brian Baldinger with us on the field. Baldy, what's it feel like in there watching Cam now that this thing has really kind of gotten going here? We're starting to get into the meat of this thing.
Well, I mean, the RPMs of the throws have picked up. I'll tell you that. There's no more layups, guys. This is, this is Full Metal Jacket here. But I just want DJ to look. As a former quarterback, he got a very pronounced right foot. It's way up. Even when he goes under center here, that foot is way up, and the left foot's back. Like he rocks off that left foot from there to be able to throw that slant. But that slant comes out hot right there. That's good looking throw. You want to see these quarterbacks throw live. That's an impressive looking arm on that quick slant.
He has an impressive arm. Keep listening, y'all.
Yeah, Baldy, it's a good point. It's taught differently, and you see the quarterbacks that play with a stagger and others that play more straight up. It's kind of a preference thing more than anything else. Some coaches are very, very strong in their opinion. Others want you to do what you're most comfortable with. But the most important thing is getting out of there.
Looking at some of the folks in attendance, we just shot of Brian Callahan, Tennessee Titans head coach. Obviously, Titans owners are the #1 pick as it stands now. You've seen Joe Shane, general manager of the New York Giants, and in the end zone right there in the background. Also, you saw Mike Kafka, offensive coordinator.
Hold on, it's coming. I hope I got the right place.
There for the New York Giants. You get another one of those in breakers. I mean,
it jumps, and it's like that 3/4 delivery too.
Yeah. But like Bucky, if you're sitting there as a coach and a GM, I mean, obviously you've seen probably almost every throw that he's made. Especially this last year at Miami on tape already. What are the most valuable pieces of these moments that you're getting to see in person?
I mean, really, it's just him checking off the boxes.
Yeah.
Just having the final opportunity in a dress rehearsal to see him look great. You talk about being able to hear the ball, feel the whiz, feel the power, that the velocity is coming off.
Mind you, so when they were this is the combine, right? So Cam is out there practicing. He's showing himself. Your boy said he's just there in the spirit. These people are crazy. I'm like, so you see, you didn't want it bad enough. You didn't want this bad enough.
Coming off his hands when you make those throws. Everything that we see him do, we've seen him do a million times on tape, though. So there's no surprises when it comes to the arm talent that he displays.
I love that last one. I feel like you see that often. If he's escaping out to the left side, bam, still makes a nice throw on the money, right on the sideline.
He has that ability to just kind of disconnect his upper.
There you go. It came right there. You see, you guys, I told you I did my homework, you guys. What he said, just kind of, he has this ability to disconnect his upper body and his lower body. You see that? That's the exercise they were doing over here that Shedeur couldn't do. Let me show you one more time. Let him finish saying it. Hold on. Let him say it.
Body and his.
Let him say it again.
Do a million times on tape, though. So there's no surprises when it comes to the arm talent that he displays.
I love that last one. I feel like you see that often. If he's escaping out to the left side, bam, still makes a nice throw on the money, right on the sideline.
He has that ability to just kind of disconnect his upper body and his lower body, and then can generate a ton of whip and force.
So now go back over here. You have to say this because I told you I did my homework, right? So this is what he's talking about. Here you see it. He's disconnecting his body.
Quarterback coach got favoritism. You know what it is? It's because you start training with him earlier. Because I'm generational, man. No, bro. You let another word describe you, bro. Nah, I am the word that describes you. Nah, you generational, I'm legendary. That's cool. You can be legendary. Man. Legendary, get their ass. We'll start doing it like 5 minutes. Generational is once every 100 years. You could be generation. You could be generation. You're not doing the right drill, man. Pause the separation.
Is he? What did he say? He said, pause the separation. He struggles with that. And that's why his arm is not powerful like Cam's arm is. You guys, I watched so many videos. And this is what they were saying at the combine. That Cam has the ability to separate his body. So that gives him like more power when he throws the ball. And I also feel like this is why, he's not doing it right. You see? And that's why also I'm like, because I saw that because I watched this video first and I saw this one like way later. But I'm like, I know exactly what he's talking about because in the other workout video, I saw that, right? But I'm like, and I can see why some people feel as though his dad being his coach, his dad covered for him. His dad knew how to hide his weaknesses by playing plays that were better for Shedeur. You know what I mean? Because that's your son. You want him to go out there and look good. So you run certain plays because that's where he's strong, but you don't really run the right plays because he probably can't do those. As we can see, he can't even disconnect his body. Okay? So make it make sense. And I feel like that's why also he didn't want to play at the combine. Because daddy's not in control, right? Your dad is not in control. They're going to see what you can really do and what you cannot do. So he was hoping, like I said, him and his dad were hoping that if they talk big and they talk tough, that people were going to buy into their foolishness. But the people saw right through the scam. The people saw right through the scam. Is that he's not comfortable if his daddy's not calling the plays because daddy knows which play to call to make him look strong. Because do you see this? I'm like, when Cam does it, like his body goes like this. You saw Shedeur can't do it, but yet he's the quarterback. You retired his jersey, even though he can't like separate his body. That don't make no sense. That truly makes no sense. But I saw it, you guys. I saw more, and I will show you more. There's even a part in there where he told Cam to come be a rapper, and Cam was like, "I'm not a rapper. I don't rap." Where's that part? I don't know what that part is. He was like, "I'm not a rapper." Hold on, is it?
I'm taking this in. You take one of mine. You need to throw one of them. Just pay me 200,000. For what? Football. Why I pay 200,000? I pay you a band. You got it before band. Bet. I'm using a Bitcoin. They say I need a buy. I thought you had to shoot something. Tomorrow? But I'm doing that in Dallas. And I'm just driving back to Houston right after. I thought that was real for a second. Why don't you go back to Houston today? Because I'm taking my dog. You going back today? Tomorrow. I'm going to drive back to Dallas tomorrow. Oh. Do the shoot and then just go to Houston. Bro, we're in Dallas. I know. You said because you stayed in Fort Worth. Yeah. So that's all I'm saying. Come on, you can't talk to me. Bro, I'm glad about it. Football is trash, bro. Continue to drop. Hey, football is trash, bro. Continue to drop. Miami don't give good gear. Feet on the ground. You gonna call it? Yep. Ball. 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 Y'all can go once they take off. Ball. Good. Ball. Good. Ball.
Where's the ball? Hold on.
Your music and shout music program.
One on the right. Maybe it's here. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I didn't take the time.
Hey, for Pro Day, I'm playing nothing but your music.
Based off like how they do it at the combine. I'll make some more.
So we go right in there. Y'all can switch it however y'all want. Your music and shout music program.
On the right. What about Cam music?
Cam don't make music.
He hopping on perfect time.
Come on, bro. Let's make a song.
There you go. So he told Cam to come make music. Look at what he told him. Hold on. He know these people are crazy. Hold on. Look.
Your music and shout music program.
On the right. What about Cam music?
Cam don't make music.
He hopping on perfect time.
Come on, bro. Let's make a song. Let's drop for him, Richard. I play football. Here we go.
Yeah, it is football.
I play football. You ain't got no hobbies outside of that? I play football.
You see this? He told Cam, he said, let's go make a song. He said, I play football. He said, oh, let's do a song. He said, I play football. He was like, oh, you don't have any hobbies outside of football? He said, I play football. You know, I'm like, you see, singular focus. You can't even separate your body, but you want to be a rapper. Like, make it make sense. Like, seriously, make it make sense. This boy's not focused. He is really not focused.
That's the only thing I want people to know me as football player. Mm-hmm. Let's search up Cam Wood. Let me say American football. Dang, so you care about what people think about you then? I don't. You do, obviously. You just said that. I don't. You do. Because all I want to be is football. Can I fish?
Say it one more time. Hold on, you guys. Let me do it. Hold on, one more time.
Cam don't make music.
He hopping on perfect time already.
Come on, bro. Let's make a song. Let's drop for him, real shit. I play football. Here we go.
Yeah, it is football.
I play football. You ain't got no hobbies outside of that? I play football. That's the only thing I want people to know me as, football players. When they search up Cam Wood, we say American football. Dang, so you care about what people think about you now? I don't. You do, obviously. You just said that. I don't. You do. Because all I want to be is football. And I fish. Say it. You might not get right. You're not gonna have one drop ball in your dome. You already incomplete.
You see this, you guys? You see this? If you have singular focus in your life, you're more likely to really be really, really good at what you do. Okay? Singular focus. He said, I play football. What I want to be known for is football. When people look me up one day, they'll see Cam Moore was the best to ever play football. There you go. Oh, he's a Gemini. Oh, I see why I like him. There you go. A lot of things are making sense today. Okay? Singular focus. But you got your boy Aquarius over here. He's a football player. He's a streamer. He's a YouTuber. He's an influencer. He's a whatever you name it. This is insanity. This is insanity. This is really, really insanity, okay? You need to just focus on one thing and give it all that you have. You see, right? And then you're more likely to go further. Pick one thing. So either you want to be a great football player or you want to be a rapper. You can't do both. And that's why I said earlier, I'm like, to me, when it comes to Shedeur, I feel like Shedeur wants to go into the NFL to be famous. Like he wants to be a celebrity. When I look at Cam, to me, Cam wants to go play football because he really loves football. He's really toxic. Okay? You have to love football. You really, really have to love football. And I'm like, and I also feel like if you love football also, if everybody is playing at the combine, if your friends are playing at the combine, you're also going to play at the combine. Like, why are you not playing?
And again, people, because I feel like this something has to be said every time. You're overreacting to a parade. No, this is what this is. This is the driving range, everybody. Yeah. We're not playing a full 18 holes today. We're going to watch these guys at the driving range. We want to see how the ball comes out.
This is Patrick Mahomes and his combine. So I'm like, so why didn't you do your combine? I'm so confused. But most likely his dad told him not to do it. Right? But even Patrick Mahomes, he did his combine. So why didn't you do your combine? Like, how does that even make sense? And I'm sure if we go back, all the guys that what's his name? What's his name again? O'Shea, all the people that he listed that got picked number one in the round, round one, that got drafted round one. I'm sure if we look it up, they probably all did their combines. All of them did their combines. And once again, I will say this, like if you want to go to the NFL, you have to study what everybody that got in there, what did they do? Did they all do their combines? Did they all do their interviews? You have to study this, right? Because success, it leaves clues, right? But if we go and we look up that every guy that, no, he didn't want to do it. He said he was there in spirit. Did you guys see the video? When Andrew Reese was like, why aren't you competing? He was like, oh, I'm here in the spirit. Right? Here he is.
Why you not playing?
Hey, yeah, I'm here in spirit.
What? In spirit?
Yes, bro.
You see? When people are like, you see, they asked him, like, why are you not doing this? He's like, oh, he's here in the spirits. Because he thinks he's already made it. He's a Sanders. Of course I made it. I don't have to compete. I'm above this. Right? But I'm pretty sure if we look up all the names, let me go back, right? Let's go back over here.
This is not uncommon for players to feel slighted when they are not drafted. But do you know what Cam Moore did? He interviewed with every team, and there was a consensus that he was a leader and a team player. And when he was asked to do something, he fulfilled what they asked to do. Now, here comes the other argument from some of you black people out here. You black men, oh, well, they're trying to buck break them. It's racism. Okay, I'm a pro-black. Okay, I'm a pro-black. So I understand that there is racism, especially at quarterbacks in the NFL. We know that. Okay, but now hold on one second. I want to talk about the quarterbacks, the black quarterbacks that have been drafted number 1 or number 2 in just the last few years. Okay, we can start with Cam Newton, 2011 NFL draft, round 1, pick number 1. Cam Newton is nobody's punk. All right, we can go with Robert Griffin.
So let me see. Let me see if they did their combines though, right? But Deshaun Watson, he definitely did his combine. So here he is. So he's around 1. Who else did he say? Cam. Let's see if Cam does the combine. Hold on. If they have the footage, hold on. Okay. So Cam, did he do his combine? I'm sure. Yeah, there he is. He did it. Cam, look at Cam's body. This is crazy. Wow. Cam, you're crazy behind. Oh, wow. Okay, Cam. All right. So Cam did his combine, right? RG3, let me see. RG3. He did his combine too. You see? Here he is. So who are you to say you're not going to do the combine? I am so confused. What is going on, you guys? So who is he to say he's not going to do the combine? This is insanity. So RG3 did the combine. Who else? Okay, let's keep going. Okay. Let me make sure I bring this over here.
2012. He went number 2 to the Redskins. EJ Manuel, 2013. Round 1, pick number 16 to the Bills. Teddy Bridgewater, round 1.
Let me see. Let's see if Teddy did it. Teddy Bridgewater. Yep. He did it too. Yeah, he did it. So why are you not doing your I am so confused. Let me see. Yo. Did you also have to hold on? Jamie is? Winston? Yeah. He also did his combine. So you see, so everybody who got picked in round 1 pretty much did their combine. So whose brilliant idea was it for him not to do this? This is insanity. Okay, so he also did his combine. So whose brilliant idea do you think? Whose brilliant idea do you think was to say you're not going to do this combine? Who do you think? Who do you think came up with this idea? It had to be his dad. Coach Dion is insane.
15, number 1 pick overall, number 1, Deshaun Watson, 2007.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson, he did his combine because I saw it. Hold on. He did his. Here he is. However you spell his name. Okay, it's with E. Okay, sorry. Deshaun. Okay. All right. So here's Deshaun Watson also. He did his combine.
Which is good. Thrilled that NFL Network will be following him so far and we go throughout his entire draft experience. He was on, say, 4.68. There you go.
Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, so Deshaun Watson did his. So who is Shedeur to say he's not going to do his? Y'all, let me tell you something. He asked for this.
17, round 1, pick 12. Patrick Mahomes, 2017, round 1.
Patrick also did his because I saw it yesterday. Here he is. I saw his last night. Yeah. So it seems like it's tradition for anybody who wants to definitely make it round 1 to play at the combine, just to make sure that what they saw on the tape is exactly what you can deliver, right? Yeah. Why would you not do this? Look at Cam. Oh, Cam, yeah, Cam was strong. Cam was really strong. Yeah, his daddy did this. His dad did this. Because I'm like, it seems like it's a tradition. It seems like everybody who gets picked round 1 does their combine. And it makes sense because, yeah, we see it on tape, but they want to see it in person. Okay, I want to see what I'm buying in person. And you're like, oh, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm here in spirit. Are you actually okay? Huh. This is insanity.
Pick 10, Lamar Jackson, 2018, round 1.
Let me see if Lamar also did his. Y'all, sorry, I keep stopping this, but we have to double check. Lamar Jackson. Yep. He also did his combine. Y'all, it's tradition. So why is he not doing his? What is wrong with this kid?
Back to Aikman. Dropping it.
This is insanity. Oh my God.
Pick 32, Dwayne Haskins, rest in peace, 2019.
Oh my Lord. Dwayne Haskins. Let's see if he did his combine. This is crazy. Oh, Jesus, you guys. He also did his combine, you guys. He also did it. He did it. May he rest in peace. This is so sad. Can you get hit
That's
by
with Brady's
Ducks?
5.2840 factored in there. The fastest of the guys that finished in the top 10, that would be Andrew Luck with the 4.67. Here's now Dwayne Haskins. .504. Seemed like a little stumble out of the gate there. So look at a second run of it.
Round 1, pick 15, Kyler Murray. Round 1.
Kyler Murray. Let me see if he did his thing. Y'all, sorry, I keep stopping this because I need to make sure. Oh my gosh. So did he not do it or did he do it? Let's see what he said right here. Hold on.
And had a great season, but his success is my success. I got to prove myself, just like he's proven himself. So I look forward to it.
From A&M to Oklahoma, what was the biggest transformation in your game you had to make?
I was young when I was at A&M. I think just maturing on and off the field, I needed to do. I wouldn't go back and change anything. I'm grateful for the opportunity I had at A&M, but I definitely needed to sit back, watch how it's done, and OU was the best place for me.
So it seemed like this one didn't do the drills. They say because he put on a weight. Okay. So I guess this one didn't do it. Okay, that's one.
Pick number one overall pick. Okay, Justin Fields. Round 1, pick 11, Trey Lance.
Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna understand this today. I don't know if he did the combine. This is a pro day. So is that the combine? Probably not. Hold on. So they had a showcase at their school, but he didn't do the combine. Let's see what he said.
Tell him what does Shedeur Sanders need? What do you hope to get out of the NFL to help you reach your maximum potential as fast as possible?
All I need is opportunity. Simple. Whatever franchise want to change their franchise, and there's no doubt who to go with. I've done it over and over and over. So you'll be a fool not to pick me.
And Lewis mentioned again.
If you ain't trying to change the franchise or the coach, then don't give me. So you should know history repeats itself over and over and over. And I've done it over and over and over. So it should be no question why an NFL franchise should pick me. You think I'm worried about what critics say or what people got to say? You know who my dad is? They hated on him too. So it's like it's almost normal. Without people hating, it's not normal for us. So we like diversity. We like everything that comes with the name. That's why we are who we are. I mean, how many times did Rowley get touched?
You said what?
How many times did Rowley get touched? There was able, like, of course, whenever you're able to run the ball consistently and whenever you're able to, then that opens up the pass, you know? But it's just like you got to understand, like, what your team good at. So it's like, why would we keep running the ball if, okay, we out there and we get in a situation where it's a must get and we don't get it?
Are those kind of like 4th and 1 conversions that haven't gone your guys' way in the last couple? Is that kind of play into everybody's mind? Is that kind of something on your mind when thinking about, advancing the ball and whatnot?
Nah, I'd rather, if we're going to go down, I'd rather go down swinging, honestly, because I know I can throw the best punch. Hey, man. Listen, I'm a generational talent. I'm going to prove him right. I'm going to prove him right. Don't worry.
Oh, my gosh. No, this is more and more.
That's all, yeah. I knew it. Who said that? Actually, nah.
Shedeur Sanders need? What do you hope to get out of the NFL to help you reach your maximum potential as fast as possible?
All I need is opportunity. Simple. Whatever franchise want to change their franchise, and
So, did y'all hear what he's saying? He said whatever franchise wants to change their franchise. Why would they change their franchise? This dude is crazy. And you'd be a fool not to. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, this dude is crazy. This boy is insane.
there's no doubt who to go with. I've done it over and over and over. So
what have you done over and over again? This dude is crazy. He played for Jackson State under his dad. Then he went for Colorado because of his dad. And you played under your dad. What have you done over and over and over again? Oh my gosh. You guys, this is why it's important to not just train these people to be athletes, but you have to train their minds as well. He said, I've done it over and over and over. What have you done over and over and over again? Oh, yeah. Jeez.
you'll be a fool not to pick me.
And Lewis mentioned again,
if you ain't trying to change the franchise or the culture, don't give me. So
why would they change their culture? Who are you, Shedeur? Like, what have you done with your life? This dude is insane, you guys. He is insane.
You should know history repeats itself over and over and over. And I've done it over and over and over. So
what has he done over and over and over? Ooh, the lack of self-awareness.
It should be no question why an NFL franchise should pick me. You think I'm worried about what critics say or what people got to say? You know who my dad is? They hated on him too. So it's like it's almost normal. Without people hating, it's not normal for us. So we like diversity. We like everything that comes with the name. That's why we are who we are.
You guys, I blame Coach Dion for this. I really do. And maybe he meant well, but this is how you do it. Look at it. I mean, you will think that, what I'm like, if you didn't know any better, you would think Shedeur was going into, like, he was signing to Young Money, Cash Money, New Money. You would think this was like an album, like a freshman album release party, like, oh, this is the new rapper on the block. What is this? And my thing is, how can you say, oh, I changed the culture? If we're talking about Jackson State, your dad did that. What culture did you change? You were just a player. If we talk about Colorado, like if they had a horrible football program before your dad got there, your dad could say, y'all should hire me. Like, if you want to change your culture, hire me, because I've done this over and over, because your dad did change the culture at 2 different universities. What did you do? I mean, how can you walk out here and just take credit for what your dad has done? You guys, when I play his combine speech, you have to count how many times he said my dad, my dad, my daddy, my dad. I was like, oh my God, this is so embarrassing. Let me look at that. Ooh. This is insanity. You said the Jets. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the video. Hold on. Girl, what are we about to see? What do you think happened? Let's see. What happened? You guys, oh, this is ESPN. Oh, they don't come for me. Hold on. But why is he retiring his son's jersey, though? I am so confused. Amari, what are we supposed to see in that? What are we supposed to see in that? Hold on, because I'm right here. So you said, Martin, look up the jersey retirement of Travis Hunter. Travis yanked from him and was offended by him. What did he do? Oh my gosh, this kid gives me anxiety. You guys, I'm an Aquarius. As an Aquarius, I am so embarrassed right now.
Several battles within the offensive line, the defensive line, the linebackers, some positions at corner. The receivers are solid. They solid. We kind of know what's up. But it's going to be tremendous battles, and they're taking it on to this game, and I'm proud of them.
I love what you're saying is, do you want competitive reps from your guys today? Because Caden Salter and Julian Lewis, they're going to get a
Okay, he's just yapping. But I'm like, who is Shedeur for you to retire his jersey? Like, that is just so conceited.
Take it out of the field. Just 4 numbers in the history of Colorado have been retired. They are adding 2 more. Let's go down to the field.
Like, this is just asinine. Like, this is so ridiculous, you guys. What has Shedeur done? He can't even separate his body. Like, what has Shedeur done for him to say he's going to retire Shedeur's jersey if it's not the fact that that's his son? And I really do also believe that Shedeur is his favorite. You guys, I'm not trying to be funny, but from what I have seen, I think Shedeur really is his favorite. Like, he can't even hide it. And then Pilar, her daughter, is her favorite. And like Shiloh, he's on his own. Like, oh, poor Shiloh. Shiloh is my person. Okay? I love Shiloh. Right? Like, what has he done for you to retire his jersey? This is so excessive. This is so excessive. And I can see how teams just seeing that and looking at that, like, okay, you know what? This is just too much. This is too much, you guys. Did Virginia Tech even retire Mike Vick's jersey at Virginia Tech? I don't even know. Not the head coach, though. Would he have gotten all those yards, though? This is giving corruption. Y'all, I don't know about y'all, but this feels rigged as hell. Like, if his daddy was not the head coach, would he have all of these stats? Any mediocre QB could have that team have a better record. LOL. It'd be different if you went to a big team that was already decent. Mike Vick, oh, his jersey was retired. Oh, he deserves it. I'm like, it's given like they cooked the books, y'all. I'm sorry, this is no. That boy can't even separate his body. How is this even possible?
I'm just
Oh, daddy's little princess. Oh, poor baby. Oh, no. Yeah, it really is. It's like Sarah Jakes taking over a Potter house because TD Jakes is her dad. Exactly, you guys. People are complaining about this because they're like, there are people who have been at Potter's house way longer than Sarah. There are people who can preach better than Sarah. There are people who understand the Bible better than Sarah. And most importantly, there are people who are not without reproach, right? But Bishop Jakes had to go and give it to his daughter because not only are they hiding stuff, but it's a family business. It's not a church. It's a family business. Okay? This is, I'm looking at him, Daddy's Little Princess. 358. Okay, we're almost there. Hold on, let's see. This is ridiculous. Like, he really think he worked hard. Oh, Jesus. This is insanity. What is this?
Shedeur Sanders now, until Travis Hunter gets inducted, the 5th number to be retired.
Throws. Oh, I see it. He didn't like it. It was doing too much. Oh, I see it. It's 4 or 5. Y'all see this? Travis, okay, you're doing a little too much. Like, let go of me, child. You're doing a little too much. Okay, it's right here. Hold on.
Intermediate throws.
Like that. Okay, I see it. Oh, yeah, he's like, get off me. Yeah. Something is off, you guys. Something's crazy. I'm like, and Travis, it makes sense to retire Travis as jersey because he won the Heisman Trophy. But I'm like, something is off, you guys. Like, this is too much. This is really too much. Now, y'all come see his little party, y'all. I'm like, his dad did this to him. Part of me, I will give Shedeur some grace because I think this is Coach. I really think this is Coach Deion. I really do. How can you do this to your own son?
Different now with Cam Ward.
He has legendary everywhere, you guys. If it's not legendary, it's the money sign. That boy put that everywhere. You would think that he was like, somebody told him, yeah, you got in, you got in. This dude is crazy.
Myself, instead I want to find a way.
These people are crazy. Look.
Baby got a little something. We ready now.
Yeah. I tell you, God has ways of helping people, man. You guys, if you didn't know any better, Daddy's Little Princess. If you didn't know any better, you would have thought they called him on the side, like, okay, you're good. Because y'all, there's like me, I would have to do that to have this level of confidence because the way I would have cried, oh my God, this is so embarrassing. You would have thought a team had called him and be like, okay, you're going round 1, and then you're probably going to be pick number 5 or pick number 10. I don't know. No, nobody called him, child. Nobody called his dad. Nobody called him. Nobody promised him anything. And look at the level of bravado. Look at the level of, I don't even know if it's confidence, if it's just like sheer stupidity. Who does this? Like, who really does this? This is so embarrassing. Yeah, it's Coach Deion. It's his dad. Like, Shedeur is only 23. Like, come on. Who could have gassed him up like this? His narcissistic father, his Leo father. Like, this man is insane. Yeah. Train up a child the way he should go. And Deion trained him to be about the love of money. And women. Money and women. Yep.
You good? You good? Yeah. That's that music. Yeah. They got it. Turn up.
Wow.
Legendary. If it's not legendary, it's the money sign. I guess it's money squared. I don't know what that means, right?
So I thought it was an interesting mix. That's a little bit different now with Cam Ward. His ability to play.
They want to see the shot.
Here's his little stupid music. Look at him singing. Look. Here's the mom. This is ridiculous. Yeah, his music is playing. Hold on. This is unbelievable. When I tell you the lack of self-awareness they have as a family, it is truly astounding. Now they're comparing people. Like, that's his little sister, right? I forgot her name. It's something also. It's an S. Oh, that name starts with S. Shiloh, Shedeur, and something. So now they're comparing jewelry. There you go. There you go. Hold on.
They say I ain't giving. What that 50,000 wow, 60,000 wow, 70,000 wow.
He said 50,000 wow, 60,000 wow, 100. I'm like, these kids are just out here playing with money. Child, I was just giving an example. Okay. This is just insanity. These people are crazy. You guys, this is insanity. This is really, really insanity. Now, I'm going to say this, right? Do you see any Bible verse anywhere? Do you see any pastors anywhere? Do you hear any gospel music playing everywhere, anywhere? Of course not. The Christian family, of course not. It's just the worship of money. It's the worship of money. It's the worship of money. 60,000 out, 50,000. I'm like, what is going on with these people? Hold on, y'all. This is the music. Hold on.
We got the family, we got the friends.
Okay, here's his older sister with her baby. Okay, here's Coach. Baby confused. Like, what are these? Look at him. He's so cute. Yeah.
Who got me that? Yeah.
So your dad is richer than you. These people are crazy. Shalomi, there you go. Your dad is richer than you, but you out here wearing more in jewelry than he is. I swear, people are crazy. People are really crazy. People are really, really crazy. He only mentioned God exactly. I'm like, your father is the richest man in the room, but you got more jewelry than he does. Your stuff is more expensive than his stuff. Are people actually okay? This is insanity, you guys. This is insanity. This is insanity.
But it's nice. I mean, I guess we're not getting it.
I don't know why I thought Shiloh was the middle child. So, yeah, we can't do all this. But, I mean, like, you go through the whole party and stuff. I didn't see this part. Let me see. Where's this part?
That's not going to be the score. This is beautiful. This is what I want these kids to see, understand, realize that they can have all this.
What's we playing?
Respect a young man's dream.
Would have gone to Shedeur Sanders that we expected.
New York Giants select Abdul Carter, defensive end, Penn State.
Would have gone to Shedeur Sanders that we expected does go as expected.
So I guess this is the spot they expected to go to him. He went to somebody else. Did Dion do his combine? No, Jimmy told me he didn't do it. He had one at his school. So that's why I feel like he told Shedeur not to do it. Like, he wants Shedeur to do everything he did as if him and Shedeur are the same person and they have the same level of athletic skills. It's like, you are insane. You are truly insane. This is, whoa, this is a lie.
A dynamic Penn State Nittany Lion.
I know you're a Jets guy.
We looked at those teams at 2 and 3, Cleveland and the Giants as quarterback needy teams with that.
So far, we've seen one trade and we've seen one pass rush.
Out, the pick is in, and the Browns are on the clock for the second time tonight. We're barely a half an hour into this.
Hey, why you tell my he glad I go first, so mine a walkthrough for him. I said, bro, I'm glad you go first because it's scary, bro. You don't know where you're going.
Not at all. Congratulations to him.
It's a blessing. It's not scary.
Where I'm going, bro. I've been waiting too long. I think it's your time, my boy. I think it's your time, my boy.
This is why, as a parent, you should not overpromise to your kids, especially when you don't control the outcome. Like, you have no power over this process. This isn't.
To get this far, though, because you gotta understand. See, bro, I don't even know what they're gonna do with me, bro.
This is crazy.
I thought I was tripping.
He's at home regular with his family. They're chill, regular. He got drafted. Wow. Wow, Shedeur. You guys, I swear, you guys, if it was me, I would have cried. I ain't gonna lie to you. If my daddy had gassed me up like this and I would have spent all this money and find all these people, I never would have spoken to him again. You're a liar. You lied to me. Oh my gosh. My parents already know. Ooh, I would have been so heated. Ooh. This is insanity. This is music. This is evil. Like, look at how sad he is because his daddy lied to him. Shedeur, I just hope that when you play in Cleveland, you stop listening to that man and you do what's right for you, Aquarius. Do not listen to this Leo. Like, he's out of his mind. He really is out of his mind. Your dad is a narcissist. Now look at him. Look at his face. You don't control the league, sir. You don't own a team. You don't have stocks. You're not a shareholder. Like, you have no say-so. Oh, you guys, this was sad. This was really sad. He spent all this money. Whew, Jesus. But then again, God was nowhere to be found. They didn't start off with a prayer. They did not honor God. They didn't even submit the moment to the Lord. Nothing at all. Nothing. Legendary and money. Legendary money. Legendary money. Now look at us.
From his immediate player that I am, sharing the reservation or not.
Look at you. Coach Prime, I blame you for this. I really do blame you for this.
Rise and shine.
It's Jergens. The safe way.
Something to do with it. It's Philly fixing. He is friends with the owner. He
gets out there and space you
Everybody's saying, oh, this is ridiculous. Like, what kind of leader is this? He is trying to relive his glory days with Shedeur. Yeah, he wants to live vicariously through Shedeur. But you know what, though? Because he's an air sign, he's going to crash out really bad. I ain't going to lie. He's not a mature Aquarius. He's a very spoiled, delusional Aquarius. So, yeah, as an air sign, he's going to crash out really, really bad. You know? And you know he cried. He just does that so he's not embarrassed. But he really cried because his daddy gassed him up. He made him feel like he could touch the sun. But I'm like, it would have been better. My thing is, it would have been better to play at the combine. And if you get bad feedback, at least you know, okay, it is what it is. Then you're mentally prepared for that. You know, oh, I'm not going to play at the combine so I can hide my weaknesses. And then somehow I'm going to still get picked round one. How? Because as you can see, the vast majority of people who get picked round one, they do the combine. So why would your daddy tell you not to do this? Oh, this ain't right. This This is sad. This is sad. Look at everybody's faces. Wow. And you see, this is the problem also, like when you're rich and people just want to be next to you because of money, it's like nobody is brave enough to tell you what you need to hear. Like, because I think his coach, this guy right here, you know, this one, the coach right here, I think he knew. I think he knew. But because I feel like the Sanders is not a family that wants to hear the word no. Otherwise, they'll call you a hater. They'll say you have negative energy. You know how like we'll do it, right? Oh, you're a hater. You have bad energy. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, Jesus. Hey, but I think he knew. He knew. But he didn't want to say anything. Yes. But he's thinking about his pesos, like the daddy, they pay him a lot of money. And then if you say something that his dad doesn't agree with, who gonna listen to? That's what the other man said. Like, that's what Tony Gaskin said earlier. He was like, okay, you've always been under your dad. You always got coached by your dad. Your dad is prime, and your dad is also Hall of Famer. So this young coach right here, he's not a Hall of Famer. If he says something that Coach Dion doesn't agree with, not only, oh, you're crazy, you're not a Hall of Famer, you never had a career like my daddy, what the hell do you know with your broke ass? You're just being a hater. You wish you were in our family. You wish you had a daddy like my daddy. So I can see how, you know, a lot of rich Black people are so toxic and they're so damn ignorant. And they think everybody's a hater. So I can see why he also kept his mouth shut. But I think he knew. Because I'm telling you, like, sorry, what's his name again? Shedeur has a hard time separating his body. And he doesn't throw the ball that great. I'll try to show y'all some highlights from Cam to see how he throws the ball. Ooh. And a lot of the people said that the problem with what's his name with Shedeur is that he's not as athletic, and also he's not very creative when it comes to taking the ball, and he doesn't take enough risk. Like they feel like he plays like really traditional, very, very safe. Whereas like Cam, he has had some misses, but they're saying that Cam, he throws a lot better. He's way more creative, and if the window is really, really tight, he still knows how to get the ball in there. And I can't lie, you guys, I saw it for myself. And I don't even watch football. But I saw it. I was like, I could see what they're talking about. So I think he knew. But if you're regular, you make regular money, you work for these people, you're not a Hall of Famer, you're not famous, you never had this kind of career, maybe keep your mouth shut. You know, because a lot of rich people, especially rich Black people, they don't do well with feedback. They take it very, very personally. And they will call you a hater. And they will say that you're jealous because you wish you had a daddy like ours and you wish you had our last name. You know, and then they could call other people and say, don't hire him. Don't work with him. I don't know. There's something weird about his ass. So you just keep your mouth shut. But I think he knew. And he didn't say anything. It's sad. Look at everybody's faces.
Speaking of Obi-Wan down here, our league draft expert, Daniel Jeremiah, writes in his box.
Thank everybody for being here. We all didn't expect this, of course, but I feel like with God, anything possible.
Look what's behind him. Legendary. You see? Once again, legendary. How you legendary when you get picked round 5 and you number 144? You see why there's some things you shouldn't say? Unless you've made sure that God said, okay, you have the right to use that word. Keep your mouth shut. But this right here is tragic. This is tragic. This is not legendary. And I'm like, what is going on here?
Everything possible. I don't feel like this happened, you know, for no reason. All this is of course, fuel to the fire. And under no circumstance, we all know this shouldn't have happened. But we understand we're on the bigger and better things. Tomorrow's the day. We're going to be happy regardless. Legendary.
What exactly is legendary, Bobo? You are just crazy. I'm going to give you a thumbs up because I'm using your content. But you guys, let me show you. Hold on. Now look at day 5, right? Let me show you day 5.
You know, I do. Junior stand up.
Let me show you day 5.
He took that rock. We have a special guest, everyone. It's snow in the building. It's snow in the building.
What do you see in the water right here? Okay. So this is what? This is day 5, right? What do you see in the water now? These people are crazy. Okay. What do you see in the water? Oh, Lord Jesus. People ain't got no damn shame. Okay. These people ain't got no damn shame. So what do you now see in the water? So you see this? On day 5, they decided to make it not as pompous. It was a lot chiller. It was calmer. It was more serene. And guess what? It was more focused around God. So day 5, they decide to pull out the Proverbs 3 verses 5 through 6. That's the day he got chosen. Now, yes, I am a spiritual person. I do believe in signs. So what would have happened if this is what you guys had done on day 1? Something very chill, very calm. You start off with a prayer. You give it all to God. I think grandma should have said a prayer because she was there. I think his dad also should have said a prayer, right? Everybody should have we should have gone around in a circle and really gave this moment to God, gave offerings and thanksgiving, and just, thank God for this moment. And then maybe have a barbecue, nothing too crazy. Right? But no, they wanted to put the secular stuff first, the Arabs with the jewelry, the money signs everywhere, the rap music everywhere, the foolishness everywhere, right? That came on the first day, on draft day, and he didn't get chosen. And they kept waiting, and they kept waiting. I guess day 5, they got tired and desperate. So now let's make it about God. So they finally put Proverbs 3, 5 through 6 in the water, and that's the day he got chosen. You truly, truly have to honor God. And you really have to respect the name of God. Seriously, God cannot be an afterthought. Okay? He has to be the forefront of your mind. You really have to honor God. You can't do stuff like this. You really cannot do stuff like this. So on this day, he got chosen. Yeah, now they want to mention God. And then so they got chosen. That day he got picked. And also Shiloh also got chosen. Okay? Yeah. He should have performed at the combine. And I even do believe, even if he had flaws in his game, right? The fact that he's not hiding it, he takes ownership, and you tell these owners, you tell these scouts, right? I know I have this thing with the separation, but over the summer, I have this trainer, I have that trainer, I have that trainer. We are going to work on these drills and this, and that. And I think within 6 to 9 months, this is something I can really rectify. By the time I show up for your camp, I should be good to go. And if you think I'm not good to go, you're free to trade me, right? People, and that's part of being a man. You're not hiding. You cannot hide behind your daddy anymore. This is real. This is the NFL. This is the professional league. You can't hide. So I think they realized it was all bluff. It was just a bunch of, it's like these influencers. Sometimes you'll have these influencers that have millions and millions of subs, right? So you say, okay, how much do you charge to do a review? Or how much do you charge to talk about my product? And they'll be like, oh, I charge $20,000. And you pay the money, baby. When I tell you, you won't even sell one lipstick. There are so many influencers who can't sell shit, okay? There are so many influencers with no influence. Seriously. Even me, I don't have that many followers. But if I tell somebody to go buy something, they'll buy it. Right? So today, a lot of brands are now hip to this influencer marketing. And they realize it's fugazi. The money, there's no return in that. Because so many of these influencers don't know how to sell shit. And I feel like Shedeur reminds me of one of these beauty influencers that talks a big old game, has a big following, but you can't do ish. I ain't got time for this. You know what I'm saying? People are tired of these empty barrels who are overpriced. He's an overpriced product. He's an overpriced player. He's not worth the price. And not just that, at least if he had the humility to play at the combine, then okay, you know what? He knew he had the flaws, but he's not hiding from it. He knows what he needs to work on. He has given us a 6 months to 9 month plan. We've seen the different trainers. We know the drill he's talking about. He's going to record himself. He's going to put that up. He's going to send us the tape so we can see how he's improving. Also, he has a nutritionist and things like that. Cool. Nobody's expecting you to be perfect, but you got to be honest about what you got to work on. Oh, I'm here in the spirit. You see this? You see, and I'm sure your hair loves it, huh? You cannot do this. It's too much money. And these people, these scouts people, these GM people, these recruiter people, y'all, they have seen the best of the best. Because if me in 4 days, I could see his weaknesses, imagine somebody who does this for a living. You know what I mean? But I'm like, Marlene, no. And there's a serious lack of maturity that honestly, for a quarterback, I don't like it. Yeah, it's funny and it's sad at the same time. Because what would have happened if you guys had centered God on day one? God got to come first. God can come last. But they put God on the 5th day. So on the 5th day, he got chosen. When I saw that, I started laughing. Yeah, wow. Once he mentioned God, that's when he finally got picked. Just humble yourself. And yes. Because I'm not gonna watch all the days because we ain't got time for this. But you're free to go through it, right? But you saw the day one. It was really around the Palestinians and their jewelry, the legendary money, the color green everywhere, Shensia and her twerking ass, right? It was all kinds of fleshly, secular stuff. 2nd day, 3rd day, 4th day, there was no God. This day, they put God. They put the thing in the pool, and then when the music, it was nothing but gospel music. It was like a little bit of like, it must be the money, but it was mostly gospel music. Let me show you. It's right here. You see? Because he finally got the call. But that day was really chill. That day was very, very calm. It's not that many people. It was a calm day. They were a lot calmer. They started behaving like a real Christian family.
Hello?
You're trying to reach is not available at the tone.
Yeah, I can hear you.
When you have finished, we're gonna take you off the board, brother.
Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Hey, listen, you gotta come in, you gotta work hard, you gotta earn your job, earn your team. And it doesn't matter what you're taking it.
It's my service.
You spent a long time with a good kid. Let's go.
Mind you, huh? And you see where also the humility also hit him because he got a team that is the Cleveland Brown is one of the teams that the daddy said he's not gonna let him. I won't allow him. Now look at how happy they are that the team they didn't wants him. You guys, well, I tell you, these people got humbled in so many ways that day. You see, you can't behave like this. The Cleveland Browns is one of the teams his dad didn't want him to play for. Now look at how he's about to dance because he was picked by a team his daddy didn't want. This is crazy.
Hey, shallow stream on up there?
Yeah. You want me to start it? Yeah, let's go. Turn up.
Look. Hold on, because I gotta move to this. Where's my music? Here's Shensia. Here she is. Here's the Jezebel. Y'all see her? Y'all have to see this. Here's the Jezebel. Here is the Jezebel. You see? Well, I'll tell you, there's people who bring you bad luck. You know how, like in the Bible, Jonas, when he refused his mission, wherever he went, he brought bad luck to the people. There you go. Bad luck. Here's the Jezebel. Here she is. Here she is. Here she is. Why are you there? Why are you there? Bad luck. Just bad luck all around. Let's go.
Good time. It can't be said no more.
Yes, sir. It's shallow turn now, man.
Seattle Seahawks traded the 144th pick to the Cleveland Browns. With the 144th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Shedeur.
You see that? Yeah. Imagine being this excited for going to a horrible team. Okay. Let me read your comment. Tell them to purchase my book. What's the name of the book? What is the name of the book? Write the name of the book. Write the name of the book. Okay. He then got praying about the son of a DC that worked for Atlanta Falcons. Like, you can't make this stuff up. The son passed and someone from the New Orleans Saints. Yeah, it was too funny. I thought the prank was funny. I laughed. I thought it was funny because he takes himself too seriously. Okay. Yeah, I'm telling you, the minoxidil was awesome. Deion and Shedeur thought they were bigger than the NFL. Had Trump not tweeted, it might have got big in divine intervention when it was needed. Okay. He needs to become his own person. Yeah. Okay. Child, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I'm like me, Marlene, if he doesn't change, he's going to go through hurdle after hurdle after hurdle. That's just how it goes, okay? That's how it goes. I'm like, these people are crazy, but then they started playing the Christian music. Hold on. Well, I guess the music got muted. Okay. But they were playing Christian music and stuff. They were so happy, you guys. I guess they had to, yeah. They were playing Christian music. You can see it here. But you don't see the sound. You don't see the sound. They were doing all this Christian dancing. They were praising the Lord, y'all. They were praising the Lord. They were praising God, y'all. They were so happy.
My God is the greatest. I think because I had to wait so long on there.
You see? This is right here. They're praising God. You see this part? There you go. There you go. Look at Junior. They are praising God. Okay. For going, because now he's going to a team where they didn't want to go. He's hiding somewhere because he's sad. He's really sad. You know what I mean? Yes. You see? Oh, my son is not going to go to these teams. I won't allow my son to play for these teams. Now look at the son rejoicing. He's so happy. He is so relieved that one of these teams that his daddy didn't want picked him. Because imagine the shame, y'all. Imagine how embarrassing it would have been if Shedeur went undrafted after his dad retired his jersey. Yeah. You see? God is real, you guys. Do not mock the Lord. God is really real. God is seriously real. And you cannot be out here saying, well, I'm a Christian for aesthetic, for likes, for finessing people, and for grifting. Like, you got to take this stuff seriously. Y'all, they were just so happy.
Give me a chance. That's all I need.
Say that again.
Thank you for the fans. Thank you for everybody. Thank you for the Browns organization for giving me a chance. That's all I need.
Oh, so now you're not talking about changing their culture anymore, right? Remember, he said, oh, you be a fool not to take me. You be a fool not to take me. And he said that you be a fool not to take him. Where is he at? Hold on. Let me find the video. Where is it? Right here. Look at this.
Tell them what does Shedeur Sanders need? What do you hope to get out of the NFL to help you reach your maximum potential as fast as possible?
All I need is opportunity. Simple. Whatever franchise want to change their franchise, then there's no doubt who to go with. I've done it over and over and over. So you'll be a fool not to pick me.
And Lewis mentioned again,
if you ain't trying to change the franchise or the coach, don't give me. So you should know history repeats itself over and over and over. And I've done it over and over and over. So it should be no question why NFL franchise should pick me. You think I'm worried about what critics say or what people got to say? You know who my dad is? They hated on him too. So it's like it's almost normal. Without people hating, it's not normal for us.
Do you see why also most likely the coach did not tell him the truth though? Because, with the family, we expect people to hate on us. If people are not hating on us, it's not normal. Wumpty wump wump. You guys, when you work for such an obnoxious family, I would have told them no, because me, I don't really care. Like, I'm not F your money, right? But you can see how somebody who lives off the salary they pay him, you're not going to want to tell this family the truth because they're excessively delusional. They are truly obnoxious. They are obnoxious and they're quite delusional, right? Everybody that has something to say is a hater. Everybody is a hater. You know, it just comes with our last name. Everybody just hates on us because we're Sanders. It's like, who, what? Cuckoo as Cocoa Puffs can be. Okay. So now you look at the boy. He's like, oh, I just want to say thank you to the Brown organization for selecting me. So you're not trying to change our culture?
Organization for giving me a chance. That's all I need.
Yeah!
W God in the chat. It's perfect timing. It's a beautiful thing. Our belief in God. That's all we care about.
Now we believe in God, you see? He's not wearing no crazy ice. He's not wearing no crazy jewelry. They just brought it down like 20,000 notch. They humbled themselves. I mean, this day was calmer. It was more realistic. It felt more traditional, conventional. Yeah, but his dad did that to him now. This ain't right. That's like, I'm like, me, honestly, I blame his dad. I really do. Right? Like, son, you're a great player, but there's still a lot of work ahead. You got great competition. These other young men also, you know, they're quite impressive, right? So we shouldn't take anything for granted. Like, you're going to give it your all until the very, very last minute. Okay? You go to the combine, you give it your best, you know. And also, I even feel like, once again, if you are a Christian family, first and foremost, you should know where you need to work on your game. Instead of trying to be a rapper, you should use that extra time to work on parts of your game that are actually weak. Okay? You don't have to be a rapper. You want to be a football player. There you go. Number 3, right? Before you go to the combine, you give the combine to God. You pray. You say, Father God, you know, I can't separate my body. You know, but let the people see something else in me, like personality-wise. I'm a great team member. I'm a great leader. You know, I want to learn, you know, give the combine to God. Fear nothing, right? God knows you're imperfect, but God can touch these people's heart. Even if you don't make it round 1, like you're not number 1, number 2, you might have made like number 20 or 30 in round 1. Give it to God. Because whatever you're hiding that you don't want to show at the combine, any team that's going to draft you, everybody will see it when it's time to actually play this damn game. So it's better to see it at the combine, and then we fix in the off season. So when you start your season, you're good to go. You're only as sick as your secrets, you know, okay? But you pray and you give your combine over to God. He will take care of it. God will take care of it. No, we're going to hide. We're not going to play. Going to exude this false sense of bravado. Like, oh, I'm too good for this. Like, I'm here in the spirit. This is beneath me. Okay. But how much you want to bet that Cam and his family, they prayed about the combine and they gave the combine over to the Lord. And you go out there and you do your best. All you can do is do your best. But we have to learn to give things that truly matter to us over to God. But you can't hide from this and think that, oh, your big talk and your daddy's big mouth is going to somehow make people not see what you're really working on. Like, you are crazy. No, they're excessively delusional. No, he's hiding because he's probably somewhere crying. You know? Child, I don't think he understands how sheltered he's been. I don't think he understands. You know? So that's why I feel like his dad and all his biblical quotes, like, to me, honestly, it's a grift. Like, it really is a grift. But if we see that the vast majority of people who've gone round 1 and who got drafted at round 1, they all did their combine, then obviously, like, that's part of the tradition. Unless you're crazy, crazy athletic, or you won the Heisman or something. But why aren't you not doing this? You are crazy.
We know these decisions, things happen. Yeah. Sometimes it's adversity. We got to change it, though. We got to do different.
No adversity. You're just delusional. Okay? Now, let me show you this from ESPN. Now, hopefully, they don't come for me. Okay? But this black man here, too, he spoke the truth, though. Hold on.
2 teams didn't think he was good.
The game. I agree with you.
Strong sound right there. Marcus, why did Shedeur not get drafted in the first round?
because 32 teams didn't think he was good enough to get.
You see this? And this is why sometimes, for as much as you might love your dad and you might be obsessed with your dad, you need to have these real uncles who not scare your daddy. You're gonna be like, nephew, you crazy. Your dad full of shit. Okay? Like, so the man said he was like, obviously 32 teams looked at him and they thought he wasn't good enough. Do you think his dad ever had this conversation with him? I will show you another video with Antoine Walker. Y'all, that was so embarrassing, but I'll tell you why it's embarrassing. But there's another video. It was like, what's it called? Champs, whatever, the drink champs with Uncle Shay Shay and Chad and Antoine Walker. And Antoine asked the question. He was like, but does Shedeur actually have an agent? Because he said, you know, the fact that his dad is so involved, people might not want to say things to his dad directly because people can see that Coach Dion, when it comes to Shedeur, he is no longer objective and he's no longer professional, okay? He's a smothering, narcissistic parent. So you can't reason with his behind. But that if Shedeur had an agent, the agent would have found a way to let Shedeur know, like, you know what I'm saying? This is how it's really looking. Like, I know your dad wants you to believe this, but the people are coming to me, and this is what the streets are saying. But because he doesn't have an agent, his dad's his coach, his dad's his dad, his dad is his whatever, you know, because he's his dad's little princess. There's nobody, there's no in between to say, Shedeur, this is what it is. And I think his coach knew, but he's just not financially in a position, even career-wise, where he can feel like I can say something that goes against what the coach wants to, what his father wants to hear. You know what I'm saying? But they are excessively delusional. It's a delusional family. It is a seriously delusional family. They are extremely narcissistic. This is not a joke. You cannot be this delusional. You cannot be this delusional.
Drafted in the first round, and some teams didn't need a quarterback. Some teams thought other positions were more valuable. And I get here's the thing, and I said this earlier today, man. I get everybody because we've talked about Shedeur Sanders ad nauseum.
Yeah, they talk too much about this boy. Tom Brady probably did the combine. It's a tradition. It definitely is a tradition. Oh, yeah. Tom Brady did do it. This is insanity. So Tom Brady did the combine, but you're not doing the combine? Oh, Jesus. You guys, you know what? The more I think about this thing, the more my head hurts. So Tom Brady did do it. Yeah, he's excessively coddled. Yeah, Tom Brady did do it. This is crazy. This is crazy.
What, the last 3 years when him and Prime and Travis Hunter showed up to Jackson State, we talked about the tandem. He coaching his father, Shedeur. They transfer and they go to Colorado, and Shedeur plays well. They win the TCU game. Everybody going crazy. They make Colorado relevant. Like, all of those things have transpired all the way up.
This is crazy. And I think what they did at Colorado really gassed them up. But I don't know what division that school actually is in. But I don't think they ever got to play the real people, though. Did they ever play Virginia Tech? Did they ever play Miami? I need to look it up. Like, what division is Colorado in? Because this is crazy.
Until this point where we get to the draft. And when you start evaluating and teams look at this, and let me say this, the media didn't have one pick in the first round last night. Nobody called us to ask us, should they take Shedeur or should they take Cam Ward or should they trade up to get Travis Hunter? Nobody did that. These teams looked at it and they said, we don't feel like the value is there to take Shedeur Sanders in the first round.
Yeah. And I agree, you guys. Martin, I agree. Let's say the first round people usually get like 20 million, 50 million, $30 million, $100 million contract. I don't know how they get paid. I really don't know. I'm just saying, but I'm assuming when you go with the first round, you probably get the most of the money, right? And honestly, what I seen, the way he plays, the way he trains, the way he talks, the way he thinks, the way he carries himself, he ain't worth that kind of money. He ain't worth that kind of money. I'm not doing it. Now, if other people want to use their wallets and do it, by all means, good luck to you. Okay? But not my coins. Not my money. Like, shoot. Go play with somebody else. Okay? And plus, a young player who's out here chasing after the BBL Dragons, I don't think so. You are crazy. No, ma'am. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Okay? I saw a video. Let me see. You guys. Jimmy played the highlight yesterday. Let me see if it's let me see this, okay? This is NFL throwback. Okay. Hold on. Let's see if we can play a little bit. Child, hold on. Let me turn the volume down. Let's see if we can play a little bit. This is Mike Vick, y'all. Let's look at this, you guys. This is round 1, pick 1. Have that in your head as a standard, okay? Look at this. Would you look at this? Would you look at this? Okay. Hold on. I got to keep stopping this stuff. Hold on, you guys, because, we don't want to get in trouble with these people. Okay. Yeah. Can I play football? Can I go make some rap? Can I? What is this? Okay. He doesn't have a singular focus on football. He wants to be a rapper. He wants to be a streamer. He wants to have an entourage. He wants to be a jewelry connoisseur. I don't have time for this. I do not have time for this, okay? You guys, look at Mike Vick, you guys. Would you look at Mike Vick? This is him in college, you guys. Look. This is insanity. This is insanity. This is, you guys, I'm telling you, you need to go watch Shedeur and see if you can find any of this. I'm trying to be funny, but, okay? Look at this. Jesus. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. You guys, I never knew Mike Vick was this good. I said, you guys, if this is what being number 1 looks like, well. Look at this. Wow. Oh no. He's number 7. Look at that. Oh no, this is beautiful. This is crazy. This is crazy. Nobody can catch up to him. Do y'all see this? This is insanity. This is insanity. This is insanity. So my thing is, if this is what it means to be round 1, pick 1, oh yes, no, Shedeur didn't deserve this. Stop lying to people. He can throw the ball. He can run the ball. Do you see how many people it takes to get this man to fall? Look. Wow. This is impressive. This is really boom. There you go. No, Mike Vick is too good, y'all. He's really good. I was in awe. This is amazing. This is crazy. Bam. Now I'm telling you, you need to go. You need to go and find videos of Shedeur doing anything similar or at least close to this. You will not find this. The boy is not athletic. He did good. Whatever. It's nothing impressive. It's nothing that if you had to be in the first round, like, yeah, I'm going to go spend my money on this. No, I'm not buying the product. It's overpriced. I don't want it. Thank you. Do not want this, okay? Do not want this. Just a little bit more. We got to go. Hold on. Boom. No, Michael Vick, man. This is beautiful. Boom. Now let me play this one video for you guys. Hold on, because I saw it today. Hold on. Let's go back. But this is Vlad, so I can't play too much. But, because Vlad is evil. Vlad is evil. He's really evil. Where was it? Hold on.
Put the ball in the other hand and try to throw it. But yeah, man, my dad, like, We had some fist fights, and
Okay, hold on. It's coming, you guys. Hold on. It's Vlad, so you can't do too much with Vlad TV. He's mean.
And I'm pretty sure he respected the fact that, I stood up for what I believed in at the time. And it wasn't just always centered around my mom, Okay,
let me stop a little bit. It's in here somewhere. Hold on.
Than I was supposed to have. And sometimes I got checked at the door. It was all good.
Okay.
It was fun.
So when did your dad actually start teaching you football?
Or for like months over that. And then he just, as a kid, I was really strong, really coordinated, and
Allen Iverson grew up in the same neighborhood, and your moms actually knew each other, even though he was like 5 years older.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. How old were you when you actually met Allen?
When I actually met him, I was 14.
Okay.
So he meets Allen Iverson at 14. They're both from Newport News, okay? VA boys, let's go.
Yeah, I was 14.
He was 19.
And I think he was 19. He was at Georgetown.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget, I met him. I was introduced to him. And the only thing I noticed was the Rolex on his arm and the Acura Legend he was driving, and how
he was driving Acura. Okay. Let's go.
Cool that he made that look based on sports and what he was doing on the basketball court. And I'm like, there's got to be some level of focus that he's putting into it in order to obtain that and achieve that. And that's what I want. I want whatever.
You see what he said? So when he met Allen Iverson, he said to himself, there has to be a certain level of focus, right, and commitment that he's put into his sport, that he's able to achieve all that. So therefore, guess what? I'm also going to focus, right? Singular focus, you guys. Not trying to be a football player 1 minute, then a rapper, then a streamer, then a whatever. You cannot do this, okay? You have to pick one thing, and you got to be focused on that one thing, and that's all you give your heart to. You can't be all over the place. You can't do it. Trust me, I've tried. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And you see, and that's also why Mike Vick was so good. Was he out here trying to be a rapper or God knows what? No. You pick football, you stick to football. No other distraction. You got to be focused. Okay? Now, once you become a Hall of Famer, then I guess you can do other things, right? But until you've achieved all your goals in football, you got to stay focused on football. You cannot be all over the place. Okay?
That was success he's having right now.
Well, yeah. I mean, later on, he would always call you the football version of Allen Iverson.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is a good comparison.
Yeah. I watched him close. Yeah. So what I seen him doing on the basketball court, I did on the football field.
That's beautiful. Now, my thing is, are you guys still here? Oh my gosh, do I still have a channel? Okay, because Vlad TV is evil. Do I still have a channel? Y'all still here? Now, my thing is, right? What I feel also Shedeur should have done is like, yeah, okay, we get it. Your dad's a Hall of Famer. But you need to find other quarterbacks. You need to find some quarterbacks that are truly amazing, like Mike Vick. And you need to say, okay, what did he do? How was he focused? Like, how did he practice? How did he train? How did he eat? Womp. You got to find at least like 5 or 10 people, okay? And you become obsessed with these people, right? Yeah, you love your dad, but that's not good enough. You need other people. I don't even know if his dad was a quarterback. I don't even know, right? But I'm like, Mike Vick definitely should have been in like your top 5 people that you should have obsessed with. Like, you know what? I got to be like Mike Vick. Like, I got to be just like that. And you see Mike Vick also, do you see a bunch of diamonds everywhere, the ice chains everywhere? No, you do not. No, you do not. Mike Vick, he really does look Ghanaian to me. Janet, I was going to send you his stuff today. I was like, Janet, tell me what you think. Does he look Ashanti though? His complexion, if you see his mom, there's a video I saw his mom. I'm like, oh, I got to show this to Janet. His mom looks so Ghanaian. Oh, Lord.
Okay, so you start off at Homer L. Ferguson High School.
Okay, so that's a little long story though, but we're not going to go into it because it's Vlad TV, right? But I just showed y'all to say this, though, that if you look at Mike Vick, for example, you see his game, college football, professional football, even after he went to prison and he came out, unbelievable. Yes, I will show you his mom. I was like, oh, I got to send this to Janet. His complexion, his eyes, and his complexion, his hair, and his eyes. But if you see his mom, like, it's even crazier. I said, this lady looks Ghanaian. Oh, Jesus. How beautiful. Anyways, let's keep going.
There was a team that traded up in the New York Giants that didn't feel like he was good enough for them to take him with the 26th pick. So that's that. in that scenario. Here's the other thing. When you start thinking about like and this is why sports is so great. As much as we could want to see it for them, and teams have always, I'm sure teams have come back and said, I regretted not taking this guy. You think Chicago ain't say it after they've seen what Patrick Mahomes has done? You don't think the Giants regret what after, even though it might have not made a difference in the championship, what they saw Saquon Barkley do in Philly? So I understand it. This is.
Oh, Lord. This is why you need people who are honest around you. Like, you need honest people to talk to you. You really do. You truly do.
Primetime Deion Sanders' son, who played the position really, really good for the Colorado Buffaloes. They won more games, brought more attention, more eyes were focused. But when 32 teams last night were on the clock, and the teams that needed a quarterback were on the clock, they did not think Shedeur Sanders at that point, which I think he'll get drafted tonight or even in the third round, had enough value for them to use that pick to pick him. That's all it boils down to. Now we can get into the game and why we think these things happen, but that's ultimately what we watched transpire last night.
And I agree with that too. Now, you know, what's your boy's name? What's his name? What's his name? Stephen A. doing the very most per usual, just going in. Oh, Stephen A. is too damn much. He is too much. Now here's this brother Marcus. He makes too much sense. Hold on, let me go over here.
Dan, I'm simply saying, this young man coming into the pro. Sure, we can look beyond it once he gets drafted, but that moment that was supposed to occur last night, that was supposed to exist last night. If you think that I'm going to sit here and assume that that was strictly an evaluation about his football skills alone that led to him falling out the entire first.
He's rolling his eyes. You see, and this is where Stephen A., he is a problem for Black people. I will tell you this. Stephen A. is a huge problem for Black people. Because you see, as long as you keep doing this, you're not going to allow Black people to become more and more objective, right? How can you say a moment that was supposed to happen? Stephen A., for something to supposedly, or something to happen, or it was supposed to happen, Shedeur should have done everything he could have done to make sure that moment should have happened last night, whatever it was, right? But if you don't go to the combine, even though most first round picks do the combine, he chooses not to do it. You go in there. Allegedly, there's a man, Dallin or whatever his name is, asked you to go up to the board and explain what the coverage was. You don't want to do it. You go into your interviews. You do a horrible job. You have your interview at the combine where you say, oh, you want to change culture. And if a team wants to change their culture, they got to hire you. And if they don't, they're a bunch of fools. Are you serious? Are you serious? Right? I'm like, to me, if you go to the combine and you do everything you're supposed to do, right? You do every drill, whatever they ask of you, you go ahead, you do it. You give it your all in the interviews, and you truly try to see it from the team's perspective, and you answer questions as if you're someone that's looking for a job and you're taking this seriously. And then when you do your combine interview, once again, you try to be humble. Like, all I want is to play. I look forward to helping the team. Whatever they need from me, that's what I'm going to be here to provide. Whatever I have to do, I'm here to do it. Because I want to learn, because I know I'm going to be a rookie, whatever it is. And, hey, I'm excited, right? He didn't do everything he was supposed to do to make sure he could have gone in the first round. So how exactly is that supposed? Nobody owes him anything. So if his daddy raised him up to believe that because he's a Sanders, he's made of divine like DNA or whatever, that's his dad. And that's his fault for lying to him. But if you want to play in the NFL, you're going to have to do what the greats before you did. You're not above the league, and you're not too great for the combine. But for even Kai Cenat, who is a streamer, to see you at the combine, and for Kai Cenat to be perplexed is okay, but why are you not training? And you're like, oh, I'm here in spirit. Even Kai Cenat is confused, like, what the heck? What are you doing? Do you want this or do you not want this, right? Cam Ward, he went in there. I don't even think anybody expected him to be round one, pick one, right? But he went in there and he did everything he was supposed to do above and beyond. So when he left there, something miraculous happened for him that he was picked round one, pick one. because he did everything he could have done. You got to give it your all, and you leave it all there on the field, though. But that's not what Shedeur did. He didn't do that. So then you can't sit here and say, oh, he was owed all of this, so it was supposed to happen for him. In his head, of course, but not in reality. You cannot half-ass the most important interview of your life and then think that because your last name is Sanders, that somehow it's going to make up for your foolishness. And it's crazy to me that people are sitting here fighting for this rich-ass Nepo baby to walk around thinking that people owe him something, right? Me, Marlene, or any one of y'all, if we go in an interview and we don't take it seriously and we don't get the job, nobody's going to feel sorry for us. So we don't mess around with our interviews. When you apply for college, your college admission essays, right? I wrote my essays like so many times, like, child, you know what I did? People work so hard to get into college. People work so hard to write their admission essays. People work so hard to have these mock interviews, right? Because you know I have to take this seriously, right? Because you only have one chance of making a first impression. But somehow when it comes to this rich-ass kid, everybody expects him to be a complete fuck up, and people should just glance the other way because he happens to be black and his daddy's Deion Sanders. We don't give a fuck. The fact that your father is Deion Sanders is why you have the resources to be more prepared than anybody else. Instead of wasting all your money, like $500,000 on custom pieces, you should have wasted your money on hiring a lot of coaches, a lot of people who could have done these formal interviews with you. He should have gone through so many different mock-up interviews to practice, to get comfortable. And then he should have also gladly received the feedback without being triggered, without his daddy being triggered, okay? He is not exempt from what everyone over here has had to do. I've had to compete. I've had to do all kinds of scholarship stuff. I got rejected, and there was nobody who felt bad for me. So why are people crying for a big ass little boy who's 23 years old, makes over $6 million in NIH money? His dad is a freaking multimillionaire. Whether he makes it in the NFL or not, they're going to be okay. He's going to be okay. He chose to spoil his chances. He chose to be a spoiled brat. He chose to believe whatever kind of foolishness his dad was selling him. That's his fault. But nobody should feel sorry for him. When you want something bad enough, you take every opportunity to show the recruiters, the GM, the scout people that I want to be here. I belong here. There's nothing I won't do to be here. I remember that one time I was trying to go to Cornell that one time for this summer research. They put my ass on the second wait list. I'm like, the second wait list? How dumb am I? Okay. The second wait list. I had to wait until the following year to get in there. But I let it be known that I truly wanted to go there. And eventually I got in there. But I never had a daddy, even my own father. Like, my dad never opened a door for me. My dad, and I'm a girl, my dad never, ever opened the door for me. When I decided to become a math major, I was like, oh, why would you ever do that? Like, nobody takes these people seriously. I'm like, what the heck? You are crazy, right? I studied by myself. Even like when I was able to find tutors, I had to find my tutors for myself. I had to learn to make friends and be part of study groups because I started from the bottom. But I'm kind of sick and tired of like people, like all these black people trying to make excuses for these rich ass, goofy ass kids who don't do shit. They do the bare minimum and they think, oh, I've been crucified. Man, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. The vast majority of us are over here trying to figure out how we're going to pay off our student loans. You got so much money to burn, you go and commission these custom pieces before even having a contract because that's how rich your family is. You don't even have to worry about having an actual contract before you actually spend the money. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. I do not feel bad for this kid. God forbid he experiences failure. God forbid everything in his rich-ass life does not work out on the first try. Womp-de womp womp, womp 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 womp. God forbid he invited his BBL dragon, Shensia, and he was not picked the first round. Womp-de womp womp. I don't give a damn. Because when everyday black kids out here and we fight for our dreams, we fight for college admissions, we fight to get into grad programs, we fight for scholarships, we fight for fellowships, right? Anybody out here feeling sorry for us? But yeah, we need the prayers more. We need the sympathy more. We need the encouragement more. Always worshiping kids of rich people because they happen to be rich. It's so disgusting. It is truly disgusting. It is so disgusting. You have so many Black children who work so hard to make it to the NFL. They put everything out there. They gave everything they had. They played the combine. They did their school special days. They did it all. The tapes, the interviews, you name it. And nobody is celebrating these kids because they're not rich. They're not entitled. They don't walk around expecting stuff to just be given to them because daddy used to be a Hall of Famer. So nobody care. Be your own person. Be your own person. Fight for your own success. And if you happen to fail, oh, guess what? It happens to all of us. We've all failed. You don't think there's stuff I wanted that I didn't get in this life? Wumpty wump wump. And you're going to have to learn to be okay with that. That you're a human being after all. We're all human beings. But why is it that so many Black people feel as though rich Black children should never suffer? They should never know setbacks. They should never know anything. And as soon as they have some kind of setback, oh, we got to go fight for them. We have to accuse everybody of being a racist. We got, oh, shut up. Shut up. It's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. There's a child right now in your neighborhood that's probably fighting to have his school books or whatever for school, and you don't give two flying fucks. But you got time to cry for Shedeur because he happens to be a Sanders and his family's rich. That is sick as hell. It really is sick. It is so sick and it's so disgusting. You want something, you act like everybody else that is fighting to get that thing. And you don't go in there thinking that your last name puts you above everybody else. You out your mind. You are out your mind. You are truly out your damn mind. And it's a shameful thing that your father raised you to believe that you're better than because you happen to have his last name. Shame on him. Shame on him. Nobody owes you shit. I don't feel bad for this kid, y'all. I don't feel bad for him.
First round. Without his father having an impact.
You see?
I don't buy that. I don't buy it.
Okay.
I don't buy it.
Dan,
Marcus?
go ahead, 'cause please, I can't wait. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
Go
Marcus,
ahead.
you go.
I cannot
Marcus,
wait.
you go.
Go ahead, Marcus.
No, Marcus, go. We haven't heard from you.
Listen. Stephen A., I understand where you're coming from. But the reality of this has always been, because you mentioned Warren Sapp. Bro, do you know what Warren Sapp tape looked like? You could have said Warren, like, do you understand that he had traits and things that you could not coach? That's what we've been talking about. His talent was still going to get him drafted in the first round. No,
but I'm saying how he dropped. That's my point. But he had dropped and he had sat there long, and that was the story that day.
Stephen A., players drop. All right. Let me use another example that you're very familiar with. Lamar Jackson was the Heisman Trophy winner. Lamar Jackson had good completion percentage. He was a superior athlete, as we know at Louisville, like we know right now. Lamar Jackson and tape was crazy.
And my thing is also, like, when it comes to Shedeur also, has anybody seen his tapes? Has anybody taken the time to look at Shedeur tapes and be like, yo, these tapes are crazy. Like, what I am seeing here is one of a kind type of talent. What I am seeing here is once in a lifetime type of talent, right? It's funny how they're not showing us his tapes. But my thing is, from what I have seen, his little workout videos with Cam, I already know he can't separate his body. So I can only imagine, right? But has anybody taken the time to actually go watch Shedeur's tapes to see what they send out to these scouts or whatever recruiters, right? Do we even know what these tapes look like? Of course not. Of course not. Because once again, rich Black people weaponizing Black rage to get their way, to bully these white corporations, to give their spoiled ass children what they want without them having to work for that. It is disgusting. I don't like nepotism at all. I don't care who does it. I think it's disgusting because when a Black child who comes from a rich family and the daddy are using nepotism to get this Black boy something, you are taken away from a more deserving Black child that comes from a struggling family. You people are already freaking rich. Get the freak out the way. Get the freak out the way, especially if you feel like, oh, I'm too good for the combine. I'm too good to answer questions. You know, and you'll be a fool not to take me. Oh, well, there's certain teams. I'm not going to allow my son to play there. Then why are you people here? Where are y'all people here? Right? You're just here for vanity metrics. Go sit down somewhere. You don't want this bad enough. And not just that, you don't even have enough respect for the game. You have to have enough respect for the league. How can anybody say, when you only have 32 teams, how can somebody say, I'm not going to allow my son to play there, right? When it came to Stephon Curry and his father, because Golden State, once upon a time, Golden State was not the best team in the world. It was a horrible basketball team. Like, what the heck, right? I don't know, Stephon Curry, whatever his father's name is, I forgot his name, but Mr. Curry, was Mr. Curry like, oh, I'm not going to let Stephon play for the Golden State. I will never let my son play for the Golden State. You know what I'm saying? But it's at Golden State that Stephon Curry became the Chef Curry with the sauce. Okay? So who are you as a father to say, oh, my son's not going to go here, or this school is beneath, this program is beneath him, or this team is beneath him, right? Did anybody ever know about the Golden State Warriors like that until Stephon Curry showed up? Of course not. And that's how you can also tell, like, the quality of a player. It's like you can go to a team that nobody used to care about, but because you're so freaking amazing, now you put the entire team on the map. Now you cannot get enough people to stop talking about the Golden State Warriors, right? It's the same thing with Gary Payton and his son. I forgot his name, but his son also played for the Warriors. But that young man, he went from being in the D League. He went from having like contract that would only last like 10 days. Like his life was super rough. And his dad did not intervene. Gary Payton was not out here intervening like, oh, my son is too good for the D League. My son is too good for the G League. My son is too good for this. My son is too good for that. No, he let this young man forge his own path. And when he finally has this one, I think it was like a 1-year contract with the Golden State Warriors, like what he did on that team was completely unbelievable. Now, they didn't have enough money to keep him, so he left, but he came back. I think he came back with a $100 million contract. Let me see this. Hold on. Let me see. What's his name? You guys, that boy is so damn good. Oh, yeah, he's a junior. Okay. There you go. This guy right here, right? Let me see how much he makes. Okay. So that's what his contract looks like, right? 9.1 million. Okay. This follows his initial 3-year at 26.1 million with the Portland. Yeah. So he left Golden State. He went to Portland and he came back to Golden State, right? But I'm like, this young man, he struggled, you guys. Like he really, really struggled. It was so bad. It was so horrible, right? But then again, I guess his dad is not famous or his family, they're not always on social media and posting everything on social media for public sympathy, right? But you didn't see Gary Payton out here doing the very most for his son and trying to interfere. But, oh, no, my son got to come in the league. I want my son to play with me. They're so annoying, these people, okay? But when he finally found his way and when he made it to the NBA, he made it there on his own terms. Like he's his own man. And people have so much respect for him because of that, because he got there on his own. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, Stephon Curry, his dad is also a professional basketball player. Well, Gary Payton Jr., his dad also is the Gary Payton, right? Kobe Bryant. Let's not ever forget about Joseph Bryant. His dad also is a basketball player, right? But you don't see these daddies and they're like, oh, my son got to. No. We have to stop. We have to stop. It is not cute. These narcissistic, overbearing, smothering fathers, these people are control freaks. They are control freaks. This is weird. Yeah, Del Curry, exactly. Did you see Del Curry say, oh, Stephon is not going to play for the Golden State because that's a mediocre team. I'm not going to allow him to. No, that was the right team for him. That was the right team for him. So who are you to intervene with God's process? Like, make it make sense. And that's why, to me, when it comes to Coach Deion and LeBron James, like, seriously, I cannot stand these two people. I can't stand these men. I really cannot stand them. Because what exactly are you doing? This is crazy.
And he actually wasn't going to go in the first round until Baltimore traded up to get him. And you know why Baltimore traded up to get him? With all of the stuff that was out about him, is because he had things that were different about everybody else. We are reserving the fact that Shedeur Sanders dropped out of the first round, and people want to create this conversation like it has something to do with his attitude or it has something to do with prime. Yes, that can cause you to drop. But if you got crazy talent, bro, some team would have took him in the first round if they felt like, I don't care. Because there are GMs, there are coaches that say, hey, look, man, I know there's baggage. I know whatever people think. I know what people are saying. I don't see the talent for us to come and get him based on the things that's been said. Stephen.
And have you ever heard people say that Shedeur has crazy talent? Has anybody said, oh my gosh, like his talent is so amazing. We've never seen this before. This is, because that's what he's saying. Like, for all the baggage that you bring with your daddy and your egos and y'all's egos and whatever y'all think you are, right? We have to see talent that outweighs the drama. Because I'm like, because even me, I can already see it. This family is excessive. They're so conceited. Okay. They're excessively delusional. Okay. They're not here. They're not dealing in reality. Okay. Look at how he spent money before he even had a contract. This is not normal behavior. So what we're saying is, for all the foolishness that comes with dealing with a Sanders child, right? What are you really bringing to the table? Where is this crazy level of athleticism that make us be like, you know what though, champ, I guess we'll just do it, champ. Because this boy is just so freaking incredible. Where is it? It is nowhere to be found. He is not that exceptional. And also what we have to understand is too, right? Maybe he can be an exceptional because he is an Aquarius, you know, he probably in him somewhere. But I will say this though, there is a certain level of drive that a person has when they grew up in poverty. Now, I'm not saying we should just be out here and seeking poverty so we can be motivated, but I'm just saying, like, to grow up poor, like seriously poor. I remember, like, even his dad used to talk about that. Like, every time he had a game, like, nobody came to his game because his dad had to work, his mom had to work, so he was on his own. You know, he had to encourage himself because people have to work. You know what I mean? So I'm like, imagine what that made Coach Prime feel like. You know what I'm trying to say? So to me, it's like, okay. But when you grow up completely sheltered, you grew up in the laps of luxury, you grew up in a mansion, bunch of cars, luxury cars. Everybody that comes to your house is a Hall of Famer, is a top NFL player. Like, the drive ain't gonna be the same. Yeah, you play football, but it's not like your family needs you to play football to eat. It's not like your daddy needs you to play football to retire him. It's not like your little sister needs you to play football so she can pay for college. So there's a certain kind of drive that is never going to be there because the pressure of making the family survive, like, it's just not on your shoulders. Your daddy took care of that. Your daddy took care of that. And that's why when you even have one family, like when you look at a family that's really successful, like especially with a business, like as you move down generations, like the family business goes to crap because the drive ain't the same. You know, like usually the first generation, they give it all they got. But by the time they make it, the kids are already successful. Oh, mommy got money, daddy got money. Why would I try this hard? You know what I'm saying? Like one of my favorite, hold on. One of my favorite, I guess, like businessman, entrepreneurs of all time, right? Is Cornelius Vanderbilt, you guys, the Commodore. Like, I love this man. I don't know. He probably was evil. He probably was racist. I don't know, but I just love him. I really do. Okay. But think about Cornelius Vanderbilt. This man, he did so much. Like, he was just so driven. And he was not really into luxury and all that kind of foolishness. He truly, truly enjoyed working. Like, that's the Commodore for you. Like, expansion, more railways, more rail lines. I need the trains, right? You wouldn't have Grand Central Station in New York City if it was not for the Commodore. But as it goes down to his son, because one son went to war, the one he liked the most, he went to war, got killed. That really broke his heart. And so he was left with his other son, whose name was William, right? William is not like his daddy. Like, I mean, daddy just made too much damn money. But as you go from the Commodore to William, the drive diminishes. Then from the Commodore to William also had a son. He had another daughter, Consuela. You know, you get to a point, these Vanderbilts, they don't even know how to make money anymore. All they know how to do is spend the money because the drive is gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, that passion is gone. The vision is just gone. All they want to do is just spend money, party, lavish parties, wear fancy clothes, vacation in Paris, go to these fancy schools, these Ivy League schools, and just become matrons and patrons of the arts, right? Eventually, the Vanderbilts, to some extent, they went broke. Your boy, Anderson Cooper, he's a Vanderbilt, right? His mama is like, She's on the side of William, right? I believe so. But the mama also, she didn't inherit that much money. Okay. I don't even think Anderson Cooper got that much money also. The money is like gone, right? Because the drive, it just dissipates. Like once you have one generation that works really, really hard to become super, super, super wealthy, the kids, the grandkids, the great-grandkids, they don't want to work. They want to spend the money. They want to spend the money. So I'm like, that the fact that Coach Prime did not account for the factor of my son doesn't have the pressure of poverty. My son doesn't have the pressure of, oh, I got to do this so I can retire my mom. I got to do this so I can feed my mother. I got to do this so I can do X, Y, and Z, right? Shedeur, Shiloh, they don't have any of these pressures. And we have to also be honest that sometimes you need a certain amount of pressure or a certain kind of pressure, right? To really, really bring greatness out of you. You understand me? Like even me, I'm gonna tell you a good example too. Like take my life for example too, right? Like when I was in the math department, I had this I was so obsessed with getting these scholarships that it always drove me to get straight A's. Like it got to a point where it became a weakness. I was like, I gotta get A's, right? But I was just stacking up these scholarships. When I started my business too, when I started Linger Lashes, right? This idea of I gotta make 100,000, y'all. I was so obsessed with making 100,000 that it happened quicker than I expected to. Now look, fast forward to where I am in my life. I don't have no pressure. And I even feel like sometimes that's the reason why I struggle with consistency, because I'm not really passionate about anything. And I've told y'all this before. I'm not really like, oh my gosh, I gotta make it. I gotta go. I gotta make sure I can make some money. Listen, I have a husband who does really well for himself. So to be quite honest, if I make it or I don't make it, are we going to be homeless? No. Are we not going to eat? No. Am I not going to get the things I want? No. You understand? When you get to a certain level in life where you become comfortable, I could do it, but you know what I'm saying? And I feel like maybe that's where Shedeur also is. It's like, we're already rich. Yes, it would be nice, but I'm like, you make it to the NFL, it's a bonus. It's not like, oh my gosh, we need this to survive. We need this so we can stop sleeping in our cars. We need this so we can pay off the mortgage. We need this so no. Shedeur, his money is mostly going to be used for buying cars, buying shoes, taking girls out to eat. Dang well he's not going to give no money to the non-for-profit. Dang well he's not going to give his money to a Black non-for-profit. Dang well he's not going to use his money to invest in anything meaningful in the Black community. No, his money will be used frivolously. Maybe his dad will make sure that he has enough money that he can retire on. And when he dies, all his kids are going to fight over the inheritance, right? But their money, like the NFL money, it's bonus money. Exactly. It's for chains, dating these girls, paying for Birkin bags. You know what I mean? It's just going to be frivolously spent, right? Because for them, being in the NFL, it's about their name. It's a vanity metric. How many Sanders can play in the NFL? 1-1-1-1. It is not to say, I got to make this money so my mom can finally have her first piece of property in her entire life. I got to make this so my mom can stop driving this whole beat up car every time she goes to work. And she's so embarrassed like this. They're past that. They are truly past that. And we have to also be honest that when you get to a place where you reach a certain level of comfort, the drive is not the same. Passion is not the same. I'll do it, but it's not the same. I don't know. Maybe you have to go through this. I don't know. Maybe something like that similar happened to you, but I can promise you this. When I started my business, this idea of making $100,000, it used to consume me because I have never seen $100,000, y'all. I had never seen it. And you work so hard. And when you finally do see it, the next 100,000 probably has you excited. You're like, whatever. You know what I mean? The same thing, right? So I'm sure it's the same for them. It's we're already rich. Everything is just for the sake of vanity. And we also know Shedeur is not trying to really go in the league and really create history. He wants to be famous. He wants to be a celebrity. But Coach Prime, though, when he was coming up, it really was do or die. This is your way out. And it's not just that this is your way out. This is how you're going to take your entire bloodline out of poverty. And so to me, Coach Prime, he did the hardest part. He did the hardest chunk of work. He did it. And everybody that comes after him, all they have to do is maintain. That's it. All you do is just maintain. But the hardest bulk of the work, he did it. That's it. So, like, I don't expect Shiloh or Shedeur or even what's the name? What's the Shemilo, the young one, right? The little sis. I don't expect any of these kids to truly be out there and be so hungry like that. These are incredibly rich people, y'all. They are extremely comfortable. And when you get to a place when you're comfortable too, it does create a certain level of complacency. And it does create a certain level of entitlement, right? Meanwhile, there's somebody out there. They're out there in the cold. They're out there in the cold. You know what I'm saying? They're out there in the cold. And they want this bad enough. So they're going to get it. But either way, the boy's going to be okay. Me, I don't feel sorry for him.
Hey, I have not heard you or Dan or anyone on this network say Shedeur Sanders is not a good quarterback. But we got to stop with this narrative, like the things that were said about him caused him to not get taken in the first round. And
I feel like even that's the same thing with Diddy too, huh? Justin don't have no drive. Christian don't have no damn drive, right? They don't have a drive because there's too much money. It's a real thing. How many kids of rich people do you really see out here doing something that's like, wow, this is so groundbreaking? You know, like the parents really, really have to be intentional to not raise these kids to feel like, oh, my daddy's rich, so I'm rich too. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like people, people just get comfortable. You get comfortable. And we're sitting here acting as if like we're so confused why a rich ass little kid doesn't have the same drive as somebody who grew up somewhere crazy like this with no daddy, raised by a single mom. You know, you're the firstborn or you're the secondborn, and you see the pressure, like you feel the pressure. You feel it. It's not the same, yo. You know, a person that's in the hole trying to, crawl, I don't know, scrape. I don't know how you even define that, but someone that's in the hole and all they think about is how to get the out this damn hole. Their drive is way different than somebody that's not only outside the hole, they're sitting by the water, they sitting by the poolside, drinking daiquiris, living their best life, ordering custom diamond pieces, ordering Gucci, Prada, Louis, Fendi. It ain't the same drive. And not only is that person in the hole gonna come out the hole, but when they come out the hole, they're gonna exceed your expectation. Because everything they've ever wanted was to come out this damn hole. And how do you manufacture that for a rich kid? You know what I mean? How do you manufacture this kind of desire for a rich kid that grows up in a house that's 20, 30,000 square feet with a bunch of maids, bunch of luxury vehicles, and a very braggadocious father? How do you manufacture that for him? Right? How? Because even if you try, when you go outside, oh my gosh, that's so-and-so's son. That's Deion Sanders' son. That's Deion Sanders. Like, people might even give him free candy, free ice cream, free this, free clothing. You know what I mean? Because he happens to be your son. So how do you manufacture this level of drive for your child? How do you create an environment where your rich kids feel as though I'm in this hole, I got to get the F out? Right? That means that as a father, you're going to have to be extremely stingy. And you're not going to be able to live in a big house. You're going to have to live in a regular house, drive a regular car. And a lot of these rich people don't want to do that. They want to indulge in their money. Cool. But if you grow up and you have a Maybach, a Lambo, a Phantom, or whatever, like All these cars, everything is in the house. We travel private class. We first class. We travel in private jets. We stay at all the most expensive resorts around the world. Like, we never have to worry about any bills. We never see a bill. If you ask daddy for $5,000, he sends it to you. How do you make these children be driven? How do you do this? How? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a real thing. Yeah, and that's why most of them they're not usually successful. And they live in the shadows of their parents. And they end up on drugs, or they end up being all kinds of weird like this because the dad is just such a big freaking name. It's like, how do I find myself? You know, and I even feel like maybe that's also what happened with Regina King and her son, because maybe he felt like, my mom is so big, and when she was my age, she had this thing figured out. She was already doing all kinds of movies. She was already doing these voiceovers and things like that. That could have been a thing also that affected her son, that led him to feel like, well, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't live, right? Because it's a real thing. It really, really is a real thing. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, whereas Cam, the family got a regular house. They all live in the regular house. He got a big dog. He goes to school. He live in the house with his parent. It's a regular house. His people, regular people. They drive regular cars. You see? And that's why sometimes, like, you know, I get it. You know, sometimes, especially for all my people out here, you know, I get it. Like, sometimes you get sad. Like, man, I had to get myself through college. I had to get myself to grad school. You out here, you pay all these bills by yourself. You know, your parents can't help you. Some people also, parents, they don't messed up their credit so damn badly, can't even co-sign worth a okay, and you feel bad, like you want to cry. You're like, oh, I wish my mom was rich. I wish my dad was rich. I get that. I see it. But I hope today you see that, you know, be proud of yourself, that you know how to get yourself out that hole. You know, maybe it would have been nicer if your mommy had more money, your daddy had more money, or definitely if they had more better credit. Okay, I ain't even gonna hold you. But my thing is, I hope you realize today that by your parents having so many shortcomings and your parents not being able to be there for you, you learn how to be there for yourself. And for that, you got to be very proud of yourself. Do you know what I mean? Because who could have taught you any of this? But look at how far you come. Right? Look at how all the things you can take care of by yourself. Look at how you know how to plan for your life. You can pay this bill and pay that bill and pay for this and pay for that. Yeah, it's exhausting, but you know how to do it. And that is something that you should always be very, very, very proud of yourself for having done something for yourself, by yourself, when nobody's help. You know, be proud of yourself. Be proud of yourself. You know how to take care of self. And that's amazing. You see these rich kids, who are they without their parents? Who are they without their parents' last name? Who are they without their parents' money? Bunch of nobodies. Out here ordering custom pieces for hundreds of thousands of dollars without even securing a contract. Like, who even does that? Like, that makes no damn sense. Okay, that makes no damn sense. So be proud of yourself that you're a regular person that had to learn how to get out there, get active, and take care of yourself, provide for yourself, save your money, take care of your credit, this, and that. Be very proud that you know how to take yourself through school and that you paid your way through school without having to lean on anybody. It would have been easier, but you also realize that everything that's easy is not good for the soul. Everything that's easy is not good for the soul. You are better because you had to learn the value of $1. You are better because you had to learn the value of an hour. Like, I can't just send you out with you. I got to go work. I got to go do something because I got to take care of myself. So be proud of yourself for that. Be extremely proud of yourself for that. Because to me, this right here is so crazy. It is really, really crazy.
He had this immense elite talent that these other guys had.
I appreciate the education. So just to make sure I encapsulate this, right? So Jackson Dart, who the only person I heard mention him was Dan Orlovsky about being taken ahead of Shedeur Sanders. So we're going to remember that we're looking at New Orleans. Derek Carr's got a shoulder injury, and the quarterback position is supposed to be so important. We're going to remember that Cleveland has got Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett, and the Pittsburgh Steelers have Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson. I just want to make sure that we're clear. I'll defer to y'all.
Look at how crazy he is. You mentioning all these QBs that are in Cleveland. How much they pay these people? Because if you pick somebody in the first round, you got to pay them a certain amount of money. So they can have as many QBs as they want as long as they're affordable. The Flacco man, I don't know how much they pay the man, but if he's affordable, why not? But if they had picked Shedeur in round 1, how much would they have had to pay him? And are they going to get their money's worth? And if the answer is no, then round 1, he's not going to make it. And that's okay because it's still a business. It is a business. The numbers have to make sense. Stephen A is so damn fake. He is so fake. He's so fraudulent. And he's doing all this because he's trying to kiss ass to Coach Dion. He wants to kiss the coach's ass. We're not falling for this. We're not falling for this. Because it's not enough to say, oh, they have this quarterback and they have this quarterback. How much are they paying these people? $2 million, $3 million, right? I don't know. Probably something not significant. But my thing is, if you pick Shedeur in round 1, how much do you pay him? And is the value there? And it's funny how nobody wants to answer this question, right? Where is the value in picking Shedeur as in the first round? Where is the value? The man can't even separate his body. We are confused. Like, we are seriously confused. Where is the value? No. Cam for the win.
Oh, Marcus, I'll defer to you, Dio. No problem. But I just gave you 4 different scenarios where normally somebody in those conditions would grab a quarterback.
Can I say one thing before you go? And Stephen A, I just want to look at you when I say this. I know we're on the camera here. To their point about teams drafting players with a multitude of sins, think of the baggage of players that have been drafted, the types of things, the baggage, and teams are still willing to take them based on talent.
Okay. And my response to that would be, covering sports for decades, I've also seen executives pass on individuals because of the potential headaches they believe will occur by picking somebody, which is why I bring up Deion Sanders. You don't want somebody in your face or in a position to compromise your leadership because they know so much about the game themselves. I understand.
But my thing too, whatever he's saying is like about Deion Sanders. As a Christian, why is he not humble to stay in his place? Because if you're a real Christian too, and your son gets drafted somewhere, you have to respect the authority of the coach. Because that's not your team. That's not your team. First of all, you don't own the team. You're not the GM. And also, you're not the head coach. So if you're a real Christian man, you're going to tell your son, hey, I'm no longer the coach. He's now your authority. And you have to make it work with him. And even you also as a father, you have to learn to respect the man's authority. So that's why I'm going to say it again. To me, Coach Dion, all that Christian stuff he does, I think it's a grift. Because the fact that nobody is trusting that he can be humble, stay in his place, and respect the authority of whatever head coach his son is under is extremely problematic. That's extremely problematic because him as a coach, how would he feel if another father came and said, well, my son should be doing this, my son should be doing that? Has anybody done that to him in Colorado? I'm sure not, because they respect his authority as the coach. So if a team drafts your son, you got to respect the owner, you got to respect the GM, and you got to respect the head coach of that team. And you have to also tell your son, I'm no longer your coach. He is now your new authority. And you have to respect this man. And also, if you don't like the stuff he does, maybe you're trying to find a way to talk to him. But because we're Christian people, you also got to pray for your coach. There you go. There you go. Right? This is how real Christians do things. Hello. It's not that hard, y'all. It really is not that hard. But people are not trusting this man to stay out the way because he's a freaking narcissist. He's a control freak.
What I'm saying though, Stephen A, if you're that talented, you're going to look past that.
Okay.
When they look past police blotters.
Okay. All right. Listen, Swagoo played. Dio played. Y'all know. All I'm saying is
to listen to you and take this out of context. People are going to say Stephen A believes Shedeur didn't get drafted in the first round because Prime is his dad and all of these other things that start to come out. And the whole point is, and I have a hard time bringing these certain things up, but Stephen A, you've sat longer and watched drafts than I have, and Dan have. Stephen A, Laramie Tunsil, there was a picture of Laramie Tunsil with a weed mask on.
Yeah.
The day of the draft.
I remember.
And he fell and still was taken in the first round. You know why? Because people thought he would be a stalwart left tackle, and he showed things at Ole Miss that scouts and GM said, man, I don't care. And all I'm trying to get people to understand is, and you're not wrong. There are teams, there are general managers that have taken personal vendettas against players and would not draft them. I have never seen 31 other ones look at a player and say, well, he got enough talent for me.
That's hyperbole.
I don't care.
Because
yeah. Do y'all hear what he's saying? Amar, given the situation, do you think Shedeur learned his lesson and he's going to work hard to get to the level of a Patrick Mahomes or Russell Wilson, Mike Vick, Cam Newton? I think it depends. I think it depends where he keeps his dad. If he listens to his daddy, I don't think it's going to be good. If he understands that his dad is a narc, his dad is controlling, his dad is toxic, and he also needs to be his own person. And like, you know what? I tried the daddy's way. Let me try the cooler, chill way, especially if he can look up to Cam. Then I think something great will happen with Shedeur. Absolutely. Then nothing is impossible to God. But I just feel like you have to be humble. And you also have to understand, what worked for your dad might not work for you. You're not your dad. He's not you and you're not him. You need to find your own path. And everybody who gives you feedback is not against you. Everybody who disagrees with you is not a hater. This is insanity. Because that's his mindset. Oh, people just hate on us because we're Sanders. Who's like, what? Are you kidding me? You are insane. So to me, I'm like, it all depends though. But he needs to understand that his father's a narcissist. And when you are next to a narcissist because they bamboozle you with their goofy ass compliments and they make you feel like, oh, you're invincible, they're all actually holding you back. They're holding you back. They're holding you back. They're holding you hostage and they're stunting your growth actually. Get away from your father and be your own person. So maybe when he's out there with the Browns and his dad doesn't have too much time to control him, so he can be his own person and he can understand that everybody who has feedback for him is not against him. Anybody who says, okay, Shedeur, you got to work on this, you got to work on that. This right here can use more help, they're not against you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to give you a good example because my younger brother too, he's an Aquarius, right? And I told you, my mom's a narcissist. So I don't know. My mom's a narc. And like when I look at Coach Deion and Shedeur, it reminds me of my mom and my little brother. You understand? It got to a point, my mom had my little brother convinced that, oh, Marlene hates you. Marlene is jealous of you. I mean, all kinds of foolishness. I'm like, are you actually okay? You are insane. You are truly, truly insane. Right? So me, what I did is I just took a step back. Like, you are crazy. You are truly crazy. I think I told y'all this. Like this one time we had this big argument and my dad was there saying all this kind of foolishness. I'm like, are you people actually okay? Are you actually sane? But I think like when it comes to my little brother, for example, my mom has this boy convinced that, oh, your sister hates you. Your sister is against you. Like I remember one time he said, oh, Marlene, but why do you hate me so much? I'm like, oh, Kevin, stop. Stop always looking for a villain in your life because you need some kind of external motivation, okay? Hate you for what, fam? I'm like, do you people even understand the meaning of the word hatred? Like, what the freak is wrong with you weirdos? Bunch of weirdos. They're just a bunch of weirdos. And you see, and this is why I told y'all, this is why I blocked my mom, because she's a narcissist. Like you have to know what it is to be raised by a narcissist to see how destructive they are. And like, even when you think they love you, it's a form of isolation. You know what I'm saying? Like they like to do this. Like if you ever deal with a narcissistic parent, they have tendencies of like, they'll pick and choose between their kids. And like the child that you think is their favorite is really the child that suffers the most because that child is completely isolated. Right? And then, oh, this person doesn't like you and this person's against you. And then this person is jealous of you. And I'm like, what is wrong with you freaking weirdos? You're a bunch of freaking weirdos. You're a bunch of weirdos. Now, even my little sister, like, she finally came around because Marlene, I don't engage. Like, I truly, truly do not engage. Like, when I tell you I practice stoicism, y'all think it's a joke. I embarrass my mom every chance I get because I don't engage. You know what I'm saying? It takes two people to make. I'm like, you people are insane. You are truly, truly insane. You understand? And it's like my little sister, like, with time, she has started to see, like, you know what? My mom is just full of crap. Because Marlene's not that kind of person. My mom is a miserable ass human being. She's so damn miserable. But the thing is, like, she also had a very toxic childhood. So it made her a narcissist. Like, her entire family is full of narcissists. They're so damn crazy. Okay? They're all freaking crazy. Like, they're not normal people, y'all. My childhood was a living hell. You don't even understand me. Like, it really is surprising that I didn't turn out to be a narcissist. Oh, my Lord. Like, thank you, Jesus. You know what I mean? But this is what they do. And they make you believe that they love you. No, it's isolation. They're isolating you. They are crazy as hell. They are the kind to, like, they can even make you miss out on marriage. They can make you miss out on the person of your dream because their goal is to have you all to themselves. These people are sick as hell. You think it's love. It is not love. It's isolation. It is control. They are a controlling people. They want to know everything that goes into your life. They want you to defer to them every time you make a decision. They want to have the last say. So these people are crazy as hell. And now lately, they've been trying to use sickness to get me to come around. Oh, Marlene, your dad's not feeling good. I said, well, he's going to be okay. So I sent him a pray. I'm like, you good? And when I prayed to my angel, he was like, oh, he's good. I'm like, okay, cool. Then they said, oh, Marlene, your uncle had a stroke. I said, okay, what's the problem? I didn't give him the stroke. It's a bunch of narcissists. Instead of saying, Marlene, you know what? We know we did you wrong. We want to apologize for that, right? No, they want to hide behind diseases. These people are crazy. You guys, no, my mom is a Virgo. She's not Leo. I'm talking about narcissistic parents. You know, you guys, I swear, like I really don't look like the stuff I deal with on a day-to-day basis because I just don't give into it. You understand me, right? It's a choice. I just don't give into this. But if I really wanted to, I could be sad every day. I could cry every day. I'm like, oh, whatever. I'm tired. I got to go take care of Maverick. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are crazy. People are truly, truly crazy. You know, but I know my mom is sick. Like, she's mentally ill. Like, it is not a joke. It's a mental illness. Now, do I feel like dealing with it? No. I hope she gets the help she needs to. Maybe she'll never will. I don't know. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm not getting myself involved in this foolishness. It is extremely toxic. It is extremely draining. Then one time she called my uncle because she wanted to play the victim. I said, oh, gosh, here we go. Here we go. And I said, Uncle, you know what? I love you because that's my twin. I love you so much. But your big sister, though, she stays lying. She's a narcissist. He's like, Marlene, you need your mom. I said, no, I'm 40. I'm already a mom my damn self. My kids need me. I don't need a freaking mom. I'm already too freaking grown. Like, what the freak? What do I look like? You people are crazy. They try to gaslight you like, oh, you're a child. You need your mom, the Bible, blah, blah. Oh, gosh, here we go again. They are crazy, Shishi. You guys don't even know what I deal with. I just like, oh, whatever. I do not care. Leave me alone. You people are crazy as hell. You know, but that's what they do. They make you think they love you. They don't love you. They're isolating you and they're destroying you. And they'll have you convinced that everybody hates you. Everybody is jealous of you. Everybody is coming after you. Like, what the fuck? Oh, they sure do. Oh. But if you notice, I mean, I know I talk about the Bible a lot, but maybe I'll start talking about the Quran. But I'm like, if you notice, though, like narcissistic people love to use religion to always be right and to never have to apologize. They never see the passages where the Bible says you need to say sorry to people, okay? They never see those passages. And when I look at Shedeur, especially like I'm telling you, my little brother, his birthday is February 8th. This is exactly what my parents do. This is exactly what they do. It is so sad. It's really sad. This is what they do. They're so crazy. And anybody who tries to reason with him, oh my gosh, you're against him. Oh my gosh, you hate my son. You hate, like, let me tell you, you know the one thing that started that one fight that one day? It was because he wanted me to come over to his house with the kids. I'm like, I'm busy. Like, I have to clean. Like, and if you guys know me, and he should also know this, I'm not the type to want to leave the house. Like, it takes a lot. Even here, y'all, I promise you this. I can go 2 weeks without stepping outside. It is nothing personal. Like, as a child, my parents didn't let me go out. Like, I was always, oh, stay home, stay home, stay home. So I just got used to staying home, to be quite honest. Like, that's why even the quarantine, it wasn't hard on me. because this is what I do. I stay home. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a stay-at-home type of person. So I had to clean because we had issues, right? And then I was like, I don't know. Let me finish cleaning. The boys just like stressing me, like, Marlene. And you know, if you know me, you guys, you can see I have problem consistency. I don't like people putting me on a schedule. Oh, so are you going to come this day at this time? Because I might not be able to do it. I even had the young sis, Kelly. Kelly sent me a message. She was like, oh, Marlene, I would love for you to join my panel. It's Tuesday at 8 o'clock. I started having a little bit of anxiety because I'm like, if I say no, she might think, oh, her channel's too small. No, it is. I have a me problem because God forbid that Tuesday going to come at 8 o'clock. God knows where I'm going to be. I could be here and then I'm over talking. Oh, I'm going to start a live for just 30 minutes. Next thing you know, it's 10 hours. It could be Maverick is doing something. It could be James has to do homework. So I really don't like to pencil like hardcore, put myself into people's plans and programs. And they have an hour, like when I got to show up, it's just too much. Like I see you when I see you kind of thing. Like that's just me. That's why even like my wedding, I didn't have a big wedding. I don't like stress. Like, plan the wedding, plan the dress, invitation, RSVP. Y'all, I'm taking my black ass to the courthouse. And that's what I did. I really like things to be extremely chill. You know what I mean? Do I even have a wedding ring on? No, I don't. 15 years in the game, been outside, right? I've been married for 15 years, never worn a ring. Like I don't know, maybe I'm different, but I'm a very laid back, very, very chill person. I don't like too much structure like this and that. You got to be here. This, y'all. Even when we went for my brother's wedding, for Chris' wedding in Malibu, I almost didn't even go to the wedding, y'all. I was like, this is how, because it was like, you got to do this and rehearsal dinner and this. I'm like, what the fuck? It's a damn wedding. Why does this thing feel so fucking serious? Like I'm a damn G8 or G4 meeting, like trying to bring world peace. It's a fucking wedding. Right. But I'm like, it was like, pow, 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 pow. I was like, oh, fuck this shit. You know, but I was like, no, you got to go. I even put makeup on. I wore a dress and I went, like, it's just too damn much. It wasn't even enjoyable, to be quite honest, because there was too much to do. Like, it was just like, this is just too much. You would need like 2 weeks to do this, okay? We really need 2 weeks. It's just too much. So me, I do things that are very, very chill, very, very easy. I don't stress my life out. Like, I don't like all this stuff. It's just too much, okay? So it's like, I kept trying to tell him, and he kept like putting pressure on me. Oh, crap. When I tell you to back up off of me, you got to back up off of me. But the kid, he just kept doing, I'm like, oh, shit. So I forgot what he said. I think he called me a child. So I called him a fetus. And so, because I was calling him and he wanted to pick up, I should have known he was taking screenshots so he could send it to his mom. You guys, when he did this, because I'm a very, like, I don't want to say I'm a sensitive person like that, but I don't like people to betray my trust. Because you and I are having a conversation, like, why are you taking screenshots? And I guess he sent her a screenshot without calling him a fetus. I'm like, okay, it's a fetus. He called me a child. Wake up the next day. My mom is out here trying. First of all, she started crying. I said, oh, there goes the bullshit. There goes the bullshit. Why are you crying for? It hurts me. Now, this is all in French, right? It hurts me to not see my kids get along. I don't understand why my kids, as if she don't know the bullshit, the bullshit part she played in all this. And I'm looking at her like, oh Lord Jesus, here we go again. And my mom has these really big eyes, so it's so easy for her to cry and be so dramatic. But you knew it was like Hollywood. I'm like, oh, there you go. She's giving her best supporting actress role. She started crying, and every time she goes up, her eyes go up and they come back down. It's a flood. You guys, it's a flood. A bunch of bullshit. Then she was like, oh, and you disrespected my son. You disrespected my son. I said, okay, ma'am. So if he's your son, what am I? Like, you sound so damn crazy. She's like, you called my son a fetus. I'm like, you are really crying about the word fetus? I couldn't take this lady seriously. I truly could not take this woman's, I'm like, a fetus. Like, what the freak? Like, of all the things I could have said to that child, I said, I'm like, okay, but what about the part where he called me a child? Or that part you didn't care about? It's the fetus part that hurts you. And I told this lady, yo, it got real. When I tell you, you guys, everybody had it that, ooh, child, her, my dad, I had no empathy. And then there was a point, my mom grabbed the pillow. Ooh, I said, girl, what you gonna do with that? You gonna throw it at me? So I grabbed the pillow too. She's like, oh, you should have seen her face. Oh, you should have seen that lady's face. She decides to grab a pillow. That's why I'm saying, like, all this crime stuff about you don't know why your kids don't get along. I knew it was a bunch of bullshit, because why you want to get violent, right? And my thing is, if you feel like your kids don't get along, how can you even start off by saying you insulted my son? So I'm not your daughter. Bunch of bullshit. She is the #1 cause of division. Oh yes, she grabbed the pillow, Bruna. I grabbed the pillow too, and I looked at her. Then she looked at her husband. Oh shit! I'm like, there you go. I said, Mom, throw that pillow, see what happens. Well, where I would have thrown that pillow at that lady, it would have recalibrated her mind. You out your damn mind. You are really crazy. You are truly crazy. And my thing is like, and you know, shut out. Let me tell you something. Ultimately, the lady crazy. I sure did grab the pillow. And if she had thrown that pillow at me, I would have thrown the pillow right back at her. I'm sick and tired of her foolishness. I'm like, what the heck? Why would you want to be violent for? And why do you want to put your hands on me for? For what reason? Over the word fetus? So the part where your child called me a child, you don't say, oh, that's wrong, because not only that's your older sister, she's married, she has children. You can't talk to her this way. Oh, no, that's perfectly fine with you. Right? But he can call me a child, but I can't call him a fetus. Like, it was just so damn stupid. It was so imbecilic. Like, you mean to tell me that the word fetus had you so triggered? You were so hurt because you read the word fetus. My girl, shut up. And I said to her, I was like, Mom, you have your favorites, okay? And you need to own up to it. Your sons are your favorites. Leave me the hell alone. Or you should have seen her trying to be fake, like, I don't have favorites. I'm like, oh, girl, shut up. Yes, you do. And the sad part is her favorites, her son, they neglect her. Oh, child. The kind of money she has spent on these boys, she ain't getting it back. She sure ain't getting it back. I'm like, whoop, whoop, whoop. Whatever. I don't have time for your foolishness. Because they think, oh, my daughter's supposed to take my abuse. I will not take your abuse. You are a narcissist. No, I would have thrown the pillow back at her. Absolutely. Absolutely. That day I would have, I'm telling you, I'm being so for real. That day the pillow would have been swung back, but good enough for her. She had restraint and she knew not to throw the pillow. She will not throw things at me. I'm a married woman with children. You're not going to throw things at me because your goofy ass son is crying over the word fetus. If he doesn't want to be called a fetus, then don't call me a child. You are respectful. Respect your older sister. I'll respect you too. But you don't get to talk to me any kind of way. And you're not going to hide behind the word fetus to try to abuse me. So she grabbed the pillow and I grabbed the pillow too. And I thank God for Jesus that my mother had enough sense to realize not to throw that pillow. And she walked upstairs to her room. There you go. There you go. You will not throw stuff at me. Are you actually okay? Are you oh my God, you guys, and you should, that week, what I did for her that week, I'm like, this lady's out of order. She's out of control. I don't talk to her, y'all. I don't deal with her. She's mentally ill. Like, I don't know how to say this. Like, the lady is not well. She's just not well. I don't deal with her. And I'm like, no, you're not okay. Like, you are really, really not okay. And I'm like, being around you is a cause of concern for my salvation. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I just stay home. Like, I just really, really stay home. I sure they grabbed the pillow. Exactly. Yeah, you can't be doing stuff like this. They're out of order, you guys. I swear, I'm like, if you didn't grow up with a narcissistic parent, you're not going to understand. Right. So I'm like, anybody that, like, if you have a mother that is very sane, you have a mom that's sweet, you have a mom that's reasonable, you have a mom that's really God-fearing, not the one who pretends to read the Bible just to abuse the entire household. Right. Consider yourself lucky. I had a horrible childhood. I didn't have a good mom. I didn't have a great mom. And imagine, like, your whole life having to pretend that you have this awesome mom because everybody, I mean, she's definitely beautiful, but everybody looks up to her and thinks she's such a cool person because she takes these cool pictures and she wears all these nice clothes and stuff. I had a horrible childhood. I grew up so lonely. You know, like, maybe that's why I'm not so attached to women like that, because I had a horrible mom. Like, I just had a horrible person. Okay? But it's okay. God used her for me to be born. Thank you. Gotta go. I'm not done with this mess. Sometimes I even wonder if I would even be at her funeral. You guys, you don't even want to know the stuff that goes through my head. You don't even want to know, like, you don't even want to know the dark stuff that goes through my head, though, right? I even wonder, like, if the day my mom dies, am I even going to cry? I don't know. I guess I'll wait and see. But where I am today, I don't think I will. You know, I've had deeper emotional connection with like my grandmothers, other auntie. Like I had this one auntie that she passed away. It was very emotional for me, right? Because, you know, she was very, very maternal to me. My mom was not maternal to me ever. Like she don't have when it comes to me, at least, she don't have a maternal bone in her body. So it's like, whatever. So I grew up without that. And it's okay. Like it really, really is okay. Like I'm like, what the heck? Like mom was like, oh, Marlene, you need your mom. I was like, I don't need her. I'm 40 years old. Like I'm grown, fam. I got kids. My sister was like, oh, Marlene, maybe y'all should go to therapy. I said, sure. I don't look backwards. I look forward. And I look forward to my children. I'm raising my children. I don't have time for this foolishness. You know, like people got to stop thinking that life should have been, yeah, it would have been nice, but that's not my story. Wumpty wump wump. It is not my life. It's not my story. Like it really is not. This is what I had to deal with. And by God's grace, I think I'm a pretty sane person. I think I'm a pretty nice person, right? Cool. I don't think I do the same stuff to my kids and stuff like that. So that's all I can thank God for. Yeah, it's out of order. It really, really is out of order. And it's like, you people are just too much. Like you are truly, truly toxic. You know, hey Goldie, you know what I mean? So it's like, I'll see, like if the day, I mean, I don't think it happened anytime soon though. Oh yeah, virtual hugs. But you guys, I promise you, like me, I am very cool. Like you have to learn in this life to just accept things for what they are. And you cannot live your life like longing for the mother you wish you had, like longing for the father you wish you had. Like, man, that ship has fucking sailed. I am freaking 40 years old. What the fuck do I look like? It already happened. It is what it is. You know, like even when Maverick, like this is how disgusting my mom is. Like even when Maverick, like on my due date, my mom intentionally flew out on my due date. You see how vindictive and petty she is? And I don't know if she thought I was going to cry. I was going to be hurt. I'm like, okay, bye. I don't give a fuck. And then when she came back, I guess the day she came back on the 3rd, right? When she came back is exactly what the day when my water broke. And then you should have seen her narcissistic behind trying to take credit for this. She's like, oh, he was waiting on me. The baby was, I'm like, waiting on you for what? Okay. I did the exercises. Like I was like, you know, I was on the live with y'all and then I would like roll on the ball. I was watching these YouTube videos to like, you know, force the labor or whatever. And I'm looking at this lady like completely taking credit for my water breaking. I'm like, you know what, Marlene? Just have this baby. And then the baby was born. You should have seen her in the hospital. You would think she was the most supportive mother ever. And then she was there. You really have to live it. Like you got to see it for yourself. It is pure comedy. It is absolute comedy. So even like recently, I asked my sister, I was like, okay, Cheryl, were you the one who asked her to come to Miami on my due date? She was like, no, Marlene, I told her not to come. I said, oh, that is Marlene's due date. She was like, oh, Marlene didn't tell me anything. She's like, no, mom, that is her due date. So I'm like, okay. So even if she claims she didn't know, you made sure to tell her, and she still chose to leave on my due date. And she took my dad with him and his goofy ass. He went right along. That's why I'm like, oh, Marlene, your dad is sick. I'm like, oh, well, maybe it's his karma. Maybe he should have been nicer to me. Like, I am a prophet. I mean, what do you want me to say? Okay. These people are crazy. But then the baby's born. You should see my mom in the hospital doing the most. You should see her ordering the food. She's ordering the hospital food. Like, I mean, it's just unbelievable. I'm just like, this is a damn comedy show. Yeah. You don't mean like, oh, Maverick was waiting for me. He heard my voice. And as soon as he heard my voice, the water broke. And I'm like, what the freak is wrong with this lady? I'm like, Marlene, just be quiet. Whatever. You guys, I found a way out. I'm good. Thank you. Stay the fuck away from me. If I ever get pregnant again, I am telling these people shit. You people are toxic as hell. They are so damn toxic. I don't think she can. She's a narcissist. Like I don't know if you understand that. It's a mental illness. It's a mental illness. I think like asking for empathy is like assuming that she functions with a healthy brain. She doesn't. She doesn't have a healthy brain. She's mentally ill. Like narcissism is like it's a personality disorder. So how can you ask somebody that has a personality disorder to have empathy? She is not capable of that, right? My mom, anytime, like, yeah, she does. She has her son. I think her 2 sons. Because after me, it's like I have 2 brothers and my little sister, right? I think her boys are, which is fine. I don't even give a fuck. I'm like, you're crazy. You are really, really crazy. You are seriously demented. I'm like, this woman is insane. But it's a mental illness. Yeah. Oh no, I don't think I have a baby. No, I just have my stuff come out. My stuff just passed, right? But I just choose, like, I really, really choose not to stress myself. Like, I don't. Because my thing is, listen, God used you as a vessel for me to be born, and I'm glad I'm born. I enjoy my life. I love my kids. I love what I have going on for myself. I am good. Thank you very much. It would have been nice, but that's just not my story, and then that's okay too. You know, I'm not the type to be like, oh, I wish I would have had this. Like I even had a text from Sacred, like Beyonce's brand, and like, oh, we know that Mother's Day can be so hard for some people. So if you want to opt out of our text messages in this season, we totally understand. I'm like, what? I do not care. I'm already born. So obviously I won. Okay. I'm born. I'm calm. I'm happy. I'm glowing. Like, I'm okay. I am truly okay. Listen, I got joy on the inside of me. So it's like, you cannot sit here and be like, oh, I wish I had this. I wish my mama was like this. I wish my daddy was like this. No. All you can be is the day that I get to be a parent. This is who I'm going to be, and this is who I'm not going to be. That's it. That's all you can do. You know what I mean? That is all you can do. But the most important thing is God saw for me to be born, so here I am. And I intend to enjoy my life. I really, really do intend to enjoy my life. I don't let people get to me. Even my own parents, I don't let them get to me. I do not let anybody get to me. Okay? This is my joy. It's my peace. Like, nope, leave me alone. But they've been trying, though. They keep calling me, texting me. So-and-so is sick. So-and-so is depressed. So-and-so had a stroke. So-and-so. And every single time I say they're going to be okay. My prayers go out to these people. They're going to be just fine. Okay? I'm not rushing anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to go see anybody. I am exhausted. I am drained. Okay? I'm just tired. Okay? I am 40 years old. Moving forward, I truly want to enjoy my life. I want my life to be drama-free. I want my life to be pleasant and peaceful. And I want to be able to have a life where I can really focus on God and not focus on foolishness. Okay? It's as simple as that. But I wish everybody the best. Ultimately, we were born alone and we shall die alone. God used you as a vessel. God bless you for that, woman. But that's it. But you're not going to be throwing stuff at me because this is out of order. I'm like, there was nothing even about that conversation that even warrants you trying to grab a pillow and throw it at me. Like, are you actually okay? You are insane. Now, I even said that to her, and I said that to my dad too. Like, the best way, if you want your kids to get along, is like, first of all, don't have favorites. But if there's a problem, you got to see it from both sides, and you don't pick a side. But as long as you pick a side, then you can't sit here and say, "Oh, I don't know why my kids don't get along. I don't understand why my kids." Oh, shut up, you witch! Go sit down somewhere. Nobody cares. You're insane.
31 teams didn't need a quarterback. I just gave you 4. I just gave you 4. That doesn't mean everybody can get them.
Okay, but we're saying they'll turn a blind eye to police blotters is our point. They can get over that Deion's his dad. Go ahead, Dan.
Right. Yeah. So here's, first of all, other guys that didn't get drafted last night because of some off the field stuff. You started to hear names from people that were in the know saying this guy's going to drop because of some of the interviews or some of the information that teams had. So it's not just solely singular to one player. If that was the case, Stephen A., and I don't agree with this. I disagree with your perspective on this, that he didn't get drafted because Deion is his dad. But if that was the case, again, I don't think it was. Is that the team's fault? Is that the team's fault? Is that the organization's responsibility? Mm-hmm. No, that's not. Like, they're allowed to make that decision. Again.
And my thing is, why is Deion so damn toxic that people are willing not to recruit his son just not to have to deal with him? And I even wonder, like, Coach Deion, when he left the NFL, when he left the league, did he leave that place on good terms with people? Or did he leave a bad taste in people's mouth? You know what I'm saying? Because I think about that too. I'm like, when he left the NFL, did he left that league on good terms with people? You know, because you gotta be really mindful. And if you know, for example, that you didn't leave the league on good terms with people, and that people who oh, thank you, Queen. But you should not be sad though. No. You shouldn't be sad. And that's life, boo-boo. Life is not supposed to be everything is perfect. No. Certain things just don't work out. But it's like, I don't think you should. I'm not sad about it. It's just life. It's my reality. Right? It's just my reality. And so it's okay. But I do thank God that, I do think I'm a pretty cool mom. You know what I'm saying? And maybe I also had to experience that to know the kind of mother I don't want to be. I don't want to be like her. And I tell her that all the time, and it triggers her. Like I told you, I don't want to be like you. I don't want to be like her. My mom was always the kind of woman to put her family first, like her siblings, like her brothers. Oh, they were so freaking annoying. Okay. And I was like, I vowed that to myself that I would never put my brothers over my family. I've always told her that because we had a horrible childhood because of that. Her and I, like I told you, I think like the vast majority of my life, I didn't like her. I did not like my mom. No. Because she was always the type to put her siblings, especially that she had one goofy ass Gemini brother that she would always put above everybody else. And it was so damn toxic. I'm like, what the heck? Are you married or not? Okay. Do you have children or not? This is insanity, right? But that's what she does. And even that too, I had to realize that also that it's part of her narcissism. My mom wants people to see her as a savior of humanity. It's part of her narcissism. She had to play the superhero of her family because it boosts her ego. Oh, look, she came and saved the day. Oh, she did this, or she paid for this, she paid for that. Like insecurity AF, like, girl, you're crazy. Like, you're really, really crazy. But don't be sad, boo-boo. Don't be sad. We're good. God is faithful.
Again, I disagree with it. Here's the thing, Steven. You rattled off 4 teams. You rattled off 4 teams that needed quarterbacks, that you absolutely could justify need quarterbacks, and 3 of them are like blue bloods. You're telling me the Pittsburgh Steelers and the New York Giants and the Cleveland Browns and the New Orleans Saints all needed quarterbacks. You can make the case that first-round pick was worthy of it, and all 4 of them chose not to for things other than outside the play, for reasons other than outside of the ability.
No,
all 4 of them.
I'm not accusing them. I'm not accusing that of being the sole reason that it happened. I'm saying what you're saying in terms of his talent, and it may not have been off the charts compared to somebody like a Cam Ward. But
then why are you doing all this yapping, man? If you know that his talent is not off the charts, like why are you yapping, man? Stephen A., you're just an agent of chaos.
Found it very alarming that we're talking about 1, 3, 6, 9, then the 21, then the 26, and then ultimately he falls out of the first round. I don't think it was just about what they've seen on the field, because I think you saw enough from him on the field for him to get picked in the first round. That's my personal opinion. But obviously I get where y'all are coming from, and I understand that.
We all agree with that, but predominantly we're saying it's the play. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, we agree with the fact that all of those factors are measured in with players.
Yeah.
Of course they are.
All of it.
Yeah, we're just saying if we're looking at the pizza.
You don't think teams...
It's not the majority of the pie. Go ahead, Dan.
You don't think teams at the most important position in all of professional sports would want a unbelievably talented player that comes from an unbelievable NFL family? You know how...
Is that even true that he comes from an unbelievable NFL family? Like, only the dad so far is great. Only the dad so far. It's like if we were talking about the grandbaby, the one that the sister had with Jacquez, if like dad, Shiloh, Shedeur, if they're all made like great legacy in the NFL, and we're talking about the grandbaby, I can see why you would say that. But so far, the only icon we know in professional football is Deion Sanders. His sons have to prove themselves. So we're not there yet. This is unbelievable football. No. Hold on. Calm down. Yeah, that's what it's the narcissism. I'm telling you. I'm like, when I thought about it, I'm like, Coach Deion, I'm trying to see that what he's doing to Shedeur is isolation. Like, this is what they do. They isolate you with their compliments. They gaslight you. Everything is over the top. They spoil you more than your other siblings and this and that. It's like they're going to hurt you because they're not teaching you how to live without them. And that's nothing about narcissistic parents. They want control. They want you to, like, you can't live without them. You can't think without them. You can't make a decision without them. You can't. And it's like, what position are they putting you in case they die tomorrow? Right? What's going to come into your life? How you going to make it? right? Like, you see, Marlene, I'm not saying I'm wishing it, knock on wood, right? But if my peoples were to go tomorrow, I'd be just fine because I'm not emotionally attached. And I made sure to build my own family. Like, I got my own husband, I have my own children, I have my own activities. Like, my life does not revolve around these people. And I know it hurts my mom a lot because she wants my life to revolve around her. I'm not doing that. You're weird. You know what I'm saying? I am married now. Go somewhere. Okay? Go somewhere. You know, I also do. I'm not gonna like. I'm gonna stop there too. But I truly also feel like my mom is also jealous of the fact that I'm married. You know, I think if she could have had it her way, my marriage would have failed, and then she will be acting like, oh, she cared about me and trying to help me. No. Okay, these kinds of people, they cannot see you be successful. What I do, y'all, maybe one day I'll do a whole video about this. Okay, y'all, I have stories for days. But it took me a while to wake up and realize, like, yo, I don't think my mom means me well. And it wasn't easy, you guys. It was like, what the heck? Like, you like, no, maybe I'm tripping. No. Then one day I was like, nah, this lady, Marlene, she does not mean you well. And the less she knows about your life, the better. The less she knows about your business, the better. The less she knows about your marriage, the better. The less she knows about your children, the better. But still, like, even at Christmas, like, my mom there was like a dinner at the house and stuff like that. And then she called me and she was like, oh, Marlene, I cooked for you. And I'm like, you cooked for me? What the fuck? You guys, I was scared. I was like, this is very bizarre. She's trying to poison me? You guys, I swear I was so scared. I had to call my other friend. I was like, do you think she's trying to poison me? You know what I'm saying? I was like, you cook for me? So when I went there, she was like, oh, do you want to eat? I was like, no, thank you. Because I was like, what the freak? You know, because usually she doesn't like to cook. Like, you know, she cooks. My mom's a great cook, though. But she likes to flex over her cooking. Like, oh, I don't know. I don't feel like cooking. Or maybe I'll cook. I don't know. Maybe not. Like, she be doing too much sometimes. Like, because she wants people to kiss her ass for her goofy ass cooking. Like, what the heck? So she was like, yeah, I make this stuff for you. And I make some oxtails for you. And I was like, she cooked for me. Is she trying to poison me? Y'all. Like, she's trying to poison me? You guys, I started having anxiety attack. Like, why is she cooking for me? Girl, don't try to kill me now. Oh, I was so scared. You know? Yeah, my mom was going places. And I was like, what is she up to? She's like, oh, because if you don't show up, your dad's going to eat everything. I'm going to let him eat it. It's fine. Thank you. Child, I was like, she woke up early to make oxtails for me? What the freak did she put in that food? I said, this lady's trying to kill me. Okay. No. I don't think so. You guys. Oh, my Lord. I could do a whole video about this, you guys. I could seriously do a whole video about this. It's going to be so damn funny. You're like, what the heck? So now I'm like, I like it better when she's not nice. I'm like, there you go. That's the woman I know. But to call me, I'm like, oh, Marlene. You know, oh, Marlene, I cooked for you. I was like, hit the lady trying to poison me. Yeah. No, I give her grace. That's why I don't deal with her. I don't wish her any harm. I just don't deal with her. I'm like, she's mentally ill. You know what I mean? I don't think it's going to get better with age also. So, good luck with that one. But, you know, nothing's impossible with God. But I'm like, just don't want to deal with that. You know, it's just like, you know, when they called, when my uncle called me for his brother, he was like, oh, your uncle had a stroke, Marlene. He had a stroke. And I'm like, okay, Uncle, are you okay? He's like, I'm like, and I said to him, well, there are consequences when you decide to live your life with grudges, rancor, bitterness, hatred, you know. Their older brother, he's a hot mess, another narcissist. He's like, they're all crazy. Like, he's also insane. So if you decide to live your life and you're always mad, you can be surprised if one day your heart turns off. It's too much. Like, these negative emotions are just too much for your heart to carry. You also have to carry around you light emotions, right? You have to carry light emotions. You understand me, right? You got to carry light emotions. You cannot live your life and every day you're mad. You're upset. You're angry. You're mad. How does that even make sense, you guys? How does that even make sense? Okay. So I'm like, yeah, he had a stroke. Oh, Jesus, I got so scared. Okay. And I'm like, yeah, he had a stroke because this is what happens. And I said to him, I'm like, Uncle Charlie, at the end of the day, I get it. It's your brother and you're sad that he had a stroke. But you also have to realize that this is the life he asked for. You know what I mean? Like when you get to a certain age, this is the way I look at it, is that when you get to a certain age, you have to decide how you're going to age. How would you like to age, right? And as you're aging, who would you like to have around you? You can either be by yourself or you can be surrounded by family and friends, right? If you want to be by yourself, continue to misbehave and you will surely get what you want. If you say, oh no, as I get older, even though I know I wasn't the nicest when I was younger, but as I get older, I do want my family around me. I want my kids around me. I want my nieces and nephews around me, right? Then you are going to have to make a decision to become friendlier, to become nicer, to become more loving, right? Because people love to act surprised. Like, oh, I don't know why my life looks like this, or I don't know why nobody messes with me. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Not that stupid, right? You know how you've treated people. You know the choices you've made. You know how you've talked about people, and you know how you cared for people or how you mishandled people, right? So when things happen to you, you can't be like, oh, I don't know why nobody wants to come help me. I don't know why nobody feels sorry for me. No. And what people do is they want you to feel sorry for them because now they look older, right? Their skin is like, wrinkled up, their hair is full of gray hairs. Their posture is not the same. So a lot of crazy people, manipulating people, they hide behind the look of old age to get you to feel sorry for them. But that nasty spirit is still in there. Okay. And that's what I don't do. I don't allow people to use their old bodies, their frail bodies, or whatever to play with me because I know who's in there. Okay. There's still that mean ass, nasty ass, bitter ass, old ass spirit in there. Okay. You don't really want to change. Right. So I'm like, my uncle, yeah, he got exactly what he asked for because he didn't live a life for someone who don't want to have a stroke. If you don't want to have a stroke, you guys, you got to have light emotions, love, levity, kindness, peace, forgiveness, a lot of laughter, right? Don't take everything too seriously. Don't go to bed angry, right? Don't, just learn to forgive and stuff like that, right? And then exercise, laugh a lot, enjoy life. And also make charitable donations, okay? You do these kinds of things, you're most likely going to age without having a stroke. But if you mistreat people, you're mean to people, you're unkind to people, you're bitter towards people, you're always yelling at people. I remember one time there was a meeting, they went back home and they had a meeting. And my uncle said to he's not a family, he's not like a blood uncle, but he's a family uncle. He was like, you're so poor. He said something like, oh, you're so poor. Do you know how much I make as a doctor? I could buy your whole life if I wanted to. You guys, this man, he is so pretentious. He is so arrogant. He is so snooty because for him, he's a doctor. He's a surgeon. He makes all this money so he can go around and talk to people like he's crazy. Well, guess what? A heart attack chose his ass. My sister was like, oh, but Marlene, he can't talk. He can't talk. I'm like, yeah, he needs to learn to shut up because maybe the less he talks, now he can finally hear from God. Okay? And it's not so bad if you ask me. Because when he talks, what does he even say? When he had access to speech, when he had access to his motor skills and he could actually speak, what exactly was he saying? Nothing but unkind things to people. So yes, it may be as good he had a stroke. Maybe as good he can't talk. So maybe now he'll learn to listen to God. Okay? And hopefully when he comes out the stroke and he heals from the stroke, he's going to be like, you know what? Now that I have the gift of speaking, now that I got my motor skills back, if I ain't going to use my mouth to say something nice to somebody, I ain't going to say it. Because now I know what it feels like to have to shut up by force. Understand? Just because God gives you a mouth, it don't mean you get to use your mouth any way you see fit and talk to people. And y'all, it was so rude. It was just so rude, but it was pretty much like, you're broke, I'm rich, I'm a doctor, you're not. I'm a doctor in America, so if I wanted to, I could buy your whole life. 1 through 1. Y'all, he went off, and allegedly it was at a restaurant. So can you imagine? He is not a nice person. He's an asshole. So like, okay, he had a stroke. So therefore what? What would you want me to do? I'm like, this uncle of mine, my mom's older brother. If I was homeless on the streets with my children, he wouldn't help me. He's an evil, evil, evil man. He's a wicked man. I don't even know how somebody can practice medicine and be so cruel. Like, it's just like, it's astounding to me. So I'm like, what exactly would you like for me to do? Right? If I was going through it, he wouldn't have helped me. Right? Even though he has the money, he's not the type to help anybody. He is so stingy. And he's the kind of uncle, if you ask him for money, not only is he not going to give it to you, but he'll make sure to spend whatever money you ask him, and he'll take pictures and he'll put it on Facebook or he'll put it on Instagram so that way you can see it. Like, he wants you to know, oh, I had the money, I just didn't want to give it to you. Okay. So now he has a freaking stroke. Wump. Did I give him the stroke? I kept asking. My uncle called me. My sister called me. I'm like, okay, y'all calling me like I gave this man the stroke. I didn't give that man a stroke. So why should I be pressed about it? Why do you want me to be stressed about it? Yes, Queen. Just because God allows you to have good motor skills, it don't mean that you get to use your mouth and talk to people any kind of way. So now he has a stroke and he can't talk. Wow. Sounds amazing if you ask me. So now he can shut the hell up and just listen to God. And the most he can probably do is, There you go. I like to hear you humming. Hummingbird. There you go. Right? Because when you use your mouth, especially when you get to a certain age, you really have to measure the things that come out your mouth. You can't just talk to people any kind of way. But he just took pleasure in being brutal. He took pleasure in, like, debasing people, downgrading people. Just, y'all, he is so rude, y'all. He is so rude. He is so condescending. He is so arrogant. This man is crazy. He is really crazy. I'm like, oh, whatever. Did I give this man the stroke? So why y'all calling my number like this? Like, leave me alone. I am tired. Okay, Maverick was born. Did he even send me $100 for Maverick? Did he even say, oh, niece, congratulations, I heard you had a son? Of course he did not. So, why should I care? Wumpty wump wump. I don't know that man. He's my mom's brother. He and my brother. Get out of here with that. He is mean, Bruna. He is mean. He is so mean. He is so mean. He is so condescending. He is so mean. And he's actually lucky that he didn't die. And that God actually gave him a chance to keep his mouth shut, learn from his mistakes, and do better. But imagine if he had died with that stroke, with all the things he's done to people. Whoosh! Lord have the mercy. Okay. Like, he's really, really mean. He really, really is mean. Because he's very mean. So I'm like, oh, whatever. He'll be fine. Whatever.
How great that would be for those organizations and the NFL?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Shedeur Sanders was perceived as being a first-round talent. So my point is it off the charts? No. Could you justify moving beyond him? Fine. I'm just saying he was a first-round talent, and I don't believe for 1 second that it's just purely football reasons as to why this man fell out of the first round.
All right.
Well, Stephen A., whatever you believe, it really don't matter. Okay? The boy didn't make it. Okay? The boy just didn't make it. He'll be just fine. Okay? Okay? He will be just fine. He's going to be just fine. Ultimately, he got in there. I hope he takes advantage of being in there. I hope he appreciates being in there, right? And then we'll see what he does. And if he really wants to be a great football player and he really wants to do great things, then I think he can. If you work hard, if you dedicate yourself, you work hard, and you are open to receiving feedback and stuff like that, I don't see why you can't be successful. But obviously, like I said, to me, Marlene, I feel like the Lord saw fit for him to be humbled for his own salvation because he needs it. He only has one. He only has one son. He has one son. And that's why I also feel like when you know that you only have one child, because he was the kind, here's my uncle. You guys want to think he's so arrogant? Because my grandma also, like, maybe she also was a narcissist, what do I know? But she definitely gassed them up. But my uncle used to be the type to be like, oh, like, people out here rushing to have kids. Like, I'm gonna wait until I finish med school and I'm gonna make sure I have money first. Because I think like sometime when he was making the statement, he was trying to shame my mom to be like, girl, you got too many kids, okay? You know, my mom has 4 kids, right? But altogether, like my dad has like 6 kids, you know, but he used to make these statements about people that have too many kids and he's going to wait to finish med school and he's going to wait until he's a doctor and he makes all this money and womp. But, you know, people always make these plans as if they control the future just because they got money. But the Lord, I guess God only saw fit for him to only have un bebé. He only has one son. That's it. That's all he has. My mom got 4 kids. And I guess like 4 kids, 4 grandkids, right? Because no. She got 5 grandkids, right? Because I got 3. Chris has 2 kids, yeah, right? But all he has is one child. He doesn't have any grandkids. The son is not married, you know? So that's the thing about people who think they have it all figured out. Oh, I'm going to wait until I have this, and I'm going to wait until I'm this, and I'm going to wait until I'm rich, and I'm going to wait until I make this kind of money, and I'm going to wait child. You make your plans, and then God will laugh at your plans. So he only has 1 kid. And then he's also divorced. So imagine that, which is another choice he made also. Maybe if he had a wife, he would have somebody right now to help him with the stroke business, right? Oh yeah, he's extremely toxic. I don't think my mom and her siblings had a great childhood. I think it was very, very toxic. And I also feel like they never got the therapy or help they needed. My mom used to hide behind religion and the Bible, but I think she really needs like some serious help and some medication, if you ask me. But I think it was very toxic because they're all very, very toxic. The only one who is not toxic is my Uncle Charlie. He's the youngest. Yeah, he's really chill. He's not, I mean, he has his flaws too, but he had that kind of toxic. He's a sweetheart. Very, very nice. And he's quick to apologize. Like if you have any issues with him, even if you are completely wrong, he'll be the first one to apologize. He was insufferable, you know, because he's a miserable person. But that's also a choice. God gave him a great choice. I don't know. I think my mom had to go there and take care of him, but she was trying to use that for me to call her. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I don't give a fuck. That's your brother. You go take care of him. And plus, she likes that kind of shit. She wants to be the savior of humanity. So she should do it. And maybe she can be in charge of his money. Okay. But I'm like, they were all calling me like, my uncle's like, Marlene, the family needs you. I was like, Uncle, no, I have my own family. Y'all some old ass people. Y'all should have made better decisions. But this is not my responsibility. I'm not responsible for this old man. I barely even know this man. He barely even calls me to say hi to me. Like, what the heck? Like I said, if I had to be on the streets with my children, I don't even think this man would even send me $2 to buy a bottle of water. He's so damn evil, y'all. He is so evil. He is so wicked. He's such a wicked person. He has a wicked soul. His soul is so wretched. But hopefully, maybe the stroke thing can change him to be a nicer person. But he's really, really not a pleasant person. But my mom likes that. She's a narcissist. She likes that. Oh, let me go act like I'm a hero and do the very much. She likes when people say, oh my gosh, Leo, look at you. Like you're here saving your brother. Oh my gosh, you're so awesome. You're such a good Christian. Oh my gosh, you're here saving your. She likes that. She really does. It makes her happy. So let her do it. Now his son, I don't know what he's up to, John. He's probably like, what? He's like 29 too, or he's like Cheryl's age. I don't know what he does. I really do not know. I don't deal with these people. They're mentally unstable. Like you truly have had to have my childhood to understand what I'm talking about. When I say I really grew up with a narcissistic mother and her entire family was full of narcs. For as much as I love my grandmother too, I can see her being a narc as well. But because I love her, maybe I'm not going to see it as much, right? But most of her kids are narcs. Like most of her kids are crazy. You know? But it's okay. Like I survived it. Thank God. I overcame that. Thank God. But I don't think that with my kids, I'm a narc. So That makes me happy. As long as I don't damage like Trey, Stephon, and Maverick, yes, I'm okay. You see this? You see? There you go. It never ends, right? Same thing happened to my lonely uncle. Like he lived like a bachelor all his life, stole all of our family properties, and he spent all the money, of course. Yeah, he's mentally ill. Now he's sick, and the people he neglected have to take care of him. Yeah. And so they want me to go and like sacrifice my body to take care of a man that would never even give me $5. These people are insane. I could care less. When I tell you, they could have even called me like, oh my gosh, Marlene, like you're the only survivor. Your uncle's here in the hospital and he's dead. Like, what do you want to do with the body? I'll just cremate him. I don't know this man. I don't have a relationship with this man. Why would I exert my body like left and right for somebody who never ever would have given me $5? Like for me to care about this man, he would need to apologize to me. There you go. Apologize and do better. And then I can start to have empathy for you, right? But in the meantime, in between time, I am responsible for this. I'm not gonna give this man a stroke. Why y'all keep calling me about this foolishness? They're like, Marlene. I'm like, yeah, you heard me right. If I had made this man sick, I understand, but I'm not responsible for this. He got a stroke because of the choices he chose to make and all these negative feelings he carries in his heart every day like this, nonstop, 24/7, year after year. How in the world are you not going to get sick? How are you not going to get sick? Of my mom, yes. Of my dad, no. I have an older sister. She's an Aquarius. Okay. No. No. No, you guys, you know, and even me, for as much as I'm like, oh, I don't deal with my mom and stuff, but I don't have bad feelings towards her. I just understand that she needs help. She needs a lot of help. Now, am I going to do it though? Hell no. Yeah, it's like, this is how it goes, right? You say you are the scapegoat child and your little brother is the golden child, scapegoat, blame, shame, truth teller, golden child, praise. Yeah, exactly. You think I give two shits? I don't even care. I'm like, what the heck? People are weird. And then my mom, you tell her one thing. She's like, yeah, your brother said he's going to do the same thing too. And I'm like, are we in a competition? Like, what is going on here? Like, what is wrong with this lady? I'm like, you know what? Never mind, girl. Let me not even I'm not competing with your kids, sis. Enjoy your sons. God gave me 3 sons. You only have 2. I have 3. If I feel like it, I roll over tomorrow. I could even have a 4th one. I think I'm born to be like a boy's mom or whatever. But I'm like, this woman is insane. She's really insane. So I'm like, I wish her all the best, but it's like, you need to stay away from me. Stay away from me and stay away from my kids. I don't want my kids to be around narcissistic people. It's really, really not healthy. It is really not healthy. You know what I'm saying? It's not healthy. You know? So it's life, you guys. You know, it's life. It really is life. What you gonna do? Oh, crap. Okay? All you can do is really focus on your kids. All right? And the kind of mama you want to be. Okay? That's all you can do. What kind of mom do I want to be? You know? What kind of relationship do I want with all of my kids, right? And also, what kind of relationship do I want my kids to have amongst each other? You understand? That's all you can do. But unfortunately, there are a lot of people who have suffered narcissistic mothers. And then in the end, they're the ones that have to take care of them, even though they were so awful. Like, they were just so awful to their kids. But then when they get sick and stuff, oh, thank you, but when they get sick and stuff, you're the one that has to take care of them. You know what I mean? But I'm like, nah, y'all crazy. Don't play these games with me. You know what I mean? I had a friend like that too. Her mom was not the best to her. But when her mom was sick, she was the one that had to take care of her mom. You know? I can only imagine, like, I know, I guess, I mean, the thing is, like, I choose not to be toxic because I don't think that's fair. You know, I don't think that's fair to anybody. Like, I don't know. That's why I just felt like when you've been through stuff in life, like when you have been through stuff, right, you should be mindful not to have other people suffer the same thing. You know, because what do I look like knowing what it feels like to have a mom that's a narcissist and then being a narcissist to my own kids? That's just cruelty. Like that, I would even be worse than my mom, because, you know, somebody could make the argument that my mom doesn't know that she's a narcissist, right? But me, I know she's a narcissist. So now imagine if I choose to be like she is, or I choose to be worse than what she is, that would actually make me more evil. You know, because she could say, I didn't even know I was doing that. But I can definitely say, you know what, Mom? Like me, I can say, you know what? I knew what it was like to have a mom that's a narcissist, and I still was not intentional to not do that to my son. So I think that would make me even more evil, you know? But I just feel like when you've been through stuff and you know how debilitating it can be, how hurtful it can be, how lonely it can be, like, why would you do that to somebody else? Like, why would you make another person go through that? You know what I mean? Like, why would you do that to another person? Like, that's just so cruel. Like, I don't know. I just think that's just so mean. But I do recognize that it's a mental illness. It's not something that you can, oh, I'm a narcissist, and then tomorrow I'm not going to be a narcissist. Like, she's been there for like how many decades? Like 6 decades now? I mean, at least five good decades, or at least a good 4 decades. Like, it's not something that you can just easily shake off. Like, oh yeah, I'm going to wake up tomorrow and detach myself from narcissism. Like, it doesn't work like that, you know? But at the same time, too, look, I'm not willing to subject myself to that kind of abuse, because I've been through it before, and it's really awful. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, like, when you're dealing with a narcissistic parent and you're the child that they don't like, what they do is, like, they want you to question yourself. Like, they want you to question your sanity. They want you to question your skills. They want you to question your whatever. Like, you can't deal with these people. Okay? Because their entire goal is to make you question yourself. Right? And the only person that should not question themselves is the child that they actually like worship, or whatever they do with that kid. Child, you're crazy. Okay? So, no, you're insane. And you got to be very, because like if you have a narcissistic parent, I will tell you this, keep things to yourself. Like, good things, keep it to yourself. If you find love, keep it to yourself. You find marriage, keep it to yourself. You find a job, keep it to yourself. You know, like you're making more money, keep it to yourself. Do not share with these people. It triggers these people. You know, oh, my mom will be happy for me if I tell her this or that. No. When you're dealing with a narcissistic parent, they don't know how to be happy for you. Yeah, it could happen, but, you know, just ask God to reveal that to you. But I mean, like, the fact that you're even afraid that their ways could have rubbed off on you, you're probably not like a full-blown narc. You could probably have like some aspect of a narc, but you're not a full-blown narc, because even being afraid that their ways probably rubbed off on you, that means that you have empathy. You know what I mean? You care. Narcissistic people do not care. They don't care. They do not care. Okay? So, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't think they rubbed off on you as much, right? Because you still showcase empathy and stuff, like you actually care. But I'm just saying, like, once you realize that that's what you're dealing with, you really have to be mindful. And you got to be very cautious, and you have to be very, very careful, because they're not happy for you. Everything that goes good in your life, they'll say some slick stuff, like some passive aggressive stuff, some shady stuff. I think so. I really do. You shouldn't say much, because they don't want you, like, they don't want good things to happen to you. So whatever you say, they're going to say something shady or something slick, or they might even speak a curse over your life. And it's like, child, this is just too damn much. So they're the kind of people, the worse they think you're doing, the better. You know what I mean? They shouldn't even see your joy. They should not see your happiness. Like, they don't deserve that. They're not good people. It's truly like, it's a mental illness. I don't know how to explain. Like, it's a mental illness. Because some people are in competition with their kids. Some people are in competition with their kids. A lot of parents are in competition with their kids. A lot of mothers are in competition with their daughters. It's a mental illness. Y'all keep trying to reason with a mental illness. Like, it's a mental illness. You're not dealing with someone that has a normal brain. So it's like, It's like asking a serial killer, like, why do you kill so many people? Like, that's what I do. You know what I mean? They're not okay. They're just not okay. And maybe they'll never be okay. It may be like in this life cycle, this is their punishment. You know what I'm saying? Like, I believe in this stuff. Like, I'm like, why would you be born like this? Like, maybe like that's your punishment in this life cycle. It's like, you know, you were born this life cycle to be a narcissist and to have issues with your children. And maybe in the next life cycle, you'll be a better parent. What do I know? I'm not God. You know what I'm saying? I'm not God. What do I know? Yeah, it's their nature. So it's like you can't say that, but why does she do this? Why does he do that? And this is how people drive themselves crazy. People always want to understand the why. Why does somebody do what they do? Why? Why? Because that's just what they do. Point blank, period. That's just what they do. This is what they do. And you have to accept that. Make sense? That's just what they do. That's what they do. And you can't sit here and be like, oh my gosh, I'm so shocked. I just don't know why. I don't know why. Okay? I don't know why they do this. I don't understand why. Why? There's nothing to understand. People do what they do because that's what they do. I mean, you guys. Okay, sorry, y'all, my bad. Okay. Yeah, because her mom also is a great vocalist, right? Her mom is a great singer. Yeah. Like even like look at Tokyo Tony and Black China. Like, you know, she hates Black China because she's like, how the heck the girl has my face? The girl does everything I did, but look how far she took it and look at where I am. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like people make themselves sick, like always trying to understand the why. But why does somebody do this? But why would somebody do such a thing? But why? But why? But why? You will never know. It is what it is. Like, now that you know, just get away from these people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you'll probably never know. And sometimes, even if you were to know, you might still not be able to help the person. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but why? But why? But why? Oh, gosh. It could just be a curse. It could be like in this life cycle, this is what they're meant to do. This is who they're meant to be. Maybe it's their punishment. But what you have to do is you got to protect yourself. Like, okay, now that I know what this is, I got to step back because I don't want anything bad to happen to me. Y'all crazy. You get me? But like, it is what it is. You can't redo the world. Like, people are who they are. And your job is to just be like pragmatic about it. Yeah, she's mentally ill, you know, but she's excessively jealous of Angela. Like, it really, really does trigger her. Exactly. It's just not worth it. Like, because to be honest, like, even if you knew the why, it truly doesn't matter. Because what truly matters is that you find a way that's healthy for you to deal with this. Like, I just have to deal with this. Like, why is this? Why does this happen to me? Why didn't you? It is a freaking waste of your time. Like, it doesn't really matter. It is what it is. Now, how do we deal with this? Like, how do I deal with this in the healthiest way possible so that it doesn't become a hurdle for me? It doesn't cripple me. It doesn't become like a hindrance for me. It doesn't become a block that causes me not to be able to connect with people, right? But I never thought like, oh, because my mother's a narcissist, I can't be a great mother. Absolutely not. I am not her. I came from her, but I'm not her. We're two different people, okay? Never that. I don't even think about, oh my gosh, does Stephon think I'm a narcissist? Does James think I'm a narcissist? Hell no, I don't even think about that. Okay? Because just because she's a narcissist doesn't mean that I'm going to be a narcissist. I am not one. You know what I mean? Like, I am not one, and I will never be one. That's just not possible. My brain works just fine. You know what I'm saying? My brain works just fine. And that's why I also feel like one way also to make sure you don't become a narcissist is to not be the kind of person that always tries to blame other people. I think that's also a good cure against like narcissistic prevention 101. Okay. Stop trying to blame everybody else for your foolishness. Okay. I think the more you take accountability, the more you try not to blame other people, the more you put it all on you, you're less likely to have this kind of personality disorder. Make sense? You're less likely to have it. But life is beautiful, you guys. Life is really beautiful. You cannot always live your life worried about the things you don't have, the people who don't like you, the people who are not on your side, the people who don't mean you well. It is a waste of your time. Okay? Your job is to have the most beautiful life you can have. And everything starts in the mind. Right? I think to me, like that's why I said to me, honestly, it really starts with gratitude. It's like, even if my mom is a narcissist, let me tell you something, right? Ultimately, I'm born. Ultimately, God saw fit for her to give me life. I'm born. I learned what I had to learn, and I'm here where I am today. And for that, I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful. Now, everything moving forward, like that's on me. Right? If I have a good life, that's on me. If I have a great relationship with my sons, that's on me. If I have a great relationship with my grandkids, that's also on me. If I have a great marriage, that's a huge part of that is on me too, right? It's not all on me, but it's on me, right? Everything that comes on me. If I decide to lose weight, it's on me. If I don't lose weight, it's on me. If I want my hair to grow super, super long, it's on me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's up to me to decide the life that I want to live. You know what I mean? But the most important thing for me, when I wake up in the morning, it's not to say, oh my gosh, I wish I was closer to my mom. Yeah, right. Okay. The most important thing for me when I wake up, or even like when I write in my journal, is like, I want to know, like, over the next 5 years, like, what exactly should I focus on? That's what I want. Like, I want to find something that I'm really passionate about. I want to find something that means a lot to me that I can not only do for 5 years, but by God's grace, I can do for 10 years, for 20 years, for 30 years, right? This is where my focus is. It's not so much on old people that are not like, no one to say it, but God is about to call their numbers. So what do I look like looking in the past? Like, I'm looking forward. I'm looking ahead. I might die when I'm 80. I might die when I'm 90. So I still have 50 good years ahead of me. I don't have time to worry about these people. Okay, I don't have time for this. It's a waste of my time. It ain't gonna make me rich. It ain't gonna make me holy. It's not gonna make. I need to know, what should I do over the next 5 years that I can truly, truly, truly focus on, and I can be really passionate about. And so that's what that's what I'm praying for right now. That's what really means a lot to me. I want to find something that I truly, truly care about. You know what I'm saying? So, and hopefully when I find that, I should be okay. Right. But I'm like, in 4 years, like Tracer's going to college and stuff. Stefan, we got like 8 more years, like 8 more years of Stefan before he goes to college. And I got like another like 18, like 17-ish years before Maverick goes to college and stuff like that. So, I just want to find something that I'm passionate about. And also I pray that my kids, they're very successful people. I pray they're good people. They're nice people. I pray they get married to really good people. They have great kids, and that would just make me happy. Everything else, it's okay. Like, it's just life. It makes life more colorful. It makes it more interesting. And I guess it makes me more relatable, right? But don't cry about the things you don't have, or the mommy I didn't have, the daddy I didn't have. It's okay. You know what I mean? Who cares? Maybe you'll marry somebody and then he'll be to your kids the father you didn't have. And hopefully that can heal the wound of your childhood, right? You know what I mean? If you didn't have the mama you wish you had, then maybe one day when you get to be a mom, you get to be that mom for your kids, right? And that should heal you up. You should be just fine, right? Don't let the things you don't have cause you to have a hole in your soul. Like, that's ridiculous, okay? That is absolutely ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. And also, I just feel like as a Christian also, that God is your father and your mother. God is your father and God is your mother. So your earthly parents, child, they might fail you. But ultimately, God is my dad and God is my mom. And I am okay. You even saw the parable, like the story of Jesus. They were like, oh, your mom is outside. Your sister's outside. He's like, who are these people? He said, my family is whoever does the will of my father. There you go. So even Jesus, he was not like super attached to family. My mom. What the heck? Okay, no. And in this life also, by God's grace, right? If God brings good people, you can build your own family. Like you get to pick your friends, you get to, you get to pick who you want to marry, you get to pick where you want to live. So you can make your own, you can build your own family. You don't have just the family that you were born into. Because sometimes the family that you were born into also, it doesn't feel like the right fit. Like, I don't feel like I belong here. I don't feel like I fit in with these people. You know what I'm saying? Birth brought us together, but spirit-wise, conversation-wise, personality-wise, it's just not a match. And that's okay too. Because that too, there's a purpose in that. There's a purpose in everything. You know what I mean? But it's you have to be happy. You have to be grateful. You have to be happy. And no matter what, you have to really force yourself to always look to the good of everything. Okay? Things don't happen against you. Things happen for you. Amen? And so that's all we can really say. That's all I can really say. You know what I mean? But you always have to choose a perspective that empowers you, not one that makes you feel like you're lacking or you're missing or you're void or something or you've been robbed or something. No. Even my mom, I think for as much as a narc that she is, one thing my mom did for me too is she introduced me to Jesus because maybe she knew she was flawed. Okay. My mom made sure we went to church. We had Bible study at the house and things like that. So, my mom really put the Bible in my hands. She took me to church, she made sure that I got close to God. So maybe that's the goodness in her that knew hey, through this life, I might hurt you. I might disappoint you, but hold on to Jesus. So if I'm not everything I'm supposed to be for you, you have Jesus, right? So for that, I also do say thank you for that. That's it. But ultimately, you are born, everybody is born to accomplish something. And you're not born to sit here and cry about the things you don't have, the things you wish you had. That's just crazy. Your life has purpose. Your life has meaning. You need to know what that is. You have to live your life for purpose. And it's not crying about the father, the mama you didn't have. That is ridiculous. I think that's just so crazy. Why would I cry for old people too, by the way? They're old. I don't see myself doing that. Okay? I need to know what my purpose is. I need to know what am I really passionate about, and what is it that I can really do for the next 5 years, and be you know what? I am really glad that I spent 5 years doing this. Maybe it's the hair stuff, maybe it's the fitness stuff, maybe it's me just talking and yapping. What do I know? Maybe I'm meant to talk a whole lot so I can help people. Help people, heal people and show people that, you don't have to spend your life being sad for the things you don't have. Who cares? Focus on what you do have. My childhood. You have a family now to worry about. Let bygones be bygones. You have to look ahead. You cannot look in the past. I've learned this. I refuse to be where I am now in my life at 40. I refuse to look in the past. I look forward. I don't say, oh my God, I wish I could talk to this person. I wish I could reconnect with this. Oh, no. Thank you. God is good. God is faithful. You look forward to newer relationships, new friendships, better things. Just everything better. Everything better. Everything better, everything nicer, everything smoother. And also everything coming into your life with so much ease, more ease, relationships that just feel so organic. And I truly feel like they were always meant to be. They don't have to be forced, right? That's it, you guys. But you cannot expect a perfect life. And you cannot expect your parents to check all these boxes for you. Probably would not happen. If somebody had to have a list of 10 important things that a parent should have, I think some people, your parents might only check one box. And you could sit there and say, wow, damn, look at all the stuff I missed because my parents can't even check all these other 9 boxes. Yeah, that's one perspective. Or you could also say to yourself, well, at least they can check something. Better one thing than nothing. And if you also have parents who can't even check anything out of the 10 qualities of a good parent, that's okay too. At least you're alive. At Makes you alive. And then one day, when your kids talk about you and how you raised them, like my mom can check all the boxes. My daddy can check all the boxes. So it's not so much like what we didn't have. It's like how we make sure that we give our kids what we did have. I am not defined by what I don't have. Like, I'm really not. But I am defined by what I do give to my kids. And hopefully, by God's grace, it's something so much better and so much more peaceful. You understand? That's it. That's really it, you guys. Okay. So I hope today's video was interesting. We learned way more football than we cared to talk about. I never even thought I would care this much about football. But hey, it was a great conversation. But let the Shedeur thing like be a learning lesson for all of us. Like, don't rejoice over anything until you have actually secured what you want to rejoice over. Right? If you don't have it, you haven't signed the contract, and they have not put the money in your account, keep your mouth shut. Okay? You signed the contract. You wait for the money to come into your account. You wait to start your job, right? And when you are secure in your position, then if you want, you can throw yourself a party, right? Delayed gratification is a beautiful thing. And I've even learned that from cutting my hair. I've cut my hair so much now that I've truly learned like delayed gratification. I keep cutting my hair. And now I actually like it. I went from being a person I used to be so afraid of getting trims. I was like, I don't want to trim my hair. To now I'm out here getting like haircuts like every 3 months and stuff, right? And I'm loving it. So gotta learn delayed gratification. And you're only gonna be better because of it. And I'm saying anything that doesn't happen for you right away is good for you. It really is good for you. Okay. So that's that, my people. It's 11 o'clock. I'm going to let y'all be. Been out here for almost 11 hours. That's crazy. I hope you enjoyed the live. I hope you learned something new. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. I don't have to cook tomorrow. I cooked yesterday. I'll cook tomorrow, not today, right? Yeah, I think I'll see you tomorrow. I think I remember that video. I think I do. Was it like a marathon or something and somebody just came and passed them? I think I do. I think I remember which video you're talking about. Yeah. Don't rejoice too early. Don't celebrate too early. Sign the contract. Start the job. Wait for your money to hit your account. Yeah, exactly. Like, enjoy your life, man. Your parents, they had their turn. Now it's time for you to have your turn, right? That's it. That's how life is, right? It's like a merry-go-round. It's like anybody, like you replace your parents. Like your parents, they replace your grandparents. Then you'll replace your parents. And then one day your kid's going to replace you. The cycle of life. All right. Good night, people. Love y'all. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully you enjoyed this live. Okay. Love you, love you, love you. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye, my peoples. Don't be sad. Okay. I didn't have this conversation to make y'all sad. So do not be sad. Be encouraged. Okay. Good night, Janet. Good night, forehead. Like, be encouraged. Like, be incredibly encouraged. You're not defined by what you didn't have. You are defined by how you make the most with what you didn't have and build something awesome for yourself. Okay. God is good. God is faithful. Don't ever, ever be sad. Like, I mean, you can be sad, but don't be sad for more than 2 or 3 days. And you got to get over yourself. Okay. You're doing too much. That's if you're about to have depression. Okay. Don't be sad for more than 3 days. You got to snap out of it. Then you got to see the good side of everything. Do you have so much more to live for than everything that's behind you? Okay. You look at the past in a way that encourages you, that empowers you, and that says, I am so glad that you didn't, you didn't fall apart. You didn't fall apart. You made it this far. So congratulations. All right. So good night, people. And I will see you tomorrow with Maverick, of course. Bisous. Gotta go. I'm tired.